transcending into the realm of Game of Thrones, or more precisely, a Song of Ice and Fire. What pursuits would be deemed appropriate? The harem? The quest for dominance? Agricultural endeavors? Alas, the unfortunate Ig was bereft of choices, for he was conscripted into the Night's Watch from the outset. Chapter 1. The Transcender of the Night's Watch. The blaring of horns echoed relentlessly. Aeg awoke, his back drenched in perspiration. For far too long, the haunting nightmares of the White Walkers had plagued him, ever since he had joined the Night's Watch as a green recruit and commenced his vigil, ultimately evolving into a full-fledged ranger. It is indeed a ludicrous notion to harbor such terror toward a legend from millennia past. However, unlike those around him, he possessed the knowledge that many accounts of the White Walkers were, in fact, true. E.g. was a transcender of the Night's Watch, an interdimensional traveler. He had arrived in this vibrant and fantastical world not to indulge in harem building or engage in battles for supremacy, but rather to find himself ensconced in the desolate expanse of the Wall, vowing to forego marriage, land, and progeny, thereby becoming a sentinel, a steadfast shield for the realm, safeguarding the people of Westeros from threats emerging from the farthest north. What a noble spirit of altruism and cross-world dedication. Yet, the truth remained that he had not donned the black willingly. To recount the events of a year prior, E.G. had not originally been named. He was merely an ordinary university graduate from his former world, employed in the quality control department of a large state-owned enterprise, engaged in a role that bore a semblance to his field of study. With a modest yet stable income, he led a monotonous existence devoid of passion until one fateful day, he awoke from a deep freeze to find himself clad in pajamas, sprawled in a desolate wilderness. After wandering aimlessly for much of the day, he stumbled upon a village, only to be struck dumb by the sight of villagers with distinctly Western features, conversing in a tongue utterly foreign to him. With communication futile, driven by hunger and cold, he resorted to pilfering some potatoes and clothing, contemplating whether to steal a couple of eggs from a nearby hen house, only to be caught in the act and presented before the local authorities. Such petty theft hardly constituted a grave crime in modern law. It would be classified as a clear case of necessity. Unfortunately, due to the language barrier, the farmer-like village official impatiently presented E.G. with two choices, a cleaver or the black cloak. Lacking the foresight to prepare for a disability on his first day in this new world, he found himself sent to the Black Castle, branded as a glorious member of the Night's Watch. With E.G. the arbitrary name assigned to him by the villager who apprehended him, he vividly recalled the moment when the towering, majestic silhouette of the wall, akin to the world's edge, emerged before him, nearly rendering him breathless. The sheer scale of this 1,200-meter-high edifice surpassed any mountain he had previously encountered during his travels. The visual impact of this landmark was overwhelming, and in that instant he comprehended the truth. He had traversed into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, or Game of Thrones. However, given his imprisonment at the Wall, he lacked sufficient information to discern which realm he truly inhabited. Awake? Gary, his roommate, was already by the window, organizing his belongings. Upon noticing Eeg's stirrings, he remarked, "Then rise and begin your preparations, lest you discover your lack of essentials only when it's time to depart." The speaker was a veteran of the Night's Watch, having lost both parents in his youth and joined the Watch at an early age. Now nearing 50, he had served for 4 decades, one of the few who could genuinely claim, "The Watch is my home." Despite his somewhat irritating demeanor as a seasoned warrior, he had provided E.G. with considerable guidance during his integration into this world, making it impossible for E.G. to ignore his words. Reluctantly, E.G. nodded and emerged from his cocoon of blankets, lifting the covers to release the dampness within. The young man sluggishly began to don his garments. As a promising youth of the modern era, well-educated and adaptable, E.G. had managed to familiarize himself with and integrate into this world over the course of a year. Aside from his distinctly Eastern features, he had achieved a level of fluency in daily interactions with fellow members of the Night's Watch. However, there was one aspect that irked him greatly. In this bizarre alternate reality, the common tongue of Westeros was not the British-accented English he had grown accustomed to from the television series, but rather a language with grammar and letters somewhat reminiscent of English, yet with minimal correlation. Had it not been for this linguistic barrier, given his decent command of English, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Once dressed, and having shared breakfast with Gary, they gathered their belongings and met with two other rangers who would accompany them on their patrol, mounting their steeds too. Traversed through the tunnels of the wall, the iron gate creaked and slowly ascended with a winding of the winch and ropes, revealing the deep, shadowy tunnel beyond. Sir Wyman Royce, with head held high and in silence, urged his horse forward, leading the way. The corridor remained perpetually dark and frigid. Only the sound of the wind coursing through the air accompanied them as they passed through 3 iron barriers. As the final gate rose, the scene before them opened up, and they departed the black, cast-lean amalgamation of headquarters, supply center, and novice village crossing the ice wall, into the outer realm to conduct their routine patrol, investigating the recent sightings of wildling tribes emerging from beyond the wall. Before them lay the haunted forest, where the Night's Watch regularly dispatched artisans to fell trees, ensuring that the northern woods did not encroach within half a mile of the wall, preventing wildlings from using the cover of foliage to launch surprise attacks. As the strength of the Night's Watch waned with each passing year, only 3 castles remained manned, barely upholding this tradition, while the scale of the isolation zone had significantly diminished. As their horses trotted forward, they approached the forest, virtually untouched by logging. The haunted forest extended northward into the lands of eternal winter and was the second largest forest in Westeros. AEG had participated in several patrols, yet each time he entered this woodland, he felt a prickling unease and shivers running down his spine. The year was 297 after Aegon's conquest. Jon Arryn had yet to be assassinated. Eddard Stark was in Winterfell. Musing winter is coming while enjoying the warmth of his family. Robert Baratheon still squandered his time on the Iron Throne, drinking and sowing seeds across the realm. Daenerys Targaryen was merely a forlorn girl, sheltered across the narrow sea. The White Walkers had only just begun to emerge from the lands of eternal winter, launching small-scale attacks on wildlings and amassing their undead army. All members of the Night's Watch were combatants, yet only the Rangers ventured north of the wall as a matter of routine. What infuriated E.G. was that his ascension to rangerhood had not been by choice. During the months he spent training as a recruit at the Black Castle, he endeavored to showcase his agile intellect and broad knowledge as a science graduate, hoping to capture the attention of Lord Commander Mormont or Maester Aemon, aspiring to remain by their side as a confidant. Even if he could merely serve as a clerk or artisan within the Black Castle, it would suffice. Alas, all his aspirations crumbled, and after a series of unfortunate events, he found himself assigned under the command of Benjen Stark, becoming a member of the elite Rangers, a fate he had desperately sought to avoid. Certainly, it is not the intention of any commander to target him deliberately. In fact, many would gladly exchange places with AG. Although the Rangers occasionally venture north beyond the city, the temperatures hovering around freezing during the summer months are not particularly frigid, and their duties merely entail patrolling and reconnaissance. In light of the Night's Watch's ongoing decline and the increasing scarcity of personnel, commanders typically prioritize the preservation of the Rangers' lives, advising them to avoid unnecessary risks in combat. Over the years, the number of Rangers who have perished in battle or during patrols pales in comparison to those who have succumbed to the bitter cold or met with accidental deaths. However, winter is approaching. The White Walkers have awakened, and the King beyond the Wall has summoned all wildlings in preparation for an invasion. Casualties among patrols have already begun to surface sporadically over the past few months. AEG understands that the Rangers can no longer operate with the same ease as in previous years. After an initial period of uncertainty and discontent, AEG swiftly comprehends the underlying reasons. He is no longer the only child and high achiever of his former world. He possesses neither the noble surname of the esteemed Ranger, Jon Stark, nor the illustrious status of Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of the Lord of Winterfell. Regardless of his vast knowledge of astronomy and geography, to the eyes of the commanders of the Night's Watch, he is merely a foreigner who has committed a theft. With nearly 1,000 men in the Night's Watch, who has the time to pay special attention to or care for him? As a robust young man standing at 6 feet tall, with commendable training results, he is destined to be selected by the Rangers. No one would concern themselves with whether he wishes to become a Ranger. He can even surmise that if he were to go missing during a northern patrol, the Night's Watch would not mobilize their resources as they would for Ser Waymar Royce or Jon Stark. Here, He is merely a foot soldier of the Night's Watch, and it is evident that in the impending war against the undead, his rudimentary skills with a sword and on horseback would likely render him nothing more than cannon fodder. If he wishes to avoid an inconspicuous end to his journey in this world, he must find a way to alter his fate. Chapter 2. The Patrol according to the law. A deserter from the Night's Watch is a criminal, and all lords of the Seven Kingdoms bear the obligation to pursue and execute them, particularly the Stark family of the North, who have a close relationship with the Night's Watch. The treatment of deserters by these lords is anything but lenient, unless a fleeing man joins the wildlings. The fate that awaits those who escape is all too predictable. However, AEG wants to shed his identity as a member of the Night's Watch precisely to distance himself from humanity's adversaries. Thus, fleeing north is hardly an option. As for the south, if one sincerely wishes to escape, preparations are imperative. First and foremost, one must procure a fine steed, carry sufficient provisions, discard the black attire, and choose the right moment to swiftly depart from the Night's Watch's domain, avoiding all villages and inhabited areas along the way. Should he successfully traverse the neck and exit the north, half the escape plan would be accomplished. Next, he must head straight for the warm and secure south. The further south one travels, the less concern the lords and nobles exhibit towards the Night's Watch, reaching the fertile lands of the Riverlands or the Vale. Finding a place that would accept him without question would allow him to begin a new life in a different world. The plan is clear and simple. The challenge lies in the fact that in this feudal era, characterized by poor transportation and minimal mobility, an individual with distinctly foreign features and lacking legal status faces insurmountable obstacles in executing this escape plan. Shaking his head, AG dispels these thoughts from his mind. This is not the time for contemplation. As the hooves of their horses crunch softly in the snow, the branches and trunks soon obscure the sunlight. They have truly entered the vast, frigid boreal forest located far to the north. Damn these wildlings, Gary muttered, as the weather grew colder and the situation showed no signs of abating. If it were calm, they wouldn't be called wildlings. AEG brushed off a few snowflakes that had settled on his sleeve, responding casually, for due to the scarcity of manpower and resources, and to keep the wildlings from discerning the Watch's movements, the Night's Watch had abandoned regular patrols in favor of a more spontaneous and targeted schedule. The night before, a brother stationed at the wall reported seeing a firelight several miles north of the wall, which directly prompted the commander and the first ranger to arrange this patrol. Had it not been for this incident, the group would have likely finished their morning exercises and be comfortably warming themselves by the fire in their quarters. Upon hearing the commander's request, Will and Gary shrugged and silently made faces at the speaker's back. The four men were arranged by age, from oldest to youngest: Gary, Will, AG, and finally Weimer, the youngest, who paradoxically was the commander. It would be impossible to assert that the other three had no opinions. This young noble from the Vale was the third son of the Earl of Stone, having chosen to join the Night's Watch due to his slim chances of inheriting the title, accompanied by his father to the wall with an entire cart of belongings. This situation was often the subject of ridicule among other members of the Watch during their drinking sessions, mocking the illustrious Sir Weimer Royce, whom it seemed had come not to serve, but rather to indulge in a vacation. Despite the supposed brotherhood among the Night's Watch, a young, inexperienced recruit had suddenly found himself at the helm of the patrol. The question remained, how could the others respect and heed him? Discontent aside, discipline prevailed as the three dispersed according to orders, forming a line to begin their patrol and investigation. Before long, they discovered signs of human activity near the area where the sentry had spotted the light. The previous day had not seen snowfall, and the footprints left by the wildlings, along with remnants of fire, were clearly preserved. They have passed through, Gary remarked, glancing at Weimer, hesitating momentarily. The Night's Watch was born after the long night, during a protracted winter that spanned generations, when the White Walkers descended, ravaging the realms of men and nearly extinguishing humanity. Following the end of this calamity, the Wall and the Black-clad Brotherhood were established to combat the White Walkers and safeguard mankind. Joining this armed force, which was dedicated to protecting all of humanity, was once considered the highest honor on the continent, despite the daunting entrance requirements that did not deter countless volunteers. However, as the White Walkers retreated into the frozen north and gradually faded into obscurity, and as those who had endured the long night perished, the significance and status of the Night's Watch began its inevitable decline. The Targaryen dynasty had not troubled the Night's Watch, yet its founders had brought dragons from Valyria. Following a subsequent large-scale wildling invasion, the rulers of the kingdom boldly rode north on dragons to incinerate the wildlings, swiftly driving them away but inadvertently accelerating the decline of the Night's Watch. When one possesses the means to obliterate enemies, the necessity for the Night's Watch diminishes, after all. If those uncouth wildlings return, why not simply alert the dragon-riding king? Nobles and knights grew increasingly reluctant to dedicate their lives to a task that seemed devoid of purpose. Consequently, the Night's Watch gradually lost its sources of recruits, forcing it to continually lower its entry standards. After a century of evolution, the Night's Watch had ultimately devolved into its current state. The long night is approaching. From this day forth, I shall watch, until death claims me. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, and father no children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I will serve faithfully, living and dying in this service. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian upon the wall. I am the flame that defies the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield of the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight thus, every night hence. The dragons and dragon riders of House Targaryen have long since vanished, yet the decline of the Night's Watch appears irreversible. Today, the Black-clad Brotherhood serves less as the first line of defense against wildlings, and more as mere custodians of the wall, with membership dwindling to fewer than 1,000. Broadly categorized into three types. The first category comprises those like e.g., who have come to serve at the wall to avoid punishment, criminals, thieves, poachers, rapists. These once unworthy individuals now constitute the backbone of the Night's Watch, destined to live and die there, with no other exit aside from being deserters. The second class consists of those who joined out of necessity, fallen or disgraced nobles, farmers who have lost their lands, bankrupt merchants, and bastards. These individuals are ostensibly encouraged to join the Night's Watch, theoretically free to leave at any point before their oath, yet in reality, they find themselves without alternatives. Most crafters and officials within the Watch come from this group. The third and final, and least common category is represented by volunteers like Sir Wymer Royce, who join out of a sense of honor and duty or to self-exile in order to avoid power struggles within their families. They have other options, but choose to step off the stage of power in the Seven Kingdoms to serve at the wall. Over time, such individuals have become increasingly rare, including the commander, Jeor Mormont, the first ranger, Benjen Stark, and even the blind scholar, Maester Aemon Targaryen, who relinquished his claim to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. They are typically appointed as officers and leaders, a seemingly unfair rule that is, in fact, readily comprehensible. At the northernmost tip of this distant kingdom, allowing a band of scum, criminals, or farmers to lead an independent Night's Watch would result in utter chaos in the defense of the wall. There are no filial sons by the sickbed, no heroes at the long frozen wall. Regardless of the noble aspirations with which young nobles join the Night's Watch, upon discovering that the legendary Brotherhood is starkly different from their imaginations and that the conditions are brutally harsh, their fervor quickly evaporates. The only strategy now is to quickly earn merit, allowing for a request to return home for a visit without being accused of cowardice. The young ranger captains circled the area, which had once served as a wildling encampment, pondering briefly before making a decision. They were few in number, and thus, following the footprints, they would pursue. Chapter 3, Pursuit. The resolute commander, eager for accomplishments, had made up his mind, compelling the three soldiers to endure the hardships alongside him. Will, originally a poacher, possessed remarkable skills in stealth and tracking. He quickly deduced that there were approximately 10 individuals across from them, a mix of men, women, and children, likely a wildling family. In the minds of the residents of the Seven Kingdoms, wildlings are often perceived as fierce and savage, frequently invoked by parents to frighten their children. However, the Night's Watch, who regularly interacted with them, were not swayed by such tales. The black-clad men understood that wildlings were essentially free farmers who refused to pay taxes or perform labor, believing that this constituted their freedom. In contrast, despite their continual decline, the Night's Watch remained one of the largest standing armies on the continent, akin to modern professional soldiers. During this feudal era, nobles wishing to go to war must inform their vassals, who then gathered soldiers, who in turn laid down their plows to take up arms under the knight's leadership, thus forming an army. The Night's Watch, however, had a singular purpose: to guard the wall, remaining perpetually in a state of war. Their supplies came solely from the generosity of the residents of the gift and donations from various northern families. Even in the most peaceful times, the Night's Watch did not engage in production, although the quality of their troops was somewhat lacking. A military that practiced daily could still be considered elite in this underdeveloped world. The Rangers were the soldiers among this standing army, and unlike craftsmen or administrative officers, they did not engage in menial tasks such as washing or cooking. Their sole activities revolved around training and patrolling, wielding wooden staffs and stone axes. Compared to the wildlings, who often spent most of their time focused on survival, the Rangers possessed significantly superior combat prowess, setting aside the rare wildling warriors. In situations where numbers were comparable and effective ambushes were unfeasible, few wildlings dared to confront the well-trained and well-equipped Rangers. At least the small group that AEG and his companions were monitoring did not have the courage to do so. Initially, this group of wildlings proceeded slowly westward along a route parallel to the wall. Upon noticing the 4 Rangers pursuing them, they veered northward, desperately attempting to escape. Wymar Royce, leading his first patrol, was not inclined to relent easily. Thus, the two parties commenced a marathon through the frigid landscape. AEG and the other 3 members of the Night's Watch diligently tracked the wildlings by day, while at night they wrapped themselves in heavy blankets to conserve their strength. Utilizing their advantage of mounted mobility, they steadfastly pursued the enemy, initially tracking north for 3 days, then redirecting westward, and after 2 days, turning north once more. Blessedly, they had not encountered storms or heavy snow, allowing Will to maintain his pursuit of the target. 9 days, my lord. Is 9 days a long time? Wymar's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Last winter, the Rangers had managed to sustain themselves for 6 months outside the wall with a 1-month supply. But how did they accomplish such a feat? Will and AG exchanged glances without interjecting, clearing their throats to mask their discomfort. While Wymar's sarcasm might have been sharp, it was regrettably misdirected. Take the initiative? Will could no longer remain an observer. Anxiety surged within him. But Lord Banyan instructed us to investigate the wildling's appearance and movements, not to. What have you discovered in these 9 days? Wymar interrupted the poacher, asserting that capturing a live wildling for interrogation would be more expedient than chasing them for another 9 days. Gary, what do you think? Gary, with his experience and veteran status, could engage in banter with Wymar, but in the presence of both a noble and a commander, he ultimately could not defy orders. He grimaced and reluctantly replied, I will follow your command, my lord. The poacher, devoid of any retort, glanced at E and Gary before departing to fulfill his orders. The remaining 3 dismounted, seeking refuge among a cluster of trees to rest. AEG climbed onto a partially snow-covered rock to survey the surroundings. The weather grew colder by the day, and being situated over 100 miles north of the wall, the temperature was indeed expected to be lower. However, what unsettled him was not the chill, but the presence of Wymar Royce. It was not fear of him. This young noble, though somewhat pampered, had not committed any heinous acts that would elicit outrage. AEG feared the narrative entwined with this young man. One particular storyline he could not forget was that Wymar Royce was the unfortunate soul slain by a White Walker at the onset of the saga of Ice and Fire. As the first named character to appear in both the novel and television series, his death revealed the existence of the world's greatest antagonist, establishing the tone of the narrative and serving as a crucial prologue. Yet, in all fairness, as a transmigrator, AG believed that even if he could not ascend to greatness, he should not merely be a supporting character destined to perish at the story's outset. Thus, when he learned 10 days prior that this patrol would be led by Wymar Royce, his heart recoiled in resistance. Alas, as a person burdened with guilt, he possessed neither the authority to choose his commander nor the privilege to decline normal duty, compelling him to set forth into the shadowy forest once more. The shadowy forest, what would it be without shadows? The relentless cold winds north of the wall twisted the tree silhouettes into grotesque forms, lending the region its ominous name. AEG vividly recalled his first venture north of the wall, when memories of legends and narratives surged within him, causing every tree shadow to momentarily resemble a White Walker poised to ensnare the living. Each carved fish beam, adorned with human faces, startled him. After the first day's patrol, he dismounted, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. In retrospect, it was quite embarrassing. However, accompanying Wymar reignited his latent unease. Amidst the dense shadows of trees, something inexplicable seemed to lurk, inducing a sense of foreboding akin to facing a formidable adversary. Weimer raised his gaze, regarding the poacher with a questioning expression. In his characteristic air of arrogance and nonchalance, he spoke, "It will soon be dark. The wildlings must have stopped to light their campfires by now." Will dismounted and walked dazedly towards the trio, swallowing hard, his face a mask of disbelief. "I know you won't believe me, but something has happened ahead. The wildlings are all dead." Chapter 4. The Crisis. What? What? Two voices echoed simultaneously, one laced with skepticism, the other brimming with astonishment. The camp lay 2 miles away, beyond a small snowbank and adjacent to a stream. Will responded, stating that the campfire had extinguished, leaving only a pile of smoldering embers. The wildlings were sprawled about haphazardly, and I counted a total of 8, nearly matching our initial estimates, yet there were no children in sight. All remained motionless, even one perched in a tree. I crept as stealthily as possible, observing for an extended duration, and saw no blood. Yet, living beings would never lie so quietly. Living beings would never allow a fire to die out. Gary remarked that the temperature had plummeted dramatically over the past few days, suggesting they might have perished from exposure due to inadequate preparation. "Perhaps," Will replied with a shiver. "What shall we do now, adults? If it's cold, we're more layers." Young Royce interjected. 9 days prior, when we set out, the wall was dripping with water. The past week had seen a light frost, with occasional snow, but certainly not to the extent that a group of wildlings could freeze to death. Moreover, they were clad in warm furs, sheltered from the wind and snow, and had a fire. Listening to the discourse among the 3 night watchmen, AG felt an icy dread seep into his bones. How could this be? His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, silently cursing the ancestors of the Royce family. The dead are not to be feared. AEG realized he could no longer remain a silent bystander. He faced a life-and-death dilemma. If he allowed Wyman Royce and his party to investigate the site of the wildlings massacre, they would inevitably confront the others. He felt no assurance that the combined strength of the 3 men, himself included, could contend with the terrifying presence that had nearly extinguished humanity millennia ago. "What I fear is the entity that slaughtered those wildlings. You can slay wildlings, but that does not guarantee you can vanquish the Night Watch," the young knight stated confidently, albeit with a tinge of surprise. For AEG was not known for voicing his opinions publicly. "Are you certain they are truly dead? Where is the evidence?" Will, though not a warrior, was honest. Since he had witnessed it, AEG chose to believe him. Gary regarded them with a stern expression. "The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate the wildlings' whereabouts, and we are to comply. They will no longer trouble us. Do you think the commander will not inquire about the cause of death?" Wyman interjected bluntly. "Mount up, take me to see." Gary displayed his displeasure, but ultimately fell silent, turning towards his horse. "I share that sentiment," Will remarked, typically indecisive, but now hastily stammering his support for AEG. The sky gradually darkened. Gary eyed AEG with confusion. He could occasionally challenge the seasoned veteran, but how could this young man, who rarely engaged in conflict, possess the audacity to openly defy orders? "We can investigate tomorrow." "No." AEG instinctively knew that no amount of eloquence would sway the stubborn young knight before him. He felt a sense of despair as he made one last stand. He looked to Gary, hoping for the support of the seasoned night watchman. Unfortunately, Gary met his gaze with uncertainty, shaking his head gently as a sign to refrain from opposing the officer. "I have a strong premonition that if we proceed, my chances of survival are slim." AEG and Gary locked eyes, witnessing the latter's hand resting on the hilt of his sword. After a brief moment of silent communication, they yielded to the harsh reality. To flee would be to become a coward. There would be no refuge for him in Westeros, and the wall lay 100 miles away. Though the Rangers' training included wilderness survival, theory and practice diverged significantly. Even if beasts and the others did not pursue him, hunger, cold, and disorientation could easily consume this mere mortal. And resistance. Even assuming Will and Gary stood by, he, with scant combat experience, could never match a noble youth who had been tutored in swordsmanship since childhood. He had no choice. It seemed he could only rely on the meager preparations he had made for self-preservation. "Mount up. You and will lead the way," AEG conceded, easing Wyman's tension. Wyman feigned indifference, pursing his lips. "Do not entertain any foolish notions. I shall be watching you closely from behind." The 4 mounted and set forth, with Will and AG at the forefront, both navigating their horses with caution and trepidation. A light snowfall had blanketed the ground the previous night, and beneath the thin, soft layer of snow lay many stones, tree roots, and puddles, posing a risk of tumbling horses. AEG suppressed his growing fear, gripping the reins with one hand while reaching into his pack with the other, finally grasping the obsidian dagger he had labored to acquire. Obsidian, also known as dragonglass, was referred to in ancient Valyrian as frozen fire. This substance is a type of natural glass formed through geological processes. In the world from which AG hailed, it held no particular significance. Yet he speculated that perhaps in this realm imbued with magic, this crystal possessed a unique affinity with some unknown energy, endowing it with extraordinary capabilities. The others had vanished for millennia. This item, reputed to be capable of slaying them, was typically sold as an ordinary low-grade gemstone. Due to its fragility and dark hue, it lacked the desirability of rubies and similar gems, leading to minimal market value and scarce trade. Thus, while obsidian was neither costly nor rare, acquiring it was no simple feat. AG had invested considerable time and effort, procuring it from an overseas merchant through a fellow night watchman assigned to Eastwatch after their training, spending months of his allowance. Upon receiving it, it had merely been a bar of, or the thickness of his forearm. AEG spent several weeks of training downtime carefully carving and polishing it into a rudimentary dagger shape, wrapping the lower half with cloth to keep it as a talisman close at hand. All men must die, some heavier than mountains, others lighter than feathers. AEG was not a coward, consumed by a fear of death. However, he could not accept the notion of perishing in this nameless corner of the far north, burdened by the titles bestowed upon him by farmers, silently succumbing to a force that the world deemed non-existent. Chapter 5. A narrow encounter. The 2-mile trek was not particularly long, yet their progress through the forest was painfully slow. As twilight descended, the northern night enveloped them swiftly. The once clear sky morphed into a deep, purplish hue resembling bruised skin. Stars and the moon began to emerge, casting a light that paled in comparison to the sun. Yet the snow reflected enough illumination to render visibility relatively fair. Up ahead, Will whispered to AIG, a hint of tension evident in his voice. "Be cautious, if anything arises." "We run," AIG replied, taking a deep breath. Unlike Will, who was gripped by the fear of the unknown lurking in the darkness, AIG felt a surge of adrenaline. He was acutely aware that they were on the brink of confronting humanity's greatest adversary, and thus he needed to mentally prepare himself. A wolf's howl pierced the stillness from deeper within the woods. Will halted his horse beside an ancient ironwood tree, gnarled with growths. AIG followed suit, the cold wind rustling through the trees as he sensed the temperature drop. Whether it was a psychological illusion or a chill brought by the others, he could not ascertain. If the narrative played out as anticipated, their group should now be encircled by enemies. "Something feels off," Gary murmured. "Does it?" The young knight sneered at him. "Can't you sense it?" "Listen closely to the sounds in the dark," Gary implored, straining to hear. "The wind, the leaves rustling, and the wolf's howl. Which of those frightens you so, Gary?" Royce elegantly dismounted, tethering his horse to a low-hanging branch, distant from the others, before drawing his sword. "If you're afraid, stay here and keep watch over the horses." AIG, "Will, come with me to investigate those corpses." Gary, brow furrowed in indignation, extracted his tool pouch. "I'll start a fire." "Old man, there's a limit to folly. If there are foes in these woods, shall we light a fire to lure them to us?" "Some things fear fire," Gary retorted, "like bears, ice wolves, and many other creatures." "I say it's uncertain, and I mean just that." AIG watched the exchange with a frown, unable to suppress his doubts. If they spoke in hushed tones, might the others not detect them and simply depart with their new recruits? Yet he felt powerless to silence these men, and despite the urge to speak, he clenched his dagger tightly, concealing it within his sleeve. Gary glared at the young knight for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Royce nodded in satisfaction, turning to Will and AIG. "Let us proceed." Will cautiously advanced, leading AIG through the dense underbrush, ascending a gentle slope. Their movements were careful and deliberate, striving to make no sound. However, the knight trailing behind seemed unbothered by the need for stealth. He strode confidently, his armor clanking against the foliage, his luxurious cloak snagging on branches, eliciting murmurs of irritation. One step at a time, AIG thought, acutely aware of the tension in the air. He distinctly heard Will draw in a sharp breath. Before them lay a hillside bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, illuminating the remnants of a wildling camp. The embers of the campfire still released thin wisps of smoke, and the rocks covered in snow, along with a partially frozen stream, revealed no anomalies, except for the absence of the wildlings Will had mentioned. By the gods, Behind them, Sir Weimar Royce severed a branch that obstructed his view. Climbing to the crest of the slope to stand beside the two sentinels, sword drawn, his cloak billowing in the breeze, the moonlight casting his noble silhouette in stark relief. "Damn it, get down." Will tugged AIG down, urgency in his voice. Something's amiss. Royce remained motionless, peering down at the vacant ground below, a smile gracing his lips. "Will, it seems your corpses have relocated." "Will, rise," Sir Weimar commanded. "There's no one here. Hiding is beneath us." Filled with suspicion, Will glanced at AIG before reluctantly standing. "I don't want to return empty-handed from my first patrol. We must locate these scoundrels." Royce surveyed the surroundings. "Climb the trees and scout the area quickly. Be alert for any signs of fire." As the hour of reckoning approached, AIG steadied his breath, whispering urgently to Will, "Beware of the dead." "What?" Will queried, confused by AIG's sudden intensity, but he turned, shrinking back to follow the officer's orders. The wind abruptly intensified as the poacher approached the towering sentinel tree. Drawing his dagger between his teeth, he began to ascend. With the trunk swaying and snow cascading down, he quickly vanished among the branches, leaving only Weimar and AIG standing amidst the desolate remnants of the camp. AIG's nerves were taut, and he finally understood the idiom of pricking up one's ears for acute listening. If he could control the muscles around his ears, he would stretch them to their utmost. Fortunately, yet fearfully, he perceived an unusual sound almost instantly. Something moved in the nearby woods, stepping on the snow and fallen leaves, producing faint noises that the thin layer of loose snow muffled, leaving AIG uncertain if it was merely his imagination. He glanced around, sword raised defensively. "What is troubling you today?" Sir Weimar furrowed his brow. "You seem different from those brigands, yet." Silence. The temperature plummeted, and an overwhelming sense of danger eclipsed the differences in their ranks. AIG interrupted Weimar without hesitation. "Listen." "Listen to what?" "Just." Weimar raised an eyebrow, ready to deliver his usual scorn, but his expression shifted. "Who goes there?" After a moment of disbelief, he too sensed the disturbance. "Will, did you see anything?" The wildlings' encampment lay nestled within a dip in the woods, sheltered by slopes on three sides, which shielded them from the wind and compromised visibility. Though the two beneath the trees felt the chill and the distant noise, they saw nothing in the dim moonlight. Weimar raised his sword, a weapon of superior quality he had brought from home, glinting in the moonlight, unlike the standard steel swords of the sentinels. Leaves rustled, and a cold stream gurgled nearby, while the distant call of a snowy owl echoed. The fear induced by the odd noises did not linger long, for their source soon emerged. An other appeared from behind a slope, circling a tree to stand before them. AIG, ever vigilant, was the first to notice the tall, gaunt figure stepping into view. It towered, resembling a skeletal form, its skin as pale as milk. Its armor seemed to shift colors with each movement, at times as white as fresh snow, at others as dark as shadow, adorned with the deep greens of the forest. With each step, its patterns transformed like the shimmering surface of water under moonlight. Weimar, following AIG's gaze, quickly discerned the figure emerging from the darkness. He gasped, swiftly raising his sword towards the newcomer. "Who goes there?" "Halt." His tone, stripped of the arrogance he often displayed towards AIG and the other sentinels, was now laced with urgency. The young noble flipped his long fur coat behind him to free his arms, both hands gripping his sword, and AIG noted with alarm that his hands trembled. The wind has ceased, and an icy chill penetrates to the bone. Agir's hands tremble, not solely from fear, but also from the fierce battle intent surging through his veins. The adrenaline coursing within him, making his blood feel as if it were boiling. The others approached slowly and silently, wielding translucent crystal swords that resembled delicate shards of ice. Agir understands that while Valyrian steel and dragonglass daggers are capable of slaying the others, only the former can withstand a direct clash with their weapons. However, the long-lost magical metal is beyond his reach, and he cannot procure even a dagger's worth. The dragonglass dagger is, in essence, a mere piece of glass, too fragile, leaving him with possibly only one chance to strike, or face certain demise. In a 2-to-1 scenario, if Weimar can hold the creature off for even a moment, he may be able to. Yet, as Weimar refuses to relent, he bravely advances, raising his sword overhead, his voice regaining some steadiness as he adds a note of provocation. "Let us engage in a contest." Agir takes a deep breath, gripping his sword in one hand and the dagger in the other, following closely in the footsteps of the cavalry captain. But the instant he makes his first move, his heart, which had been racing intensely, halts abruptly in shock, leaving him unprepared for the unforeseen event that unfolds. Chapter 6. When the Dead Become Cowards. The second wight emerged silently from the shadow of the trees, nearly identical to the first, akin to how some individuals from the west struggle with facial recognition. AEG had trouble discerning any differences between them. Soon followed the third, the fourth. AEG's heart plummeted into the abyss. As the fifth ghastly figure entered his peripheral vision, his blood seemed to freeze. Something was amiss. Wasn't there supposed to be only one? Wait, only one could have killed Weimer. Yet several had appeared. His memory was failing him. There was no time to ponder whether the narrative of the world he had traversed had deviated or if his memories were erroneous. A more pressing choice lay before him. If there were merely one or two wights, he could muster the courage to fight, relying on the existence of the dragon crystal dagger. However, the enemy far outnumbered him. The dagger might indeed slay the wights, but its wielder lacked any extraordinary martial skills. Could he wield a glass dagger to vanquish all the emerging monstrosities? Impossible. Was it to become a fleeting hero for a few seconds only to perish in the nameless hollow of the ghostly forest? Becoming part of the undead army. In the span of half a second, AG made his decision. He halted his advance toward Weimer, pivoted, and fled without hesitation. Out of a sense of duty, to ease his own conscience, and to warn Gary, who was observing the horses not far away. He shouted as he turned, "Don't engage, run. Coward." The young noble's shout, intertwined with the whistle of his long sword slicing through the air, echoed behind AG. Royce had drawn too close to the eerie figure before him. There was no time, no room to consider retreat. The steel-forged sword clashed with the wight's translucent weapon. But instead of shattering as Weimer had envisioned, it emitted a sound that approached the upper limit of human hearing, a high-pitched, piercing shriek reminiscent of an animal's agonized wail. The other wights stood by, observing the battle without a hint of concern for its outcome. One of them, glancing at AG's fleeing figure, uttered a sentence in a shrill tone that AG could not comprehend, yet it was evident it held specific meaning. Another wight nodded slightly and pursued the fleeing man. The pulsation of blood reverberated against AG's eardrums and soul, rendering the external world nearly inaudible. Never before, whether before or after his traversal, had he been so close to death. The monstrous beings behind him were far more terrifying than the most brutal criminals or terrorists. Their singular aim was to extinguish his life, using his corpse to bolster their nascent undead army. This was a battle between ice and fire, life and death, vying for dominance in this world, with no room for negotiation, immortal and relentless. The soft armor he wore, the animal pelts draped over him, and the steel sword in his hand felt unbearably heavy in his frantic flight. AEG struggled against the impulse to discard his weapon. There was a distinction between fleeing for survival and being utterly paralyzed by fear. The ground was blanketed in snow, beneath which lay puddles and stones. He had been cautious in his advance, but now there was no time for such consideration. In a daze, he stepped on a round stone, losing his balance. The earth rushed toward him, rapidly enlarging in his vision, and he fell in an undignified manner, his face striking a tree root hidden beneath the snow. A sharp pain radiating through him. In that fleeting moment, all past memories flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, from childhood play to school, graduation, finding a job, discovering love, and preparing to build a family. At this critical juncture, he had traversed into this cursed world, inadvertently accompanying the ill-fated Weimer Royce on patrol, and now, in a moment of life and death, he had stumbled. Was today destined to be his day of demise? After becoming a night watchman, would he soon become the first traverser to become a corpse wight? Such dark irony. Yet AEG felt a glimmer of hope. He pushed himself up and immediately spotted the source of the thunderous sound ahead, a straight pine tree, upon which was embedded a sword radiating a faint blue glow, casting an eerie and terrifying reflection against the pale moonlight. The force with which it had penetrated the tree was so great that half a meter of its blade was deeply embedded in the trunk. Had he not fallen, he would have been impaled by this exquisite, translucent magical weapon. But now, he had to seize this fortunate opportunity brought by his fall. AEG steadied himself. Managing to glance back, Royce's screams had ceased. A shadowy figure stood silently on a small hill, the same one that had led him over moments earlier, murmuring something in a chilling tone, as if cursing the failure of his perfect strike. The moon hung silently in the dark, vast sky. and AEG met the gaze of the pursuing wight. In that instant, he realized this wight was now unarmed. In comparison to the allure of slaying a wight, his own life took precedence. He cast a glance at the ice crystal sword embedded in the tree, acknowledging his lack of strength to extract it. AEG focused on his adversary for a moment, ensuring it would not conjure another ice spear to strike him down, before turning to flee toward the direction where the four had tethered the horses. What happened? Gary called out from a distance upon seeing AEG. He had heard Weimer's screams and had already mounted a horse, prepared to flee. Had AEG arrived a moment later, the old soldier would have ridden away with all four horses. What of Weimer and Will? Whites. AEG gasped as he reached the tree where the horses were tethered, seized the reins of his horse, and scrambled up. Run, Whites. Gary's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back. Is it the one chasing you? Get down, AEG shouted, realizing the imminent danger, and pressed flat against the horse's back. The old soldier obeyed without hesitation. This act saved his life as the ice sword whizzed past Gary's hood, striking Will's horse in the head, and with a resounding crash, it collided with the tree where Royce's horse was tethered, sending wood shavings flying. The snow atop the tree canopy cascaded down, landing upon the two night watchmen and their four steeds. What kind of power was this? Chapter 7 Escape? The last remaining horse collapsed, still breathing but utterly unable to rise again. AEG looked southward, then glanced back, and finally sank down onto the ground. 10 days had passed since the harrowing night they encountered the others, and the two had been fleeing for an entire 10 days and nights. In this time, the total hours they had managed to sleep barely amounted to a single day. Now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, they longed to simply fall to the ground and never rise again. Fortunately, they were now only a few miles from their destination, and despite any delays, they would undoubtedly find a safe place to rest behind the walls of Southwatch this very night. Their flight had not been without its challenges. Although they had escaped the clutches of the others, they soon encountered further troubles. The supplies carried by the patrol in the wild had been distributed among four men executing their mission. Commander Wyman Royce rode a warhorse and bore the lightest but most precious provisions, dried meats. AEG's horse carried blankets and spare clothing. Gary brought bread, while Will was tasked with the oats for the horses. If you had to choose two of these items to abandon while carrying the other two for your escape, what would you select? The answer is of little consequence, for AEG and Gary had no such luxury of choice. Will's horse had been slain by the others, and Wyman's had bolted in fear. The two surviving night's watchmen were left with only half of their food and warm supplies. The issue soon presented itself: provisions. The horses in the wild could survive on grass, but those burdened with weight required oats, rich in fat and protein, to sustain their strength. Now that their food was lost, they could not afford to feed their meager bread supply to the beasts. After consuming grass for 2 or 3 days, Gary's horse collapsed, and AEG's mount fared only slightly better, likely due to AEG's lighter weight. After the first horse fell, they paused briefly before making the grim decision to sacrifice it. They slaughtered the first horse for meat, distributing the remaining bread entirely to the surviving horse. Stripping the heavy equipment, food, and blankets from their mounts, they set off on foot, unencumbered but vulnerable. 3 resilient souls continued their journey, consuming horse meat and bread, and after several more days, they finally approached the edge of the last hearth. Gary sighed, removing the burdens from his horse's back and drawing his steel sword. AEG, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, looked at him quizzically. What are you about to do? Kill the horse? Escape? AEG's heart sank. He had been contemplating for some time. So, we can bypass the wall by crossing that bridge to the south? Commander Mormont would never allow such a significant breach to exist. Of course not. The Skull Bridge has been sealed, and the Shadow Tower will post guards at the West Bridge to prevent wildlings from crossing the chasm using the chains. We must traverse the gorge, descend to its base, and then climb up to the south side. There is hardly a path, fraught with peril and nearly impassable for a heavily laden force. But as 2 unencumbered men, we stand a fair chance. And what then, after we circumvent the wall? Do we have a plan? None. The veteran shook his head. We shall take it one step at a time. Then what is the point? You know well the fate of a deserter. AEG shook his head. Though the others are terrifying, there are indeed ways to combat them. As long as we huddle within the wall, relying on. Do you understand nothing? Interrupted the veteran. Wyman Royce is dead, and he was a nobleman. But we did not kill him. What will become of us? AEG furrowed his brow. He had been so focused on fleeing that he had not considered this aspect. After a moment of silence, he tentatively spoke. The Night's Watch is currently stretched thin. We are, after all, rangers. Commander Mormont surely wouldn't execute us outright. Commander Mormont would prefer not to, but Royce's family will demand answers. Gary spat in contempt. The Royce family once ruled the Vale, a venerable lineage with a history spanning millennia. Even after their subjugation, they remained the most powerful vassals of House Aaron, and even the Starks treat them with respect. After that nobleman's father generously provided the Night's Watch with supplies upon sending his son, if he demands retribution for his son's death, do you think Commander Mormont will protect us? While many might have forgotten the rulers of the Vale due to their absence from the War of the Five Kings, one might recall that Sansa brought Vale cavalry to Winterfell to aid Jon Snow in his battle against Ramsay Bolton, all commanded by Wyman Royce's father, Yohn Royce. This was a family of considerable stature. AEG was uncertain whether Gary was exaggerating. Though nearly a year had passed since his arrival in this world, he had been raised in an environment that championed equality, leaving him unclear about the true influence and authority of the great noble families. However, he understood that while those powerful families might appear entangled in the schemes of Littlefinger and the eunuch, dealing with a mere Night's Watchman would still be as effortless as it was daunting. No wonder the survivors of the patrol in the original tale chose to flee. AEG fell silent, exhaling heavily. At least Gary was not entirely mistaken. In the original story, Benjen Stark soon led a search for Wyman Royce and subsequently vanished as well. Even if he could survive another patrol, Commander Mormont would likely initiate a ranger expedition to search for Benjen Stark. Further down the line, there would be wildling invasions and assaults by the others. He was just a common man who had only recently learned to wield a sword and ride a horse. Who could guarantee he would survive time and again through successive crises? Time was of the essence. They needed to escape the Night's Watch swiftly. Rather than waiting for an opportune moment, he resolved to flee with Gary. It was unfortunate that the horse he had grown accustomed to riding, which had shared in his flight from the others, would ultimately become sustenance on this path of desertion. As he steeled himself to make a decision, the exhausted horse on the ground began to whinny restlessly, struggling to rise as if sensing Gary's intention to draw his sword. The veteran raised his sword, ready to end the creature's life swiftly, but then hesitated, his expression shifting. What sound is that? Don't frighten me. AEG's hair stood on end, and upon being gestured to silence, he quickly complied. The two remained still, one seated and one standing, quietly attuned to the surrounding environment. It was the sound of hooves crunching on the thin layer of snow, familiar after 10 days of flight. But now, the horse that had accompanied them lay incapacitated. Where could this sound be coming from? Was it Wyman's horse that had returned? Or, Chapter 8. The haunting presence. The sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly closer, and the identity of the newcomer was swiftly revealed. It was Will's horse, which had met its demise 10 days prior at the hands of an ice sword. Emerging through the trees, the rigid body adorned with icicles bore a pale, emaciated figure. The whites that had pursued AG were now transformed. The dead horse resurrected as a white creature, evolving from a mere white into a fearsome knight. Were it not for its inadequate horsemanship, it would not have taken until reaching the wall to catch up with the two men. However, the outcome was still favorable. Within the white's body, a sensation of gratification blossomed. It had finally closed the distance. From a human perspective, the endurance and resolute spirit exhibited by the two cloaked figures were commendable, particularly the younger one. His immediate decision to flee upon spotting the white demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, and his calm, astute judgment in the face of losing his weapon, coupled with his agility in evading the hurled ice swords, indicated a quality rarely seen in humans. After today, he would undoubtedly make a formidable subordinate to the white. Though it was 2 against 1, the advantages of strength, equipment, and capabilities were substantial enough to disregard the disadvantage of an additional opponent, especially considering that both humans were already pushed to their physiological and psychological limits. This was not a battle, it was a hunt. The fallen horse neighed in distress as it struggled to rise and stumbled away into the distance, while A drew his weapon, coldly regarding the advancing white. Steam billowed from his lungs, and deep within his throat, a guttural rasp emerged, akin to a soul shaken by terror transforming into an overwhelming will to fight. The white had a horse, and there was no escaping its pursuit. Thus, it was a matter of either death for him or survival for the white. With their backs against the wall, the fight was not to protect the wall or defend the kingdom, but to survive. "I will hold it off," Gary declared. recognizing their dire predicament as he raised his sword. "You must run. Someone must alert our brethren that winter has come." "No, I refuse to be left despairing after your demise, forever fleeing until death," Ag retorted, fully aware that Gary could not hope to stop the oncoming white. "We will defeat it here, and then escape together over the wall. The specifics can be discussed later. Be wary of its weapon. A steel sword will not suffice if it dares throw that thing at us." Before he could finish, the enemy fixed its emotionless gaze, glowing with an eerie blue light, upon the two Night's Watchmen and charged at them on horseback. "Dodge!" The two swiftly separated, using the surrounding trees as cover. In the shadowy woods, they executed an intricate dance, evading the white's repeated charges, which failed to graze them. After several attempts, the white roared in frustration, dismounting to pursue them on foot. "Charge!" Gary bellowed, lunging forward. "Be careful!" Aeg shouted, knowing that the basic swordsmanship training they had received was adequate for dealing with wild raiders. But the foundation of that training relied on weapons that could withstand impact. Against the white, that condition was not met. In an instant, the battle erupted into a life-or-death struggle. Though AG had cautioned Gary about the white's weapon, Gary had honed his combat style over 30 years. Spotting an opening, he instinctively swung his sword in a powerful downward strike. It was a straightforward yet masterful blow, executed with impeccable angle and timing as the white landed unsteadily. Gary, lacking intricate swordsmanship training, relied solely on 40 years of experience and proficiency. This strike seemed to encapsulate his entire life as skill and strength. Even the fabled sword master of Dawn would need to summon his utmost focus to counter it. Gary felt a primal instinct. This blow would conclude the confrontation without needing AEG's intervention. It was a cunning and lethal strike, and had the opponent been human, it would have spelled disaster. Yet, reality diverged from expectation as his sword shattered. The sword that Wyman Royce had brought from home barely withstood the white's icy blade. While the standard weapons of the Night's Watch were mere steel, hardly comparable to tempered steel. The moment Gary's sword met the white's, it splintered, breaking cleanly in half amidst a resounding crack. In the brief moment of shock, Gary was calmly pierced by the white's ice sword. "No." AEG's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed his companion fall, unable to intervene in time. Despair surged within him as he charged recklessly at the enemy. AEG harbored little admiration or reverence for a veteran who had served for 40 years yet remained a foot soldier. How could he be esteemed? It was akin to his previous life, where he, as a supervisor, had arrived at a construction site to inspect work. Unable to forge a connection with a laborer in his 50s, whose life experiences and worldview were worlds apart. This was not mere disdain or classism. Their vast differences in perspective and lifestyle rendered genuine friendship implausible. Yet, Gary was his housemate, the black-cloaked brother who had cared for him the most since his arrival at the wall. Most importantly, he was the only ally AEG had against the white, his sole reliance and source of support. AEG had formulated a series of cooperative strategies. Should he manage to provoke even a slight opening, he could plunge his obsidian dagger into the white's flesh. If all went well, Gary would guide him as they fled the wall's dire straits. But now, all plans and hopes lay shattered. His remaining comrade had fallen to the ground without a chance to retaliate, leaving AG alone to confront this formidable foe. Die? As hope vanished, even the most rational and timid souls may succumb to madness. AEG roared in defiance. In that moment, fear dissipated entirely. Nothing could intimidate a soldier resolved to face death alongside his enemy. He raised his sword overhead, aiming for the white's skull, while gripping the obsidian dagger tightly, channeling all his strength into his thrust. If death was inevitable, he would fight like a man, since he was destined to perish. He would ensure the enemy would not fare any better. The pale figure turned, expressionless, raising its weapon to block. This final prey disappointed it. The previous opponent had fallen to the same attack. Did this one truly believe it could succeed with an identical approach? The strike came slowly, reminiscent of a snail, deformed by rage, its trajectory so clear that the white could effortlessly block or evade it in myriad ways. This was merely the last gasp of resistance. The white displayed a look of disdain, its form sustained by magic. It possessed no vital weakness. The only potential inconvenience would be the loss of its head. A stab to the abdomen, even standing still, it would sustain no harm. The white raised its ice sword, replicating the scene of Gary's defeat, effortlessly blocking AEG's sword and severing it. Then, taking advantage of AEG's exposed position, It delivered a sweeping strike that cleaved through the Night's Watchman's body, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Chapter 9. The fortuitous slaying of the White. The ice sword struck the human, yet instead of the anticipated sensation of cleaving flesh, it shattered with a crisp explosion, dispersing into a myriad of fragments. Simultaneously, a wave of warmth surged from below the White's chest as a small, warm entity breached the protection of its icy armor, stubbornly burrowing into its essentially useless innards, becoming searingly hot in an instant, as if it were scorching its very soul. As a weapon sustained by arcane forces, how could it simply shatter? Even in collision with the finest steel swords known to man, it should not have exhibited a single crack or chip. The entity that had penetrated its body, born from the depths of eternal winter and imbued with overwhelming magical energy, should have felt no pain, even if engulfed by boiling lava, unless. Aegir sat slumped in the snow, gazing in astonishment as the White's form rapidly diminished. The first to splinter and fall away was a layer of indeterminate armor that had cloaked it, revealing a pallid body that began to ooze and blur, reminiscent of a snowman melting in the sunlight. Within mere seconds, the White was reduced to a skeletal structure resembling translucent glass, gleaming like a jade artifact, radiating a crystalline light. Yet even this final testament to the White's existence began to dissolve, leaving only the dragon crystal dagger behind. In the swirling mist, it seemed to undergo a wondrous transformation, as the water vapor in the air crystallized into delicate frost flowers upon its chilling surface. The formerly dark and diminutive weapon swiftly turned snow-white, blending seamlessly with the snow-covered ground, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. It was not until half a minute later that Aegir astonishingly realized he was still alive. His hand, still gripping the sword, throbbed with pain and numbness. The skin split and blood seeping forth. The enemy's strength was terrifying. Even though the steel sword remained intact, he could never wield it again after that one strike. He cautiously probed the wound on his shoulder, where the White's blow had grazed him, only to find a gash in his fur coat, while the garments beneath remained unscathed, devoid of the expected grotesque injury or profuse bleeding. A moment of confusion washed over him, quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief flooding his chest. His survival was sheer luck. Just moments before, during the life-and-death clash with the White, he had resigned himself to a fate of mutual destruction. It seemed inevitable that his obsidian dagger would collide with the White's icy long sword simultaneously. Given the White's ability to hurl its weapon with such force that it could cleave through trees, he might well have lost his entire upper body. Yet he had triumphed, winning by the narrowest of margins. His dagger had struck a mere fraction of a second before the White's ice sword. This slight advantage produced the final outcome. At the moment the White's ice sword was about to cleave through his coat and deliver a fatal blow, it transformed into an ordinary weapon, a true ice sword. Consequently, upon making contact with him and experiencing the resultant stress, it shattered like a fragile sheet of ice, scattering into a shower of fragments. Had he hesitated for even a heartbeat longer, he would now be bleeding out, awaiting death. Had the White been aware of the obsidian dagger in his grasp and treated him with caution, he might have been cleaved into pieces. But the past was immutable, and he had emerged victorious, a result of serendipitous coincidences and the opponent's negligence. The terror of narrowly escaping death welled up within him, an overwhelming sense of dread that nearly caused him to lose control. Had he not previously emptied his bladder, Aegir feared he would have soiled himself, his legs trembling with debilitating weakness, rendering him incapable of rising. Nearby, the fallen Gary emitted a brief sound akin to a groan, startling Aegir into action. He scrambled to retrieve the obsidian dagger, now cloaked in a layer of frost, and clutched the remaining half of the steel sword to confront the defenseless corpse of the White. Surely, this would suffice. "Gary?" he tentatively called out, initially intending to inquire if he was dead, but as the words formed, he deemed it foolish and instead opted for, "Are you still alive?" With great effort, he managed to stand once more, intuition whispering that there would be no second White lurking nearby, though reason cautioned him against trusting his instincts. He resolved to depart swiftly. Aegir held the broken sword in one hand and the dagger in the other, cautiously approaching Gary. The veteran's face was ashen, his lips tinged with frost, yet a spark of life still gleamed in his eyes, indicating he was indeed alive. "Colt," Aegir murmured, glancing around. His horse had fled, but fortuitously. Gary had removed their gear before preparing to slay the horse, leaving behind blankets and clothing. He quickly set up a makeshift bed to provide warmth for his comrade. Although the icy magic of the White's weapon temporarily spared Gary from life-threatening danger, its lingering effects would severely impede his healing. Swift and effective treatment was imperative. Chapter 10. Interrogation and Self-Defense. It is indeed recorded in numerous legends that Obsidian possesses the ability to slay White Walkers. The unseen scholar Maester Eamon trembled as he examined the makeshift obsidian dagger submitted by E. Clearly intrigued by his assertion, if I recall correctly. You are a foreigner who has only recently begun to learn the script of Westeros. How is it that you are so well acquainted with these tales? In my homeland, similar legends have circulated, which I had always dismissed as mere mythology until fate led me here to behold the wall. The blind old man nodded. Though he could not fully grasp the situation, he found merit in the latter half of the Night's Watch soldier's statement. Humph. It appears to me that this is simply a ploy to evade punishment. He has intentionally inflicted a wound and shattered his sword to fabricate the illusion of having endured a fierce battle. Standing beside them, Ser Alazar Thorn, the new recruit instructor of the Night's Watch, scoffed. This lad was cunning during his training, always seeking to cut corners. Could he truly slay a White Walker? Should such a creature even exist? AEG refrained from retorting. The instructor was certainly not targeting him personally. As a former materials testing engineer, he was perhaps more coddled than many of the nobles in this realm, let alone the common soldiers of the Night's Watch. Upon his arrival at the wall, he had found it exceedingly difficult to endure the intense training, having often sought to take shortcuts. Although he ultimately passed his training, he undoubtedly left a poor impression on Ser Alazar Thorn. Ser Alazar, have you ever encountered a broken sword? More than I have seen fine swords, came the response. How so? The commander inquired, keenly interested. Low temperatures diminish the atomic bonds in metals, increasing rigidity or brittleness. Simply put, the colder it becomes, the less stress and deformation it can endure. Such an explanation was far beyond the comprehension of these ancient individuals, who had no knowledge of physics. Moreover, in this peculiar magical world, who could assure that their understanding encompassed all truths? It is said that White Walkers wield ice magic, causing steel swords to shatter from the cold. I may not grasp the specific reasons, but I can assure you, irrespective of whom you consult or what means you employ, you will not find another steel sword that bears such damage. The commander could present the broken sword to the chief craftsman, the first steward, or the blacksmith Donner of Black Castle. If anyone could replicate the fractured appearance of the steel sword, then let them treat me as a deserter. Donner Noy, the one-armed blacksmith of Black Castle, who had previously served as the private smith and soldier for House Baratheon. He joined the Night's Watch after losing an arm during the siege of Storm's End. Prior to that, he had fought alongside Stannis Baratheon in numerous campaigns across the Seven Kingdoms, savoring the finest delicacies and women and engaging in countless battles. It is said that the warhammer used by Robert to slay Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident was forged by him. In the original storyline, during the battle when the wildlings attacked Black Castle, he sacrificed himself fighting the formidable King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, in the tunnels beneath the wall, a truly legendary figure. Aside from having just slain a White Walker, AEG's past held little merit. However, he had worked in materials testing before his arrival. His former office was adjacent to a plethora of metallic testing apparatus, including impact testing machines. In the realm of blacksmithing, he could not compare to Donner, but in terms of theoretical knowledge regarding metal materials, not even all the blacksmiths combined in this world could rival him. AEG's steadfast demeanor and confident discourse resonated with the Night's Watch commander seated at the long table. They hailed from noble lineages. Yet AEG was no mere rustic emerging from a forgotten corner. He was a soldier of the Night's Watch. And while these noble lords possessed the authority to determine his fate, they could not intimidate him with their so-called nobility. I dispatched individuals to examine the wound on Gary's chest. Maester Eamon broke the silence, adding, curiously, the injury, caused by a sharp object, exhibits classic symptoms of severe frostbite. Yet it is confined to a minuscule area surrounding the wound. It took several individuals half a day to excise the necrotic tissue entirely. I cannot ascertain whether Donner could break a steel sword in such a manner, but I know I could not replicate this injury. Among the three with authority, one was inclined to believe in AEG's account. AEG maintained an impassive exterior, yet internally he breathed a sigh of relief, regardless of the era or location. Those who are learned and insightful always find it easier to engage in discourse, and it seemed his life was likely spared. The commander glanced at the silent chief ranger beside him. Banyan, this is your man. What is your perspective? We are the Night's Watch, guardians of the realm's northernmost reaches. The brother from the north spoke, yet in truth, their knowledge of the vast, unknown territories beyond the wall was not much greater than that of the southerners. I have not encountered a White Walker, but I dare not assert that it does not exist. Seeing is believing. In a few days, I shall personally lead a contingent of elite rangers northward to seek out the White Walkers that Sir A.G. and Lord Royce have spoken of. As for the present, under A.G.'s watchful gaze, Banyan hesitated before pronouncing his judgment. The most pressing matter is to inform Lord Royce's family of his disappearance and endeavor to provide them with an explanation. As for A.G., he is to be confined for now. When I next patrol northward, I shall have you lead the way. The veracity of your claims will ultimately rest upon your own efforts to substantiate them. Indeed, it seems I am to lead the way. As Gary had surmised. Chapter 11. Turning Point. What a coincidence. The days of confinement, which could be likened to a semi-imprisonment, stretched on for several days. For an ordinary person, the torment of captivity would be unbearable, yet for Aegon, it was a most delightful experience. He indulged in ample meals and restful slumber, neglecting even his training, allowing himself to luxuriate for countless hours, finally regaining his vigor. Having rested sufficiently, it was time to contemplate his own fate and future. Littlefinger had already orchestrated the demise of the former prime minister, and during the forthcoming northern tour, Robert would extend an invitation to the North-Est Guardian, Eddard Stark, to assume this position. Thus, the Game of Thrones was about to commence. This entire affair bore little relevance to Aegon, the Night's Watchman. Save for one connection, the deceased Jon Arryn was the guardian of the Vale, and the feudal lord to whom the rulers of Eagle's Nest, Lord Yohn Royce and his family, were sworn. It was uncertain how Lord Yohn would react upon receiving news of his lord's death alongside the disappearance of his son. If fortune favored him and kept him preoccupied, perhaps he would forego pursuing the matter of his son's demise at the hands of a cowardly deserter. Aegon chuckled to himself, acknowledging that placing hope in the negligence or mercy of others was merely a gamble, one that seemed exceedingly foolish in such a ruthless world. Neither outcome was a fate he was willing to accept. Action was imperative. From a black-clad brother tasked with delivering meals, Aegon learned that Garrett had awakened from his stupor. Thus, he resolved to seek him out under the pretense of a visit after finishing his lunch. Should an opportunity for solitude present itself, he might inquire about traversing the canyon. Though his freedom was curtailed, unable to fetch a horse from the stables or leave the camp, he could still roam within the confines of the Black Castle. However, before he could put his decision into action, he was summoned by the higher-ups of the Night's Watch. Are we departing now? Aegon entered the meeting room with trepidation, only to find the scene eerily reminiscent of his own interrogation, with one notable difference. Seated in the position of the accused was someone he had not anticipated. Will, you're alive? The once stocky Will now appeared emaciated, little more than skin and bones, with a half-bowl of hot porridge resting before him. He was being questioned while simultaneously consuming his meal. By the seven, without you, I would surely have perished. What? Aegon was bewildered. Will's survival was due to his own merit, and had little to do with him. It turned out that Aegon's offhand remark, uttered in a moment of extreme anxiety, had inadvertently saved a comrade who would otherwise have met his end. But what, pray tell, did they require of him now? As he scanned the room, he caught sight of something on the table before several senior members of the Watch. It was a piece of evidence that could prove remarkably advantageous to him. A surge of realization coursed through Aegon as he sensed a potential turning point in his favor. Take Will away, spoke the stoic Benjen Stark. Do not overwhelm him with too much food at once. A famished man does not realize when he has overindulged. Prioritize his rest. Will was escorted from the meeting room by two members of the Night's Watch, still inquiring how Aegon had known that the dead could rise. Once silence enveloped the room, Benjen gestured for Aegon to take a seat. Maester Aemon nodded, adding, there is no need for excessive formality. Simply present your report as you did a few days ago. You performed admirably that day. Understood. Aegon fervently quelled his excitement. I shall prepare at once. Chapter 12. The descent south. Aegon felt a sense of relief, realizing that not everyone shared his relentless pursuit of comfort. Were he the commander of the Night's Watch, summoned by his brother, the Duke of Winterfell, he would likely have packed his belongings and embarked on the journey south that very day. Compared to the desolation of the Wall, even the cold and bleak Winterfell, acknowledged as such by the Southerners, would undoubtedly be a paradise on earth. There exist individuals of such noble character that they transcend the ordinary imagination. Aegon would never presume to judge the intentions of a gentleman through the lens of a petty mind. He held deep respect for the honor and loyalty of Benjen Stark, yet he was neither born nor raised in this realm, nor did he have a brother serving as the guardian of the North. Much like a soldier conscripted during the Civil War, he felt no sense of belonging to this world or this kingdom. To threaten himself with self-harm in exchange for a vow, only to gamble his life in this harsh land? Aegon was an ordinary man, lacking in the nobility and selflessness that others might possess. Even if the oath were resplendent and tenfold inspiring, he would refuse to accept such a fate. Even devoid of selfish motives, Aegon believed that with the knowledge he possessed and his understanding of this world, he could contribute far more to its betterment from any corner of it than in the confines of the wall, facing the White Walkers. Opportunities, after all, favor the prepared. In this journey to Winterfell, Will, who had witnessed the entire grisly demise of Wyman Royce at the hands of the White Walkers from his perch in a tree, was a far more suitable candidate. Yet, without hesitation, Benjen chose Aegon, perhaps because Will was unfit for travel and perhaps due to the latter's lack of stature. In contrast to the timid demeanor of a poacher, who spoke with an accent and occasionally stuttered, Aegon, articulate and clear-minded, was evidently better suited to report to the Duke of Winterfell. Moreover, he had heard whispers that Will had been so terrified by the White Walkers that he had become somewhat neurotic. As delicate snowflakes drifted down from the sky in a profound silence, the two rode forth from the gates of Black Castle. Although the path they traversed was known as King's Road and indeed was a part of it, in reality, it was scarcely wider than a forest trail. The true thoroughfare commenced at King's Landing and met its end at Winterfell, with the northern extension merely an illusory continuation. In silence, they journeyed southward, soon approaching Mole's Town. As they crested a gentle rise, Aegon could not resist glancing back. Black Castle, positioned south of the wall, was largely unshaded by the towering fortifications, and the ice itself bore an unremarkable hue. For the Night's Watch, it was not difficult to overlook the existence of the wall in their daily lives. After several months at Black Castle, Aegon had learned to ignore the towering ice wall beside him, a necessity for the protection of his well-being. Yet, the wall would not vanish simply because one chose not to gaze upon it. It stood resolute, as if it had existed since the dawn of time, destined to guard the north until the world's end. Now, having distanced themselves by several miles, the wall's silhouette became apparent, transforming from a colossal structure that dominated the landscape into a gray-blue screen stretching across the northern horizon, extending unbroken to the east and west until it faded into the distant gray-white mist. As Aegon was lost in thought, Benjen Stark spoke. "You are a stranger, and I recognize your discontent at being thrust into service at the wall. However, I must kindly remind you to abandon any thoughts of escape. Countless lives have attested to the dire consequences of such an endeavor." "Indeed," Aegon replied with a solemn nod, casting one last complex glance at the wall before turning his attention away, prepared to listen intently. They traveled by day and rested at night, passing through Mole's Town, where the settlements were far removed from the influence of the Night's Watch. The path beneath their horses' hooves gradually widened, and signs of human habitation became increasingly frequent. The rulers of the north had granted vast tracts of land north of the Wolfwood to the Night's Watch, enabling them to levy taxes and resources from these territories to sustain their operations. However, as the Night's Watch weakened and diminished, incursions by wildlings across the wall to pillage the land's residents became ever more frequent, prompting a mass exodus of those inhabitants seeking refuge under the protection of other northern lords. To this day, aside from the small areas surrounding the Night's Watch's 3 strongholds, the granted lands had nearly transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ironically, this desolation had rendered the north safer. This region, coupled with the wall, formed a dual line of defense. Few wildlings were willing to risk crossing the icy barrier only to traverse barren lands in search of vulnerable villagers protected by the powerful families of Amber and Karstark. With the plunder of lands beyond the wall yielding diminishing returns, wildlings ceased to pursue such thankless endeavors. This brought the most immediate relief to the northern lords. The frequency of wildling raids had significantly decreased. Most nobles attributed this change to the Night's Watch, willingly providing provisions and clothing, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome for both parties. The road continued to widen, stone bridges spanned swift currents, and farms encircled by stone walls and wooden beams formed settlements. Travelers and merchants began to appear upon the road, and after sunset, they no longer needed to camp in the wilderness. 2 weeks later, the duo arrived punctually at their destination, just as Benjen had predicted. Chapter 13. Winterfell and the plea for assistance. Winterfell is not merely a city, it is a fortress. Its existence serves a purpose akin to that of the Red Keep and King's Landing, providing shelter and protection for its lord without fulfilling the myriad functions of a typical town, nor does it harbor any citizens. Legend has it that the castle was constructed by the builder Bran with the aid of giants. As a noble stronghold, Winterfell possesses a certain grandeur. Yet when compared to another edifice built by the same hand, the Wall, it pales in size and magnificence. Excluding the surrounding villages and the temporarily abandoned Wintertown during the summer months, the area enclosed by the high walls of Winterfell is barely 100 acres, a small portion of which is occupied by a sacred grove. The inhabitants residing within the walls comprise not only the retainers, subordinates, servants, and their families serving House Stark, but also a standing army of several hundred men, the largest in the north, aside from the Night's Watch. As a ranger who has stood guard at the wall and slain the others in the haunted woods, few sights can daunt AG. Upon his first glimpse of Winterfell, rather than feeling awe or admiration, he was somewhat taken aback. The political heart of the North, the home of so many pivotal figures, is surprisingly small. No wonder the king's visit could lead to such chaos. As evening descended, lost in thought, AG followed Banyan through the gates of Winterfell. "Where's my brother?" "My lord has just finished receiving the king. He is likely busy in the Great Hall, I am not certain." "The king has arrived?" Banyan furrowed his brow. "Damn. I had thought I was 2 days early. At least I haven't missed the feast. Go on with your duties. I shall meet him myself." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Winterfell was teeming with people. The once spacious training grounds were filled with horses, carts, crates, and bustling servants. Robert Baratheon's northern tour had brought hundreds of attendants and guards. While the queen and princess added even more baggage, the sheer number of individuals made it impossible to accommodate them all within the castle, necessitating some be redirected to the town outside for proper arrangements. At the castle's entrance, the scene was bustling as Banyan expertly navigated the corridors of the fortress, leading AG to the Great Hall, the residence of the Stark family. After exchanging pleasantries, they soon found the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, who was momentarily escaping his duties in the study. "Banyan," Eddard exclaimed, his face breaking into a genuine smile upon seeing his brother. Rising, he waved away the servants and approached Banyan, embracing him warmly. "How fares life at the Wall? Is it still as arduous as ever?" "Quite accustomed to it," Banyan replied, releasing his brother's shoulder. "However, recent developments beyond the Wall necessitate informing the North's Guardian." "Ah, the wildlings. I have gleaned some information from letters. Yet, you cannot fathom the effort I expended dealing with Robert today. He has grown as corpulent as a pig." Eddard chuckled wryly, his dark brown hair and long face, reminiscent of Banyan, bore an air of authority even in jest. "Let us postpone this discussion until after tonight's welcoming feast." Noticing his brother's serious demeanor, Eddard's smile faded, and he turned to AEG. "Greetings, friend. How shall I address you?" In this realm, it was a rarity for a mere soldier to receive such courteous treatment from a noble duke. AEG understood that the kindness extended was largely due to the black attire he wore. "You may call me AEG. I am not of Westeros and lack a surname in the conventional sense of the Seven Kingdoms. Others?" Eddard's expression darkened, skepticism evident in his gaze. He harbored doubts about the existence of the others, believing instead that Wyman Royce's disappearance was likely due to a wildling ambush. The father of the missing man, Yoren Royce, was not only his foster father but also a key vassal of his brother-in-law, Jon Arryn, and had expressed a desire for Eddard to look after his son during the latter's journey north to join the Night's Watch. Though the disappearance of a ranger could hardly be attributed to the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard felt an unsettling sense of obligation, as if he owed an explanation to the father. "And the bodies?" "The bodies of the others evaporate, leaving no remains," AG explained, recognizing that his words could easily be construed as a feeble excuse. He quickly added, "But I possess other evidence." "Indeed?" The highest lord of the North regarded his brother with a sidelong glance, exhaling softly through his nose as he turned to his desk and took a seat. "Present." Then, Banyan remained silent, while AEG, as if rehearsed, swiftly retrieved his pack and placed it on the chair opposite Eddard, commencing his demonstration. He had brought with him all the broken swords and obsidian daggers, 3 of the swords secured in sturdy sheaths. AEG methodically laid them on the table, piecing them back together as he went. The sword of Wyman Royce was shattered beyond recognition, requiring AG some time to reconstruct it, though Eddard frowned. He patiently awaited the completion of AG's task before inquiring, 3 broken swords, and a dark dagger. What significance does this hold? These 3 swords belonged to 3 rangers who fought valiantly against the others. Among them, Wyman Royce fought bravely until his last breath. Gary was gravely injured and remains in the Black Castle recovering, while I, by luck, still stand. AEG spoke with a steady cadence, detailing the evidence before the Lord of the North. And this dark dagger is the obsidian blade that ultimately felled another. So, 3 who confronted the others all had their swords shattered? Eddard leaned forward, supporting his chin with his fists. He understood his brother well. Banyan was not easily deceived. If the ranger before him were merely a coward, he would not have been brought forth. Eddard was determined to hear EG's account. But how can I be sure these swords weren't broken by your hand? Please observe the fractures closely, my lord, AG urged, gesturing for Duke Stark to examine the blades. Do you discern that their damage appears rather peculiar? I have never seen swords shatter in such a manner. How did this occur? Eddard pondered, having witnessed countless broken blades, but never one that splintered. He picked up a fragment from Wyman's shattered sword and examined it closely, even giving it a gentle tap. Ultimately, he confirmed it was indeed steel. Frozen, I would posit, AEG declared, employing a term designed to capture Eddard's attention. To be more precise, I believe the ice magic wielded by the others caused the steel to shatter. Their weapons appear to be formed from solid ice. Yet the Night's Watch's steel swords break upon the first clash. Having elucidated the cause of the sword's destruction, AEG then recounted the harrowing escape from the others and how he had fortuitously turned the tables on his pursuers, adjusting the narrative slightly. Eddard Stark listened attentively throughout, and only once AG concluded his account did he lower his chin, contemplating the implications of his brother's testimony. Bran Stark and Eddard exchanged glances, fully aware that his brother remained skeptical of the existence of the others. Bran felt a sense of helplessness, as he too could only rely on conjecture to validate Aegon's claims, unable to assert that he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The Shadow Tower had submitted reports of suspected sightings of others, while the Rangers of Black Castle and Eastwatch claimed to have encountered vast numbers of wildlings in a collective migration, leaving many villages deserted, seemingly in evasion of some unknown threat. The Chief Ranger made a final plea. A series of signs indicated that the Night's Watch was facing an unprecedented challenge, and the current state of the Night's Watch was evident. We are in dire need of assistance. I will notify the others, and you may later select from the prisoners. What the Night's Watch requires now are supplies and soldiers, not a handful of scoundrels or recruits. Bran interrupted his brother bluntly, questioning the wisdom of entrusting the defense of the Seven Kingdoms to a motley crew of barely trained criminals. Under the current dire circumstances, mere survival would be a challenge. I have come here with purpose, not simply to engage in the same affairs as the Crow Si. The room fell silent, as Duke Eddard sat quietly, contemplating while fiddling with the obsidian dagger presented by Aegon. Chapter 14. The Ice Wolf in the world from which AEG arrived. Civilization progresses in a classic spiral ascent, albeit accompanied by numerous twists, stagnations, and even regressions. Yet, the overall trajectory remains distinctly upward. Conversely, in the world of Westeros, the situation is markedly different. Societal development necessitates productivity, which, in a technologically underdeveloped context, primarily derives from population. Sustaining the populace requires resources, and the erratic climate of the ice and fire world renders these resources exceedingly scarce. The relentless wars over resources further exacerbate the production of these vital supplies. A prolonged summer may be manageable, but should a winter of any significant duration arrive, civilization is destined to experience a terrifying regression. In such a scenario, where human life holds little value and development is stunted, it becomes understandable that the social and cultural advancement of the ice and fire world is grossly disproportionate to its ancient history. AEG could not speculate on the veracity of the so-called thousands of years of history since the Dawn Age, but he was acutely aware that in this feudal era, particularly in the sparsely populated north, assembling an army is no trivial matter. As for the king, grant me a chance to meet him, and I shall speak with him. Today, while conversing with Robert in the tomb, I conveyed the urgent need for support at the wall, but alas, his mind is elsewhere. The situation in King's Landing is tense, and he has come seeking my assistance. Should any misfortune befall the wall, it is the North that will suffer first. Even if you assist Robert in solidifying King's Landing, it will be of no consequence. Banyan spoke with a stiff tone, yet he managed to regain his composure. Consider the implications yourself. Moreover, while conventional supplies can be deliberated upon at length, there is one rare item I must urgently request: obsidian. While some can be procured in the market, it is both expensive and scarce as a decorative item. What the Night's Watch requires is a substantial quantity of inexpensive obsidian. I read in a book that Dragonstone possesses vast deposits of obsidian, he interjected timely, asserting that if a way to mine it could be devised, it would be more than sufficient. After bidding farewell to the Duke of Winterfell, the two Night's Watchmen departed the chamber, following Banyan as he led AG to their quarters. Although the first ranger had sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch, he was undeniably a Stark, and thus, a room within the castle that he had occupied since childhood was reserved for him. To AEG's surprise, Banyan had also managed to secure a small room for himself within Winterfell. Under normal circumstances, given the castle's current overcrowding, it would be a privilege for an ordinary Night's Watch soldier like AG to find a spot in a communal dormitory outside the castle. How could he possibly enjoy accommodations within Winterfell alongside a throng of knights and ladies? However, AEG sensed that this arrangement had more to do with preventing his escape than any genuine act of kindness. As his mind swirled with various thoughts, the two men encountered a young boy. "Uncle Banyan," John exclaimed. A smile broke through the heavy expression on the first ranger's face. "You've grown taller." The newcomer was lean, possessing a long face and dark brown hair, and although AEG could not recognize this youth, who deviated somewhat from his portrayal in the show, he discerned from their exchange that the boy was none other than Jon Snow, the acknowledged illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, though in truth, he was the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Yet, AEG's attention was drawn more to another presence beside Jon, a small, pure white wolf, which gazed up at him with curious, crimson eyes. "If I am not mistaken, this little creature beside you is an ice wolf," AG remarked. Banyan Stark, having noticed the wolf, inquired with a hint of wariness. They should not be found south of the wall. Where did it come from? As the Stark uncle and nephew engaged in light-hearted banter, a tempest raged within AG. While the diminutive wolf posed no immediate threat, its appearance stirred suspicions within him. Could his presence in this world truly influence the narrative of the Game of Thrones? Due to his interference, the originally doomed Gary had been injured in battle against the White Walkers, and Will, who had taken refuge in a tree, escaped the fate that befell the dead man. Wyman Royce. This led AEG to conclude that he could indeed affect the progression of the story. Thus, even though Banyan Stark had designated him as the guide for the next reconnaissance beyond the wall, a flicker of hope ignited within AEG. The army of the Night King had yet to fully materialize. Yet the Night's Watch had already begun heeding the advice of Maester Aemon to gather obsidian through various means. If he could carry sufficient dragonglass daggers, dragonglass arrows, and Valyrian steel weapons on their next patrol beyond the wall, perhaps he could alter the initial dynamics of the battle between the living and the dead, gaining a significant advantage and substantially diminishing the threat posed by the White Walkers. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, AG's desire to escape solidified, yet it was not desperate enough to compel him to flee recklessly. His plan was to slip away if possible during this visit to Winterfell. But if he encountered no suitable opportunity, he would not take the risk of execution. However, the appearance of the small ice wolf heightened AG's anxiety. In a world where magic undeniably exists, it is not unreasonable to consider that some mysterious force might prevent the narrative from undergoing significant changes. Although his actions had already altered the course of events, it must be said that Gary and Will were inconsequential characters, of humble origins and lacking extraordinary talents, constrained by the Night's Watch identity. Their lives or deaths would scarcely impact the overarching plot of Game of Thrones. Yet Banyan Stark was undeniably a pivotal character. What if that hypothetical force truly existed? Was he destined to vanish during the next patrol beyond the wall, becoming one of the undead? If so, what chance did AG have of surviving and escaping should he accompany him to the front lines of the war against the dead? Furthermore, contemplating the worst-case scenario, according to some web narratives he had once read, his alterations to the plot may have already drawn the attention of an unknown entity controlling the fates of humanity in this world, which might now be intent on orchestrating his demise. The quest for an escape plan would require renewed diligence. Am I to join as well? AEG inquired. Of course. Do not think that, at this moment, there are only the two of us from the Night's Watch within Winterfell. Even if the entire company were present, we would be treated as honored guests. Banyan, still wearing a warm smile from his recent farewell to his nephew, appeared somewhat more relaxed. Enjoy it well. It is only in the north that the Night's Watch can garner a modicum of respect. Chapter 15. The King's Banquet, Part 1. Wiping the droplets from his skin, AEG took the garments delivered by the servant, a distinctive all-black long shirt typical of the Night's Watch, albeit crafted from sumptuous velvet, a stark contrast to the uniforms worn by the common Night's Watch soldiers. As he donned the attire, the luxurious fabric caressed his skin in a manner so pleasurable that he nearly moaned. In Westeros, only the Night's Watch adorned themselves in such somber hues, yet the fit suggested these were not tailored for him, but rather belonged to Benjen Stark. Indeed, accompanying one's superior on official duty proves far more rewarding than remaining at the wall, he mused with a wry smile. Though he had certainly worn finer garments in his past life, where his family, while not affluent, possessed a home and a vehicle. His mother, a skilled seamstress and boutique owner, ensured that he had access to quality attire. He could confidently declare that any item plucked from his wardrobe was both practical and respectable. From childhood to adulthood, donning respectable clothing had been a matter of course. Yet, that existence felt like a distant memory, almost belonging to a former life. Just recently, he had been striving for a higher standard of living, and now he found himself content merely to wear comfortable clothing, perhaps ranking among the least fortunate of the transmigrators. Winterfell rested atop a natural hot spring, with warm water flowing through pipes within the walls, ensuring that even the most rudimentary of rooms, lacking a fireplace, were at least 20 degrees warmer than the outside chill. After bathing, AG sank into a chair, feeling so relaxed that he scarcely wished to move even a finger. Yet, he had obligations to fulfill that evening. He steeled himself, adjusted his attire, and exited the chamber. The Night's Watch were esteemed guests in Winterfell, though this was merely a pleasant euphemism, with the king's imminent arrival. No one had the inclination to concern themselves with a mere foot soldier. Following the impatient gestures of the servants, he descended to the banquet hall, where he found his place in a corner among a throng of early arrivals, and began to wait. The hall was thick with warmth, suffused with the aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. The gray stone walls bore the banners of noble houses, the Stark White Dire Wolf, the golden-crowned stag of House Baratheon, and the crimson roaring lion of House Lannister. A minstrel plucked at a harp, serenading the gathering with songs, but Inti, unfamiliar with the tongue of Westeros and seated at the far end of the hall, could scarcely discern the lyrics. Do giants truly exist? Do the folk beyond the wall really consume goats? I have heard that wildlings, when famished, might resort to feasting upon their own offspring. AEG understood that discussing the White Walkers would only invite ridicule, so he refrained from such topics, opting instead to share tales that would pique interest. Though in his 20s, AEG's youthful appearance allowed him to blend in with the younger crowd, yet his age and experience lent him a certain gravitas at the table. Having perused various psychology texts in his former life, he knew how to navigate social dynamics. In his previous world, he was not particularly cunning, but in this brutal realm, engaging with a few youths was a trivial endeavor. Before long, the newly attired Night's Watch Ranger became the center of attention. Surrounded by eager youths who toasted him and posed questions, the atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm, even prompting nearby tables to draw closer to listen to AEG's tales. However, the situation at the wall was far from tranquil. Having shared sufficient light-hearted banter, AEG redirected the conversation towards more pressing matters: the encroaching cold, the gathering of 100,000 wildlings under the banner of their king, preparing to breach the wall. For them, the land south of the wall represented a refuge for winter. Rangers had begun to report sightings of humanoid figures in the haunted forest that resembled White Walkers. Several brothers had already gone missing while patrolling northward this year. Discussing such grave matters with the bastards and young servants present seemed futile, yet information has a way of circulating. The bastards were connected to the Stark patriarch and future heir, while the servants served knights and nobles who wielded actual resources in Westeros. Disseminating the plight of the Night's Watch through various channels would ultimately benefit the defenders of the wall. The leadership of the Night's Watch were stalwart men, but their upbringing left them somewhat ignorant of the power of public opinion. AEG possessed a broader perspective and understanding than they, driven by a desire to contribute, however modestly, to the Brotherhood. In this unforgiving world, one must always prepare for multiple contingencies. Should he fail to find an escape from the Night's Watch, he would need to rely on his comrades for survival. What benefited the Watch would ultimately benefit him. 100,000 wildlings? Some listeners expressed disbelief, while others displayed anxious astonishment. Could the Night's Watch withstand such an onslaught? This was a rough estimate. Among 100,000, there would be both the young and old. Families with livestock. Perhaps only 1,000 would be capable of combat. AEG raised his goblet and drank deeply. Should a direct assault occur, even 100,000 elite soldiers could not scale the wall. The current dilemma for the Night's Watch lay in the wall's vast length and their insufficient numbers. It was impossible to guard every point. If the wildlings targeted unprotected areas, they would be utterly vulnerable. What then? AEG offered a wry smile. A pertinent question indeed. The Chief Ranger had come to Winterfell to discuss these very issues with the Northern Guardians. A throng of youthful voices clamored for more answers, but just then, the banquet's honored guests arrived on the scene. Chapter 16, The King's Banquet, Part 2. The cacophony within the hall swiftly subsided as all eyes turned towards the entrance, where the Duke of Winterfell escorted the Queen into the Grand Chamber. Aegon had heard a saying prior to his arrival. The production of the Game of Thrones was constrained by budgetary limitations, rendering them unable to cast actors who possessed both the requisite beauty, age, and acting prowess. Consequently, they prioritized performance over appearance. The result was that many characters in the series appeared less attractive or older than one might expect, while some secondary characters were strikingly handsome. The Queen before him validated this notion. She appeared significantly younger and more beautiful than her televised counterpart, devoid of the sinister and malevolent demeanor one would associate with a villain. Her crown, adorned with jewels, complemented her flowing golden locks, shimmering brilliantly, with emeralds perfectly harmonizing with her radiant blue eyes. She wore an innocent smile, unwavering in her gaze as she strode confidently through the entrance, seemingly oblivious to the northern guards at her side. Had one not known her true nature, who could have surmised the malice concealed beneath such a lovely facade? Following closely behind was the king, arm in arm with the Stark lady, who appeared considerably younger than her screen portrayal. While he indeed sported a ruddy complexion and a lengthy beard, he was far taller than Aegon had envisioned, a robust man with a rotund figure. Next came a throng of Stark and Baratheon children, each bearing slight deviations from their original portrayals. Aegon, feeling overwhelmed, had no intention of identifying them individually. Seizing the opportunity amidst the collective focus on the entrance, he finally indulged in the feast laid before him, relishing the fish and meat. It had been ages since he had savored anything beyond the meager offerings of the Night's Watch. Perhaps this was the most amiable individual in the entire Game of Thrones saga. Forging a connection with him could prove advantageous. No. Perhaps leveraging his influence and power could facilitate an escape from the Night's Watch without resorting to flight? An epiphany struck Aegon. Yet as a mere Night's Watch recruit, how was he to initiate conversation with a Lannister? Watching the Lannister siblings ascend towards the elevated VIP area, he fell into contemplation. The last to enter among the esteemed nobility were Benjen Stark and the adopted son of the Duke of Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy. Once these two had taken their seats amid the gazes of the assembly, everyone raised their goblets in a toast, exchanging congratulations, and thus the banquet commenced in earnest. Jon and the young attendants yearned to hear Aegon's tales of encounters with wildlings during his patrols, but Aegon had lost interest. I have shared my stories. Now, it is your turn. Since arriving in Westeros, I have yet to venture south of the Neck. Who will enlighten me about the lives of the Southerners? Amidst this gathering of naive youths, the effects of several cups of wine transformed them into acquaintances. Under the influence of alcohol, a certain Lannister attendant began to boast of his adventures alongside the knight he served. Beneath the table, a direwolf pup, a bastard, happily gnawed on the bones tossed to it, while on the platform, Jon Snow listened intently to tales of war, hunting, and illicit romances recounted by the other young men. Only Aegon, clad in black, found his thoughts wandering elsewhere. "Jon, how has your evening been?" A familiar voice inquired beside him. Benjen Stark had vacated his seat to seek out his neglected bastard nephew. The attendant regaling the assembly with his passionate escapades outside King's Landing paused to make room for the newcomer. Benjen took a seat on the bench. Accepting a cup of wine from Jon, "Summer wine," he said after tasting it. "Nothing compares to the sweetness of this drink." "Jon, how many have you had tonight?" "I am not inebriated," Jon declared proudly, lifting his chin. I wield my sword better than anyone I trained with. And Holland even claims my horsemanship is among the finest in the city. Indeed. So, have you made a promise? John's excitement surged. If you speak to father, he will surely agree. I know he will. I am nearly of age, John argued. On my next name day, I will be 15. And Maester Lewin says bastards tend to grow faster than legitimate children. That is true, Benjen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he filled his cup with wine. Daeron Targaryen conquered Dorne at merely 14 years of age. That campaign lasted an entire summer. He shook his head. The young king you speak of sacrificed 10,000 men to seize Dorne, and later lost another 50,000 to hold it. Someone ought to have informed him that war is no trifling matter. He took another sip of wine, wiping his mouth. Moreover, Daeron Targaryen met an untimely death at 18. I trust you have not overlooked this detail? I have not forgotten. John's face flushed, whether from the wine or indignation. He straightened his posture, attempting to appear more imposing. Uncle, I have made up my mind. I wish to serve in the Night's Watch. The table fell silent. Indeed, many young men were drawn to Aegon's tales of patrols and battles against wildlings, yet only John had resolutely decided to join the Night's Watch. The backgrounds of the attendants may not have been noble, but most were legitimate heirs to their families, unlike certain individuals who, as they aged, found themselves increasingly out of place among their brothers, with nowhere to belong. Benjen chuckled softly. John, you likely do not understand. The Night's Watch is a brotherhood that embraces death. We bear no familial ties, shall never sire children, and are wed to our duty, with honor as our mistress. Bastards possess honor as well, John retorted. I am ready to swear my oath. You are but a 14-year-old child. Benjen remained unfazed. Before you encounter women, you cannot fathom the price you are about to pay. I do not care for women. John's temper flared, feeling insulted by the implication. If you knew, you would likely care. Benjen maintained his gentle demeanor. Child, if you understood the consequences of such an oath, you would not be so eager to join. I am not your child. I lament that you are not mine. The first ranger rose, patting John on the shoulder. When you have fathered a couple of bastards out there, come find me, and we shall see what your thoughts are then. I shall never father any bastards. Though mature, Benjen Stark had never experienced the life of a bastard, and the fire in John's eyes as he spoke his vow was unmistakable. Not only at this table, but even those at the neighboring table fell silent, all eyes fixed upon John. The young bastard felt tears welling in his eyes, and, in that moment, rose to his feet. Aegon nearly buried his face in his hands, having tirelessly sought to escape the identity of a Night's Watchman. While this impetuous youth yearned to embrace it, Benjen's well-meaning warning was unmistakably clear. The first ranger wished to convey to John that joining the Night's Watch meant sacrificing everything for honor. Yet the young man misunderstood, perceiving his uncle's words as a challenge to his pride. John, you truly know nothing. Aegon mused, suppressing a chuckle. But suddenly, he recalled something and stood swiftly. I must go check on him. Leave him be. Let him calm down. Benjen waved his hand dismissively, but soon changed his mind. Very well, go see him, but do ensure this inebriated lad does not harm himself. Chapter 17. Tyrion Lannister. The music and revelry faded behind Aegon as he stepped into the hall, where a cold breeze brushed against his face, and the empty courtyard lay in profound silence. The guards atop the inner wall tightened their cloaks against the chill, while the Night's Watchman turned to scan the area, soon spotting the figure of the young boy approaching him. Boy, a strange voice called out. Aegon could not see the speaker, but was confident his memory had not failed him. He had taken the correct step forward. Is that fellow beside you a wolf? Aegon rounded the pillar by the door, following Jon's earlier instinctive gaze, and beheld Tyrion Lannister. The dwarf perched upon a protruding ledge above the hall's entrance, gazing down at the two. If he remained still, he might well be mistaken for a statue. Jon hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Can you come down by yourself, or shall I fetch a ladder? Go on, do you look down on me? Retorted the little man. With a powerful push of his hands, he tumbled gracefully through the air, skillfully contracting his form before landing deftly on his feet with a backflip. The dire wolf instinctively took a few steps back, and even Aegon had to concede that, relative to his size, Tyrion's performance was quite impressive. The dwarf dusted himself off and chuckled. I fear I may have startled your little wolf. My apologies. He was not frightened, Jon replied, bending down to call, Ghost. Come here, quickly now, good boy. The dire wolf trotted over, affectionately nudging Jon's cheek with his nose, yet remained wary of Tyrion Lannister. As the dwarf reached out to pet him, Ghost immediately recoiled, baring his teeth and emitting a silent growl. Quite the timid creature, isn't he? Lannister mused. Ghost, sit. Jon commanded. That's right, stay still. You may now pet him. He looked up at Tyrion. He won't move unless I tell him to. I am training him. Oh, I see. Tyrion scratched the soft, snow-white fur between Ghost's ears. Good wolf. Aegon stood by, searching for a moment to interject and capture the dwarf's attention. At last, when Tyrion fell silent, petting the dire wolf, he seized the opportunity. Jon, if I may address you so, I must inform you that your uncle does not wish for you to join, and it is for your own good. For my good. The boy's anger flared. If he truly cared for my well-being, he should have looked after his brother and prevented my very existence. Ah, Tyrion, overhearing their exchange, tilted his disproportionately large head, a look of realization dawning upon his face. He scrutinized Jon. You are Ned Stark's bastard son, yearning to join the Night's Watch. Yet Benjen has turned you away? The dwarf quickly deduced the situation from their brief dialogue, his mind remarkably swift, though his words were akin to salting a wound. Jon pressed his lips together and stood up. Ghost, in turn, retreated from Tyrion's touch. If I have offended you, I apologize. The little Lannister quickly grasped the implications. But why? Is the Wall not a place that values merit over lineage? A suitable refuge for bastards, I would think. When you behold the vast encampments of the wildlings, prepared to assault the Wall, or the towering giants capable of rending a man in two, or the pale white walkers with icy blades piercing their comrades, only to rise again after death, you might not consider it such a welcoming place. Tyrion paused before continuing. However, I do not subscribe to the tales of giants and ghouls. The distinction between wildlings and us is merely that they happened to find themselves north of the Wall when it was erected. Lord Tyrion, have you ventured to the Wall? Are you aware that it is the largest edifice constructed by humankind? This is a well-accepted fact, Tyrion shrugged. Not only is it the largest, but undoubtedly, it is the most useless structure as well. The most useless structure? Aegon stifled the urge to scoff, though the dwarf appeared affable and engaging. The disparity in their statuses in a world devoid of equality was vast. It was prudent to remain cautious on their first encounter. Are you truly aware of the Wall's magnitude? Tyrion regarded Aegon with a peculiar expression, finding his manner of speech strange. 100 leagues long, 700 feet high. The top wide enough for 12 fully armored knights to ride abreast. As for the exact width, I cannot say. Aegon nodded. Indeed, that is the official figure provided by the chief architect. But I wager you have neither seen a wall 100 leagues long, nor a structure 700 feet tall. The towering spire of Old Town is impressive, yet it pales in comparison to the Wall. You ought to witness it for yourself, to measure its true scale. However, if that is not possible, allow me to elucidate its grandeur through a more tangible comparison. Aegon spoke with unwavering conviction, 700 feet high. With a width approximately 1/10 of its height, let us presume it is 70 feet wide. Before us lies the inner wall of Winterfell, its tallest section reaching 100 feet high and approximately 10 feet thick. I have heard that you are exceptionally astute. Do you comprehend what it signifies that the height and thickness of the wall are sevenfold that of Winterfell's walls? What does it signify? Tyrion furrowed his brow, seldom stumped. Contemplating until he grasped the implication, it means that constructing a wall of equivalent length to the Wall would require materials 49 times that of Winterfell's walls. Your intellect is indeed renowned, my lord. Aegon subtly flattered the dwarf. Now, considering the Wall stretches 100 leagues, what does that imply? Tyrion's brow knitted further, while Jon Snow observed the two, utterly bewildered by their calculations, unable to contribute. Although he might surpass both in swordplay and horsemanship, when it came to arithmetic, he found himself outmatched, especially against Aegon, who had received a higher education in another world. Allow me to enlighten you, my lord. This implies that if the Wall were dismantled and reconstructed to match the height of Winterfell's inner wall, it would extend 5,000 leagues in length. Such a span could easily encircle the entire north or isolate the King's Road from King's Landing to Winterfell along with the surrounding fields. The Wall's weight surpasses the combined mass of all the city walls in Westeros. But the Wall is constructed of massive blocks of ice. The dwarf calculated roughly, realizing that the Night's Watchman was not speaking nonsense. Yet he still contested. Winterfell's walls are made of stone. Most of the Northmen possessed the blood of the first men. The bastard son, having long forgotten the humiliation he endured in the hall, finally found his voice after eavesdropping for so long. The term first men refers to the earliest arrivals in Westeros. It is neither a distinct race nor older than any other people. Tyrion corrected Jon's misconceptions, explaining that, ethnically, the first men were quite similar to the Undulls or the Rhoynar, with no essential differences. Thus, the notion of first men blood was fundamentally meaningless. It was more about heritage and cultural beliefs. I concur, Aegon affirmed. My lord Tyrion, upon perusing the literature, I have come to understand that the wall was not erected within the span of a single generation. 8 millennia ago, the builder Brandon Stark merely established the stone foundations of Winterfell and the wall, the latter reaching an astonishing height of 700 feet. A feat accomplished slowly over decades and centuries by thousands of Night's Watch craftsmen who painstakingly piled massive ice blocks from the haunted forest frozen lakes. Is the wall not entirely composed of ice? Tyrion arched an eyebrow, pondering that perhaps my reading had not been as thorough as it ought to have been. Yet, it seems quite logical. The composition is of little consequence, Aegon remarked nonchalantly. I lack military expertise, yet I can deduce that such a colossal fortification, reaching as far as the neck, would render the southern lords and their innumerable armies impotent against the north. Yet, the builders chose to erect it at the farthest northern reaches. Even if the first generation of builders were of unsound mind, why did their descendants persist in this endeavor? Is it that the minds of the Northmen are all deranged, or is there another reason? The dwarf stroked his chin thoughtfully. Furthermore, Aegon continued unabated. Records indicate that at the height of their power, the Night's Watch had over 5,000 soldiers stationed at the Shadow Tower alone, with the entire Legion's combat forces exceeding 10,000, not accounting for servants and attendants. That was 8,000 years ago, when the population both inside and outside the wall was vastly smaller than today. The number of free folk living north of the wall may have been fewer than the Night's Watch themselves. What then compelled the Northerners to construct and continually augment the wall while simultaneously dispatching such a substantial standing army to guard it? Chapter 18. Without a map at the beginning. The story is entirely fabricated fear, A.G. summarized, is the impetus behind the most formidable fortifications and standing armies, which are undoubtedly prepared to confront the most terrifying of foes. It is precisely fear that compelled our ancestors thousands of years ago to erect such towering walls and to assemble and sustain an army of over 10,000. One that produced nothing and remained unmovable. There is no other plausible explanation. Well, you make a valid point, Tyrion candidly acknowledged. But please forgive my slight insistence. I shall not believe in the existence of legendary beasts until I witness them with my own eyes. This belief is your prerogative, A.G. replied, shrugging his shoulders. Convincing you of the existence of the others is not my objective. In truth, I too was skeptical until I engaged in combat with one and witnessed it shatter a steel sword in my grasp as if it were mere glass. I had thought you were an accountant in the Night's Watch, yet here you are, battling the others? The dwarf inquired with curiosity. Are you an officer or a ranger? A ranger, alas. AEG glanced at Jon. Young man, if you wish to understand why your uncle does not support your joining the Night's Watch, come and witness the shattered steel sword wrought by the others. You will soon comprehend how futile your swordsmanship and agility are against such an enemy. Without hesitation, the bastard son followed AG's lead, while Tyrion, albeit slightly reluctant, soon followed in his short strides. This relieved the traveler. He ostensibly aimed to show Jon something, yet he truly sought to establish a closer rapport with Tyrion, hoping to broach a topic of interest. The Lannister and the bastard son wound their way behind AG to the chamber arranged for them by Lord Banyon Stark. The Night's Watchman retrieved evidence he had brought from the wall to present to Eddard Stark in his plea for assistance, placing it on a small wooden table for his guests to examine. The sword of Wyman Royce is shattered even more severely, but Lord Banyon reserved it for your father to pass on to the families of the fallen, namely the Earl of Flint. AEG introduced as he laid out the broken swords. These two before you belong to my comrade, Gary, and me. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. The version I heard was that Wyman Royce went missing during a patrol and has since been confirmed dead. I witnessed him engage with the others and perish, AEG lied, though he had merely heard rumors. Nevertheless, Wyman Royce was indeed dead, and neither of the two could dispute him. I, along with another ranger, would have perished as well, had it not been for a dragonglass dagger that saved our lives. That dark object before you, I crafted it myself. If you are interested, you may piece together these two swords. Not everyone has the chance to behold a steel sword shattered by ice magic. You are called AEG, yet AEG what? AEG felt a surge of joy. He had been yearning for an opportunity to continue his performance, and the dwarf provided him the perfect segue. I am not named E.G. It is merely a name given to me by a handful of Westerosi farmers, of which I know not the meaning. A.E.G. feigned a bitter smile. I do not possess a surname in the conventional sense. The manner in which my people are addressed differs from yours. I remarked that your appearance was somewhat unconventional. It seems you are not a Westerosi. Tyrion interjected. Where do you hail from? Essos or the Summer Isles? Surely not from Sithorios? None of those. I come from a land west of what you call the Sunset Sea, known as Zaina, which translates to the Middle Land. My people have long believed that our homeland is the center of the world, surrounded by an infinite ocean, with no land beyond the islands. Crafting ships from steel? How is that possible? Does a metal bowl sink when placed in water? The same principle applies to ships made of steel. It is the displacement that determines a vessel's buoyancy, not the material. Zaina's technology far surpasses that of Westeros. Given the opportunity, I could elaborate further. A metal bowl. Displacement. Tyrion, being astute, grasped the concept quickly but was soon met with another quandary. But how do you manufacture a metal bowl large enough to carry a person? If even a single spot leaks, it will sink faster than a stone. It sounds impressive. Continue your tale, the dwarf mused. Contemplating the image of steel plates fused into a ship, feeling his imagination falter, and he fell silent, gesturing for Iggy to proceed. As a somewhat renowned adventurer, I could not pass up such an intriguing expedition. After providing substantial financial backing for the venture, I secured a berth on a fleet bound eastward, departing from Zaina. After months at sea, we finally reached Westeros. I have heard no tales of foreigners landing from the Sunset Sea. What became of your ship? It sank. We discovered land. But while searching for a suitable landing spot, we encountered a storm. Our steel ocean vessel was designed to withstand tempests. Yet the towering waves cast us upon a hidden reef. Just as you suspected, while a steel ship is sturdy, once calamity strikes, it sinks more swiftly than anything else. I was fortunate to be on deck admiring the waves at that moment, avoiding the depths. And after drifting at sea for several days on debris, I managed to reach shore. And then, Tyrion urged, have the Northerners become so mad as to seize anyone they find and send them to the wall? I drifted for days, starving. Upon reaching land, my first priority was, of course, to find food. Regrettably, after a long search, I stumbled upon a settlement, only to find that communication was impossible due to the language barrier. The villagers could not understand me and refused to assist. A living man cannot perish from hunger, so I resolved to take matters into my own hands. AEG sighed. Clearly, I am not adept at this. Before I could satiate my hunger, I was captured. The tribunal offered me a choice between losing a hand or donning the black, and thus I became a member of the Night's Watch. Wait, Tyrion's eyes widened. You, perhaps the first Zainese to set foot in Westeros, were conscripted into the Night's Watch? One could say that. This is the most absurd tale I have heard this year. The dwarf's expression was peculiar. Given the choice, he would rather believe in the existence of the others. Chapter 19. Lies and Redemption. Aegon is indeed spinning a tale, yet it is far from mere nonsense. Martin had once articulated that the realm of Westeros exists on a planet, spherical in shape and slightly larger than Earth, with an expanse of land more vast. Personal experiences have corroborated this assertion. Judging by the sensory perceptions of atmospheric pressure and gravity, the environment of the ice and fire world bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Earth. Should the original author's concepts hold true in this world, where the landmass of the ice and fire realm exceeds that of Earth, it is conceivable that there might be land or sizable islands in the vast ocean to the west of Westeros. The identity of a traveler, if divulged, would hardly be believed, while knowledge of the plot and understanding of key characters serve as his greatest assets for survival. These two secrets must remain undisclosed. Thus, the vast and largely uncharted Sunset Sea, facing the western coast of Westeros, becomes an excellent fabrication of his origins. It is worth noting that the claim of coming from across the ocean was not a spur-of-the-moment creation. Aegon had employed this narrative when introducing himself to the Night's Watch brothers. Its greatest advantage lies in its unassailability. No one could disprove it. Moreover, when he wishes to embellish his backstory later, he can easily invoke customs and cultural differences as justifications, adding whatever he sees fit. As for the concept of a global journey, it was indeed conceived by Aegon during a feast amidst the revelry. However, though it was an improvisation, it was not devoid of inspiration. Its purpose was clear: to impress the core members of House Lannister by appealing to their interests and addressing their needs. in hopes of finding a means to extricate himself from the Night's Watch. For a physically disabled dwarf with grand aspirations and a thirst for understanding the world, who could be more fascinating than an adventurous explorer from across the ocean? By claiming to have financed this global expedition, he aims to elicit the impression in Tyrion that this articulate Night's Watchman is not merely a commoner from the lower strata of society. Aegon had learned through his year-long existence in this world that one's origins are among the most significant determinants of how others perceive them. Elevating his status even slightly in social interactions is a crucial advantage, creating an illusion that he is affluent and leisurely, rather than outright declaring his noble status, proves far more credible. This guise not only mitigates the sense of distance stemming from their differing identities, laying a foundation for a more egalitarian relationship, but it also provides a plausible explanation for his distinct Asian features and his superior knowledge and upbringing compared to those around him. Truly a multifaceted strategy. Aegon has never been one to lie, boast, or feign superiority. However, when it comes to his safety, he is willing to deceive every soul on this planet if necessary. Someone yearning to escape the black-clad brotherhood is meticulously crafting their identity, while an illegitimate son eager to join has swiftly repaired a broken sword and has keenly identified the underlying issue. The sword's breakage is quite peculiar. Jon Snow gazes at the nearly restored blade, sensing an anomaly but struggling to articulate it. A weapon forged of steel should not fracture in this manner. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a break would exhibit clear deformation. Aegon takes the lead, voicing what the young man wishes to convey. The message he intended to communicate has been delivered. Some topics are better left unspoken by him. The fracture lies precisely at the point where the blade collided with a White Walker's weapon. Under the influence of ice magic, the steel lost its resilience, becoming more brittle than cast iron, and could not withstand the impact, shattering into two pieces. Jon stares blankly at the two swords he has pieced together, finally comprehending why Uncle Benjen would utter such words. This is nothing short of a farce. Tyrion's interest in the broken sword is minimal. He is neither informed nor curious about the typical manner in which a steel sword should break. Instead, his focus lies upon the fabled new continent. Though he does not wholly believe Aegon's words, he instinctively senses that the explanation regarding his origins is not entirely fabricated, and he instinctively finds himself defending Aegon. You hail from a land unknown to us, and you ought to be the most significant guest in Westeros for millennia. Yet upon your arrival, you are seized by a band of northerners to behold the wall. Is it not disheartening to spend your life in the frigid and remote north? Disheartening, indeed, but what can I do? I shall find a way to assist you in your departure. My dear brother, you are exceedingly gracious. Aegon nearly chokes on his own saliva. This is precisely the outcome he desired, yet it comes too swiftly and too easily. Is it possible that his suffering is about to turn to fortune? To my knowledge, no. The dwarf shrugs. After the oath is taken, one is either a Night's Watchman for life or a deserter. There exists no third path. But I speak of aiding your departure, not of helping you shed your black cloak. What difference does that make? What are you discussing? Jon, who has been preoccupied with mending the broken sword, has only caught the latter half of the traveler's tale. A Night's Watchman who does not guard the wall. Is it truly so simple to disregard laws and oaths under the pretext of seeking an excuse? The situation is far from straightforward. Should the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch publicly declare him a deserter, he would immediately find himself on the wanted list of every lord and noble across the realm, be they vassals or liege lords of his family. The dwarf, somewhat smug, hints at the crux of the matter. The reason this individual has evaded justice is that the Night's Watch has consistently acknowledged his identity as the quartermaster, and he indeed has been requisitioning supplies for the Brotherhood. Of course, this plan hinges on resolving two significant issues. The first is possessing ample audacity, and the second is the continuous ability to procure resources that satisfy the Night's Watch's needs. To have the Wall's defenders officially recognize him as anything but a deserter. Tyrion continues, asserting that substantial resources are the fundamental reason. One must ask, when faced with the choice between provisions sufficient to sustain hundreds of soldiers and a soldier disinterested in such matters, which would the Night's Watch prefer? Aegon strokes his chin, lost in contemplation. He considers himself adequately audacious, having faced White Walkers, yet the latter issue. He is, in truth, quite destitute in this world. His net worth barely escapes the negative, and even the lowest servant in Winterfell boasts greater wealth than he. How could he possibly bear the burden of a hefty ransom? You have not heard this story, partly because this individual was not born in the north, and partly because he maintained amicable relations with the Night's Watch, inciting no disputes and being, in essence, an inconsequential figure. Tyrion hums. As for the king's inability to meddle in the Night's Watch's internal affairs, you are still too young. As you mature, you will understand that if one possesses sufficient power, they can interfere with whatever they choose. Jon falls momentarily silent, eager to counter but unable to find any arguments. He recognizes the truth in Tyrion's words, his face reddening in silence. I can help you navigate the initial series of challenges and assist in procuring your first ransom. The dwarf refrains from engaging further with the youth and turns his gaze to Aegon, but from there, you must devise your own strategies. Additionally, I have a condition. You must enlighten me about the advanced technologies of Qarth and its customs and culture. Thank you, my lord. Regardless of the circumstances, Aegon's joy at that moment is genuine. Though everything seems to be progressing with an air of incredulity, he has indeed placed his bets wisely. Yet he is still a sworn member of the Night's Watch. Beside him, Jon momentarily forgot the broken sword on the table and stammered, "How can it be?" "Well then, child, tell me, is it reasonable that this explorer, perhaps the first to set foot on the lands of Westeros, a gatherer from beyond the Sunset Sea, was forced into a lifetime of watching the Wall simply because he salvaged a few potatoes to survive a shipwreck?" Tyrion chuckled, interrupting the boy. "You must understand. He is not a bastard, nor is he without a place to go. In my homeland, compelling someone to swear an oath is illegal, and such oaths hold no validity." Aegon interjected. "It seems the customs of Westeros are not aligned with that. Yet I have already served a year for those few potatoes, even risking my life to slay a White Walker. By all accounts, I owe you nothing. I have family waiting for me at home. I cannot and should not remain here forever." Jon sighed. "Very well. Do as you wish. I shall pretend I have not overheard your discussions. I appreciate your kindness. But we are not deliberating on how to be deserters." Tyrion shrugged. "Even if you were to relay our conversation to your father or the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, they would be powerless against me. This is a matter of public knowledge. You will understand when you grow older." Being treated like a child made Jon appear somewhat exasperated. He cast a serious glance at the broken sword on the table and suddenly declared, "I have made my decision. I will join the Night's Watch." "It is prudent to calm oneself before making significant choices," Tyrion remarked, once again surveying the bastard. "However, I can begin to comprehend your perspective. With wildlings gathering under the king beyond the wall and ice-wielding White Walkers lurking in the woods, while others seek to distance themselves from danger, it is only by willingly facing peril that one may achieve glory and recognition." "I am not seeking glory," the youth replied, staring intently at the two peculiar broken swords on the table. He straightened his posture and continued, "I merely wish to protect my family and the millions of residents in the north from the terrifying threats emerging from the far north." "Indeed, a moving sentiment," Tyrion nodded, no longer jesting with the bastard but exchanging a knowing glance with Aegon. "As it happens, I too have resolved to visit the Wall, the foremost of the 9 man-made wonders. It would be a regret not to witness it with my own eyes. And I might verify the truth of what our new friend from the Gatherer's realm has said. Perhaps we shall travel together then." Chapter 20. The Kingdom Robert is not a good king, a fact that is likely acknowledged by nearly everyone across the 7 kingdoms, both within the court and beyond. Despite indulging in a life of excess and debauchery, he is acutely aware of his disdain and distrust towards the Lannisters. With the demise of his esteemed prime minister, his foster father, and his own disinterest in governance, he cannot allow the entire realm to fall into the hands of the Queen's family. The center of power within the kingdom requires a delicate balance. Thus, he recalls his long-forgotten brother in the north, Eddard Stark. However, persuading the Warden of the North to come to King's Landing as prime minister is no simple task. The intricacies of Westeros' feudal system are both typical and somewhat peculiar. On the surface, the king resembles an ancient sovereign, while the great dukes are akin to feudal lords. However, the current ruling families of the 9 regions of Westeros, with the exception of the Baratheons, are not bound by royal decree or endorsement from the Iron Throne. Robert's overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty and his acquisition of the Iron Throne has been labeled the act of a usurper for this very reason. The Baratheons did not genuinely replace the previous regime. They merely supplanted the Targaryens on the throne. The kingdom remains largely as it was following Aegon's conquest of the 7 kingdoms. The Starks of the north, the Lannisters of the west, the Arryns of the Vale, and the Martells of Dorne were all rulers with royal titles, acknowledged by their vassals and possessing genuine authority long before Aegon's arrival. After their subjugation, they simply relinquished their former titles, recognizing the Targaryens as kings while continuing their lives as usual. The Tullis and Tully family of the Riverlands, the Tyrells, and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands ascended to prominence merely by yielding swiftly, thereby replacing the former lords under the rule of the King of the Isles and the King of the Riverlands. Only the Baratheon family rose to the upper echelons due to Orys Baratheon's allegiance to Aegon and his significant contributions during the conquest. Even he had to claim the Stormlands from the Storm King, marry his daughter, and adopt his banner, sigil, and words to solidify his rule. From a modern perspective, Aegon's conquest cannot be compared to Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states and establishment of a centralized authority. Aegon won each critical battle solely through the might of dragons, subduing the 7 kingdoms without the means or administrative structure to govern them effectively. He was forced to settle for mere acknowledgement of his rule rather than true unification. This lack of centralized power stems from the unique climatic conditions of this world, which is technologically backward, sparsely populated, and lacks developed transportation systems to maintain a standing army. A government unable to enforce its decrees cannot maintain its strength, making true centralization exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the notion of eradicating the former rulers is a rare concept in this world, even if one were to achieve total annihilation. The victor would still need to appoint a local to fill the void left by the previous authority, even if the nobility were dismantled and officials appointed for centralized governance. The vast distances would quickly see these bureaucrats evolve into warlords, ruling independently while paying lip service to the king. Any attempt to alter this status quo faces formidable resistance, exemplifying the constraints of underdeveloped productive forces on the evolution of the superstructure. 3 centuries have passed, and the family occupying the Iron Throne has shifted from the Targaryens to the Baratheons. As the youngest of the great houses, Robert, lacking deep roots and a strong foundation, has not supported any emerging loyal families post-usurpation, nor does he possess the formidable dragons of old. Governing over 7 families with deeper historical ties to the land is no easy feat, and it is no wonder that he finds solace in drink and hunting. This serves as a vivid illustration of the adage that it is easier to seize power than to maintain it. To secure his rule, Robert reluctantly marries the daughter of the despised Lannister family and retains his foster father, Lord Arryn, as Prime Minister in King's Landing. Additionally, he forges alliances through marriage and camaraderie with the Starks and Tullis, forming a vast noble coalition to compel the remaining houses, Tyrell, Martell, and Greyjoy, to submit as they had to the Targaryens for centuries. Robert cannot simply summon Eddard Stark, the true ruler of the North, from his comfortable abode to assist him in his affairs. Their relationship is more akin to that of brothers than lord and vassal, necessitating his personal visit. Furthermore, he hopes to establish familial ties to ensure that the alliance among the 5 houses, deer, wolf, lion, eagle, and fish, endures even after his death, aspiring for the Baratheons to achieve a legacy as lasting as the other 7 houses. Whether it be the close-knit relationships among the Night's Watch Rangers like Gary and Will, or the higher-ranking figures such as Waymar Royce, Benjen Stark, and Commander Mormont, or even the royal family, the king, queen, and various Baratheons, Starks, and Lannisters he encounters upon arriving in Winterfell. These figures differ remarkably from those he had seen on screen prior to his crossing into this world. This realization dawns upon him. He has entered a realm of reality, not the realm of fiction. Fortunately, historical records and the current narrative developments align closely with the stories he is familiar with, providing him with a significant advantage. With minimal preparation, he can engage with each character he recognizes, conversing fluently and appropriately. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the 2 individuals who visit his chamber tonight. Both are undeniably significant characters, if one were to analyze their roles devoid of any plot analysis. Tyrion Lannister and Jon Snow occupy the top 2 positions in terms of narrative importance and screen time, even surpassing that of Daenerys Targaryen. If presence defines heroism, it would not be an exaggeration to label them as protagonists. Thus, AEG's extensive pre-crossing research on their character arcs and personalities equips him with insights that may even surpass their own self-awareness. Jon's determination to join the Night's Watch, spurred by the evidence of the existence of White Walkers, is a minor yet fortuitous twist in the tale, one that AEG has no intention of interfering with. The boy, yet to don the black garb, remains a mere figure, while the moniker the Imp has already afforded the clever dwarf Tyrion considerable influence, thanks to his noble birth and intelligence. Now, AG finds himself in a position to accept Tyrion's offer of assistance, albeit merely a verbal commitment. Given his understanding of Tyrion's character, AG boldly chooses to place his trust in him. However, the situation is not as straightforward. Tyrion is neither a king nor a figure of authority within his own family, but merely a noble scion whose status is derived from the formidable and wealthy Tywin Lannister. Although he is theoretically a candidate for inheritance, he remains entirely excluded from the core of power. Thus, even if he professes he can help AG escape the wall, it does not guarantee success. Consequently, before genuinely accepting Tyrion's assistance, AG may find himself needing to consider the implications for his ally. Chapter 21. Interference in the plot. In the desolate lands north of the wall, the wildlings gathered atop the Frostfangs, summoned by the king beyond the wall, seeking to fortify their position against the White Walkers. However, upon realizing the ineffectiveness of their efforts, they began to devise plans for a southern expedition. Aegon hoped to remain uninvolved in these matters. Meanwhile, across the narrow sea, the young Daenerys Targaryen was being sold to Khal Drogo by her brother and the governor Illyrio. With their wedding preparations underway, a fate the traveler could not alter. In Winterfell, Lord and Lady Stark received a secret letter from the widow of the former prime minister, accusing the Lannisters of murdering her husband. This seemed to bear little relevance to Aegon, a mere night's watchman. The tales and upheavals, while thrilling and novel from the comfort of a page or screen, would reveal their true peril if one were to be ensnared within them. Aegon yearned only to navigate the dangerous and arduous circumstances of the wall safely alongside the Imp, avoiding the risk of an alternate existence. From a knight servant of House Baratheon he had met at the banquet, Aegon learned that the king and his entourage would be staying in Winterfell for half a month. After years apart, Eddard and Robert Stark indulged in endless exchanges. As the Lord of the North's younger brother, and a key family member, Benjen Stark was obliged to accompany his brother in the presence of the kingdom's highest authority, whether out of respect or courtesy. This was good news for Aegon, as at that moment, only 2 Night's Watchmen remained in Winterfell. The first Ranger was occupied, and those not of the Night's Watch, regardless of their noble rank, held no power to dictate the actions of Aegon, a formal Ranger. This signified that for the duration of the king's visit, Aegon would be free from oversight, granting him ample opportunity to pursue his desires. Preventing tragedy from occurring at its source was the wisest course of action. After several days of inquiry, Aegon pinpointed the location where the next significant event was destined to unfold, Winterfell Keep. Indeed, Winterfell was constructed by the builder Brandon. Yet perhaps in prioritizing materials for the Night's Watch's fortification of the wall, the castle initially lacked walls. Before the inner and outer fortifications were established, how did the Stark family protect themselves? Through fortifications and watchtowers. The northeastern corner of Winterfell preserved these defensive structures from the time before walls were erected. The remnants of the tower once stood as the tallest edifice of Winterfell, but collapsed inward after being struck by lightning over a century ago. At the time, with walls already in place and the Stark family firmly established as the premier house of the North, this obsolete watchtower was never restored. Located at the northeastern edge of Winterfell, the abandoned keep nestled among the remnants of the guardhouse and tomb formed a secluded inner courtyard, rarely visited and thus hidden, yet suitable for climbing and perilous enough to cause a fatal fall. Aegon surmised that this was likely the site where Jaime Lannister had pushed Bran upon discovering the siblings' illicit affair. However, upon inspection, he found the staircase within the tower was dilapidated, rendering it inaccessible. Perplexed after searching throughout Winterfell without finding a second abandoned tower, he turned his attention to the previously overlooked keep. The keep was a stout, circular fortress adjacent to the initial suspect, the ruined tower. Although equally decrepit, it had been built sturdier and thus remained intact. Upon reaching the top and looking down, Aegon realized that the reason for his prior impression of its height was twofold: its vast, squat shape and the towering height of the adjacent ruined tower led to a perceptual illusion. Yet, if one were to consider height alone, the keep was sufficiently tall to inflict serious injury upon a fall. Now aware of the location, how could he prevent the plot from unfolding? Standing amidst the overgrown courtyard, gazing up at the lofty tower and the slightly shorter keep beside it, Aegon fell into contemplation. The thought of catching the queen in the act was daunting. If the tale of ice and fire could be distilled into a single sentiment, it would be, every mortal must face death. and the one who stands out is often the first to fall. Even the cunning and treacherous little finger, who masterfully manipulated hearts and power, was swiftly silenced when he stepped into the light. To willingly abandon such advantages and draw attention to oneself, even disregarding the peril of becoming the first to fall, he had to consider Tyrion's impending assistance in his escape from the wall. The imp and the Lannisters, who were both siblings and lovers, were bound by family ties. Should Cersei and Jaime's relationship be revealed, Robert's temper upon discovering he had been cuckolded could turn the Lannisters into the second family after the Targaryens that he would pursue relentlessly. At that juncture, not only would Aegon's hopes of leaving the wall be dashed, but even Tyrion's safety in Winterfell would be jeopardized. It was imperative that he refrain from meddling with the Lannister siblings. Could he persuade Bran Stark to cease his wall climbing? While this might effectively dismantle the issue at its root, Aegon pondered whether he, a mere ranger sent to the Night's Watch for theft, held the right to address a young lord of House Stark. Even if he had the audacity to convince the young boy to abandon his climbing, he would first need to engage him in conversation. As days passed without progress, Aegon grew increasingly familiar with Tyrion, while Jon would at least nod in acknowledgement when they encountered one another. Beyond these two, he had failed to engage any significant characters in conversation. The vast chasm of social class and interaction made it exceedingly difficult to even glimpse the central figures of the narrative, let alone forge connections with them. The harsh reality dispelled the illusions of smooth interaction he had previously harbored, reminding him that, in this world, he remained a trivial character. Aegon, ever the optimist, after grappling with his disappointment, felt a flicker of gratitude. Had he not struck up a conversation with Tyrion under the influence of wine at the banquet, he feared he would have achieved little progress. With his primary goal of leaving the wall nearly accomplished, he resolved to let the unfolding of events take its own course. Having come to this conclusion, Aegon devoted himself to relishing a day of leisure, taking in the sights of the beautiful southern maidens in Winterfell. Observing the young lordlings as they sparred, wielding dull swords amidst the raucous shouts of their youthful exuberance. Once he calmed his thoughts, inspiration struck. If he could neither catch the siblings in their tryst nor prevent Bran from climbing, why not devise a way to keep them apart? Instead of targeting individuals, he would manipulate external circumstances. The idea came swiftly. The next day, he resumed his daily training. This time not in the courtyard of Winterfell, but within the old courtyard encircled by the keep, the tomb, and the guardhouse. He borrowed a scarecrow and a tattered target, and from his own quarters, he brought a chair. Aegon spent an hour each day swinging his sword and shooting arrows at the target, and after training, he would sit and read for another hour or two. The daylight in the north was brief. He dedicated nearly half his day to the open space beneath the ruined tower, hoping to dissuade the Lannister siblings from their potential rendezvous. It was unlikely they could be driven away once they had chosen their meeting spot. Thus, by occupying the location beforehand, he reasoned that as fellow guests, the Lannisters could not compel him to vacate. As for the potential ramifications of Bran not falling on subsequent plotlines, he could only set that thought aside for now. His immediate priority was to ensure that Tyrion's assistance in his escape from the wall proceeded smoothly. With his own safety still uncertain, he could hardly afford to concern himself with anything else. Chapter 22. The Lannister siblings. The remnants of fallen bricks lay scattered across the ground of the old inner courtyard, a result of the recent summer snow that blanketed Winterfell. The snow had long since melted, leaving only a few traces of white upon the bricks. The fear of falling debris was a significant reason why the inhabitants seldom ventured into this area, with no one to tend to it for an extended period. Weeds grew tall, some reaching nearly to the knees, while a few unknown shrubs struggled to survive. To facilitate his daily training in this neglected space, he had to toil extensively to clear the weeds and remove the obstructive bricks. With minimal effort, AG had claimed this small, long-abandoned courtyard as his own. In fact, he had even contemplated blocking the staircase leading to the upper levels of the keep with the bricks, aiming to address the issue fundamentally. However, after much hesitation, he refrained from altering the Stark family's fortress, mindful of his status as a guest. As days passed, it became clear that the rulers of the realm would not linger in Winterfell for long. One fateful dawn, the king led a hunting party westward into the Wolfwood, hoping to procure a wild bear for the final feast in the North's capital. Accompanying him were the prince and all the adult male members of House Stark, including Robb, while the queen remained behind in Winterfell. Her brother, Jaime, also opted not to join the hunt, instead choosing to stay by her side. Not one to idle, AEG decided to commence his sword practice. If he was not mistaken, a voice imbued with a magnetic resonance and a relaxed tone emanated from behind him. Are you not the Night's Watchman who crossed the sunset sea to Westeros, captured by the Wall's defenders, and who has slain White Walkers? AEG turned in surprise. Your Majesty, sire, good morning. It is I. Jaime Lannister nodded at him, while Cersei, devoid of expression, cast a disinterested glance at AEG, dismissing him without a second thought. Jaime, being the elder brother of Tyrion, shared a close bond with him. It was unsurprising that the regicide would learn of AEG's encounters with the White Walkers through the latter. Yet, it seemed out of character for Jaime to engage AEG in conversation about such matters, especially with Cersei present. AEG's instincts sharpened in an instant. Those two wretched souls. While he bore no ill will towards the golden-haired man before him, the stark reality of their divergent allegiances prompted a wave of resentment within AEG. Despite his internal conflict, he quickly adopted a fade of subservience. Jaime was amicable, but Cersei was a different matter altogether. Her temperament starkly contrasted with that of her brothers. In a perilous world such as theirs, offending someone as reckless and vindictive as her was ill-advised. Your archery skills are commendable, Jaime remarked, observing the arrows embedded in the target. Suddenly feeling a surge of eagerness, he said, "Hand me the bow." During his time at the Wall, AEG had entertained the notion of crafting obsidian arrowheads from leftover materials, intending to replace the iron tips distributed to the Night's Watch with these, to better combat the White Walkers when necessary. However, such endeavors were not easily undertaken. Arrows were vital military supplies, akin to ammunition in modern armies, and were subject to strict regulations. Typically stored in armories, they required signatures for distribution, and any unused arrows had to be returned. Losing even one during peacetime would incur punishment. Such valuable items could not be left to the whims of junior soldiers. Thus, when Garrett discovered AEG secretly working on arrowheads, he scolded him harshly and forbade him from continuing, reasoning that if their superiors found out, he would also suffer the consequences. Unlike a dagger, arrows were too large to conceal, so AEG abandoned the project, leading to the unfortunate circumstance where he had to rely solely on a dagger in his encounters with the White Walkers. Though thwarted in his plan to create dragonglass arrows, AEG's commitment to honing his archery skills remained unwavering. After all, while encounters with White Walkers were rare, skirmishes with wildlings were a frequent occurrence. As potentially the only time-traveling Night's Watchman in existence, AEG valued his life, preferring the distance provided by ranged weapons over close combat. Having come from a world where firearms reigned supreme, driven by this subconscious urge, he frequently practiced archery at the Black Castle whenever he had the chance. His proficiency surpassed that of most Night's Watchmen, but it fell short of being commendable enough to warrant praise from one of the realm's finest, the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister. What was he plotting? With a mix of suspicion and curiosity, AEG handed the bow to Jaime. The Kingslayer weighed the bow in his hands, assumed the proper stance, and, selecting an arrow from the quiver, aimed at the target. For the first time, AEG found himself in such proximity to the Lannisters, unable to resist stealing glances at them. From this vantage point, he could not help but admire Jaime's commanding presence and the effortless grace with which he focused on his aim. Cersei, too, possessed a captivating beauty, her noble and cold demeanor defying the fact that she was a mother of three. Even with an expression of impatience, she remained strikingly alluring. In any world, they would be the epitome of Hollywood glamour. It was understandable, yet utterly unacceptable. The people of Westeros, having endured centuries under Targaryen rule, harbored a deep-seated aversion to such affairs. Even in the modern world AEG had come from, where laws were ambiguous about personal relationships, infidelity was a transgression that transcended cultures, particularly when it involved bearing children with a lover while still married. As AEG pondered this, Jaime released his first arrow. With a resounding thud, it soared through the air, striking mere inches from the center of the target, the shaft quivering in place. Not bad. As a soldier, AEG instinctively appraised the shot. From the draw of the bow to the release, Jaime executed the entire process with fluidity, and his nonchalant demeanor suggested he had more strength to spare. This man possessed remarkable strength. He would certainly excel as a member of the Kingsguard. The archer smacked his lips and reached for a third arrow. How long do you intend to shoot? Cersei interjected coldly. Is the training yard in Casterly Rock insufficient in size, or does the White Sword Tower lack bows? Oh, I nearly neglected my dear sister, Jaime replied, tilting his head apologetically toward E before refocusing on the target. Last shot. With those words, he released the arrow, which struck the target, adding yet another shaft to the cloth covering the bullseye. All right, take it. Practice well. With brave knights watch brothers like you guarding the northernmost part of the Seven Kingdoms, I can sleep soundly at night. Jaime tossed the bow back to AG, jesting lightly. Jaime Lannister's skill, demonstrated by those 3 arrows, easily eclipsed AG's abilities, though he was not quite a master archer. However, archery was merely one of the Kingslayer's lesser-known talents. If his swordsmanship and horsemanship were as legendary as rumored, he would indeed be a figure of great renown. At that moment, AEG had no desire to assess Jaime's prowess or forge connections with these pivotal characters. He merely hoped they would leave soon, not coveting the small piece of territory he had claimed for himself. Regrettably, fate was unkind, for Jaime set his sights on the remnants of the tower. Furthermore, refrain from sending red envelopes, as they are all snatched by machines. Chapter 23. Is the plot irreversible? Abandonment is the right choice. Winterfell does not require a watchtower. Cersei glanced in the direction of her brother's gaze at the dilapidated tower, a contemptuous smile gracing her lips. Who, in their right mind, would command an army to seize such a cold, eerie fortress? Perhaps it is true that, for certain wolves, their own den is more precious than a gilded cage. Jaime shrugged, chuckling, questioning the significance of that fortress. Aegon could only feign ignorance to their mockery of House Stark, reluctantly introducing the keep to the Kingslayer. Jaime nodded, seemingly nonchalant, then inquired, Brother of the Night's Watch, why do you train here? The training grounds of Winterfell are not far. I prefer solitude. Aegon thought to himself, feeling a sense of dread swelling within him. He quickly clarified, it's too noisy, and it severely affects my performance. Is that so? Then I wish you encounters with wildlings who are nothing but quiet gentlemen and ladies in the future. Jaime smirked, clearly unimpressed by Aegon's excuse. Come now, dear sister. Shall we venture inside? Here? The queen frowned, casting another glance at the crumbling castle. Could she not prevent the unfolding of events even here? Did these audacious pair dare to disregard her presence and enter the keep? Aegon felt an invisible hand constricting his throat, his breath quickening. My lord, it is filthy and chaotic inside. There is nothing but rats and spiders. I do not expect anything inside. It is merely curiosity, Jaime replied confidently, turning to Cersei. Dear sister, if you are not afraid of rats and spiders, how about we embark on an adventure? Perhaps we might discover some ancestral treasures of House Stark hidden in the crevices. Still seeking adventure at such an age? She furrowed her brow, attempting to mask her disapproval. Do as you wish, just be cautious. That is what it means to have a youthful spirit. A mother of the realm should not frown all day. It will only hasten the aging process. Come now, Jaime said, striding towards the keep, patting Aegon on the shoulder before departing. Brother of the Night's Watch, you stay here and train well. We shall explore the keep and do our utmost not to disturb you. What could Aegon say? Jaime was not consulting him. He was merely informing him. The bond between the Lannister siblings, having grown up together, was well known and did not require the input of a mere night's watchman. If not for his awareness of the plot, who could have guessed their intentions upon entering the keep? He could only nod in acquiescence, watching them walk towards the ancient fortress, disappearing within. What to do now? Aegon felt helpless. It had been a long time since he experienced such a sense of insignificance. Jaime had already instructed him to train here. Any attempt to follow them inside under some pretext would only end in farce, with him being thrown from the tower in place of Bran. He was relying on Tyrion to escape the wall. Offending the 2 powerful siblings would surely lead to dire consequences in the future. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dismissed them one by one. After contemplation, he resolved to heed the Kingslayer's advice and continue his training here, both as a lookout and to keep an eye out for any mischievous children. It was impossible to thwart the Queen and a Kingsguard from touring the keep, but stopping a mere 10-year-old child from climbing the walls. Even if Eddard Stark and his lady were to find out, surely they would not punish him for that. An arrow flew, and another. Aegon channeled his frustrations into the target, amusingly discovering that his accuracy improved under such circumstances, with more than half of his arrows striking the vital areas of the target. Unbeknownst to him, he had exhausted an entire quiver of arrows. Drawing the bow was laborious work, and Aegon's arms ached. He shook his arms and approached a chair, preparing to settle down with a book. You shoot remarkably well. A youthful voice from above startled Aegon, nearly causing him to jump. He turned, astonished to find the one he had been waiting for. Bran Stark, the second son of the Lord of Winterfell, was still young, with rosy lips and white teeth, his complexion as delicate as porcelain. He possessed the same chestnut hair and blue eyes as his mother, exuding an outgoing charm that made him a favorite among the female residents of Winterfell. At that moment, this cherished boy, brimming with affection, sat atop the old courtyard wall, swinging his legs and looking down at the night watchman. I just can't seem to practice well. Even Arya shoots better than I do. That mischievous child, when had he secretly climbed to such heights? Aegon had no enemies in this world, and there were no sudden appearances of White Walkers in Winterfell. While training in the courtyard, he had focused solely on the entrance, leaving him utterly unprepared for any threats from above. His heart clenched, and he opened his mouth, suddenly realizing he had made a grave mistake. He occupied the training area positioned at the only passage from the old courtyard to the Godswood, and thus, it was only natural to assume that if he blocked this path, Bran would have no choice but to pass by him on his way to either the ruined tower or the keep. At that moment, he could find a way to prevent their meeting with the Lannister siblings, whether by leveraging his physical advantage as an adult to block them or by loudly warning Bran of the dangers within. A foreboding omen washed over him, and Aegon widened his eyes, striving to steady his tone. Oh, when you grow a bit older and your arms gain strength, you'll naturally shoot better. But what are you doing up there? Aegon gazed up at the boy, estimating the height of the wall, more than 3 meters high. He could not reach him even by jumping, so he could only resort to persuasion. It's too dangerous up there. Come down, and I can teach you how to shoot. No need. Once I reach King's Landing, I will have plenty of time to learn. I've heard the targets there are dozens of times larger than those in Winterfell, Bran said cheerfully, swinging his legs. With such a large target, how could I possibly miss? Climbing barefoot is convenient, and walking across the roof of the guardhouse without shoes won't make a sound, he added, displaying a proud expression that seemed to beckon praise for his cleverness. He tucked his legs in and rose to stand on the wall, swaying his arms for balance. Aegon instinctively reached out to catch him, but Bran began to walk along the wall towards the guardhouse. I'm going to the top of the ruined tower to feed the crows, you continue. What is there to be proud of in risking one's life for a view? TCH, you're so dull in that black attire. It's hard to communicate with you. I'm off. Aegon, feeling anxious, set aside his bow and arrow and stepped out of the passage, circling to the guardhouse to keep an eye on him. Just then, 2 fully armed guards emerged from the guardroom. Aegon seized the opportunity like a lifeline. Your lord is on the rooftop. Aren't you going to do something about it? What? The guards paused, looking up at the roof, where they spotted their young master running barefoot towards the keep. Hey, don't worry about him. One guard shook his head. We received private orders from Lady Stark to bring Bran down if we saw him climbing. But the more we called and chased him, the faster he ran. It's as if he thinks we're playing a game of cat and mouse. Let him play, he always wins. The other guard shrugged. We're the ones who are scared watching from below. After a few rounds, Jory instructed us to leave him be. It's likely the Lord's wish. Thus, dear Night's Watch brothers, the wall is indeed a harsh place, since you have the rare opportunity to visit Winterfell. Indulge in its comforts and do not trouble yourselves with our Lord's concerns. The 2 guards chuckled as they walked away, leaving AG, who was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, standing in place. He watched helplessly as that mischievous child dashed across the rooftop. Scaling the ramparts of the adjacent crumbling tower, his figure swiftly obscured by the structure of the guardhouse. An ordinary night's watchman. Yet he appeared at precisely the right moments to thwart AG's plans, as if he had a singular intent to oppose him, arousing AG's curiosity at last. Chapter 24. Cersei, Jaime after much deliberation, is this the fine place you have chosen? My dear sister, we have traversed the entirety of Winterfell, and this is the only spot devoid of company. Yet there is someone below. He has seen us, and you even exchanged words with him. Are we truly to enter merely to depart? Fear not. Should he dare to come in, I shall snap his neck. Jaime scoffed. And do you not think that having a night's watchman on guard renders us safer? It is so filthy. Simply remove your leather garments and lay them on the ground. Hurry, do not hesitate. Damn it, let go of me. The woman struggled but ultimately succumbed to the man's strength. You always act so recklessly. One day, your impulsiveness will lead to your demise. Perhaps, but who could resist such charm as yours, dear sister? Jaime replied nonchalantly, life is fleeting. Before we depart this world, we must relish it. Spare me your sophistry. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. Since you are troubled by that man in black below, Let us go and investigate him. What do you intend to do? Cersei was pushed toward the window. Taken aback, are you mad? Do not fret, he cannot see us. They jostled to the window, where the Night's Watchmen continued to practice archery, oblivious to their presence or the notion of entering the keep. In truth, the keep was constructed before the two walls of Winterfell, primarily for military purposes, leading to exceedingly narrow windows. Even if Eddard looked up, he would only perceive the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms overlooking him, with the Kingsguard Jaime Lannister standing behind her. As for their conversation, it was concealed by the window ledge, rendering it impossible to discern their actions or words. Are you at ease now? You are insufferable. Cersei retorted angrily. Today, I did not summon you merely for a dalliance with you. Stop fixating on such trivial matters. I ask you, do you know whether Stark has acquiesced to that fellow Robert? Is there any need to inquire? With our king's temperament, if he were rebuffed, would he still have the gall to linger in Winterfell for days on end, all the while eager to hunt? Jaime continued his task. Soon, a true northerner shall grace the small council. I disapprove of this. Cersei's face clouded with worry. It should be you in that position. Spare me. I have no desire for such a burdensome task. There are many things I wish to pursue. Act like brothers, you mean? If memory serves. Robert does not even get along with his own true brother. Jaime chuckled disdainfully, but who could blame him? With a brother like Stannis, anyone would feel nauseated. Why harbor such animosity toward the Starks? Though I share your disdain for that pack of wolves, we are fortunate. Jaime began to remove his cloak. Having deliberately eschewed the Kingsguard armor today, by the gods, if Stark refuses, who knows if the king might summon his brother or that little finger to serve as the hand. I would rather face an opponent who values honor than one driven by ambition without limit. We must keep a vigilant eye on him. As you wish. But I would prefer to observe you closely, Jaime replied disinterestedly. Come here, let me. There is a sound below. Cersei suddenly pushed her brother's shoulder, halting his advance, and leaned closer to the window. What is it? Jaime leaned in as well. Below, the Night's Watchman remained in place. Yet a child sat upon the wall beside him, appearing to be one of the Stark children, though she could not recall his name. The Night's Watchman was calling out loudly to the boy, seemingly attempting to coax him down. However, the boy not only remained atop the wall, but stood up, extending his arms and walking along the edge as if on a tightrope toward the southeast. Before long, the concerned Night's Watchman also departed the old courtyard, likely to pursue him around the other side. They have all left. Are you now at ease? At ease. Cersei's gaze abandoned the window, her expression still grave. How can I be at ease? Lord Eddard has never meddled in southern affairs. Never. I tell you, he is surely plotting against us. Why else would he vacate his center of power? His wife is the sister of Lady Arryn. It is remarkable that Lisa did not come here to greet us with her accusations. You are overthinking. Lady Arryn is merely a frightened cow. Cersei turned to glare at Jaime. This cow has shared a bed with Jon Arryn. A cow is a cow, regardless of whom it sleeps with, Jaime thought, masking his contempt. If she knew, she would have gone to complain to Robert long before leaving King's Landing. Mothers are all the same. I have always believed childbirth would fry their brains. You are all mad. Jaime had nearly forgotten what his mother looked like. He smiled bitterly, uttering the word as if it were a curse. Regardless of what she knows or believes she knows, she has no proof. He paused. Does she? Pray tell. What evidence do you think the king requires? Even in the absence of a hypothetical enemy, Cersei could not conceal her fury. He does not love me. Dear sister, whose fault is that? You and Robert are both blind. If you mean that I share his perspective, you are correct, in my eyes. Eddard Stark is a man who would rather die than betray the king. He has already betrayed one king. Have you forgotten? I do not dispute his loyalty to Robert. But what if Robert dies and Joffrey ascends the throne? The sooner Robert is gone, the safer we shall be. My husband has grown increasingly anxious. Allowing Stark to remain by his side will only exacerbate matters. He still loves that dead 16-year-old sister of his. Who knows when he might cast me aside for a new Lyanna? Do not dwell on future uncertainties. Focus on the present. Refrain from such talk. The woman admonished. Silence enveloped the room, only to be interrupted by the Night's Watchman's shouts from outside. Oh dear sister, you persist in voicing such discouraging thoughts. I am weary of hearing them. Damn it, the wall is cold. The Kingslayer stormed toward the window, vowing to make the Night's Watchman regret his insolence should the opportunity arise. What is this? A mere soldier dares to scold me? He leaned out the window, scanning the wall beside him, and finally spotted the boy who had moments ago been perched atop the old courtyard wall, now climbing the gargoyle outside his own window. Jaime was taken aback. Cersei remained inside, and they could not be seen. What are you doing? Get down. The boy, intending to entertain the nagging night's watchman below, had no inkling that anyone inhabited the abandoned keep. When Jaime's face unexpectedly emerged from the window, meeting his gaze, the boy lost his balance in shock. Flailing his arms in a futile attempt to grasp something, and with a scream, he fell from the outer wall of the keep. Hey! Jaime had not anticipated such a turn of events. He reached out to grasp him, but it was too late, standing at the window, his mouth agape in shock. As he watched the boy plummet toward the ground, the man suddenly recalled his name. Chapter 25. The Fateful Fall. What transpired? Cersei heard the boy's piercing scream, her eyes widening in panic. Who has fallen? Bran Stark, the second son of Lord Eddard. Damn it. Cersei was suddenly thrown into disarray. Did he see us? No, but we cannot afford to be complacent. Hurry, I must go down and intercept that night's watchman. After a dull thud echoed like a bag of rags hitting the ground, the boy lay motionless on the earth, his eyes shut tight, an eerie stillness enveloping him. The corn he had intended to bring to the top of the crumbling tower to feed the ravens was strewn across the ground, a vivid and ironic display of golden kernels. Eddard stood frozen beside the fallen boy, his mind swirling like a chaotic pot of porridge. Instinct urged him to call for help immediately, but the Lannisters were still in the castle, and his journey away from the wall was now completely ruined. What complicated matters further was the realization that his frantic actions had not only failed to prevent Bran's fall, but had also entangled him in the unfolding situation. He had been shouting at the boy as he fell, in assessing guilt, who bore more responsibility, the distraction he caused or the terror instilled by Jaime. Footsteps approached, and Jaime burst forth from the castle's entrance as if sprinting 100 meters, rushing to Bran's side to check the boy's breathing and heartbeat. Moments later, he rose, his demeanor no longer casual, but rather radiating an intimidating intensity. The Kingslayer seized Eddard by the collar, and had their heights not been so similar, he might have lifted him from the ground. With a voice trembling with barely restrained rage, the arrogant and cynical Lannister stated, Tyrion says you are the most astute soldier he has ever encountered, so you must comprehend that the boy fell by his own doing. This is better for both of us. Do you grasp my meaning? Falling by his own doing. Eddard, now regaining his composure, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, there were no other witnesses to the entire incident. If Bran had indeed fallen of his own volition, then at least until the boy regained consciousness, there would be no need to contend over who was more culpable. Yet, he swiftly realized he could neither accuse Jaime nor shoulder the blame alone. Understood. Yes, he fell by himself, but I fear my word as a mere soldier will not be believed. Jaime cast a fierce glance at him, and seeing Eddard's unwillingness to yield, he reluctantly retreated a step. I can testify for you, but I will not involve Her Majesty the Queen. Eddard nodded vigorously. Of course, Her Majesty has no connection to this matter. They quickly and succinctly coordinated their testimonies, and once their exchange concluded, Cersei emerged from the high castle, her expression taut with tension, while Eddard departed the old courtyard to summon assistance. It was not until evening, when the king's hunting party returned, that anyone dared to leave their quarters. As night fell, Bran's direwolf howled mournfully outside the window, its call echoing through Winterfell, yearning for its young master. Eddard lay restlessly in his bed, tossing and turning. Bran's penchant for climbing walls was well known. Nearly every resident of Winterfell had worried for the reckless boy. Today's fall was an unforeseen calamity for both Jaime and Eddard, yet for the rest of the castle's inhabitants, it was merely the culmination of their fears, a tragic accident. It seemed that Bran's descent had not troubled him, but the reality was far more intricate. Eddard was genuinely unsettled by Bran's fateful tumble, prompting an existential questioning within him. He was a staunch materialist, convinced that all phenomena could be explained through science. Here, science referred to systematic knowledge. He believed that even the sorcery of White Walkers and the Lord of Light adhered to a set of rules he had yet to comprehend. Given time, he was certain he could acquire further insights into this arcane power, ultimately mastering and applying it. However, despite his diligent efforts over the past few days, Bran had still fallen at the same time and place as in the original narrative. Was this mere coincidence? Or was some unseen force guiding the plot along its predetermined path? Eddard forced himself to cease contemplating this unknown and formidable presence, for he faced more immediate troubles. Although he had not yet been publicly accused of causing Bran's fall, he could not escape his entanglement in the narrative, should the story continue. Once the unknown assailant entered Bran's chamber and attempted to grant the boy mercy, the Stark family would undoubtedly question the circumstances surrounding the child's fall. Once the investigation commenced, he, the guest training in the secluded old courtyard of Winterfell, who had first discovered Bran's fall, would surely be remembered. By then, he might have already departed the wall alongside the dwarf. Although Tyrion's affairs bore no connection to Bran's fall and attempted assassination, the Lannister mark upon him could not be erased. Should he be deemed an enemy of House Stark, he would find it impossible to cleanse himself of suspicion. Moreover, would the Lannisters refrain from seeking retribution? With Cersei's vindictive nature and jealousy, a Night's Watchman suspected of knowing too much and unwilling to take the fall, associating closely with her most detested brother would be ample grounds for her wrath. He felt trapped on all sides, initially detached from the intrigues of the power struggle. Eddard's first foray into interfering with the plot had only led to a mess. Had he known better, he would have refrained from involving himself in this debacle. Filled with frustration, he realized that finding a solution was now the only rational course of action. What could he do to navigate this precarious predicament? Chapter 26. Risk and violence to break the deadlock. It is all too easy to make assumptions. Since entering this world, AEG has made similar mistakes time and again. Whether it was his initial encounter with the others, where he misjudged the number of enemies and nearly lost his life, or this attempt to interfere with a crucial plot that ended in trouble, both instances stemmed from the same flaw. He first assumed that Jaime and Cersei would not dare to engage in an affair at the first keep with witnesses present. When ignored, he further believed Bran would walk to the base of the first keep to climb upwards. As a result, both parties unceremoniously slapped him in the face with their actions, and tragedy ultimately could not be averted. Having racked his brain for half the night, Iggy still could not devise a viable escape from the impending predicament. Forcing himself to close his eyes, he drifted into a slumber, utterly exhausted, oblivious to when he had succumbed to sleep. Sleep is indeed the best respite. When the first ray of morning light streamed through the small window into Iggy's room, he opened his eyes and lay in bed for a minute, when a bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Since he could not extricate himself from the plot, why not embrace it instead? After a sleepless night, AEG spent half the time contemplating how to save Bran from assassination, while the other half was devoted to considering how to distance himself should the assassination occur. Yet neither path bore fruit, for he unconsciously imposed a stringent condition upon himself to remain uninvolved. How could he determine who the assassin was, who had sent them, and how to discreetly intervene? Stopping the assassination was fraught with challenges, and disentangling himself afterward seemed even more implausible. The relocation of the training ground to the old keep was hardly concealed from outsiders, and the identity of the first person to discover Bran's fall was well known. Moreover, this incident was undeniably connected to him. Since he was not innocent, how could he claim to be free of blame? With such a plethora of difficulties laid before him, and having shackled his own thoughts with restrictions, the notion of hiding in the shadows and letting events unfold without anyone recalling his involvement was utterly whimsical. Therefore, he resolved to join the fray. AEG was typically a rational and composed individual, yet deep down, he was quite obstinate and skeptical of fate. Though he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, he was unafraid when trouble loomed. If he could neither absolve himself of the situation nor rely on his strength to prevent Bran's assassination, why not discard all superfluous conditions and adopt the most straightforward and brutal approach? He could simply inform the Stark family about the plot against Bran. Following this train of thought, he initially considered leaving an anonymous note for House Stark, but that would still leave him in a precarious position should the assassination take place. To avoid suspicion and ensure he was not targeted, he would need to assume the role of an utterly innocent messenger. Who to approach? The first person who came to mind was the recently acquainted Jon Snow, but recalling that he was merely a child, he doubted his reliability and reluctantly dismissed the idea. Thus, the only remaining member of House Stark he could approach was none other than Joffrey. This prince was the prime suspect, having been doubted by Tyrion in the original narrative. Not to mention, AEG considered Joffrey's sensitive identity, which would not implicate him directly. Joffrey was, at least in the eyes of House Stark, the son of King Robert Baratheon, a mere child and the future ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Should he learn of the desire for Bran's demise, Eddard Stark, no matter how enraged, would be unlikely to explode immediately. Even if he did, it would be difficult to involve Tyrion, who was about to take him away from the wall. In his desperate bid to escape that perilous and harsh environment, AEG was willing to disregard everything. For reasons of prudence, he patiently bided his time for a day before cautiously seeking out the chief ranger, Benjen Stark, with whom he had not spoken for several days. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Benjen inquired, his demeanor weary and troubled, as a nephew lay half-dead in bed while he awaited reinforcements. "My lord, I have a matter that I am uncertain whether to disclose. Since you have entered, I presume you have reached a conclusion. Speak plainly. This concerns your nephew, Bran." AEG began to articulate his carefully organized narrative, suddenly feeling akin to a treacherous sycophant. For what was to follow was entirely fabricated. That day, when Bran fell while climbing, it was I who first discovered him, as I was nearby competing in archery with Ser Jaime. Thus, when I inadvertently overheard a conversation regarding this matter this morning, I instinctively paid heed. "Indeed," Benjen nodded, indicating he was listening. The speakers were Prince Joffrey and a knight in armor whom I did not recognize. The knight stated that even if Bran recovered, he would never walk again, and it would be better if he were dead. The chief ranger furrowed his brow. In a sense, this statement contained a measure of truth. In this cruel and frigid world, the existence of a disabled person would undoubtedly be filled with hardship and suffering, as evidenced by Tyrion's own history. However, such thoughts, while permissible in private contemplation, were a tremendous disrespect to the Lord of Winterfell when voiced aloud. Who could be so audacious? Well, in truth, the identity of the speaker was inconsequential. One could not pursue a personal grievance based on mere casual remarks. Benjen Stark observed his most astute ranger and understood that the individual before him could not have approached him solely over this comment. There must be further developments. Prince Joffrey concurred with the knight's remarks. "Originally, I intended to leave at this point, but the prince's subsequent words made me wary." AEG feigned anxiety as he continued. "The prince proclaimed his intention to grant Bran Stark mercy by alleviating his suffering upon awakening." "Mercy?" Benjen's brow furrowed even further. "What exactly did he say?" "He stated that he intended to bestow liberation upon the Stark boy, akin to the Bravosi." He vividly recounted the entirely fabricated scene and dialogue he had conjured in his mind. Were it only this, it would suffice. However, the prince also produced a dagger. I could not discern its exact nature, as I was hiding behind a pile of hay, but I distinctly heard him introduce it to the knight, saying, "This is a dagger forged from Valyrian steel, taken from my father's armory, with a hilt made from dragon bone, worthy of a Stark child." Continue. The subsequent words faded from my hearing as the two moved further away. But it was clear that the prince instructed the knight to seek out a mercenary and hand over the Valyrian steel dagger for this purpose. AEG vaguely stated, "I suspect this might merely be a child boasting, but given the gravity of the matter, I deliberated extensively before deciding to inform you. Even if it is merely a jest, assigning an additional guard outside young Bran's chamber would not constitute a significant inconvenience." Benjen's expression grew serious as he pondered, and after a long pause, he fixed his gaze upon AG. "Do you comprehend what you are doing? To accuse the future king of the Seven Kingdoms without evidence is treason, punishable by death." "Understood." Chapter 27. The New Journey. This represents a high-stakes gamble, an audacious venture undertaken to atone for one's foolish blunder in failing to prevent Bran's fall, and to clear potential troubles that may arise upon departing from the wall. It feels akin to weaving a further lie to cover an initial deception, although one might temporarily evade scrutiny. The peril that follows is no less daunting than facing the others. Should a confrontation arise, the one who falsely accused the prince would surely meet a grim fate. Much like how Peter Baelish informed Catelyn that the dagger used to assassinate Bran belonged to Tyrion. Aegon now wagers that the Stark family will respond discreetly upon learning of this matter, rather than erupting into an uproar. In stark contrast to Peter Baelish, who concocts lies and sows distrust to seize opportunities amid chaos, Aegon fabricates this ruse solely to ensure a stable environment that permits his safe departure from the wall, thereby securing a chance to escape his Night's Watch identity. Given his familiarity with the narrative and the characters involved, Aegon's chances of success are significantly high. Yet, regardless of how favorable the odds may appear, he remains acutely aware that he is gambling with his very life. Now, he has done all that he can. Whether he lives or dies rests entirely in the hands of those powerful figures above him. If he could choose his future, he would wish never to rely on such desperate gambles for his survival again. As dawn breaks, delicate snowflakes drift through the air. Aegon reluctantly departs from his cozy room on the ground floor of the inn, which feels like paradise compared to the desolate wall. Having enjoyed a warm bed and a hearty breakfast, he makes his way to the training grounds to await the gathering. The king has likely not yet risen, and neither have the Lord of Winterfell nor the Chief Ranger made their appearance. However, the assembly clearly entails the younger and subordinate figures arriving first to await the arrival of their esteemed leaders. He can only hope that all will proceed smoothly. The king and the prime minister's retinue gradually converge, and Jon Snow appears, greeting Aegon with a friendly nod. The young lad has resolved to join the Night's Watch alongside Benjen Stark, and in Aegon's eyes, Jon is now a comrade and senior who is about to become his brother in black. Despite being aware of Aegon's intentions to escape, Jon instinctively seeks to forge a closer bond. "Good morning," Aegon acknowledges. "When I was your age, I could scarcely rise before dawn. From today onward, Uncle Benjen will be my commander," Jon responds with a smile, recalling the advice of Ser Roderick, who taught him to make a good impression before a new superior. Indeed, the wisdom of experience reveals that in a few years, one will learn that performing well often pales in comparison to merely appearing competent. Performing well pales in comparison to merely appearing competent? Jon questions, tilting his head in confusion. Is there a distinction? At times, there is no difference. Yet more often than not, the disparity can be quite significant. A bastard and a ranger meander through the courtyard, engaging in light conversation until they unwittingly arrive at the blacksmith shop at the southern end of the training grounds. Here, Jon halts to collect the slender sword he had commissioned for Arya. Such a small sword. It's meant for a girl, isn't it? Aegon feigns ignorance. Jon carefully wipes the blade and lifts it for inspection. Indeed, let us keep this between us. I won't disclose what you discussed with the imp. Hey, you rascal. Despite harboring trepidations about the future, Aegon feigns levity. Agreed. Are you heading to the wall today? A sudden bright voice interrupts them as Jaime Lannister strides over, seemingly unfazed by Bran's fall. He appears genuinely delighted to be departing from Winterfell, a place where even clandestine meetings are hard to arrange. "Yes, my lord. Please convey my respect to the Night's Watch. I am grateful for your presence in safeguarding the North against those wildlings, others, and other fiends. Thank you in advance." He extends his hand to Jon, who hesitates momentarily before reciprocating the gesture. Moments later, the Kingslayer reaches out to Aegon. "And you, Demon Slayer, make sure to slay as many as you can. Don't let those wretched creatures pass the wall." "Glad to serve," Aegon replies uneasily, as Jaime's grip tightens painfully, compelling Aegon to exert force in return to alleviate the discomfort. As they watch the man depart, Jon frowns in dissatisfaction. What does he mean by that? What else could it mean? Aegon shrugs, aware that Jaime is warning him to keep his mouth in check. Yet, with numerous concerns weighing on his mind, he finds little time to heed the flippant nobleman's warnings. These southern lords seem to have too much time on their hands, leading to bouts of neurotic behavior. Jon, somewhat confused, nods and accepts the sword from the blacksmith. "I must bid farewell to my siblings. Excuse me." "Go ahead." The bastard turns to leave, having grown up in this place, now finding it difficult to part. In contrast, Aegon, with no ties or family in this city or world, feels unburdened, wandering aimlessly. He is eventually halted by the tardy Tyrion, who beckons him to join the dwarf at the edge of the training grounds, where they sit by the railing, discussing curious tales from Aegon's homeland while observing the assembly of those preparing to journey south. The sun remains obscured by clouds, yet the day continues to brighten inexorably. By around 9 o'clock, the two most significant figures finally make their appearance. Without the need for further words, those about to part embrace and farewell, resolute in their decision as they mount their steeds and ride forth from Winterfell through the Hunter's Gate, heading west along the King's Road, embarking on their journey. After traveling several miles amidst the sounds of voices and the creaking of the Queen's carriage, the King's banner and caravan, alongside knights and free riders, Veer left at the first fork in the road, heading south, while Aegon, accompanied by Benjen Stark and Jon, along with Tyrion and his 2 guards, turned northward. Chapter 28. The return north. The mountains loomed to the west, while the path veered northeast. The weather had grown increasingly frigid, with nighttime temperatures plunging below freezing. Each gust of the biting north wind sliced through their tightly wrapped sheepskin coats like a knife. Moreover, the distant howls of wolf packs echoed through the forest, causing the white direwolf Jon Snow accompanied to perk up its ears, though it never responded. Unlike the character depicted in the original tale, the man known as Yoren bore a fierce countenance, his thick beard nearly obscuring his features, a sight that could easily frighten a child. It was apparent that he was no gentle soul. He had brought along 2 ragged farm boys from the Fingers, both guilty of heinous crimes. Even the most ferocious of crows was merely a clerk in comparison. Vyrn nodded towards the 2 new recruits, succinctly introducing them as criminals. Westeros had a brutally straightforward method of punishing common offenders, particularly in the north. The punishment mirrored the crime. Thieves lost their hands, slanderers had their tongues cut out, and those who misstepped into the wrong ranks could lose their heads. 2 rapists. Clearly, life on the wall, no matter how harsh, was infinitely preferable to castration. After their 2 groups converged, they formed a motley crew of 9 men and 1 wolf. Jon Snow observed Vyrn and his 2 grim companions with a peculiar expression, gradually succumbing to silence and confusion. Aegon noticed the youth's change and understood the reason. The bastard had only encountered his uncle Benjen and himself among the Night's Watch, and thus had mistakenly assumed that all in black were men of virtue. He could not fathom that Aegon, with his respectable appearance, learned demeanor, and articulate speech, had secured a chance to journey to Winterfell. It was evident that Vyrn and the 2 rapists served as a startling awakening for him. Aegon felt a pang of pity for Jon. The path he chose, or rather the path forced upon him by his lineage, was a difficult one. Regardless of the setting up or breaking camp, Tyrion was of no assistance. His small stature and limping gait were merely a hindrance. Thus, whenever the group paused to settle, the dwarf would wrap himself tightly in his coat, clutch his wineskin, and retreat to a corner to read alone while others erected tents, tended to horses, and kindled fires for warmth. That night, after the camp had been established, Aegon instinctively sought out Tyrion at the edge of the campsite. "What are you reading?" he inquired. "It is one of the battles from Aegon's conquest of the 7 kingdoms," Tyrion replied. In this particular engagement, King Loren Lannister of Casterly Rock and King Mern Gardner of the Reach united to resist the Targaryen incursion. The 2 armies comprised 600 lords, 5,000 cavalry, and over 50,000 mercenaries and foot soldiers. Meanwhile, the Targaryen forces were vastly outnumbered, possessing only about 1/5 of their opponent's strength, most of whom were recruited from previously defeated enemies, loyalty being a concern. The dwarf, aware that Aegon had only recently begun to grasp the written word and still struggled with reading, summarized the content. The 2 armies clashed on the fertile plains along the riverbanks. The allied forces surged forward, and the Targaryens scattered in terror. In mere minutes, the text states, years of conquest seemed on the verge of a halt, but those were merely the moments before Aegon Targaryen and his 2 sisters entered the fray. Aegon could already predict the ensuing events. Then the dragons entered the battlefield, and the tide of war shifted dramatically, a fact known to all in the 7 kingdoms. Indeed. But this was the only instance in history where Vhagar, Meraxes, and Balerion, 3 great dragons, struck simultaneously. On that day, more soldiers perished in dragonfire than in all the other battles of the conquest combined. Following the notable encounters of the burning of Harrenhal and the firestorm, other kings gradually realized that neither fortifying their castles nor launching offensives could secure victory. Thus, House Stark of the North and House Arryn of the Vale surrendered without a fight, and the 7 kingdoms swiftly unified into 6. The dragon's side was an overwhelming force. The battles were merely spectacles lacking any military value. Aegon was unfamiliar with the myriad terms of this world, and only then did he realize that among Aegon's adversaries in the Battle of Firestorm were the lords of House Lannister. No wonder Tyrion was particularly interested in this conflict. "What are you reading again?" Jon Snow approached, his expression still clouded with discontent. The first ranger was a relative of his, while the Night's Watch crows and other recruits were entirely different from his expectations, leaving him feeling out of place among them. At this moment, he had little to say except to Aegon and the dwarf. "Is there a problem with reading?" Aegon interjected before Tyrion could respond. "Jon, how old are you?" 14. "You're merely 14, yet taller and stronger than many 20-year-olds from peasant families. What do you think accounts for that?" Master Luwin said that bastards tend to grow faster than other children. "You're 14 and still believe such childish tales?" Aegon scoffed openly. "How old are you compared to Robb?" "About the same age, I suppose." Jon's demeanor immediately soured. "I do not know my exact birth date. Robb is probably a bit older. Under my father's stewardship, no one in the north goes hungry. There is a world of difference between being well-fed and merely having a full meal. If it is just one meal, a balanced feast and a bowl of porridge may seem to fill you, but over the course of 14 years, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Is that so? But what does it have to do with reading?" It has little to do with reading, but in my homeland, there is a saying, every bite you consume becomes part of your body. Aegon continued, and every book you read becomes part of your soul. Every friend you make becomes part of your social circle. Thus, your body, soul, and social connections, perhaps with a bit of luck, comprise the entirety of a person. Therefore, I strive to eat well, read extensively, and associate with worthy individuals. Do not question others about their reading habits. Lord Tyrion may be shorter than you, but his soul is far more substantial. The youth blinked several times, nodding thoughtfully. The dwarf, observing from the side, wore a peculiar expression. He was often subjected to flattery, but seldom had he encountered such artful compliments that were also beneficial. He regarded the Night's Watchman with renewed interest, finding him increasingly intriguing. Aegon, did you know I initially thought you were merely an accountant for the Night's Watch? Then, I perceived you as a boastful fraud. And now you seem to embody an adventurer from another continent, and now a philosopher. Aegon chuckled, is that so? Yet these identities do not conflict, do they? He was constantly seeking to forge a closer bond with Tyrion, hoping to escape the wall without resorting to flight. However, his recent words, though aimed at winning favor, were not without merit. Eating well, reading good books, and befriending the right people had been his guiding principles before his journey. The dwarf before him, despite his physical limitations and numerous vices, was undoubtedly one of the most worthwhile individuals to befriend in this world. Let us proceed. The fine goods brought from King's Landing remain uneaten, though I wonder if there is enough meat to accompany the wine. Add a bit more pepper. Aegon suggested as he approached the makeshift dining table, preparing to enjoy his meal. However, no sooner had he settled onto the ground than a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by arrows that struck the ground and even pierced the large pot used for cooking. They were under attack. Enemy assault. Euron bellowed, discarding the prey he had been skinning and drawing his sword. Chapter 29, An encounter beyond the plot it should not be. After a brief moment of stupor, the soldier's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly drew his steel sword, positioning himself to shield Tyrion before his two guards could react. This diminutive Lannister represented hope for his escape from the wall. My lord, you must hide. Lord Banyon, step out quickly. I will cover you. A hapless new recruit, struck by an arrow in the shoulder, writhed on the ground in agony. Euron thrust a skinning knife into another recruit's hands, bellowing, if you wish to survive, stay close to me. The tent flaps were thrown open, and the chief ranger emerged, weapon in hand, as shadows surged forth from the darkness, yelling and charging towards the camp. From the scattered arrows and flying stones, he quickly deduced the assailant's identity. Wildlings. Mount up. Damn it, there's no time. Everyone retreated to the stone wall, bracing for battle. The two Lannister guards, typically obedient to Tyrion's commands, instinctively heeded Stark's direction in the face of their master's evident panic. The 9 of them huddled together, backs against the old stone wall that supported the tent, encircling an injured comrade and a Lannister. Their expressions grave and tense as they prepared to confront the enemy. Weren't the wildlings supposed to be north of the wall? Tyrion, lacking noble composure, shrank behind the taller figures of A.G. and Jon, unable to see the unfolding chaos outside. A.E.G., upon realizing the enemy's identity, breathed a sigh of relief, while the bastard felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of showcasing his skills. Conversely, although the 2 Lannister guards were clad in full armor, only one behaved like a soldier. No one told me the north was so perilous. Occasionally, small groups of wildlings would cross the wall, but it was rare for them to venture deep into the wolf's wood. Can I have something to use as a weapon? I have nothing for defense. No, they're coming. There were no heralds, no banners, no drums or horns sounded, not even the glint of steel. The wildlings charged with mostly wooden clubs and stone spears or axes. A.E.G. barely spotted a decent weapon among them, only hearing the twang of a bowstring from one of Tyrion's guards, followed by a shadowy figure's shriek as it stumbled back, clutching a wound. Such a ragtag group of wildlings, despite their numerical advantage, should not have dared to attack a well-armed group of 9, especially with the Night's Watch present. What compelled them to act so recklessly? There was no time for further contemplation as the enemy surged forth. The wildlings were ragged, emaciated, clad in mismatched leather or ill-fitting rags, with not a single helmet among them. The Night's Watch prepared for a bloody fight, but as soon as the clash began, A.E.G. sensed something amiss. Although about 10 wildlings charged forward, shouting and surrounding them, none truly closed in for combat. Instead, they remained a couple of meters away, hollering and brandishing an assortment of weapons, seemingly more intent on posturing than attacking. Moreover, a few of the wildlings were evidently women, deftly rummaging through the group's belongings. Even pilfering the squirrel Vyrn had yet to skin. If their intention was merely to seize valuables, the group had little of significance to guard, so they might as well let them take what they wanted. With this thought, the clash of weapons echoed as both sides tested each other, resulting in a standoff that lasted only a few seconds. Vyrn was the first to recognize the danger. Their objective was the horses. Are they here to steal the horses? Stark realized, his face flushing with anger. In light of the dwindling numbers of the Night's Watch, the steeds had become a more precious resource than men. No longer concerned for the lives of his subordinates, he swung his steel sword. Stop them. The chief ranger's voice rang out. Do not pursue the desperate. Protect the horses first. 2 Night's Watch soldiers hurried after their commander, quickly reaching the trees where the horses were tethered. Taking advantage of the brief distraction, the wildlings severed many of the ropes tying the horses, driving off several mounts. The freshly cooked stew spilled across the ground, the iron pot pierced, releasing a fragrant aroma amidst the chaos of their temporary camp. Several loaves of bread prepared for sharing vanished. A dead squirrel was snatched by a wild woman, and clothing as well as the iron spoon that had been in the pot were lost, along with many other inconsequential items. Aside from the horses, their losses were minimal. Why did they take my book? Good heavens, do any of those wildlings know how to read? Tyrion exclaimed. I could overlook the others, but that was borrowed from the library in Winterfell. They probably don't even know what a book is, AG lamented. Most likely, it will be used as kindling or torn for toilet paper. Should we pursue them? Vyrn's expression darkened, growing more menacing. We lost 8 horses. That leaves us with 14. Banyan frowned, contemplating the situation. There were approximately 20 wildlings visible, a mix of men and women. Attempting to chase or eliminate them with only 3 members of the Night's Watch would be inadequate. The woods likely concealed further ambushes. Ultimately, he shook his head, rejecting Vyrn's proposal. The disparity in combat effectiveness and quality between professional soldiers and farmers is immense, akin to the difference between wolves and sheep. In theory, a united flock could slay a wolf, but in reality, no sheep dares to lag behind for such an elusive possibility. As long as they remained calm, even with the advantage of surprise, the wildlings could only retreat in disarray after leaving 3 corpses behind. Had Banyan not been so eager to protect the remaining horses, the outcome might have been far more severe. Only one new recruit, not yet formally inducted, fell victim to the initial volley of errant arrows. Fortunately, the wildlings lacked strong bows, and the quality of their arrows was poor, some even lacking barbs. The arrow could simply be extracted, the wound disinfected. It would count as nothing more than a surface injury. For Jon, Tyrion, and his 2 guards, none of whom had experienced true warfare, repelling an ambush with a cost of 0 to 3 was indisputably a great victory. For AEG, remaining unscathed was paramount. Yet for Banyan Stark, it was a source of profound humiliation. The Night's Watch's cavalry was already scarce, and now nearly 1/10 had been stolen from under his watch by a band of wildlings crossing the wall. Since joining the Night's Watch, he had never suffered such a significant loss. More critical than the loss of steeds was the implication of this ambush. The wildlings were hastening southward, and the situation north of the wall was evidently deteriorating. Urgent action was required to organize another patrol and ascertain the state of affairs. Chapter 30. Forced March. The chief ranger, with a composed demeanor, instructed the others to bring the remaining horses closer to the tents. He, along with AEG and Vyrn, set traps and alarms among the surrounding trees to deter ambushes, and after arranging the night watch, he allowed the group to resume their evening meal preparations. What was I just saying? One moment you are a philosopher, and the next, a true warrior, Tyrion thought, still shaken from the recent assault. In that initial moment of attack, AEG had shielded him, and now his feelings towards the Night's Watchman grew more complex. I previously doubted that the Night's Watch was the finest force in the Seven Kingdoms. Yet now I find myself questioning whether you truly have slain White Walkers. Engaging in battle with wildlings, any unit would appear as the elite of the Seven Kingdoms. AEG mused, stifling a laugh. He could not, however, diminish his ally's valor. Thank you for the praise, but I assure you, I have not deceived you. Call me Tyrion. I owe you a favor, the dwarf replied. As for our prior agreement, I shall strive to fulfill it. Everything that began swiftly also ended just as quickly. AEG was uncertain how he appeared to Tyrion during the earlier skirmish, Yet he understood within himself that he had not performed any extraordinary feats. The fierce wildling warriors had gathered under Mance's command, strategizing against the White Walkers atop the Frostfangs. The recent attackers were among the weakest of their kind. Any trained soldier, provided they were not struck by the initial rain of arrows, would not have lost that confrontation. The swift formation and charge that drove the enemy away were merely responses to the Chief Ranger's orders, and any other ranger would have executed it competently. The only deliberate act was ensuring Tyrion's safety, motivated purely by his own desire to leave the wall unscathed. Even without his intervention, the feeble arrows from the wildlings posed little threat to the dwarf. Perhaps it was this instinctive action that moved the Lannister? Given the circumstances, he had no reason to reveal his own shortcomings. Tyrion was likely experiencing true combat for the first time, and amidst the tension, it was understandable that he would perceive the man protecting him as braver and stronger than reality. This misperception was not intentionally crafted, yet it seemed to bear no detriment to him, requiring no further explanation. How could wildlings appear here? Jon pondered, having just taken his first life. The mingling of guilt and adrenaline flushed his face, leaving him unsettled. In Winterfell, I seldom hear such news. Indeed, such occurrences had not transpired for some time. Crossing the wall was perilous. AEG explained solemnly. If mere survival were the goal, the abundant resources of the Wolfwood would suffice for the wildlings. However, this group likely seeks to venture further south, searching for shelter from the cold and the White Walkers. Lacking transportation and provisions, they could not evade the patrols of the Northwest lords, leaving them no choice but to attack us. Even if they failed to catch us, nearby villages would surely suffer. White Walkers, one of the more timid Lannister guards, shivered. Aren't they the creatures from legends? Do they truly exist? In ordinary circumstances, they would dismiss such tales, but having just repelled an ambush in darkness, their faculties of rational thought were diminished. The distant trees swayed ominously in the cold wind, creating an unsettling atmosphere as if something lurked in the shadows, causing those listening to AEG to feel a spine-tingling apprehension. Do not worry, this one has slain one, Jon said excitedly, feeling a sense of pride for being among the first to recognize a White Walker's killer. If that creature emerges, AEG, your obsidian dagger remains. Correct? Indeed, fear not. Even if the White Walkers could cross the wall, I would slay one at every opportunity, AG replied, grinning as he patted his pack, boasting lightly. The group finished their interrupted meal without incident, still wide awake, engaging in idle conversation until Banyan emerged from the tent to address them. Enough chatter, sleep early. Here, we can find remnants of the wall for support, but further north lies an unbroken wasteland. At our current pace, we will require 3 more days to reach Black Castle, and we must spend 2 nights in the wild. This is too perilous. After careful consideration, I have decided that at dawn we shall commence a forced march, foregoing camping at night to push our horses and aim for a day and night's journey to Black Castle. Then, you all should retire. I will keep watch with Jack for the first half of the night, AG stated, rising. Leave your belongings, we shall tidy up. The group complied, and soon the camp lay deserted, with only a few remaining. Before departing, Tyrion patted AG on the shoulder. Take care, you too. The first half of the night passed without incident, and as the latter half commenced, it was Jon and Morris's turn to keep watch. The night unfolded without event. As dawn broke, the group rose early, packing their tents and gear onto their horses, securing the saddles, and setting off northward. The weather worsened. The temperature finally dipped below freezing, signaling that the falling snowflakes could accumulate on the ground. Forced marches were routine for the Rangers, particularly for AG, who had recently endured a 10-day flight, yet the others in the party lacked such endurance. After traversing over 100 miles for numerous hours, Tyrion and the 2 Lannister guards found their posteriors numb. Upon entering the gates of Black Castle, dismounting from their horses, their legs trembled as if they had forgotten how to walk. Chapter 31. Fulfilling promises. The clangor of swords resonated through the square, marking yet another ordinary day at Black Castle. Commander Mormont had withstood the pressure from House Royce on behalf of the 3 survivors of the patrol. Now, having escaped the clutches of the others, the trio had cleared their names of cowardice and were free to move about the castle. Regrettably, among the new recruits below, not only were there no women, but even the number of handsome men was scant. Jon, clad in a black woolen sweater with a leather vest and chainmail, stood at the center of the training yard, wielding a practice sword as he sparred with his opponent. This batch of trainees numbered nearly 20, including Jon, marking one of the largest groups in years. Their ages ranged from 14 to 18, yet none could match the youngest, the bastard, in skill. Some displayed agility but were timid, even more cowardly than Will. Others lacked understanding, treating their swords as daggers. One was as frail as a girl. The commonality among the new recruits was their bumbling nature, slow and awkward. In this sea of incompetence, John stood out like a tiger among wolves, having swiftly defeated 4 opponents in mere minutes. In a brilliant feint, he toppled the 5th, a burly recruit, striking his head, and, as the opponent stumbled back, he deftly disarmed him, delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. The burly recruit lost his balance and fell heavily into the snow, his dull sword slipping from his grasp. Aegon had to concede that Jon's swordsmanship was indeed as impressive as he had boasted. Even he, a veteran 10 years Jon's senior and a year into the Night's Watch, would likely only manage a draw by relying solely on defense. The training session was halted by the new recruit's instructor, Alicia Thorne. Having been forced to the wall as a consequence of the losing side in the War of the Usurper, held no fondness for the bastard son of the victor. Their conversation, obscured by distance, was evidently not one of cordiality, as anger flickered across the boy's face. "This child possesses considerable skill," Tyrion remarked, having endured days of arduous travel that left him sore and unable to sit comfortably, preferring to stand. However, he felt that Jon's intensity might be a touch excessive towards his future brother. Joining the Night's Watch for honor, they soon discovered the reality was far removed from their expectations, and the feelings of abandonment by their fathers manifested as a fierce venting of frustrations upon their adversaries. "How succinctly you express it. You are quite the poet now." Tyrion chuckled. "But if he continues this way, he will find it difficult to navigate within the ranks. Someone needs to guide him on how to conduct himself. You truly possess a kind heart," he continued. "I cannot help but feel sympathy for bastards, cripples, and all manner of misfits ensnared by ill fortune. And what of me? Having encountered misfortune, yet fortunate enough to be among your last category of pity? Is that good luck or bad?" "Ah, that is a fine question. You have stumped me," Tyrion admitted. As their acquaintance deepened, their relationship became increasingly casual and intimate. The dwarf indeed had the qualities of a protagonist, despite his noble birth. He never acted superior or looked down upon others. Not being irksome is a skill in itself, a manifestation of intelligence, and combined with a sharp mind, it foretells great accomplishments. At that moment, he smiled. "How go things on your end?" "The chief ranger has begun preparations for the next patrol, and I am to lead the way." Aegon, anxious within, feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "How long do you intend to stay at the wall?" "I shall remain as long as I wish. I have no pressing matters of state to attend to," the dwarf shrugged. "How long does a patrol typically last?" "Anywhere from a month to half a year." The timing to confront the others was far from ripe. Yet the stubbornness of House Stark had been entirely inherited by one individual. Despite Aegon's entreaties, Benjen refused to abandon or postpone the patrol. Although he laughed and conversed with Tyrion, the dwarf was nonetheless a genuine Lannister. A noble had already pledged assistance. Urging further would be presumptuous. "Ah, I jest. I would be willing to escort you away from the wall, not because you have slain some fanciful creature," Tyrion said with a shrug. "No need for further explanations. I shall seek out your commander to discuss your departure. Also, do refrain from calling me my lord." "Very well, Tyrion." Aegon exhaled, a grateful smile gracing his lips. "I await your good news." Chapter 32, The Request, Part 1. Tyrion nodded at the commander as he sat behind the table. Once the Lord of Bear Island and a noble of the North, his rank and stature afforded him the privilege to address the other by name. "Have you been enjoying your time at the wall?" "Thank you for your concern, Commander. Aside from a bit of discomfort in my backside and shivering through the nights from the cold, everything is quite well," Tyrion replied with a broad smile as he settled into his seat. "However, I must admit, being robbed by a band of wildlings on the journey from Wolf's Wood to the new gift was an unprecedented experience. Quite thrilling, indeed. It is the Night's Watch's duty to keep the wildlings at bay. Please accept our apologies for this oversight." "Well, I forgive you," Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly, adjusting his posture for comfort. "Having spent a few days here, I've somewhat grasped the current state of the Night's Watch. Yet I find it difficult to lay the blame entirely upon you. Nevertheless, it is your responsibility to stop the wildlings, regardless of your manpower shortages. I had the protection of Bronn and the others during my attack, but what if one day the wildlings ventured deep into the north, assaulting Winterfell, Castle Black, or even the Stark family members? That would be a grave predicament, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, The wildlings have crossed the wall through the gaps between three fortresses, sailed past our paltry defenses from Seal Bay, and slipped through the canyon in droves from Shadow Tower. The Night's Watch has tried to intercept them, but our efforts have been futile. Mormont's brow furrowed deeply. I have already instructed Maester Eamon to issue warnings to the Lords of the North, and it seems the Duke of Stark has agreed to muster a temporary force for my command. It's just unfortunate that I do not know when they will be ready to rally to my side. The Duke of Stark is a commendable lord. Yet even divine intervention cannot halt the decline of the Night's Watch. Witnessing the once mighty shield protecting the realm of men fall to such a state pains my heart. Tyrion feigned a look of sympathy. Thus, I have resolved to provide a donation to the Night's Watch. Even the steadfast Mormont was taken aback. The populace of the new gift and the lands under the wall had dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Utterly incapable of sustaining a Night's Watch contingent of nearly 1,000. Thus, whether acknowledged or not, funding had gradually become the principal source of provisions for the Blackclad brothers. As the commander contemplated seeking aid from the Queen's brother, he was caught off guard by Tyrion's sudden offer. In a surge of excitement, he altered his address. That is truly wonderful, my lord. The Night's Watch will be ever grateful for your generosity and foresight. However, let us not rush. I have an additional condition. I wish to designate someone to accompany me to King's Landing to receive my donation. Who? Aegon, the ranger you recently dispatched to Winterfell. I haven't finished speaking yet. Recognizing Tyrion's true intentions, the seasoned Lord of Bear Island mentally commended him and quickly added, he is not only to receive my donation, but also to remain in King's Landing to continue gathering supplies for the Night's Watch. Mormont paused for a moment before responding. Tyrion, the identity of a Night's Watch member is a lifelong commitment. No one can join and then leave. I understand and respect this tradition, or rather, this rule. Tyrion interjected. He will assume the role of the Night's Watch's supply officer in King's Landing, providing continuous support to the Wall. King's Landing, as the largest city and capital of Westeros, offers ample opportunities for securing aid. Yet manpower is genuinely in a dire state. The commander lamented to the Queen's brother. We have less than 1,000 men left, 600 stationed here, 200 at Shadow Tower, and even fewer at Eastwatch. Of these, hardly a third are truly capable of combat. The wall stretches 300 miles. Ponder this. If enemies were to attack, I could only assign 3 men to each mile. 3 1/3. Tyrion yawned dismissively. It's hardly a significant loss. Moreover, with a population of 500,000 in King's Landing, simply recruiting a few from the impoverished districts could easily fill the empty towers of Black Castle. Besides, aren't the Night's Watch's ravens often absent from the wall? Why should Aegon be any different? That is not the same. The ravens have been veterans of the Night's Watch for many years. They can no longer fight as they once did and can only contribute in this manner. They are rooted here, with nowhere else to go. Furthermore, we have calculated provisions for their food and lodging to ensure they cannot linger outside for too long after completing their tasks. You hold me in too high regard. If you do not mind, I would gladly gather all the dwarves in Westeros for you. The older man, lacking the inclination or mood for jest, shook his head. I must decline your terms. The matter of funding is not to be forced, and please do not mention taking anyone away again. Blast it. I should have played the fool a bit more. Why is this man so astute? Tyrion mused internally, knowing he had never gone back on his word and detested disappointing friends. After some contemplation, he revealed his trump card. Commander, here is my proposal. I will guarantee, in the name of House Lannister, that Aegon will not flee. If I cause you to lose a soldier of great potential, I assure you, I will compensate you more than a dozenfold. He is neither a thief nor a rapist, and he can train and manage those scoundrels under your command. What do you say? The implication was clear. Refusal would mean offending the other party. Chapter 33, The Demands of the Powerful, Part 2. What does it mean to offend the Lannister family? In Westeros, there exists a widely sung ballad known as the Reign of Castamere, also referred to as Tywin's Curse. The terms massacre and extermination are nearly mythical in this realm. Privileges reserved for the exalted Targaryens, who once conquered the 7 kingdoms from their dragon-backed heights. Although, in theory, a lord possesses the authority to impose such punishments upon his vassals in the 3 centuries following the unification of the 7 kingdoms. Only the Lannisters have truly executed such absolute measures. This decisive act solidified their tenuous grip on the West and established their formidable reputation across the continent. Even Aerys II Targaryen, later known as the Mad King, found himself awed by Tywin's audacity. extending an invitation to him to serve as Hand of the King in King's Landing. It became evident that Tywin had the capacity to govern the Seven Kingdoms effectively. Subsequently, when the Farwyn family of Fairall defied their lord's rule, Duke Tywin dispatched merely a minstrel to play this very tune in the hall of their castle, compelling immediate submission. The Frey family signaled the commencement of the Red Wedding with this melody, marking the tragic end of Robb Stark's life and fortunes. At the wedding of Joffrey I and Margaery Tyrell, the same tune was played repeatedly under the subtle guidance of the Elder Rose, leading to the well-known fate of the young king. In summary, the Lannisters are indeed formidable. Is there anyone in Westeros who does not fear offending the Lannisters? Certainly, there are, including the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Regardless of their wealth and might, the Lannisters cannot dispatch armies to the Wall. The reign of Castamere? The frigid temperatures at the Wall could freeze the strings of a harp, let alone the fact that this desolate region lacks even a rainy season. Even if Duke Tywin himself were to utter such words, Lord Commander Mormont would have little reason to heed him, much less the cunning Tyrion. However, while he harbored no fear of the Lannisters, Mormont had no desire to provoke the Queen's brother merely to prove his courage. Having long surpassed the age of petty rivalries, he scratched his head, contemplating a solution. Not that I wish to disrespect, my lord, the commander cautiously employed formalities, mulling over how to delegate this burden to two individuals who held even less fear of the Lannisters. However, Aegon was a ranger, and such a transfer would require the consent of his direct superior. Moreover, Maester Aemon had inquired about this very man. He paused before summoning the commander's aide, who awaited in an adjacent chamber. Go, fetch the first ranger and the old maester. Indeed, the Lannisters are not to be trifled with. Yet what could be more unyielding than a proud Stark in the prime of life, and a Targaryen whose lineage has been obliterated, with himself half-buried? Is there a pairing more fearless in the face of the Lannisters? Mormont secretly reveled in his cleverness, while Tyrion seethed with indignation at the simplicity of the former Lord of Bear Island, who, when cunning, was as shrewd as they come. The Black Castle, though modest in size, soon welcomed two other high-ranking members of the Night's Watch to the commander's chamber. Upon Mormont sharing Tyrion's proposal for assistance and additional requests, Benjen Stark's expression darkened as he scrutinized the dwarf. Lannister, the first ranger's tone was more foreboding than his countenance. I know not how your southern nobility's chaotic feuds and power struggles operate, but I must warn you, do not scheme to undermine our ranks by trying to build your own faction at the expense of the North and the Night's Watch. Build a faction? Tyrion retorted silently, feeling the ire rise within him. It has always been I who leaves others in disarray. I have never been the one left speechless. The dwarf glowered at Mormont, who he deemed utterly blind to the worth of others. A man of Aegon's caliber, if I were king, I would appoint him as hand to govern the Seven Kingdoms. After all, he is unlikely to become king himself, which allows for such absurdity. And what of you? You send him out to slay White Walkers and cut down wildlings. This is the utmost waste of talent. Calm yourself, my lord Tyrion, Maester Aemon interjected with a slight smile. Speaking in a measured tone, it was my oversight, along with that of the other commanders, not to recognize such talent within the ranks. But now that we have discovered it, we shall endeavor to ensure he can contribute significantly. In fact, I have already conferred with Benjen. Once this patrol concludes, I plan to have Aegon leave the Rangers to assist me with matters that those illiterate and innumerate cannot manage. Matters that those illiterate and innumerate cannot manage? Tyrion's incredulous expression was evident. Are you asking him to read your letters, or to tally the ranks of the Night's Watch? Maester Aemon, with all due respect, I must assert that this Night's Watchman's potential extends far beyond such tasks. And I must say, Lannister, Benjen Stark scoffed disdainfully, you intend to take away a sworn ranger. He is a soldier of the Night's Watch in life and a ghost in death. His capabilities are bound to the Watch, and any contributions he could make are irrelevant to you. Tyrion was momentarily speechless. As a southern noble, the affairs of the Night's Watch indeed seemed distant. Yet he was no ordinary dwarf. A flash of inspiration sparked within him as he quickly devised a retort. How can it not concern me? If the White Walkers you incessantly speak of truly exist and are poised to breach the Wall, it would spell doom for us all. Though I am but a dwarf, I am nonetheless part of humanity, and I naturally wish for the Night's Watch to grow stronger. Benjen interrupted. Is your unique solution to help the Night's Watch merely to extract the individuals you favor from Castle Black? Extract? Tyrion countered. I merely wish to place him where he can make a greater impact for the Night's Watch. Do you understand why the Night's Watch has declined so dramatically? You persist in believing that you are part of an ancient and noble order, prideful in your isolation, refusing any changes or external communication. The world has changed. Yet the Night's Watch clings to mindsets and systems hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. How can you not decline? Oh, then allow me to inquire. How do you suggest we reform? Benjin derided with a scoff. Has no one taught you the importance of caution in your speech? Benjin's eyes blazed with fury. We both know this is not the case. Yet the image you project to those south of the neck is indeed represented by individuals such as Vyrn. The roving crow. What do you expect when they see such examples? Is it any wonder they harbor prejudices against the Night's Watch? I harbor no ill will towards Vyrn. But you are far more aware of his demeanor than I. Not everyone has the leisure to visit the wall and observe your workings firsthand. Tyrion's argument gained momentum. Thus, aside from the northern folk who understand that the Night's Watch protects them, the rest of the 6 kingdoms remain utterly ignorant of your purpose. Consequently, only the northerners respect you, only the northern lords support you, and only a few eager young men from the Vale and Riverlands occasionally volunteer to join. All of this is of your own making. Since you are aware of the need to send respectable individuals to Winterfell to meet Eddard Stark, why not dispatch decent folk to the south to handle affairs as well? Benjen nearly erupted in indignation, but Aemon placated him. My lord Tyrion, your words carry merit. But the Night's Watch has only a handful of capable individuals among its ranks, all burdened with numerous responsibilities, and it is truly to resolve the issues. You must seek to strengthen the Night's Watch, rather than clutching desperately to one capable individual. You are drinking poison to quench your thirst, moving from decline towards oblivion. Without change, you will vanish. Maester Aemon, I consider you among the most astute in the Night's Watch. Do you not find my reasoning compelling? Allowing you to redeem Aegon will strengthen the Night's Watch. Then let us simply dissolve the Night Watch Legion. Chapter 34. The conclusion, is it not merely a matter of dispatching a few individuals? Mormont raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by a thought. Do you mean? The blind scholar nodded. Dragonstone and King's Landing are quite close. Since Lord Tyrion has such confidence in Aegon's abilities, why not grant this young man an opportunity to prove himself? He journeyed across the seas to Westeros, and now, because of a petty theft of a few potatoes to stave off hunger, he is condemned to a lifetime of service at the wall. The chance to depart was almost within reach, only for us to thwart it. Even if he remains, he would surely be discontented. Tyrion wholeheartedly agreed with Aemon's assessment in his mind and turned to Mormont, who had been silent for some time, awaiting his response. If that is your belief, I have no objections, Mormont replied, respecting Aemon's wisdom. Perhaps you could inquire whether Benjen is willing to release him. How does this concern you? Will you serve in his stead at the wall, or will you bring your troops to assist there? Benjen replied coolly. Either option seems rather impractical. Instead of indulging in such frivolities, it would be more prudent for House Lannister, as the wealthiest in Westeros, to provide substantial support to the Night's Watch guarding the 7 kingdoms. A meager contribution would hardly suffice. Aegon chose not to sit idly as he awaited the outcome, but rather kept his gaze fixed on the office of the commander not far away. And what if he succeeded? He would be able to leave with Tyrion, stepping into the vast world of Westeros, brimming with opportunities and endless possibilities awaiting his exploration. Although the lifelong label of a Night's Watchman posed a challenge, he believed that with determination, no obstacle was insurmountable. Approximately half an hour later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing not Tyrion but Benjen Stark. The first ranger stood expressionless by the door for several seconds before speaking. Aegon, you shall not participate in the next patrol. The commander has assigned you a more significant task. Prepare yourself to accompany Lord Lannister when he departs the wall. Understood, Aegon replied, rising. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. But I was supposed to lead the patrol. Now I am to leave? What pretense is this? Benjen scoffed inwardly. He was not Na'vi. The Lannister dwarf had suddenly approached the commander, not only offering assistance, but specifically requesting that Aegon accompany him to King's Landing to oversee the initial transfer. How could Aegon, the very subject of this arrangement, be entirely unaware? It was evident that he had somehow entranced the little imp or struck a deal to secure his release from the Night's Watch. This piqued Benjen's curiosity. Though he harbored disdain for the Lannisters, he could not deny Tyrion's intellect. How could such a clever individual be so easily swayed to part with a significant sum for a stranger? Benjen recognized that Aegon was no ordinary individual. Aemon even contemplated cultivating his potential. However, he had not anticipated that even as a lowly ranger, Aegon would manage to befriend a duke's son and use him to secure a way to escape the wall. In terms of guidance, Will is more than capable, Aegon remarked, having gained recognition as a brother of the Night's Watch. While the man maintained the characteristic Stark aloofness, he did not scorn Aegon for his imminent departure. You are astute. Since you have found a path, I shall not obstruct you. Now, do not concern yourself with others. You will soon learn of the new task assigned by the commander. Endeavor to complete it without compromise. Due to the long-standing enmity between the Lannisters and Starks, Aegon had been cautious in allowing Tyrion to facilitate his departure. But it appeared he had underestimated Benjen's insight. Embarrassed by the revelation of his secret, he felt a flush creep to his cheeks but refrained from further argument. Simply nodding in agreement. As you command. The first ranger was satisfied with Aegon's candor, uttering no further words. He cast one last glance at his subordinate before turning to exit the hall. Chapter 35. No hero would abandon the wall as Banyong departed. Aegon exited the room with great enthusiasm, intending to seek out Tyrion. From beginning to end, Tyrion Lannister had been proactively extending his assistance. However, Aegon was a man of self-awareness. He deliberately piqued Tyrion's interest with half-truths, leaving a memorable impression, which he deemed a successful and splendid performance. Yet, the subsequent events, from the feasible proposal to leave the wall that Tyrion provided to his sudden inquiry to the commander for men, were not merely the result of Aegon's exceptional eloquence or Tyrion-esque gullibility. The truth was that Tyrion possessed the intellect and emotional acumen to discern, through casual conversation, that Aegon was reluctant to participate in the patrol and was willing to indulge that desire. At times, Aegon found himself questioning whether Tyrion's interest was genuinely sparked by the fabrications he had spun, or if it stemmed from a sincere desire to assist a hapless soul in distress. Ultimately, the motives were inconsequential. What mattered was that Tyrion had indeed extended a helping hand, a gesture that could very well save Aegon's life and profoundly alter his destiny. Such a monumental favor could likely only be repaid with a lifetime of friendship and loyalty, yet even that could not wholly substitute for a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Stepping outside, Aegon quickly scanned his surroundings and soon located his target amidst the throng of adult men clad in black within the Black Castle. Finding a dwarf was exceedingly effortless. "Thank you, Tyrion. I knew you would succeed," Aegon exclaimed. Of course, one need only consider who is involved. Who would dare obstruct the schemes of the little imp of House Lannister? Tyrion replied, his head held high with pride. However, while I have long been aware of House Stark's impoverished state, I now grasp the extent of their destitution. What do you mean? Is it little? Aegon inquired. Not quite negligible. It amounts to my allowance for a few months, slightly less than what I had initially intended to offer. Yet, that solemn expression of his, as if he were lion-hearted in his demands, greatly amused me. Tyrion shrugged, feigning surprise at the price proposed by the Stark. After some bargaining with the chief officer and the craftsmen he summoned, they reached a satisfactory agreement. A few months of allowance? 2 or 3 months is still a few months, and 8 or 9 months is no different. How much is it really? Aegon pondered. It could be that Tyrion was merely inflating his worth, or that House Lannister was indeed wealthy to such a degree. Regardless, for Aegon, whose personal net worth barely approached a gold dragon, it was undeniably a substantial sum. As Aegon awaited further elaboration, the dwarf suddenly made a gesture for silence and beckoned him to follow. What could warrant such secrecy in a place where one could be heard from across the Black Castle? Puzzled, Aegon complied. They traversed the training grounds of the Black Castle and arrived at the armory, where they found Jon Snow and a group of new recruits. Seeing the new recruits encircled around Jon, Aegon furrowed his brow, stepped aside to create an opening, and gestured for them to leave. What is going on? He asked, initially intending to thank Tyrion and discuss the timing of his departure from the wall. With Jon present, it was not appropriate to add salt to his wounds. Nothing, Jon replied, turning away to continue organizing the training equipment, suppressing the urge to weep. He removed his armor, leather attire, and damp woolen shirt, donning a simple black tunic. Suddenly overwhelmed with longing for Winterfell, yearning for his siblings, even for Sansa, with whom he had never been particularly close. No one had informed him of the Night's Watch's dire conditions. Only Tyrion, the dwarf of House Lannister, and Aegon had touched upon some truths. Yet, his mind had been consumed with the desire to emulate the Rangers, to vanquish the legendary foes of mankind, to stand shoulder to shoulder with his fellow brothers of the Night's Watch against the hordes of wildlings, proving his worth through valor in battle. But here, Survival was a formidable challenge. Did his father know the true state of the Night's Watch? As the guardian of the North, he surely must be aware. Yet when Jon expressed his desire to join the Night's Watch, the Lord Stark had not hesitated or dissuaded him, deepening Jon's anguish. Had the kindness of yesteryears merely been a facade, concealing a deep-seated disdain for his son beneath that mask? No wonder, Jon muttered, striving to suppress his grievances. No wonder you seek every means to escape this wretched place. It is so damned cold. If you choose to persevere, you must consider how to integrate yourself here, Aegon advised. Preserving one's pride while suffering in silence is a trial every man faces at some point. Observing Jon's silence, Aegon continued, to become a member of the Night's Watch means committing to a lifetime in this place, and that lifetime can be long or short, entirely within your control. If you still harbor thoughts of using the skills learned from Ser Roderick to intimidate the children of farmers, blacksmiths, miners, or even orphans, and if you intend to vent your disappointment in the Night's Watch upon your fellow recruits, it will not be long before a brother seizes the opportunity to plunge a knife into your belly. Jon's face flushed. He had indeed felt a sense of pride in winning. He was intelligent enough to grasp the truth, yet he was temporarily unbalanced by his recent misfortunes. Aegon did not wish to adopt Tyrion's acerbic wit, for the dwarf could afford to offend others while he could not. In the presence of a potential ally, he endeavored to offer a semblance of kindness. Jon, let us speak plainly. We both know you chose this path to accomplish great deeds. But have you considered that if the Wall were a place where great things could be achieved in comfort, it would not be so understaffed? Jon was rendered speechless. Aegon's words were undeniably sound, but what he craved was solace. In my homeland, there is an old saying, before the heavens bestow a significant mission upon a person, they will first subject their heart to trials, their body to toil, and their circumstances to adversity, thus fortifying them and enhancing their capabilities. Aegon invoked ancient wisdom, articulating the notion that great responsibilities come with great challenges. While the life of a Night's Watchman was indeed harsh, starvation was not an immediate concern. He chose to omit the latter part of the saying. To achieve great things is seldom a smooth path, but if one endures hardship, rewards shall surely follow. The young man, feeling indignant, interrupted, easier said than done. Why don't you stay here and suffer alongside me? Jon locked eyes with Aegon, awaiting his response. What do you believe is the greatest honor a member of the Night's Watch could attain? To fulfill one's duty. Safeguarding the North and ensuring the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 36. A dream of illusion. The existence of the Night's Watch is to combat the incursions of wildlings and the threats posed by the White Walkers. Which do you believe is preferable, to expend great effort merely to keep the enemy at bay, or to eradicate them entirely? Jon's eyes widened as he grasped the implication of the other's words. Imagine, if someone were to lead the Night's Watch to decisively destroy both the dead and the living adversaries, leaving no threats north of the Wall, would there still be any need for this ice barrier or the soldiers who guard it? Aegon fixed his gaze upon the bastard's eyes and declared, upon death, the remaining brothers shall proclaim, his watch has ended. This tradition has endured for millennia. Why has no one risen to eliminate the enemy once and for all and proudly declare, our watch has concluded? At that moment, the black-clad brothers could disband, returning home with unmatched honor, becoming a hero far greater than Aegon Targaryen himself. How splendid would that be? How could that possibly happen? Jon's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. The ranger, about to leave the Wall, spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm, and the two others in the room, Jon and even Tyrion, listened intently without interruption. The dwarf realized that his adventurous friend from the Vale always had a way of expressing astonishing ideas. Investing a little to extricate him was hardly a loss. Though achieving such a feat was far from simple, merely conceiving and articulating it was no small accomplishment. The Night's Watch, devoid of productive endeavors, must maintain the enormous structure of the Wall, an edifice that serves little purpose in ordinary times, wasting countless resources to support the thousands of black-clad men. Aegon continued to persuade. To completely resolve the threat of the White Walkers and the wildlings would not only liberate hundreds, if not thousands, of men bound to the Night's Watch, but it would also increase the population of the sparsely populated North by tens of thousands, if not more. What sort of transformation would this bring to the North's standing among the Seven Kingdoms? Jon, raised in the Stark household of rulers, understood all too well the North's precarious position, neither superior nor inferior among the Seven Kingdoms. Should Aegon's vision materialize, would his standing in his father's eyes not improve? Perhaps, In turn, Lady Stark's attitude towards him might soften somewhat. I never aspired to be the commander. Is that so? Aegon relaxed his tone. A soldier who does not wish to lead is hardly a commendable soldier. From a personal standpoint, you are the protector of the North, the son of House Stark. You ought to strive for progress. From a broader perspective, only by ascending to a high position and acquiring ample resources can one effectuate meaningful change in the world. This is not an excess of ambition. Power should rightly reside in the hands of those with the desire, vision, and capability to improve the world. Jon remained silent for a long while, the final words echoing profoundly in his ears, while Tyrion Lannister appeared to recall something, chuckling to himself, yet refraining from speaking. If you resolve to leave, even at the risk of being mocked as a bastard and a coward before your oath, then we can depart together in a few days. Otherwise, if you are content to remain a mere soldier of the Night's Watch for life, then consider my words unspoken. Otherwise, ponder my words well as you lie in bed. You possess a remarkable talent for weaving dreams, Tyrion remarked with a grin as he exited the armory alongside Aegon. I could see the spark in that lad's eyes. He is evidently captivated. A hero greater than Aegon Targaryen. It is commendable that you can envision such possibilities. I truly hope he succeeds. Imagine this. Toiling diligently in King's Landing or elsewhere, gathering supplies for the Night's Watch, believing that such a tedious and laborious existence would continue until my life's end, and then suddenly, Aegon made a gesture as if bursting a bubble. The Night's Watch completes its mission and disbands. I would be free. How marvelous, how magical. Though it may be fanciful, one must harbor dreams. If I agree, would you slay me? Of course not. I would bring you before my father, urging you to expound upon the advantages of selecting a dwarf as an heir, and see if you could persuade him to bequeath Casterly Rock to me. That may prove challenging, but according to my understanding of Westerosi customs and laws, you should indeed be the rightful heir to Casterly Rock. Forget it. He would sooner pass Casterly Rock to my sister than to me. Why not devise a means to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you? This is not a throne. Possession alone does not make one a victor. The tone shifted to seriousness as Tyrion made a playful grimace. Such sacrilegious notions should be uttered only in whispers, lest they be overheard. Very well. Let us abandon such blasphemous topics. Tell me about your discussions with the commander. Aside from the northern nobleman Banion's petty complications, did you encounter any other difficulties? Difficulties? I am the Queen's brother. Only that brash Stark would dare give me a scowl. When I proposed to offer assistance, your commander greeted me with a grin brighter than the most welcoming harlot in King's Landing, but upon hearing my additional conditions, his expression soured swiftly. He could not outright refuse me, so he brought forth Stark and your maester. Haha, and what did those two have to say? Maester Aemon, he is a reasonable man. It took some effort to persuade him, but it was not overly taxing. As for Banion, he harbors a dislike for me. Or rather, for all Lannisters. Yet he bears no grudge against you from beyond the Sunset Sea. And he cannot afford to reject supplies that would significantly bolster the wall's defenses. Tyrion smirked. After a friendly discussion on the quantity of supplies to be provided, I reaffirmed my belief that everyone in this world can be viewed as a commodity. Aegon, you should feel fortunate that your asking price is not excessively high. Aegon wore a pained expression. Should I be pleased that I am deemed of little worth? Indeed, such is a sweet dilemma. Tyrion chuckled again. Do you know my older brother's most infamous nickname? Surely everyone knows it. The Kingslayer. Your family cannot contend with the four houses that have just achieved a great victory. Even the proud Lord Tywin would be compelled to bow down and send his son to the wall. Indeed, thankfully, our good king did not acquiesce. If someone were to attempt to rescue the Ranger Jaime Lannister today, it would likely cost the price of Casterly Rock in ransom. A person's worth can sometimes be a double-edged sword. Thus, I advise you to take a moment to rejoice in your own insignificance. Tyrion wore a somewhat peculiar smile. Why do I say for now? Because, once you hear the following news, you may not be so inclined to rejoice. Chapter 37. The Night's Watchman Aegon raised an eyebrow. Can't find joy in this? I truly cannot fathom what further bad news I might receive. More tasks are certainly preferable to patrolling the wall, especially when it involves actively seeking out White Walkers. Aegon's mind was undisturbed, yet curiosity lingered, such as the Crows. Ostensibly the recruitment officers of the Night's Watch were hardly capable of enlisting volunteers, particularly the brutish Yorn. Their duty primarily entailed traversing the realm, persuading various lords to permit them entry into dungeons to select individuals. The more diligent among them would merely make a cursory visit to the slums. seeking those who might be willing to seek their fortunes at the wall due to hunger. Recruitment was simply recruitment, even if executed poorly. Could it possibly be worse than what Yoren and his ilk managed? Aegon sighed. Is there anything else? King's Landing and Dragonstone were merely separated by the Blackwater Bay. Aegon inhaled deeply, realizing the burden. So, I must also oversee the extraction of obsidian, while simultaneously gathering supplies and manpower for the Night's Watch in King's Landing. I am also tasked with mining? Am I expected to possess the strength of 3 men? What resources and personnel will be allocated to me? Regrettably, the Night's Watch is currently facing significant hardships, thus funds are non-existent. As for manpower, the dwarf exhibited a gleeful expression. Commander Mormont stated that he would request support from the northern houses for laborers, but the initiation of mining operations falls upon your shoulders. You will need to cover the expenses for tools and materials up front, with the watch attempting reimbursement later. Oh, and their fleet will be at your disposal. Arranging the mining operations seemed manageable. At worst, he could consult a coal or gold mine owner for advice. However, where could a true proletarian like himself procure the necessary funds? Waiting for the North to provide miners was futile. He might as well descend into the mines himself. If he preferred not to dig for coal personally, recruitment was his only option. In essence, this was a clear indication that they expected Tyrion to further bleed for their cause. Aegon had previously felt somewhat moved by the higher-ups of the Watch allowing him to depart, yet now he found himself battered by the overwhelming weight of these responsibilities. The price of freedom was indeed steep. Given my role in this matter, I shall assist you in finding a solution, Tyrion offered. Aegon hesitated. I apologize for burdening you with additional expenses. What do you mean by additional expenses? Do you believe I would cover that cost for you? With your superior's unscrupulous nature. If I were to pay, they would undoubtedly delay repayment. As a Lannister, can I truly be bothered by such petty cash? Tyrion raised an eyebrow. I will connect you with several blacksmiths and wealthy entrepreneurs from the mining industry who will provide tools and guidance for your coal mining project on credit. When the time comes, let them demand repayment from Mormont. Let us see if your commander dares to tarnish the Night's Watch's reputation over such a sum. Indeed, Aegon felt enlightened. Was this not the essence of risk transfer? In matters of finance, Tyrion possessed a certain acumen. I appreciate your assistance. In response to Tyrion's curious gaze, Aegon pinched his own skin to stave off the lightheadedness threatening to overwhelm him. After several deep breaths of the frigid air, he quelled the urge to remain in the Black Castle as a ranger. Clearly, the upper echelons of the Night's Watch had no intention of allowing him to depart comfortably. He had underestimated the situation. If one could simply pay a ransom to escape the wall while retaining the label of a Night's Watchman to live a normal life, chaos would have already ensued in this world. A year ago, he had struggled to attract the attention of those in power, and now, having finally garnered their notice and obtained a chance to leave, he found himself entangled in complications due to his rising value. How ironic. Could he possibly complete this daunting array of tasks? Impossible. It far exceeded his individual capabilities. Knowledge of the plot and understanding of character traits were indeed significant advantages. Yet they did not approach the realm of superhuman abilities. Without external assistance, he would find himself utterly stranded, and at present, the only external aid he could rely upon was Tyrion. Only such a vividly characterized individual could allow him to navigate this maze with a modicum of finesse. Yet, could he truly justify continually drawing upon the goodwill of this kind-hearted and enthusiastic dwarf, compelling him to bear financial burdens to preserve what he termed freedom? Chapter 38. The Night's Watch search party. A towering, grotesque Night's Watchman, burdened with a large sack, caught AG's attention. Ozer, what do you carry? Provision, Ozer replied. Lord Banyan has resolved to set forth to the north at dawn in search of Wymer Royce, the wildlings, and whatever other ghastly beings may exist, if they indeed do. The more seasoned ranger halted, scrutinizing AG with a newfound curiosity, as if seeing him for the first time. Humph. The slayer of the others has transformed into a purveyor of provisions. Off to King's Landing to indulge, are you? How delightful. You cannot fathom the burden of tasks I bear, AEG replied, forcing a smile and shaking his head. Not just Tyrion, even among the brothers of the Night's Watch. Many remain skeptical of the existence of others, believing the First Ranger and the Lord Commander have lost their wits to heed the tales of 3 deserters. But now that Banyan has made his stance clear, there is no need for subterfuge. Indeed, this is a far more pleasant endeavor compared to seeking out the others. How goes the preparation of our specialized weapons for dealing with them? Valyrian steel weaponry. Only the Lord Commander possesses a single piece here at Castle Black. Banyan declined the commander's offer to lend it to him. As for obsidian, we have procured a bit. 3 dragonglass spearheads and a dozen arrows should suffice. Assuming your claims regarding the number of others are not exaggerated. I can only attest to having seen 5, yet the world cannot possibly possess only 5 others. They are likely akin to lords and bannermen, dispersed in smaller groups, harvesting wildling lives and abducting their infants to bolster their undead army. Once the haunted forest is devoid of living wildlings, they will surely gather strength enough to assault the wall. In essence, the interests of the Night's Watch align with his own. There are additional matters I must emphasize, AG continued. The others are not mere beasts. They are sentient, magical beings. My slaying one will undoubtedly alert the remaining others. Although you are equipped with obsidian weaponry, caution is still paramount. Ozer yawned. You can relay these words to Banyan. I am but a soldier, following orders without question. I have spoken with him, but such matters are best shared with as many as possible. AEG remained apprehensive. Furthermore, remember this. If anyone falls or encounters a corpse, it must be burned. Fire can repel wights, but it cannot kill the others. I have grown accustomed to your succinctness, yet I never expected to see you so loquacious, Tyrion remarked, watching the burly ranger depart, barely suppressing a chuckle. You make it sound so convincing that I almost believe the others truly exist. AEG offered a resigned smile, not intending to persuade Tyrion of the other's existence. Regardless of the reasons and excuses, he was, at this moment, a member of the Night's Watch, utilizing the advantage of knowledge unavailable to others, combined with deceit. He was about to evade peril. He had initially been destined to join this expedition, but withdrew at the last moment, casting his share of responsibility onto others. If Banyan had originally intended for him and will to lead, then his absence had increased the danger faced by the remaining 8 by 1/9. If Banyan's choice of Will as a substitute stemmed from his own absence, then he had unwittingly transformed this comrade, with whom he shared the same tower, into a scapegoat. While he and Will shared no profound bond, the thought of another risking their life in his stead tightened AG's heart, prompting a quiet sigh as he suppressed the urge to partake in this mission. What troubles you? Tyrion queried, surprised. If memory serves, you were conscripted. Indeed. But not by the Night's Watch, AG replied, shaking his head. Since joining the ranks, I have enjoyed the same treatment as everyone else. Meals, lodging, and even a modest allowance. Though the conditions are a bit lacking, it is, after all, equitable. A nameless noble exiled me here, but the Night's Watch has not wronged me. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. You wish to convey that you harbor no animosity towards the Night's Watch. AEG nodded, falling silent. Observing his former comrades preparing for the morrow's patrol, their burdens of numerous tasks dissipated, he realized, despite the obstacles faced and the plethora of seemingly insurmountable missions, he was fortunate compared to the Rangers departing north to confront the others. Moreover, the journey from the Wall to King's Landing would take at least 3 months. In terms of time, he would not only evade Banyan's patrol, but also, should Mormont stubbornly pursue an expedition to locate the missing Banyan, he would escape the next imminent crisis as well. In light of the value of life, the pressure of a few complex tasks seemed trivial. What phrase fits best? Without a challenge, one can never truly grasp their own potential. Before his crossing, he had enjoyed the privileges afforded by a powerful nation and industrious parents, allowing him a comfortable existence without effort. Yet, upon his arrival, the identity of a Night's Watchman and the egalitarian treatment ensured that he could never experience true prosperity, leaving him unaware of what it felt like to exert oneself fully towards a goal. Now, the days of ease were at an end. His future would hinge solely on the choices he made. Being the purveyor of provisions, a recruiter for King's Landing and the Crownlands, the overseer of dragonglass mining, and the ambassador for the Night's Watch, AEG resolved to challenge himself. There are no insurmountable obstacles, only those who lack determination. Chapter 39. The butterfly flaps its wings. E.g. Why aren't you going? Will's eyes widened in fear as he grasped him tightly. Is it because the patrol team going out this time will die? Is it? At dawn, while most of the Night's Watchmen were still sound asleep, only E.G. had risen early, eager to catch a glimpse of the team that would soon venture beyond the wall at dawn to seek traces of the whites. A team he should have been a part of. Faced with Will's piercing inquiry that revealed the truth, E.G. found himself at a loss for words, and could only grip his companion's hand in return. Don't think such wild thoughts. I have merely been assigned other duties. Such nonsense. A few steps away, the well-settled Banyan Stark turned to glare at his subordinate as he placed provisions onto his horse. Do you know how much pressure our Lord Commander has endured to prove that you three are not deserters? How much effort he has expended? Get ready to mount immediately. We depart now. E.G. was jolted back to reality. Ever since he had faced the Whites directly, experiencing their relentless pursuit, and killing one in a harrowing close combat, his understanding of this human nemesis had deepened. The nightmares concerning them had faded away, no longer haunting him. Banyan Stark and the other Rangers were heading north to confirm the existence of the Whites, but Will, having witnessed the terror of such creatures, was compelled to confront them once more. Compared to Banyan and the other elite Rangers, he would likely endure the torment of fear for a far longer duration. Where was the patrol team at this moment? Had they encountered the Whites? Were they still alive? Warmth flowed into the room from the geothermal springs beneath, making the interior feel like spring. Although E.G. sat amidst the soft, comfortable bedding, his heart was heavy, rendering him almost immobile. This was a guest room within Winterfell, and after a few days had passed since Banyan Stark and his patrol team had ventured beyond the wall, E.G. had accompanied Tyrion Lannister and his group in leaving the wall, due to an ambush by wildlings on their way back. To protect the Queen's brother and ensure the provision of supplies for the Legion, Commander Mormont generously dispatched 10 Rangers to escort the group south. They had arrived at Winterfell at dusk the previous day and were settled in. This was, after all, not home. After a while of restless thoughts in bed, E.G. finally dressed, prepared himself, and stepped out of the room. A chill greeted him as he opened the door, the sky still dreamlike and early. The training grounds empty save for a few guards from Winterfell engaged in drills. As the king's retinue departed, they took with them Lord Stark and his 2 daughters, along with over a quarter of Winterfell's guards and servants, leaving the castle in an unprecedented state of emptiness since the last war. Because of this, when E.G., Tyrion, and Yoren, along with 10 Ranger escorts and 2 Lannister attendants, arrived, the steward was able to easily assign each of them a room. E.G.'s room was even more spacious and comfortable than the one he had stayed in during his first visit. Alas, such pleasant days would be short-lived. They would continue their journey the following day, and in the south, the Night's Watch was hardly a favorable term. Before that, however, there were some crucial matters he needed to confirm. Lady, there are some things I wish to inquire about. I am not an adult, E.G. smiled. It's nothing of great importance. I was merely curious. Last time your second son fell, I was the one who discovered it first. How is he now? He has awakened, though his condition is not very good, and it seems his mind has sustained some impact. He cannot recall many things. What happened? Many things, indeed. Which one do you wish to know? The most noteworthy might be the fire at the library tower. Alas, so many books. What a pity. The mention of the library tower fire sent a chill through E.G., prompting him to ask urgently, what of Lady Stark? Is she well? The maid gave him a peculiar look. The well-being of Winterfell's lady had little to do with a Night's Watchman. Had she not known her mistress well, she might have suspected that the man in black had some unspeakable connection with Lady Stark. She is fine. She doesn't read much, so what could be the matter? She had been weeping all day and never left young Bran's side, but now that the boy has awakened, she is evidently much better. Is she still in Winterfell? Yes, why do you ask this? The maid furrowed her brow, finding the topic increasingly strange. Observing the maid's expression, E.G. discerned that she was not deceiving or withholding information. The answers to his pressing questions came too easily, and the weight on his heart was suddenly lifted, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. His small butterfly had dared to flap its wings, finally creating an impact of significant weight. It became evident that no unseen forces were at play. The narrative had shifted, and he need not worry about Tyrion encountering Catelyn Tully along the way. Thank you, that's all. Night's Watch, brother. What is it? The Lord of Winterfell is receiving guests in the hall. Please follow me. Chapter 40. The new Lord of Winterfell in stark contrast to the previous feast held in this very chamber. The removal of numerous long tables and benches rendered the once crowded hall surprisingly spacious. As Aegon followed the guard leading him, he discovered that many had already gathered within. A row of guards stood against the walls, with Robb Stark seated in the elevated position that once belonged to his father, flanked by Master Luwin and his mother. The young Wolf Lord, caught between them, now bore the demeanor of a lord, his youthful visage adopting a newfound gravity. The barrage of inquiries directed at the maid prior to breakfast had turned out to be futile, for Lady Stark now occupied the prominent seat. Compared to her last appearance, she seemed to have aged 2 decades overnight. her weariness rendering her more akin to the frail figure depicted in the television series, appearing scarcely younger than the aged scholar beside her. It was evident that this was indeed the same person. Caitlin had not traveled to King's Landing and thus had not encountered Peter Baelish, nor had she been deceived regarding the dagger. This meant Aegon was spared the burden of contemplating how to assist Tyrion in evading her wrath during their journey south. Standing in the center of the hall were other Night's Watch members who had arrived earlier, along with Tyrion and his guards. As Aegon joined the ranks of the black-clad men, the young lord at the head of the table began to speak. "Welcome. I was preoccupied with various matters in the city last night and could not greet you in person. Please forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality." Robb spoke in a tone befitting a host, albeit with a certain awkwardness that suggested he was still unaccustomed to his role as lord. Yet, Aegon was more attuned to the absence of drawn weapons and the lack of a hostile tone directed at Tyrion. Though the change was subtle, it was undeniably linked to Aegon's influence. He could no longer remain an outsider to the unfolding narrative. "How courteous," Tyrion sighed. "So, when can we expect your brother's arrival?" At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed, and a massive figure entered the hall, cradling Bran in his arms. "Hotter." "Oh, the boy truly survived," the dwarf remarked, turning to gaze up at Bran, who was taller than him in Hotter's embrace. "I can hardly believe it. The Starks are truly resilient." "It is the nature of Northerners to endure," Robb replied, his tone lacking the animosity that once characterized their interactions. "Hotter, bring my brother closer." The giant complied, gently placing Bran beside the Lord of House Stark. The boy, seated in the grand chair that had been occupied by generations of Stark rulers, appeared diminutive, his useless legs dangling helplessly. "My Lord Tyrion, if you wish to see my brother, he is right here," Robb stated. "Bran, I hear you are quite the climber," Tyrion observed, fixing his gaze on the boy. "Pray tell, how did you come to fall?" Aegon's heart raced. He had misrepresented the circumstances surrounding Bran's fall under Jaime's threat. What if Bran were to reveal that he had been frightened by Jaime Lannister or disturbed by that bothersome Night's Watchman named Aegon? That would spell disaster. The boy remembers nothing of the fall, nor how he climbed prior, Master Luwin interjected gently. "How curious," Tyrion mused. "I have a gift for him." The dwarf nodded toward the Lady of Winterfell before addressing Bran. "Young man, do you like to ride?" Master Luwin sighed. "My lord, the boy's legs are no longer functional. He cannot ride." "Nonsense," Tyrion retorted. "With the right horse and saddle, even a cripple can ride." "I am not a cripple," Bran protested. "Then I am not a dwarf," Tyrion quipped, smirking. "Father would be delighted." Robb and Caitlin exchanged disapproving glances, while Theon Greyjoy chuckled nearby. Master Luwin, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he inquired, "What sort of horse and saddle do you suggest?" "A clever horse. The lad cannot use his legs to command the steed, so you must train the horse to respond to his commands and voice," Tyrion explained. "I recommend a young, untrained pony. It will save you from redoing previous training." With that, he produced a rolled parchment from his belt. "Give this to your saddle maker. Follow the instructions." Master Luwin took the paper from the dwarf, unfolding it with curiosity. "I understand. Your drawings are quite clear, my lord." "Indeed, this should work. I should have thought of it sooner." Aegon stood quietly among the Night's Watchmen, observing this familiar yet altered scene unfold, hoping for a swift resolution. He sought nothing more than to continue southward without further complications until they reached their destination. "Can I truly ride?" Bran asked, his eyes bright with hope. "Absolutely," Tyrion assured him with conviction. "And I promise you, young man, once mounted, you will be as tall as anyone else." "Thank you for your assistance, my lord." As Bran beamed with joy, Caitlin mustered a smile, albeit strained. "If you do not mind, we would be honored to have you for lunch and dinner. How gracious." "Lady Stark," Tyrion replied with a bow. "However, I have had my fill of the North's rich fare. I would prefer to experience the local culture at an inn in Wintertown." He turned to the Night's Watchman. "Aegon, Yoren, we shall set out south at first light. You should be able to find me on the road." With that, Tyrion exited, his entourage trailing closely behind. His words, though somewhat awkward, elicited no objections from the Night's Watchmen, who expressed their gratitude before departing the hall under the guidance of a ranger captain. "Aegon." A guard intercepted the traveler as he followed Yoren out the door. "The Lord wishes to speak with you. Please, come with me." A moment of dread coursed through Aegon. What could it be? Had he been discovered lying about Bran's fall, or had his fabrication regarding Joffrey's intentions been uncovered? Anxiety gripped him. Though his actions had been devoid of malice, he knew that reasoning with these nobles was futile. If either truth were revealed, his plans would surely unravel. Chapter 41. Gratitude from Stark at the gesture of the new Lord of Winterfell. The guards turned and closed the door, leaving only 2 individuals within the chamber. This one-on-one situation seemed to ease AG's tense disposition, suggesting a favorable outcome for him. Robb motioned for AG to take a seat. "My friend, was it you who discovered my brother's fall?" The term friend completely reassured AG. The Stark family was neither skilled nor inclined to disguise their affections or aversions. He nodded, feeling a twinge of shame. "I could have potentially prevented Lord Bran's perilous act, but alas, I failed." Robb sighed with an air of maturity, shaking his head. "I know my brother's temperament better than you do. Once he's on the wall, no one can persuade him to come down. We have indulged him too much." Indeed, AG had learned from conversations with the guards that the Stark elders had initially sought various ways to dissuade Bran from his penchant for climbing heights. But despite their efforts, the child continued to ascend. In the end, Eddard Stark tacitly accepted the situation. Bran's fall was undoubtedly linked to Jaime's fright and AEG's interference. Yet could parents escape all responsibility? From a modern perspective, was this not a failure in both education and guardianship? To be blunt, if one manages to avoid falls throughout life, that is commendable, but when one does fall, it is deserved. And when it comes to a child who lacks understanding, sometimes a firm hand is necessary when reason fails. Having experienced childhood himself, AEG recalled instances of being chastised by his parents, be it for playing by the river, pilfering coins for treats, or skipping lessons for games. Looking back as an adult, he felt not resentment, but gratitude toward his parents. As long as discipline is balanced with explanation, the rod is not an unacceptable instrument of correction. AEG, however, was acutely aware that as a Night's watchman, he had no standing to lecture the heir of House Stark, and thus he awaited Robb's continuation in silence. Let us not dwell on past events. Your message, however, spared him from further peril. My message? AEG's expression turned grave. The assassin has struck? Shortly after your departure, the library tower was engulfed in flames. Most of Winterfell's inhabitants rushed to extinguish the fire, yet the guards my father had stationed outside Bran's chamber remained at their posts. That individual acted in the presence of guards? No, he merely peeked out, saw someone at the door, and retreated, Robb explained. The guards, fearing a trap, did not pursue him, but Winterfell is small, and everyone knows each other. After mobilizing the entire household for a search, we apprehended him. AEG was at a loss for what expression to wear. During his 2 weeks in Winterfell, he had tried earnestly to alter the course of events, only to be thwarted by both adults and children alike, rendering his plans a mere jest. Ultimately, a few whispered words to Benjen Stark achieved his aim, eliminating the threats posed by Tyrion and himself. All his efforts paled in comparison to the effectiveness of a single lie. Was this a mockery of him? Or was reality simply this absurd? Was he interrogated? He refused to comply and was killed during the attempt to apprehend him. Robb shook his head. In truth, I ordered that no survivors be left. Since we know who sent him, he was marked for death. Indeed, AG nodded, somewhat relieved. Had that assassin been captured and disclosed a name other than Joffrey's, it would have resulted in a monumental blunder. My uncle Benjen believes you to be a clever man. So you must understand that this assassin must vanish, and this matter must remain undisclosed, Robb stated earnestly. Most within Winterfell are unaware of what transpired. But as you provided the information, I deemed it respectful to keep you informed, while hoping you will maintain our confidentiality. Understood. AEG nodded. In this world, the notion of princes being held accountable like commoners was virtually non-existent. Even if the assassin were indeed dispatched by Joffrey, the Stark family would find it challenging to pursue justice, unless the 2 great houses were to enter into conflict. Any uproar would ultimately lead to Robert giving his son a reprimand. In times of peace, there could be uproar, and with Eddard and Robert's relationship, the Starks would certainly not suffer loss. However, with Eddard just having received news of the Lannisters' plot against Jon Arryn and the head of the family en route to King's Landing, the Starks had neither the desire nor the capability to clash with their most vital ally, House Baratheon. This matter, the Starks could only swallow in silence. Here, take this. Robb retrieved a leather pouch from behind the table and handed it to him. AEG accepted the pouch, which felt weighty and produced the sharp sound of metal clinking, easily revealing its contents. He donned an uneasy expression. This, we found it at the assassin's hiding place. It should be the payment from his employer. Robb's face contorted with anger. My brother is worth so little? This may merely be an advance, Further payments are likely to follow upon completion of the task. But for you, you are to go to King's Landing on behalf of the Night's Watch. Expenses will undoubtedly be considerable. I have added a gold dragon to this commission for the assassination of my brother. I hope it proves useful. AEG, clutching the bag of coins, nearly refused it. Reminiscent of his prior life, when he would adamantly decline red envelopes. Yet he soon realized that the customs of this world starkly contrasted with those of his modern homeland. This was a noble's reward, and he indeed required funds. His departure from the wall had not been a voluntary assignment from the Night's Watch. Commander Mormont would not allocate funds for a ranger who was meant to be on the front lines to retreat southward for safety, especially while being penniless and reliant on Tyrion for basic sustenance. Thank you, my lord. Take care of it, Robb nodded. Once again, I am grateful for your assistance regarding my brother. Remember my earlier instruction, there is nothing else. Until dinner. The North respects the Night's Watch. AEG had heard this phrase countless times from his black-clad brethren. Yet it was not until his return to Winterfell after Robert's departure that he realized it was not merely a platitude. The young Lord of Winterfell actually dined at the same table with the 12 members of the Night's Watch who had come to visit. From Euron, AEG learned that Robb's actions were neither a precedent nor a special favor due to AEG's rescue of Bran. Rather, it was a custom established by his father, Eddard Stark, who led by example. Before assuming his duties as Hand of the King, Eddard would invariably welcome every arrival of Night's Watchmen to Winterfell with open arms. If they were deserters or oathbreakers, he would execute them himself. If they were soldiers on a mission, he would not only provide them with fine food and drink, but also share a table with them and inquire about the wall's affairs. Strictly speaking, the last time AEG had arrived in Winterfell with Benjen Stark, it had been due to the king's visit, which had resulted in a rare neglect of formalities. Chapter 42. A new beginning. As one travels further south, the climate grows increasingly warm, yet the demeanor of the people encountered becomes ever more frigid. Approaching Neckwater after passing through Carlin Bay, the faces of the villagers and minor lords reveal a stark indifference. By the time they leave the desolate region of Greywater, no one pays heed to the black attire of AEG and Euron. Continuing southward, the attitudes even begin to shift towards disdain, a far cry from the respect and warmth afforded by the Northerners. However, this did not significantly dampen the spirits of the two Night's Watchmen, both of whom were mature adults. Euron, having traversed various lands for years, had grown accustomed to the varying attitudes of different peoples, while AEG was mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. If donning a black cloak could earn the respect and favor of the noble and common folk of the Seven Kingdoms, how could the North possibly require conscription to bolster the Night's Watch? One of his long-term goals was to find a way to shed the black cloak. Without the constant reminder of his identity as a Night's Watchman through the actions and attitudes of those around him, what motivation would he have to pursue this plan? The only concern he harbored was that the task of improving the Night's Watch's image might prove more formidable than anticipated. No matter how long the journey, every path has an end. After nearly a month of feasting and gallivanting alongside the Lannisters, their destination was finally within reach, and AEG's anxieties dissipated completely. Although he had already confirmed that Catelyn Tully had not left Winterfell when he saw it with his own eyes, it was only when the results truly materialized that the events surrounding Winterfell could be deemed concluded. Despite some setbacks, he had successfully altered the course of the narrative. This event, while merely a plot twist, held greater significance for AEG. It affirmed a crucial realization. In this world of ice and fire, major occurrences within the original storyline could indeed be influenced and altered by human intervention. As long as one dares to act, anything is possible. King's Landing, perched upon the eastern coast of the continent, overlooks Blackwater Bay. It is the landing site of the conqueror Aegon, the location of the Red Keep and the Iron Throne, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, and the largest city and political, economic, and cultural center of Westeros. Now, a time traveler poised to instigate monumental changes in the future is approaching. As his apprehension vanished, AEG felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, as if invigorated by a rush of adrenaline. Were it not for his reason and restraint, he would have galloped down the King's Road without hesitation. A few miles from the city walls, makeshift shelters and tents began to line the roads, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. AEG had heard tales of the city's stench prior to his arrival, but he never imagined he would be able to detect it from such a distance. If the scent was this pronounced outside the walls, what could possibly await him within? Though the wall was cold and treacherous, its air was refreshingly crisp. In such frigid climes, Even foul odors were frozen solid upon the ground. How could the capital of the Seven Kingdoms be so repugnant? Was it a lack of maintenance in the sewers or negligence in waste disposal? Both, but the workforce was woefully insufficient. First, the cleanliness of the noble quarters must be ensured, then the affluent areas. As for the common folk, they would have to make do. With a population of over 500,000 within the walls, how much waste and refuse was generated daily? Tyrion scoffed. What say you, adventurer? Any brilliant insights? None worth sharing, AEG replied. If there aren't enough hands, then recruit more. With so many destitute souls residing outside the walls, struggling to make ends meet, a decent meal and a few coppers would surely incentivize them to assist in cleaning. It was a simple and straightforward solution. But a question arose. Who would finance this endeavor? The dwarf chuckled. Our beloved king is already in debt to the Iron Bank and my father, with no signs of repayment in sight. How could he endure living in such squalor? Apologies, but the Red Keep, situated atop Aegon's high hill, was elevated enough that the stench was dispersed by the winds, leaving the lords and ladies within untroubled by such odors. Well then, AEG conceded. Let us not dwell on the city's foulness, for I have a myriad of tasks awaiting my attention. As they conversed, the group approached the northwestern gate of King's Landing, where throngs of pedestrians, riders, and vehicles jostled for passage. Among them were knights and free riders, minstrels with harps and drums, wagons laden with hops, corn, and barrels of honey, alongside merchants, craftsmen, and courtesans. The bustling crowd rendered the entrance to the God's Gate chaotic, with dozens of soldiers clad in golden robes struggling to maintain order. The hands tournament, Euron remarked with a sardonic smile, understanding the temperament of House Stark better than most in Westeros. The hand must loathe this competition. As they discussed the recently concluded tournament, they rode through the streets, gradually approaching the heart of King's Landing. The stench within was even more potent, yet the human capacity for adaptation proved remarkable within mere minutes. They had grown accustomed to the foul air, not because their noses could no longer detect it, but because their minds learned to disregard it and focus on other thoughts. My backside has endured enough torment these past 2 months, Tyrion said, shifting the subject. Let us first find a place to settle before contemplating our next steps. I know of an inn on the hillside of the Rainies, where the elevation mitigates the stench considerably. I believe you will find it agreeable. Do you not reside within the Red Keep? AEG inquired, puzzled, for Tyrion was the queen's brother and, despite any lack of camaraderie with his sister, he surely had the right to dwell in the royal fortress, or at least in the noble district at the foot of the Red Keep. The Red Keep is too far from my favorite brothel, the dwarf replied, and being surrounded by a throng of ambitious schemers and fools is quite nauseating. My lord, this journey has already incurred significant expenses on your behalf. Allow us to arrange our own accommodations, Euron interjected, unaware of the discussions and negotiations between Tyrion and the Night's Watch leadership. He genuinely believed that AEG had been dispatched to King's Landing for the purpose of gathering supplies, and the thought of utilizing funds from others had left him somewhat uneasy. 7 gods above, could you spare a bit of sympathy for this small, pitiful dwarf? Must I gallop across half the city to converse with my 2 Night's Watch friends? Tyrion feigned indignation. Enough disputing. Follow me. Chapter 43. Settling in as the altitude increased. The surrounding scenery rapidly transformed. The streets became spacious and tidy, and the demeanor and attire of the passers-by grew more composed and elegant. Along the roadsides, shops began to emerge, peddling non-essential luxury goods. Eager realized that they had arrived in the affluent district of King's Landing, a place where outsiders frequently resided, likely incurring expenses far beyond his means. Eventually, they halted before an inn named the Albatross, dismounting alongside Tyrion. Eager gazed into the distance and noted that he was now positioned above the city walls of King's Landing, standing several meters higher than the lowest point within its confines. Nestled beneath the heights of Rainey's Hill, the elevation significantly alleviated the unpleasant odors while minimally disrupting the daily activities of its residents. Indeed, it was a splendid location. Proprietor, I require 4 rooms, 1 for myself, 1 each for my 2 cloaked companions, and 1 for my 2 attendants, which should be adjoining, Tyrion declared as he entered the inn with the familiarity of a seasoned guest. The inn's decor surpassed that of the great hall in Winterfell, and the innkeeper, clearly recognizing the imp, courteously summoned staff to take their horses and luggage, guiding them upstairs. To be candid, Eager found himself somewhat tempted, being a normal adult man. He had his own desires. Having traversed this world for a year and a half without the company of a woman, he could hardly bring himself to engage with the so-called prostitutes in Mole's town, who were merely village maidens moonlighting. Perhaps King's Landing would offer a different experience? The thought flickered through his mind, but he swiftly extinguished it. He owed Tyrion a considerable debt of gratitude and bore the weight of significant responsibilities. Where would he find the enthusiasm or courage to indulge in the pleasures of another's coin? Observing the bustling street, he took a few moments to gather his thoughts before pinning down his 4 primary tasks: gathering supplies, recruiting personnel, mining dragonglass, and improving the Night Watch's image. Unlike when he first received these assignments and felt utterly lost, after more than a month of travel southward, contemplation, and discussions with Tyrion, he had begun to formulate some ideas and plans. Now, he needed to commit them to paper before the whirlwind of activity caused him to forget them. First and foremost, both Aeger and Tyrion agreed that the task of enhancing the Night Watch's reputation was essentially non-existent. In an era devoid of advanced communication, the southern populace's perceptions of the Night Watch, whether favorable or unfavorable, would hardly warrant a large contingent of men dispatched to conduct surveys and assessments. As long as the worst-case scenario did not arise, no one would broach the subject. Aeger crossed this final task off his list. The remaining 3 tasks, however, required tangible action. It was imperative not to fall short. After all, one could not indefinitely lead a life of ease while neglecting to provide the necessary tribute. Yet, one must also avoid excess. The appetites of men tend to grow insatiable, and an organization composed of individuals would inevitably increase in scale as new recruits were added. A burgeoning Night Watch would necessitate ever greater supplies to sustain itself, especially with the impending winter likely reducing the resources that the Lords of the North could provide for the Wall. Various factors indicated that the gap in supplies would only widen. If he left the upper echelons of the Night Watch with the impression that they could demand endless provisions, it would spell disaster. The prevailing level of productivity in this world was stark. Apart from air, water, and land, there were hardly any particularly abundant resources. Even if he could eloquently persuade the wealthy nobles of King's Landing to deplete their fortunes in support of the Night Watch, it would scarcely fill the bottomless pit of need. However, the question of where the safety threshold lay remained for him to discern. Once the arrangements for their journey were finalized, he hesitated for a moment and, at the bottom of the page, added 2 lines in Chinese. Characters incomprehensible to the people of this world, remove the black cloak. There is a saying, better to be a peaceful dog than a man in chaotic times. For Aeger, even in this damned world of ice and fire, being a king would not compare to living securely as a middle-class citizen in a powerful and stable nation. Chapter 44. The beginning of Southern life before his journey. AEG was guided by a principle at work. He approached his responsibilities with diligence, yet refrained from engaging in tasks that were not his own, particularly those that encroached upon his leisure time, including but not limited to overtime. The rationale behind this was simple: his privileged upbringing and expansive worldview, coupled with a wide circle of acquaintances, afforded him access to information and income far exceeding that of the average individual. He labored not for the sake of salary, but rather to stave off idleness and avoid becoming a recluse. The profits he garnered from gaming and stock trading surpassed his wages by a considerable margin. Thus, he had little inclination to engage in office politics or feign industriousness to curry favor with his superiors. Compelled by an intangible sense of urgency, AEG resolved to commence work immediately, despite feeling both mentally and physically drained. Tyrion had already declared his intent to rest, and recognizing the significance of this fortuitous ally, AEG chose to prioritize a crucial step in his subsequent tasks by seeking out the sole northern representative in the council, inquiring after an item that Tyrion would assuredly be unable to provide. Knock, knock, knock. AEG rapped on the door of the adjoining chamber. Urine answered. Having taken a bath at the inn to mitigate the oppressive heat of King's Landing, and now clad solely in his undergarments. What is it? I am about to meet the Prime Minister. Would you care to accompany me? Now, aren't we going to take a moment to rest? A Prime Minister named Stark governs the realm. There is no more advantageous moment for us Night's Watchmen to act. I have a multitude of tasks at hand and cannot afford even a moment's delay. If you prefer not to join me, you will have to seek him out alone in a few days. While Duke Eddard Stark holds the Night's Watch in high regard, burdening him with additional trouble may not be wise. Sighing, Yoren acquiesced. Very well, let us go. Despite his advancing years, Yoren was still robust. and the journey south had not exhausted him. Just let me put on some clothes. The temperature difference between King's Landing and the Wall was a staggering 50 to 60 degrees, presenting two extremes. Putting on some clothes merely entailed donning a coarse black robe and a matching pair of trousers. Even this scant attire was enough to render the two Night's Watchmen drenched in sweat. After retrieving a horse that had yet to be unsaddled from the stables, they set off towards the Red Keep. The path was straightforward, requiring no inquiries. The Eyrie, perched on the southeastern corner of King's Landing, loomed far above the other surrounding elevations, including the Visenya and Rainey's Hills. A casual glance eastward from an unobstructed vantage point revealed the towering spires and walls of the castle, reminiscent of a divine abode. Conqueror Aegon had an eye for prime locations, and the Red Keep indeed resembled a ruler's stronghold. What is it? Before meeting the Prime Minister, we ought to tidy ourselves up. Yoren shook his head, adopting the tone of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Trust me, AEG. The Prime Minister will not grant us additional men or supplies simply because we have made ourselves presentable. While Eddard Stark may not be concerned about the appearance of his Night's Watchmen, the populace and nobility of the Red Keep and King's Landing would certainly take note. Though AEG had intended to overlook the task of enhancing the Night's Watch's image in his plans, he found it intolerable to have such a disheveled companion by his side. The significance of first impressions and the long-term ramifications of improving the overall image of the Night's Watch were concepts that would not resonate with a rough character like Yoren. So AEG opted for a more direct and effective approach. With that bushy beard and your greasy black robe, don't you feel hot? I've grown accustomed to it over the years. Fear not, I shall cover the expenses. The pouch Robb Stark had given AEG contained a gold dragon and 90 silver stags. Estimating the purchasing power, a single silver stag could be likened to a red Mao in AEG's previous world, while a gold dragon could be exchanged for 210 silver stags. This translated to AEG possessing over 20,000 coins, a significant fortune in this world of exceedingly low productivity. While he could not afford to be extravagant, his daily needs could be met for many months. The Night's Watch had no current income, so despite his financial cushion, AEG deliberately sought shops only after distancing himself from the affluent areas. He led Yoren into a barber shop, where the proprietor trimmed both their hair, shaved their beards, and washed their heads, leaving them looking remarkably refreshed. After paying a silver stag and receiving change in copper coins, AEG promptly entered a clothing store. I need 2 sets of light, breathable black tunics, he requested. Pure black is preferred. If that is not available, then nothing too ostentatious or vividly colored. Pure black? The shopkeeper's face instantly morphed into a sympathetic frown. I am sorry. May I ask who has passed away in your family? No one has died. We are Night's Watchmen. Night's Watchmen? Are you selective with your customers? AEG frowned impatiently, tapping his pocket. We will pay. AEG waited patiently, though it took considerable time. In Westerosi customs, pure black garments were typically reserved for mourning attire. Thus, a regular clothing store would not stock them in abundance. One of AEG's long-term aspirations was to break free from the Night's Watch, and he swore no one desired to wear colorful clothing more than he did. Yet, as a newcomer with unstable foundations, he wished to avoid drawing any undue attention. Moreover, he was about to meet Eddard Stark, a stubborn northern man. When dealing with such a character, the best disguise was undoubtedly that of a loyal Night's Watch warrior. After much effort, the shopkeeper finally unearthed 2 near-pure black robes from a corner. Upon AEG's insistence, he stitched over the conspicuous white stripes, and they struck a deal at 2 silver stags each. Furthermore, AEG ordered several other pure black garments for future changes, as he had endured the discomfort of wearing a single outfit for months while at the Wall. Dressed in new attire and sporting a fresh appearance, the 2 Night's Watchmen mounted their horses once more. Observing Yoren's remarkable transformation, AEG chuckled to himself. The task of improving their image, which he had crossed off his agenda, had inadvertently become the very first undertaking he initiated. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Red Keep, they explained their purpose to the golden-robed guards and awaited their announcement before being granted entry. Guided to the tower of the Prime Minister, they soon encountered the new Prime Minister, Eddard Stark, whom AEG had met merely 2 months prior. Chapter 45. Seeking the Prime Minister. Good afternoon, brothers of the Night's Watch. How may I assist you? The newly appointed Prime Minister, Duke Stark, maintained his courteous demeanor, and Aggie felt reassured that this politeness was genuine. My lord, 100,000 wildlings are advancing upon the Wall, and those who have already crossed are severely disrupting the peace of the north. We have come to King's Landing to seek aid from the Iron Throne on the orders of Commander Mormont. Vyrn interjected, clearing his throat. I am here to seek reinforcements for the wall, my lord. I had intended to wait until the next royal audience to express our needs and to ascertain if the king and his prime minister had any rogues in their dungeons they wished to dispose of. However, Aggie insisted we come directly to you, so we journeyed without delay. Vyrn's use of his companion's name caught Duke Stark's attention, and he turned to regard the other newly appointed individual for a moment. Aggie's distinct Asian features allowed the prime minister to recognize him. It was wise of you to seek me out. If you were to wait for an audience with the king, you might as well wait for winter's arrival. Now, Aggie, what brings you here? Eddard's words were laden with double meaning. While he had lost his initial disdain for the Night's Watch Ranger before him, this young man clad in black was aware of Joffrey's plot against Bran. Should he inadvertently reveal such knowledge in King's Landing, it could stir a tempest that would harm both others and himself. I am responsible for the procurement of supplies, the recruitment of additional personnel, and the mining of obsidian from Dragonstone, my lord. Aggie spoke with the same steady pace and clarity as their last meeting. As these tasks required literacy, numeracy, and organizational skills, I was dispatched for this purpose. Eddard Stark, a man who held the principles of law and order in high regard, would never tolerate the disgraceful transaction of paying a ransom to free the Night's Watch from the wall. The upper echelons of the Night's Watch surely understood this. Thus, they would not divulge their dealings with Tyrion to the Northern Protector before them. This was Aggie's greatest advantage, aside from Mormont, Maester Aemon, and Benjen Stark. Only Tyrion was privy to the full truth of his mission to King's Landing. Even the chief administrators and craftsmen were merely aware that Tyrion intended to provide funding for the Night's Watch. Therefore, despite the pressure and coercion from his own commander, Aggie had positioned himself as the official representative sent south to gather resources. This identity may not earn him the respect of the nobility in King's Landing, but it would at least ensure that he was not treated with disdain. Even in their dilapidated state, the Night's Watch was a force protected by the Iron Throne, recognized as an independent entity on par with the 9 great lords of Westeros. Procurement of supplies, recruitment of personnel, and obsidian mining from Dragonstone? The prime minister hesitated, echoing Aggie's words, and surprisingly, a hint of a smile crept onto his typically stern visage. Ah, you bear quite a burden, indeed. How many men has Mormont allocated to you? Aggie noted the prime minister's expression, allowing himself a quiet smile of satisfaction. Even if Eddard Stark scrutinized every word on the parchment, he would find no flaw to disprove its authenticity. What he had done was subtly distort Mormont's allowance for him to act freely and pursue his agenda. Now, armed with this feathered quill, and by obtaining another document, he could wield his authority in King's Landing, executing his audacious plans. I am aware that the kingdom is currently grappling with financial difficulties, so I do not expect the treasury to offer direct assistance. However, upon investigation, I found that King Robert's plan to enrich the populace through years of peace has been remarkably effective. Given the treasury's strain, I resolved to reverse my approach and seek support from the common people. Aggie continued, I cannot manage a task that requires a team single-handedly. I need 1 or 2 literate individuals to assist me, and Vyrn. I'm afraid I am neither literate nor numerate, Vyrn shrugged. Enriching the populace. I wonder if Robert would laugh heartily or turn crimson at that remark. Eddard Stark mused inwardly, yet nodded in understanding. This request was not unreasonable. Very well. I shall select 2 from the guards who meet your criteria for your use. As if one could simply set up a storefront and hang a sign to gather volunteers for the Night's Watch. Eddard was well aware of the situation among the wall's defenders and harbored doubts. But for the hand of the king, this task was merely a trifling endeavor. Yes, I will have the King's Landing garrison see if there are any vacant properties belonging to the Iron Throne. Thank you, my lord. There is one last matter. Aggie, seeking to mask his intentions, employed 2 seemingly innocuous requests to disarm the vigilance of this nobleman. Laying the groundwork for his ultimate aim, Commander Mormont has tasked me with overseeing the recruitment and mining efforts, which will require funds. However, I cannot carry too much capital alone, so I must arrange for personnel and tools on credit, allowing us to commence mining and recruitment, after which creditors may collect directly from the Legion. This plan is sound, but I have encountered an obstacle. Credit? Mormont must truly be in dire straits. Eddard chuckled wryly, startled by the magnitude of royal debts. Now, even the Night's Watch must begin borrowing money. What obstacle do you speak of? Eddard Stark rested his fist against his chin, pondering. After a few moments of contemplation, he extracted a blank piece of parchment from the clutter on the table, dipped a quill in ink, and raised his gaze to Aggie. This is my first time drafting a letter of proof. Tell me, how should I phrase it? Chapter 46. The grand scheme of fundraising. It is no wonder that Littlefinger thrives in King's Landing, deftly manipulating the likes of the Baratheons, Starks, and Lannisters with ease. Indeed, lies proved to be quite effective. Upon returning to the inn, darkness had enveloped the sky. Aegon ceased his reckless escapades with Euron, opting instead for a night of rest within the confines of their room. Thus commenced his second day in the bustling life of King's Landing. You sought out Eddard Stark yesterday for 2 men, a room, and a letter of proof? Curiosity sparkled in Tyrion's eyes, based on their 2 months of acquaintance. He sensed there was a deeper significance to Aegon's actions, and his explanations invariably broadened Tyrion's understanding. I can grasp the first 2 items, but what purpose does that letter serve? To deceive for coin, Aegon replied. Tyrion refrained from interjecting, intrigued by the unique insights his adventurous companion from Dorne might offer regarding Robert Baratheon's lavish expenditures. However, a considerable portion of those funds would cease their journey here. The people of Westeros have an overwhelming penchant for hoarding wealth. The affluent conceal gold coins, the commoners silver, and those of lesser means resort to hiding copper. Unless absolutely necessary, they would prefer to keep their riches buried until death or theft, rather than relinquishing them. Once the king's spending has funneled the coin into the populace's hands, at least half of it becomes stagnant in storage, failing to re-enter circulation, which proves detrimental to societal advancement. My aim is to extract this money through deception, breathing life into it once more. Tyrion seized upon a flaw in Aegon's reasoning. You said you tell them, which implies you cannot genuinely make money generate more. Indeed, at least not for the time being. Yet, if one knows the right avenues, it can be done, Aegon asserted. Until then, I shall persuade others to believe that lending me their coin is advantageous. The method is simple. When repaying, I shall return a bit more. Interest, Tyrion noted. Precisely, and at a rate exceeding standard lending fees. For instance, 1% monthly. If you lend me 100 gold dragons today, I shall repay you 101 after a month. And the extra gold? Where does it come from? From those who have yet to demand repayment. Aegon's words were indeed perplexing for the inhabitants of Westeros, a land where banks are a rarity and the concept of investment is nearly foreign. Fortunately, Tyrion's intellect remained sharp, but this scheme will eventually unravel. What if one day everyone demands their money back? Regardless of how one proceeds, if the money does not multiply in the end, the ruse will inevitably be exposed. Sooner or later, everything comes to light. Death will claim us all, dynasties will fall, and the world shall meet its end. As long as I can find a way to postpone that reckoning into an unseeable future, what difference does it make? It is akin to its non-existence. Aegon felt a twinge of frustration. He had assumed that a mind as astute as Tyrion's would adapt more readily to novel concepts. Yet, it appeared that his plan was perhaps too avant-garde for the denizens of this realm. He would need to devise alternative strategies to convince him. Less than 1,000 gold dragons. Within that, 400 to 500 must be allocated for your ransom from the Night's Watch. I negotiated with your chief officer and artisan on the types and quantities of supplies. Thus I must hope that prices do not rise while I am in King's Landing. All right, let us assume you currently possess 300 gold dragons. What can that amount achieve? Aegon persisted in his persuasion. It would suffice to procure supplies, granting me an additional few months of freedom. Even initiating obsidian extraction may not be feasible. I shall find a way. My brother possesses some wealth and is frugal. If necessary, I could appeal to my father for additional funds. Though it may not be substantial, it would certainly be considerable. Tyrion resolutely interrupted Aegon. In any case, deceit is a disgraceful act. I shall not assist you in your scheme. As Tyrion displayed a grave and unwavering demeanor, Aegon suddenly recognized the crux of the issue. He had jokingly referred to his intentions as a means of deception at the outset of their conversation, but it had been misconstrued as earnest. Cursing himself internally, he quickly sought a remedy for this blunder. Chapter 47. The Game of Money, Part 1. Alas, I must apologize for my previous lack of clarity. Aegon waved his hand, signaling a fresh start. I intend to elucidate the feasibility and merits of my plan through a game. You are familiar with the Iron Bank, I presume? Indeed. How does it operate? We shall discuss the differences later. For now, let us engage in a role-play to comprehend its workings. Aegon set aside 2 documents from the table and produced a silver coin, placing it before Tyrion. I am an ordinary citizen of Braavos, and you represent the Iron Bank. A group of affluent residents in our city has deposited 10,000 golden dragons with you. The dwarf gazed at the silver coin, a token representing 10,000 golden dragons, and his disapproving expression softened. He was an easygoing individual, yet once he made up his mind, he would not easily waver. He would never support fraudulent activities, even from recognized friends. Thus, his curiosity grew regarding how Aegon intended to persuade him. Aegon's tone turned earnest. As a humble citizen of Braavos, I plan to open a shop. After some preliminary calculations, I estimated that I would require approximately 10,000 golden dragons, yet I lack the funds. Therefore, I approached you to borrow this sum. Subsequently, I utilized the 10,000 golden dragons to rent a storefront, procure tools, and establish my business. Aegon slid the silver coin to the unoccupied side of the table, signifying that he had expended the 10,000 golden dragons. The first round of the game concluded. Thus far, everything is comprehensible. I owe you 10,000 golden dragons, and you owe the depositors, whom we shall refer to as savers, 10,000 golden dragons. Then, an intriguing development occurs. Tyrion scrutinized Aegon as he reclaimed the silver coin, which had been set aside to indicate expenditure. What does this signify? This marks the fundamental distinction between Braavos and Westeros. In Braavos, individuals do not conceal their surplus funds at home. Instead, they deposit them in the Iron Bank. This seemingly minor alteration is pivotal in the game of money. Aegon could not suppress a smile. Believing he had conceived a brilliant idea, after spending the 10,000 golden dragons, the individuals who earned that sum subsequently deposited it with you. However, my entrepreneurial venture encountered a setback. Although I had established the shop, I had yet to purchase raw materials and required another 10,000 golden dragons. Thus, I sought your assistance once more. But you have not repaid the previous loan. Correct. Yet if you refuse to lend me, I shall have no choice but to declare bankruptcy, relinquishing my partially established shop to you. Aegon remarked with a grin. However, the storefront is rented, and the items within are of no use to the Iron Bank. This implies that if you wish for me to repay the loan, you must continue lending me money, hoping that my shop will thrive and generate profit. Isn't that a rather unscrupulous maneuver? You are merely shuffling this 10,000 golden dragons around, establishing a business that requires a capital of 20,000 golden dragons? Indeed, that is a valid point. Aegon produced another handful of silver coins and placed them before Tyrion. Your bank possesses ample funds, so if someone requests 10,000 golden dragons, you can simply disperse that amount. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that none of the money in your vault belongs to the Iron Bank. What if all savers simultaneously demand their funds? Tyrion recalled their earlier conversation, now with Aegon posing the questions. That is an impossibility, for that is precisely the scenario the Iron Bank strives to avert. And how does one prevent such a situation? How did Aegon become both the questioner and the answerer? Tyrion realized he had been ensnared, understanding that Aegon had compelled him to contemplate this dilemma. Nevertheless, he prided himself on his intellect and relished mental challenges. Thus he accepted the proposition. After a few moments of contemplation, he arrived at an answer: interest and trust. Interest incentivizes savers to deposit their funds, while faith in the Iron Bank's strength reassures savers that they will always retrieve their deposits along with interest. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no one would withdraw funds merely out of anxiety. Well articulated, yet a further quandary arises. What if my shop fails to generate profit? Tyrion's response was even more precise than Aegon's internal musings. It was no wonder he was among the cleverest in Westeros, able to swiftly grasp the necessity of conducting risk assessments prior to lending. However, this is fortuitous. Now we can draw a conclusion. We can accomplish what requires 20,000 golden dragons with merely 10,000 golden dragons due to a series of operations that, while seemingly complex, are fundamentally simple, thus fabricating an illusory sum of 10,000 golden dragons. The reason we can achieve this is that you believe my shop will prosper, and your savers trust that you will always repay their deposits with interest. Rather than viewing this non-existent sum of 10,000 golden dragons as a manifestation of your risk-taking, it is more accurately seen as the embodiment of the mutual trust between the Iron Bank, savers, and borrowers. It is this trust and confidence in the future that enables the people of Braavos to construct a vast fleet and magnificent cities that far exceed their financial capacity, making them the youngest yet most affluent and powerful among the 9 free trade cities. Other trading cities subsequently attempted to establish banks. Yet they were unable to replicate the cultural atmosphere of Bravos, where wealth is habitually deposited in the Iron Bank, rendering them incapable of competing with its financial might. Yet Aegon was not finished. He decided to press on. Do you believe our game has concluded? Not yet. The dwarf raised his head, locking eyes with his adventurous friend for a few moments before a realization dawned upon him. By the 7 you wish to continue borrowing money. Chapter 48. The Game of Money, Part 2. Indeed, it is no surprise that Tyrion adapts so swiftly. The sum of money loaned by the Iron Bank far exceeds the wealth contained within its vaults, and even the entirety of Bravos. The repayment of the principal is, in fact, a consideration neither feasible nor relevant. Can one assert that the Iron Bank is engaged in deceit? It seems I have been somewhat persuaded. Tyrion widened his eyes. Still reluctant. Yet you are but an ordinary man, neither noble nor affluent. I am the quartermaster for the Night's Watch, a recruiter for the Crownlands and the Stormlands, the overseer of dragon glass mining, and a figurehead. I possess an official appointment, one you facilitated for me. Have you forgotten? Moreover, I now hold a document issued by the Prime Minister. If I were to borrow money in the name of the Night's Watch, Commander Mormont would have no choice but to acknowledge it. Aegon smiled with increased satisfaction, suddenly finding merit in his identity as a member of the Night's Watch. What constitutes a scam? If I were to borrow money and abscond across the narrow sea, that would indeed be a scam. If I were to mismanage my affairs and ultimately default, that too could be deemed a scam. However, if all progresses smoothly, and each individual who lends me money can retrieve both principal and interest when needed, can that truly be labeled a scam? Would it not be more accurately described as an astute ruse? Envision if a Westerosi wished to establish such an enterprise. They would require a tangible sum of 20,000 gold dragons. Yet without a shop, I could not possibly earn such a fortune. Lacking that fortune, I could not open a shop. In this intricate web of conundrums, Westeros has languished in stagnation for millennia. Aegon continued, if this is deemed a scam, then the world from which I hail is hardly different. He quickly corrected himself, stating, the entire continent of Qarth, its society, is predicated upon deception. Yet it has fostered political, economic, cultural, and technological advancements far surpassing those of Westeros. What do you think of that? This piece of paper represents 10,000 gold dragons? Surely, that is an exaggeration. It is merely a metaphor. How could that be possible? By your reasoning, if the banks of Qarth operated on such a scale, should even a tenth of the populace present your paper to the bank for exchange, this deception would be exposed. To treat paper as currency, the chicken may be false, yet the eggs it lays are genuine. The chicken may be false, yet the eggs it lays are genuine. Over the past 2 months, Aegon seized every opportunity to regale Tyrion with tales of his homeland, Qarth. These stories were essentially modern technology cloaked in a different setting. A blend of 9 parts truth and 1 part fiction, nearly devoid of flaws. This has led the dwarf to harbor no doubts regarding the existence and affluence of Qarth. Thus, the most astute Lannister found himself ensnared in Aegon's narrative, muttering the latter's words like a fool, utterly bereft of his usual eloquence. Allow me to ponder. This is somewhat convoluted. Such a statement could strike a sensitive chord. If the relationship is not sufficiently established, it may indeed be an instance of superficial intimacy. Yet Aegon exploits Tyrion's gentlemanly nature. What is a gentleman? Even when affronted, he does not lose his reason or harbor resentment. And this precisely resonates with Tyrion's innermost desires. Very well, I shall contemplate this further and provide you with a response. Excellent. Then I shall now proceed to the Red Keep. Their conversation had consumed a fair amount of time, and the morning had slipped away. As Aegon approached the door, he suddenly recalled a matter. I nearly forgot. The game of money we just discussed has already been designated with a specific term in Qarth. There exists no corresponding word in Westeros. Thus I have resolved to coin a new term combining gold and flow to designate it as finance. Chapter 49. Busy in the previous world, what AEG was contemplating was undoubtedly akin to competing with banks for business, equivalent to defying the national machinery. He would be labeled with the oppressive stigma of illegal fundraising, a burden he would be unable to shed. However, in the realm of Westeros, where both the economy and financial industry were nearly blank slates, there existed not only a lack of relevant laws, but, even if they did, under the watchful eye of Eddard Stark as Prime Minister, the Night's Watch would certainly acquire the legal authority to solicit funds. AEG was not born of economic study. More accurately, He should have been completely oblivious to such matters. Fortunately, prior to his crossing over, he frequently perused a forum known as Bihu, where industry elites mingled with storytellers, and where the wise debated with the boastful. In that vibrant milieu, he not only honed the art of quick storytelling and clever repartee, but also gleaned a wealth of ordinary yet obscure insights and trivia that were seldom grasped by the average person, knowledge that would prove invaluable in this new context. What he truly aspired to do was akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, commonly referred to as a Ponzi scheme, at least until he found a means to earn money. Tyrion swiftly recognized this notion and initially resolutely declined to partake. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, he articulated, albeit in a somewhat imprecise and layman's terms, the mechanics of a grander deception, a phenomenon that most individuals scarcely understood and, if they did, were reluctant to believe. The truth, which was indisputable, was that modern society indeed operated on the vast illusion of constructing itself with non-existent money, a remarkable display of human imagination that far surpassed any technology or innovation. Once everyone became complicit, it could no longer be deemed a scheme. The inclusion of a Lannister was not a prerequisite, yet if Tyrion were to cooperate, the subsequent proceedings would undoubtedly unfold with greater ease. AEG found himself exceedingly occupied. He needed to arrange for the first payment of ransom from Tyrion to be dispatched to the Wall, and also prepare for a journey to Dragonstone to initiate the extraction of obsidian. After resolving their lunch beneath the Red Keep, he and Yoren returned to the royal castle, making their way to the Prime Minister's tower. The hand of the king was far busier than a mere traveler. They could not encounter Eddard Stark again, and Yoren was promptly taken to the dungeons. AEG, however, was introduced to two Stark guards assigned to assist him, Odin and Davos. Hailing from Winterfell, the two soldiers naturally bore the Northerners' passive goodwill towards the Night's Watch. After a cordial introduction, AEG followed them to the eastern camp of the King's Landing garrison. There, he met the current captain of the city guard, Janos, a short, stout man with a balding head and a double chin, exuding an air of unscrupulousness. AEG harbored no fondness for this corrupt individual, who was notorious for embezzlement and had betrayed Eddard Stark in the original tale. The captain, clearly disinterested in a Night's Watchman who appeared incapable of offering him any advantage, nevertheless complied with the Prime Minister's orders. With a grimace, he merely nodded in acknowledgement to AG before casually assigning a gold-cloaked man to escort AG and his companions to what was now the Night's Watch office. To be candid, AEG was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. This FAAD, situated near the bustling streets and adjacent to the security forces of King's Landing, was a location that would have cost him a fortune to rent on his own. Seeking Eddard Stark's assistance had indeed proven wise. This was a significant concession for the Night's Watch. After traversing through the streets of the September of the Sisters, Mudgate, and Fisherman's Square, they arrived at their destination beyond the Mudgate, known for its muddy conditions. The Mudgate was not actually dilapidated. It earned its name from the frequent muddy feet of those disembarking at the port. The heavy foot traffic led to a perpetual mess of mud, and when rain fell, the streets became as treacherous as a swamp. 3 centuries prior, this area had been entirely forested, with only a handful of fishermen dwelling along the turbulent banks of the Blackwater River. It was here that the conqueror Aegon first landed with his forces from Dragonstone, and now it had evolved into the most bustling district outside the walls of King's Landing. Residential buildings, pavilions, brick warehouses, wooden inns, market stalls, taverns, graveyards, and brothels lined the streets, with the din of activity audible from afar. Over 100 docks graced the waterfront, with countless ships moored in the harbor. Deep-sea fishing vessels and river rafts continually traversed the waters of Blackwater Bay, while merchant ships relentlessly unloaded cargo from Bravos, Pintos, and Liss. This was the port of Westeros with the highest volume of external trade. To accommodate the fishermen's square within the city walls and the goods distribution point outside, the city gates were the weakest points in the fortifications, rendering the Mudgate an apt moniker. Tyrion was well acquainted with nearly every notable merchant in the port, and with the cunning intellect and reputation of the Lannister imp, few dared to take advantage of him. AEG found this arrangement quite agreeable, as he simply followed along, observing as the dwarf deftly negotiated all transactions and arrangements for his ransom at a cost slightly below expectations, confirming prices, delivery dates, and hiring vessels to transport the goods to Eastwatch. He bore no worries, for his freedom for at least the next 3 months was now secure. The first task for the two Winterfell guards was to ensure the timely and intact delivery of this shipment to Eastwatch, where it would be handed over to the Night's Watch. As night descended, AG located a small merchant vessel bound for Dragonstone, and after paying a few silver stags as a deposit, the captain agreed to wait for him to board before setting sail the following day. With everything in order, the busy and fulfilling day in King's Landing drew to a close. Chapter 50, Dragonstone Island under Tyrion's guidance. Aegon located an elderly miner in the city who had previously managed the Lannister gold mines. After flattering him with a multitude of kind words, he persuaded the retired miner to accompany him to Dragonstone Island to provide counsel on the extraction of dragonglass. With preparations complete, on the third day after arriving in King's Landing, just before noon, Aegon, the old miner, and his youngest son boarded the vessel rented the day before, embarking on their journey to Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of the Targaryen dynasty. Dragonstone Island lies at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. The journey from King's Landing flows downstream. However, due to the daytime winds blowing towards the land, the ship's speed remained sluggish until the sun tilted westward, and a shift in wind direction allowed for a smoother passage. The distance between their starting point and destination spanned over 100 miles, and they had only traversed less than a third before nightfall, necessitating an overnight stay aboard the ship. Fortunately, the vessel's speed after dark exceeded that of the day, and the captain had arranged for sailors to keep watch, alleviating concerns about wasting time on the journey. The following morning, Aegon was awakened by the swaying of the ship, the glimmer of light, and the shouts of the crew. Discovering that they had already entered the harbor of Dragonstone Island and were attempting to dock, a mere glance at the harbor from the deck revealed why Stannis Baratheon harbored resentment towards his brother for assigning him to this desolate place. Rather than a bustling port, it resembled a small fishing village, starkly contrasting with the vibrancy of King's Landing's harbor. The ship Aegon traveled on was, at that moment, the only vessel in motion. Aegon often derided the Night's Watch as a wretched place, yet this judgment bore significant subjectivity. Now that he had departed from there and ventured southward, he could no longer lament like a jilted lover. The lands granted to the Night's Watch were, truthfully, fertile and abundant. It was merely their remoteness and perilous nature, coupled with slightly cooler temperatures, that deterred many from farming there. In contrast, Dragonstone, a land born from volcanic eruptions, was truly desolate, comprised solely of stone. This diminutive fishing village, with perhaps 100 inhabitants, was the only settlement Aegon was aware of on the island, aside from the Lord's castle and a military port housing the Dragonstone fleet. This implied that Stannis' direct domain consisted solely of this small fishing community. A place so impoverished could scarcely sustain a knight, let alone a duke. While theoretically, the Lord of Dragonstone governed the lords of the Narrow Sea, these so-called lords were merely a multitude of minor island chieftains, with a total population barely exceeding 100,000. How could such a populace provide sufficient military forces, resources, and grandeur for a duke? Rumor had it that Robert Baratheon, disheartened after losing Lyanna Stark, resolved to remain unmarried for life and bequeath the throne to his brother Stannis. If the rumors held any truth, then it would have been entirely reasonable to appoint the heir as the Duke of Dragonstone, following Targaryen tradition. However, Robert later married under Jon Arryn's arrangement, producing higher priority heirs, Joffrey and Tommen Baratheon, a Duke of Dragonstone with no chance of ascending the throne, who would consider him of any significance. Following the birth of Robert's sons, Stannis repeatedly petitioned his brother for dominion over Storm's End, a request that seemed both justifiable and reasonable from an outsider's perspective. Yet, whether Robert was simply disinterested or had other intentions, the matter remained unresolved. During the War of the Usurper, the insignificant and largely unaccomplished Renly Baratheon ultimately inherited Storm's End, ruling over the Baratheon family's ancestral lands in the Stormlands. Conversely, Stannis, a significant contributor to the war effort, having steadfastly held the castle and hindered the royalist forces of Highgarden for an entire year, found himself exiled to this remote island. Regardless of one's temperament, such a fate would be intolerable. To be fair, to label Dragonstone as utterly barren would be an exaggeration. There was life. As Aegon disembarked from the ship and set foot on Dragonstone, he noticed countless seabirds flitting in and out of nests along the coastal cliffs. In terms of visible avian life, there were likely more birds than inhabitants on the island. Dragonstone, to be precise, was a realm where only the birds thrived. As the vessel docked, a few scattered villagers approached, inquiring whether Aegon required lodging or meals. Dragonstone's strategic location at the mouth of the Blackwater River rendered it ideally situated. Yet its proximity to King's Landing meant that countless ships passed by without stopping, making rare the occasion for visitors to disembark and thus drawing attention. Aegon, eager not to waste time, rented 3 horses and sought a guide, proceeding directly to the castle without pause. The castle, perched atop the island's highest point, was substantial in size, appearing grand and imposing from a distance, yet up close, it was overgrown with moss, clearly neglected for an extended period. At the entrance, only 2 lethargic guards stood watch, one of whom barely roused himself from the shadows upon noticing the visitors. The dilapidated state of the castle deepened Aegon's sympathy for Stannis. One of the guards entered to announce Aegon's arrival, but Stannis was not inclined to personally greet a mere night's watchman as Eddard Stark would have. After a brief wait, a young man mounted on horseback emerged from the castle, claiming to have been dispatched to lead the visitors. Aegon, who had no intention of meeting the Lord of Dragonstone, was pleased with this arrangement. After some idle conversation, they departed the castle gate and commenced their survey of the Dragonglass mining site. Graffiti on the stone walls. Aegon felt a surge of excitement. This could very well be the location he sought. Although Stannis had maintained a distance, refusing to invite Aegon inside the castle. The guide he sent was competent, and Aegon's appreciation for Robert, his meticulous brother, increased. "Let us there," Aegon urged. After several hours of braving the sea winds, Aegon stood at the entrance of the ancient mine, which would not be featured in the original narrative until the very end. When Jon Snow brought his aunt for a tour, without a local guide, this place would have been exceedingly difficult to locate. Lighting a torch, the guide led Aegon and the miner and his son into the depths. Inside the dark cavern, there was nothing of note. The walls bore some murals, yet for Aegon, who had witnessed the birth of the Night King on a computer screen and had personally slain White Walkers, the likelihood of gleaning any valuable information from these images was slim. The situation unfolded even more favorably than anticipated. This was indeed it. Chapter 51. The extraction of dragon crystals. I intend to mine obsidian here. What preparations are necessary? Aegon approached the cave wall with a torch, illuminating a vast expanse of dark volcanic rock. So, this is what an obsidian mine looks like. What purpose do the Night's Watch serve? The old mine chief murmured, passing the torch to his youngest son. He then retrieved a small iron hammer from his waist pouch and began to tap on the cave wall, studying it for a moment before straightening up and shaking his head. The mine is readily available, its structure stable and elevated above sea level, with natural air circulation, alleviating concerns of collapse, seepage, or poisoning. The ore itself is pure obsidian, requiring no refinement, and the difficulty of extraction is nearly negligible. We merely need to find a few strong individuals, and unlike gold mines, there is no worry about workers pocketing any hidden treasures. Well, if there is anything to be cautious about, it would be to construct a framework and lay down some boards to prevent falling rocks from injuring anyone during extraction. Aegon nodded, acknowledging the expertise of the old miner in a field where he lacked proficiency. He was not hesitant to adopt a respectful demeanor when consulting an expert in this world. Could you ascertain what materials are required? When can we commence extraction? What might the estimated costs be? The specifics of what is needed cannot be precisely articulated here. A checklist must be created. Regarding extraction, given the favorable conditions of this mine, if funds and tools are in place, we could feasibly start operations tonight. The old mine chief replied ambiguously, concerning the budget. It depends on how urgent your need for obsidian is, the quantity required, and the specifications for the ore. What do you mean by specifications for the ore? To illustrate, if you wish to carve the obsidian into the likeness of the dragon heads we observed flanking the castle gates, you would require large blocks of raw stone, which would significantly increase the difficulty of extraction. However, if your intention is merely to create beads for crafting bracelets to sell, the workers could simply wield hammers without complication, thereby greatly reducing both the difficulty and costs. The ore need not be overly large. Whatever comes our way will suffice. Aegon smiled. Although he had never held a leadership position before his transmigration, his ancestors had distilled the principles succinctly. Benefits ought to be shared rather than hoarded. Strategies should involve a select few rather than the multitude. This means that when planning significant matters, one must choose the most pivotal and opinionated individuals for discussion, eschewing democracy. Yet, when executing tasks, all participants must reap rewards, and one must not micromanage out of fear of others claiming a share of the spoils. Clarity breeds barrenness. Stannis Baratheon, not understanding this principle, became detested by nearly all the nobility of Westeros. Aegle admired his sense of justice, but had no desire to emulate his solitary existence. He preferred to discuss significant matters solely with Tyrion, while the Old Mine Chief was merely assisting him in overseeing the Obsidian Mine, seeking a future for his son, and perhaps even a small profit from tool procurement, none of which could be deemed inappropriate. Very well, since the expert has spoken, I shall place my trust in you. I hereby appoint your youngest son as the overseer of this dragon crystal mine, fully responsible for all extraction activities. As for compensation, let us establish a salary of 100 silver stags per month. Should he perform well, additional rewards will follow. Aegle nodded. However, one point must be clear. All expenses related to tool procurement, labor hiring, and transportation must be meticulously recorded. As I intend to submit these for reimbursement, the Night's Watch does not possess abundant funds, and excessive expenditures are unacceptable. Aren't you grateful, my lord? A salary of 100 silver stags per month is already considerable, especially since the overseer's role is light and offers additional opportunities for profit. The Old Mine Chief patted his youngest son, who promptly set to work. Ah, even the address has changed. Aegle shook his head. I am no lord. You may simply call me by my name. The work here must commence swiftly. Let us limit the initial capital to within 100 gold dragons, aiming to send the first shipment of obsidian to the East Sea within a month. The quantity should match the capacity of the small vessel that brought us to Dragonstone. That is not excessive. It seems we can recruit a dozen or so workers directly from the small village on Dragonstone. Thank you, my lord. Aegle soon encountered an exceedingly awkward situation. He wished to treat the 3 individuals who accompanied him to inspect the mine to a lavish meal, which proved somewhat challenging. It was not that the villagers were exorbitant in their demands, given Stannis' temperament, if such a situation arose on his lands. Those who overcharged would swiftly find themselves cast into the sea. The issue Aegle faced was the inability to spend his money. Desiring pork, beef, or lamb, he found none. Wishing for chicken, duck, or goose, he found none. The only thing available on Dragonstone was fish, which the guide, having resided there for an extended period, had undoubtedly grown weary of. Is this the same in the castle? Aegle inquired, puzzled. How does Lord Stannis manage when he desires something other than fish? In the future, we should ensure that each month a shipment of obsidian is sent out, and when they arrive, let them not come empty-handed, but also carry some chicken, duck, beef, or lamb, included in the meal expenses, with half sent to Lord Stannis. Operating a mine on his island without discussing taxes is a matter of goodwill. The Night's Watch cannot take this for granted. Having never dealt with such mundane matters before his transmigration, Aegle understood the importance of executing tasks with grace and precision, ensuring no one had grounds for complaint, principles that transcend time and place. The Old Mine Chief stated that the obsidian mine could function with merely a dozen individuals. Such a small workforce would hardly incur significant costs. If Tyrion consented to invest in his fundraising plans, the funds would swiftly become negligible, even less than the interest in a financial chain. Moreover, theoretically, the food expenses for the obsidian workers should be reimbursed by the Night's Watch. Ultimately, Aegle managed to fulfill his promise, agreeing to pay the villagers thrice the market price for a laying hen to serve as the main dish, accompanied by various fish dishes, rewarding the young man who had guided him to the ancient obsidian mine. Observing the lad devour the chicken leg with evident gusto, it was clear he had not tasted chicken in 2 months. After a hearty meal, the 4 of them sipped ale and continued their discussions regarding the mining operations. The tipsy Old Mine Chief had become the center of attention, regaling tales from his youth managing the Lannister gold mines, his enthusiasm palpable with his extensive experience. He certainly had the right to boast in front of the 3 young men. At that moment, a woman entered the room. Chapter 52. Red God Priestess and Heretic Aegon had to concede. Melisandre was an alluring woman, with her crimson hair, ruby eyes, and a fair face. Adorned in a scarlet robe of a hue no ordinary dye of the era could achieve, she was an arresting sight. Even the reigning queen, reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms, could, were she a decade younger, only rival her. Were he not aware of her identity, he would have been more than willing to become acquainted with such a beauty, perhaps even making her a target for his amorous pursuits. People are invariably apprehensive of the unknown, a self-preservation mechanism ingrained in their very genes. Aegon felt no shame in admitting this. A valiant individual is not one who feels no fear, but one who can surmount it. He did harbor a degree of awe and dread for Melisandre, and had not prepared himself for an encounter with this pivotal character. However, since she had sought him out, he had no choice but to meet the challenge head-on. Suppressing his inner trepidation, reason quickly prevailed. The woman before him, though formidable, was not a capricious tyrant like the Mad King, prone to arbitrary acts of violence. If the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, then Melisandre, aware of the others and devoted to the Lord of Light, should, theoretically, be an ally of the Night's Watch, a comrade in arms. Even if he himself was eager to abandon the watch. But she was ignorant of his intentions, grasping this key point in an instant. Aegon relaxed and rose from the table, scrutinizing the newcomer with candor. He even indulged in a brief conjecture as to whether her exquisite beauty was natural or the product of magic. Melisandre had sought him out, presumably to inquire about the state of the wall and the lands beyond, to ascertain the extent of the other's threat to humanity and formulate a response. Should he be truthful or exaggerate to solicit aid? But first things first, he had to consider how to initiate the conversation. I've heard much about you. If he were ignorant of the plot, he would not recognize Melisandre. He would have to play it safe and feign ignorance, addressing her simply as Madam. Good evening, Madam. Good evening, Melisandre replied with a soft, enchanting smile. The representative of the Shield of the Realm graces Dragonstone with his presence. We should be lavish in our hospitality, but alas, the island is wanting in resources. I trust you will pardon any shortcomings. You are too kind, Madam. I am here on official business, not for pleasure. Melisandre nodded with a smile and approached the table. The weather being warm, everyone had rolled up their sleeves, exposing their arms. The skin felt a distinct warmth that was palpable, causing Aegon to start. Unless the priestess of the Lord of Light was constantly running a fever of 130 degrees, it was impossible for her to exude such heat merely by walking. What sorcery was this? Or was it truly her god protecting her with this heat? Suppressing his astonishment, the Night's Watchman awaited the priestess's next question or probe, preparing himself for any response. However, events took an unforeseen turn. What? The red-robed woman, now close to Aegon, suddenly wore a look of shock. Under the gaze of those in the room, some lustful, others reverent, she recoiled as if stung by a needle and cried out, "Guards! Seize this heretic!" Two fully armed Dragonstone guards burst into the room, their sharp spears pointed directly at the bewildered Night's Watchman. With no time to think, his ear as a ranger caused his body to react instinctively. He reached for his sword hilt, but found nothing. He remembered that the Night's Watch's standard steel sword had been handed over to the armory the day he left Castle Black, and there was no need to carry weapons after arriving in King's Landing. Don't move. One of the soldiers barked, brandishing his spear. Aegon realized that he was on Dragonstone, facing soldiers personally trained by Stannis, a renowned warrior and commander whose men were undoubtedly superior to him in combat. Even if he had his sword, he could not resist two soldiers, especially with a mysterious sorceress nearby. The air seemed to thicken. The old miner and his son sobered up and stood motionless. The room's owner stood dumbfounded, holding a chair he had intended for the priestess. The young man assigned to escort Aegon was equally perplexed. He was a Dragonstone native, loyal to the Duke, but he had just shared a meal with Aegon. If the Night's Watchman resisted, which side should he support? Aegon had been denied entry to Dragonstone Castle that morning. Now, he was being escorted in by armed guards. His surrender relieved Melisandre's anxiety. Once the Night's Watchman was securely bound to a pillar in her chambers, she finally relaxed. Standing several feet away, Melisandre spoke calmly. Who sent you? Aegon stared at Melisandre, his expression resolute, but his mind was a jumble. He had deceived the Starks, slandered the Crown Prince, and attempted to persuade Tyrion Lannister to support his scheme. In some ways, he was audacious and deserving of death, but he had never provoked or harmed Stannis Baratheon, let alone offended the Lord of Light. As for heresy, was not all of Westeros heretical to the Red God? Stannis was not even king yet. What gave the Red Priestess the audacity to persecute heretics? The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, Aegon replied, refusing to admit that Tyrion had ransomed him. Even if he told the truth, it should not offend the priestess. Did Melisandre know about the Night's Watch's plight and resent him for his cowardice in the face of the others? Indeed. And why were you sent? Aegon recounted the 4 tasks, then said, suppressing his humiliation and anger, Madame Melisandre, there must be some misunderstanding. I have never met you before. We have not, but I sense a powerful, ancient, otherworldly aura about you. Who are you? Ancient, otherworldly aura? Aegon swore he did not know what that meant. Was it the residue of ice magic from his battles with the others, or did his status as an outsider alert the priestess? He decided to be stubborn. Madam, I do not understand what you were saying. Perhaps not, but I have ways of extracting the information I desire. Melisandre gave a cryptic smile and instructed a guard. Bring a brazier. A brazier? Was this to be torture? The brazier was brought and placed a few feet from Aegon. It did not contain the red-hot irons he had expected. Instead, the red-robed woman produced a small knife and handed it to the guard. Draw some of this night's watchman's blood, just a few drops. I want him alive. Chapter 53. The Flames of Divination. The Guard of Dragonstone, tasked with an ill-fated mission, approached Ag with a knife that was shorter than his own palm, shrugging apologetically. Bound in every limb, Ag found himself helpless, feebly writhing as he watched the guard approach. His mind raced, yet the unfolding events left him utterly bewildered. What was the true nature of this performance? Did his blood, as a traveler from another realm, possess the formidable power sought by the Lightbringer, Lawler? If so, would he be cast into the flames as a sacrificial offering at some critical moment? Armed with knowledge far surpassing that of anyone in this world, Ag had grand plans to establish himself, forge connections, and ultimately intervene in the game of power through capital. He envisioned altering the trajectory of significant narratives and the fate of this realm. He had evaded the White Walkers, distanced himself from the wall, and was on the brink of starting anew. Yet, was it to all come to an abrupt and bewildering halt on this desolate island at the mouth of Blackwater Bay? Aeg's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the knife in the guard's hand. A few drops of blood would hardly instill fear to the point of begging for mercy, but the crucial matter lay in how he would be treated thereafter. Just like Tyrion, he considered himself astute, yet faced with an adversary whose intentions were shrouded in mystery and who suddenly exhibited hostility, he felt utterly powerless. Be gentle with that arm, please, Ag urged, observing the guard's trembling hand. Deciding where he would be wounded became the last vestige of dignity he could cling to in this calamity. The guard hastily scraped a few drops of blood from the knife's edge and presented it to the priestess, Melisandre. She retrieved a handkerchief, wiped the blade clean of blood, and cast the stained cloth into the flames, fixating her gaze upon the fire with unwavering intensity. Aeg's attention shifted to the pyre, but he discerned nothing. His blood could hardly possess any power. The flames quickly consumed the handkerchief, and aside from a flicker of increased flame, there was little change in color or heat. Yet, Melisandre's expression grew solemn, her eyes widening as if the brilliant flames held the answer to some ultimate question, though the letters were too small for her to decipher. She leaned closer, nearly burying her face in the fire, and to Aeg's astonishment, the flames licked at her hair without even curling a strand. Indeed, the priestess of the Lightbringer was unafraid of fire. After a minute, the woman withdrew from the pyre, stepping back with an intrigued gaze directed once more at the night's watchman, her lips parting anew. Before she could speak, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a man strode in. You apprehended that night's watchman? Aeg could not discern the newcomer's features against the light of the flames, but instinctively, he recognized the voice. It was Lord Stannis. I come at the behest of Jeor Mormont to address the matter of obsidian mining. You should know. I swear I mean no harm on your island. If I have inadvertently offended, I beseech your forgiveness. May I speak freely? I can confront Lady Melisandre about any grievances. Do you recall our discussions of the ancient gods? The red-robed woman nodded respectfully at the man, her countenance still adorned with a smile. I sensed a powerful aura of the old gods from this night's watchman, and I wish to discern why, or perhaps what god sent him here. I care not what you wish to know, Melisandre, Stannis replied, his tone unwavering. You possess certain abilities, which is why I have allowed you to remain on this island. However, should you continue to spout madness and engage in absurdities, I may have to expel you. Now, either release this night's watchman and seek his forgiveness, or leave Dragonstone at once. Ag felt a wave of relief wash over him, the threat having receded. For several seconds, his mind was a blank slate. Yet behind him, he silently clenched his fists. Possessing knowledge of the plot and an arsenal of advanced ideas had become utterly irrelevant in that moment. His fate rested upon a single utterance from these powerful figures. The urgency to transform his advantages into tangible influence surged within him. As you wish, my lord. Melisandre narrowed her eyes, her expression shifting as she acquiesced. Release him. The guard, still clutching the knife, appeared perplexed, but with the Lord's command and the priestess's nod, he felt no need to question further. He moved behind E.G. and began to untie the ropes binding the night's watchman. Stannis snorted derisively and exited the chamber. Whether it was fear of the Lord's earlier fury or simply a lack of skill, the young guard fumbled for several moments, unable to find a way to free A.G. Finally, Melisandre, growing impatient, shook her head. "Leave it to me." After ordering A.G.'s capture, the witch had maintained a cautious distance of 2 meters. Now, reassured of his lack of threat, she stepped closer to the night's watchman, her hand gliding along A.G.'s arm as she traced the ropes binding him. With the gentle touch of her palm, a slight warmth surged through him, and with a series of soft snaps, the ropes binding him fell away, granting A.G. his freedom. He took a step, stabilizing himself and stretching his arms, feeling the lingering warmth at the sites of the bindings, but no burns marred his skin. Observing the severed ropes on the ground, their ends charred and still emitting wisps of smoke, he marveled at how they had been incinerated without harming him. This singular act defied all explanations he had previously entertained. Melisandre stood mere inches away, and although it seemed he could easily extinguish her life with a mere gesture, AEG begrudgingly acknowledged that he could not contend with this seemingly delicate woman. "My apologies, dark-clad friend." Melisandre's tone softened, yet her expression bore no hint of remorse, rendering her apology somewhat insincere. In her eyes, offering such words to a mere mortal was already a considerable concession. She could not lower herself further. "I sensed an unexpectedly strong aura of the old gods outside of my master, the Lightbringer, and it flustered me, leading to my inappropriate conduct. I beg your pardon for any distress I may have caused. It would be easy for me to tell Lord Stannis, 'I forgive you, my lady.'" He inhaled deeply. However, being seized and bound to a post while enjoying a meal, only to be cut with a knife without understanding the motive behind it, no one could swallow such indignity without seeking an explanation. "I require clarity, Lady Melisandre." Chapter 54. Explanation and reflection. Whether it was due to sensing the man's murderous intent or her own sense of guilt, Melisandre's casual demeanor faded. She fell silent, locking eyes with Eager for a moment, before quickly lifting the corners of her mouth. "Very well. The Night's Watch serves as the bulwark against the arch-nemesis of the Lord of Light, and Eager was the first member of the Night's Watch she encountered since her arrival in Westeros. Despite her disdain for mortals, she ultimately chose not to offend a potential important ally right away. To be precise, you possess 2 distinct auras. One is imbued with malice, albeit feeble. The other retains a formidable energy, yet lacks ill intent. Overall, it is quite fortuitous that you have survived to this day." "Why do I carry these 2 auras?" Eager asked skeptically. He was a materialist, yet this was not the world he originally inhabited, and the woman before him displayed a power he could not comprehend. Reluctantly, he adopted a cautiously trusting stance towards her words. "I am merely an ordinary member of the Night's Watch." "No, you are not. I just witnessed you courageously battling a servant of the cold god in the flames. It is exceedingly rare for a mortal to slay such a magical creature. The moment you vanquished that being, you ceased to be an ordinary Night's Watchman and became one who has drawn the attention of the cold god." Melisandre waved her hand, signaling the guards to leave and shut the door. "The malevolent aura you bear is a remnant from that battle. Henceforth, should you ever re-enter the awareness of the cold god and its minions, you will be detected more swiftly than your fellow comrades." Eager felt a chill in his heart, both from her ability to discern his past from mere drops of blood and from the implication that he was now marked by the cold god. But what exactly was this cold god? Was it merely a moniker for the Night King? Wait, did she truly see him slaying a white in the flames? Or had she learned of it through a letter from Eddard Stark or Jeor Mormont introducing him to Stannis? What of the other formidable aura? Eager inquired, his mind racing. "I did indeed slay a white, yet it was my most formidable foe in this life. I triumphed only due to their underestimation of me. If I merely acquired a trace of malevolent aura from that encounter, then what must I have battled to obtain the aura you deem formidable? Can't you see it all? Must I elucidate further?" "I was attempting to prevent." Eager furrowed his brow, explaining, when suddenly a flash of insight struck him. The Green Seer. The mind of the traveler surged with tumultuous thoughts. Failing to prevent Bran's fall was indeed embarrassing. Yet it imparted a vital lesson. Interference in the narrative must be executed with greater cunning. One cannot simply rush in recklessly. Learning from one's failures was a point of pride for Eager. However, upon hearing Melisandre's words today, He pondered whether his inability to alter the outcome stemmed not from oversight or error, but from confronting a powerful entity. Much like the stock market, no matter how adept a retail investor may be, they cannot thwart the machinations of the major players. Similarly, no matter how affluent and connected these major players are, they would not dare to engage in direct confrontation with the state. The levels of their engagement are simply incomparable, and the outcome is hardly a mystery. Bran's fall was no mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by someone or something with intent. After much contemplation, only the Green Seer appeared to bear such suspicion. But why would he desire Bran's fall? Was it that the boy could not venture beyond the wall to receive his legacy while uninjured? Moreover, that day, 2 members of House Lannister seemed bewitched, engaging in an affair in plain sight, while the Stark boy obstinately climbed the tower to feed the ravens. Was it all the Green Seer's doing? Melisandre observed Eager's hesitance, his countenance shifting through various expressions before falling into contemplation, assuming he had something to conceal. A flicker of shadow crossed her alluring face. "My Night's Watch friend, how remiss of me to have yet to inquire your name. You may call me Eager." "Then Eager, if you have gleaned anything, it is best you share it with me." The witch, being human, held her own first impressions and skepticism regarding the existence of whites, unlike the general populace of Westeros. In her eyes, the Night's Watchmen stationed at the wall, standing firm against the whites, were undoubtedly stalwart figures. Thus, after careful consideration, she resolved to adopt a gentler approach. "The 2 deities whose essence lingers upon you hold little power in the south. Yet they remain beings capable of extinguishing your life with but a finger. Now, only the Lord of Light can shield you." Eager hesitated, uncertain whether the gods in this world were indeed the omnipotent entities of legend or merely more powerful beings wielding magic. Regardless of which it was, one fact remained beyond doubt. The Lord of Light, also known as the Red God, is one of the undeniably real extraordinary forces in this realm. If he were to cling to a powerful ally, the Red God would certainly suffice. Ordinarily, devotion to him would be a sensible choice. Yet Eager faced a dilemma. He was no ordinary man. He carried too many secrets. The saying "a common man is innocent," yet possesses the burden of knowledge weighed heavily on him. If he were to rashly throw himself into the arms of a deity, it would be advantageous if they could openly collaborate. But what if this god coveted the vast knowledge in his mind or was curious about the broader world beyond? What if he were to be drained of all information and then discarded, or worse, silenced? He had no means of resistance. He could not even contend with a mere acolyte of the Red God, let alone negotiate with any being within this realm. Entrusting his life to an unfamiliar entity without possessing the strength to sit at the same table was hardly a prudent course of action. Moreover, he had to be mindful of the identity he had fabricated. A foreigner traversing from across the Sunset Sea, managing to assimilate into the society of Westeros was already rare. How could he then articulate the secrets that even native locals were unaware of? In this cold, cruel world, rife with incomprehensible supernatural forces, it was undoubtedly wise to exercise caution. Eager adopted a perplexed expression, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. That was during King Robert's northern tour. I had accompanied Lord Commander Benjen Stark to report on the movements of the wildlings and whites. That day, I was training alone in a corner of Winterfell when I saw the young lordling of House Stark attempting to scale a wall. Fearing he would fall, I called out to dissuade him. But the boy would not listen and ultimately fell, startled by someone peeking out from the first keep. However, seen from any angle, it was merely an accident. If in the process I offended a deity, it could only be one that wished for Bran to fall or be maimed. But what significance does that hold? Chapter 55. The means of the gods' deception is an art. And AEG learned a particularly useful technique from his studies at Behu. The first step to deceiving others is to deceive oneself. What is infallible? Only the truth. If you craft an identity for yourself within a narrative, it is imperative that all subsequent actions and words strictly adhere to this established persona. Much like writing a novel. No matter how bizarre or fantastical the premise may be, as long as it remains internally coherent, it constitutes a plausible story. If a liar can immerse themselves to the extent of hypnotizing themselves into believing their own fabrications, then the ruse becomes nearly impregnable. AEG had assumed the identity of an adventurer from the far shores of the Sunset Sea, and under this guise, he had indeed shared all that he knew with absolute honesty. If he had uttered not a single falsehood, how could the other party possibly discern the truth? Nevertheless, Despite his intention to conceal the secret of his crossing, he sought to subtly influence the witch seated opposite him. If she could continue along the path of his conjectures without succumbing to doubt, he would successfully navigate this encounter. What, then, is a demigod? A demigod is simply that, a being more powerful than my master, the King of Light, yet still inferior to us mere servants. One might liken them to a formidable sorcerer. AEG inquired about the demigod's essence and questioned why it was necessary to incapacitate the child if the intention was to utilize him. The so-called demigod's essence refers to the affinity one possesses towards the divine. Some individuals can effortlessly perceive the messages conveyed by the King of Light amidst flames, while others require assistance, and some may never be able to hear the divine whispers at all. Melisandre, typically reticent to engage a mortal in such detail, found herself compelled to indulge AEG's curiosity for her own advantage, given the utility of his role as a night's watchman. Interestingly, those endowed with the most exceptional affinities often possess extraordinary magical talents, robust health, powerful souls, and resolute wills, qualities that paradoxically hinder their communication with the divine, or rather, the divine's communication with them. Thus, as you have witnessed, the subsequent events unfolded. A chill ran down AEG's spine as he comprehended Melisandre's implication. Among 1,000 individuals, only one is a natural shapeshifter, and among 1,000 shapeshifters, merely one may be the Green Seer. Bran possesses the most remarkable shapeshifting potential, making him the prime candidate for the next Green Seer. Yet, due to his exceptional strength, the previous Green Seer was unable to directly influence or persuade him to accept the legacy in a more benign manner. Thus, the latter resorted to a cruel method to temporarily weaken him. Moreover, there lies a question regarding the very nature of the legacy. Did the former Green Seer impart knowledge and memories directly to Bran? Or did he usurp Bran's body and then, through transcendent observation, come to understand Bran's life, subsequently masquerading as him? Such speculation carries a heavy malice, and AEG sought affirmation from an insider. Can I interpret it this way? Inflicting harm upon a healthy individual, or inducing illness, allows that demigod to infiltrate the person's consciousness during their weakness, exerting a more direct influence? Upon receiving confirmation, AEG's last shred of doubt dissipated. Indeed, the day Bran Stark fell was the very eve of his planned departure to King's Landing with his father, a calculated move by the Green Seer to prevent his ideal successor from leaving the North, from escaping his influence, thus orchestrating this tragic incident. Yet, one aspect remained inexplicable. AEG had witnessed Bran's fall with his own eyes. The sequence of events was exceedingly clear and did not appear to be the result of any external interference. He yearned to understand how the Green Seer had orchestrated this accident. But this was undeniably an accident. You are confronting a demigod, my Night's Watch friend. Melisandre scoffed at AEG's incredulity. What you perceive as an accident, could it truly be one? The demigod, through the propagation of faith, encourages individuals to willingly assist in radiating influence far and wide. Within this realm, the demigod can exert influence over people, while no deity can accomplish such feats. Through subtle suggestions deep within the subconscious and gentle whispers, coupled with meticulous arrangements, the desired outcomes may manifest through seemingly coincidental circumstances. Part Tree, the Old Gods. Before Melisandre could elaborate further, a bolt of insight pierced through AEG's foggy thoughts, and he suddenly grasped the entire scheme, his mind reeling with shock. Melisandre narrowed her eyes at him, imperceptibly nodding before shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. The expression and gestures of the Red Priestess almost confirmed AEG's conjecture. Everything fell into place. The Old Gods were merely a fabrication of the Green Seer, or conversely, the Old Gods were indeed the Green Seer himself. Utilizing this divine persona and its associated faith, he had encouraged the children of the forest and the first wave of invading settlers to cultivate weirwood, thereby perpetuating his influence outward. He could not only observe and monitor the world through the weirwood, but also exert influence over people through it. In less than 200 meters from where Bran fell lay the sacred grove of Winterfell. By subtly manipulating his subconscious, he could inspire Bran to climb the broken tower to feed the crows, while simultaneously awakening the long-dormant desires of the Lannister siblings, coaxing them into a frenzied search for clandestine encounters, ultimately eliminating this troublesome obstacle, transforming an accident into reality. Yet what terrified AEG was that in this so-called accident, he had repeatedly endeavored to intervene, nearly averting the crisis on multiple occasions. thus attracting the attention of the Green Seer, or perhaps the Old God. Melisandre had previously mentioned her encounter with an immensely powerful entity, leaving traces of that presence upon her. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed engaged with the Green Seer. Fortune favored him that he had not succeeded. Cold sweat soaked through his thin black garment. As he continued to ponder this line of thought, he wondered if Melisandre's act of burning 3 leeches to cast a curse and subsequently eliminating the 3 false kings bore any similarity. Robb Stark was murdered by the Frey family in collusion with the Lannisters during the Red Wedding, seemingly unrelated to the 3 leeches. Yet the North's king's defiance and betrayal, alongside the eventual choices of the 2 treacherous families, could very well have been incited by a series of whispers and provocations buried deep within their subconscious. Could this be the work of R'hllor? Joffrey Baratheon was poisoned in a conspiracy between Petyr Baelish and the elderly Rose, seemingly disconnected from the leeches. However, Petyr Baelish, risking everything, stirred chaos purely for his own amusement, while the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, was driven to murder to prevent her sweet granddaughter from marrying the monstrous Joffrey. A union of 2 schemers. Was there not a possibility that the King of Light had influenced and suggested these events? Might it be that this Game of Thrones, this duel of life and death, this song of ice and fire, is fundamentally a struggle between gods and demigods, each vying for influence over this world? Chapter 56. Maintaining composure in the realm of ice and fire. Is it truly impossible to navigate without noble status? While this assertion may hold some merit, it is, at least in Westeros, largely accurate. No one possesses the invincibility of a dragon. Upon entering this world, one must abide by its intricate rules. Yet, Aegon perceives a deeper essence. The nobility is merely a superficial layer of the game's regulations in Westeros, beneath which lies a more profound and fundamental principle. All matters ultimately revolve around resources and power. The envoy from the Iron Bank may be an ordinary functionary, but even Queen Cersei, who ruthlessly eliminated all opposition and reigned supreme in King's Landing, must treat him with deference. Is it due to his title? No. It is because he represents bravos across the narrow sea. The Great Sparrow, having established a militant order, can humiliate a multitude of kings and queens not because of divine endorsement, but due to his military strength and popular support, compounded by the incompetence of his adversaries. Littlefinger's elevation to Harrenhal swiftly catapults him into the upper echelons of Westerosi nobility, yet without his prior entanglement with the Lady of the Vale, he would be of little consequence. Ultimately, noble status serves as a tool for the elite of Westeros to control resources rather than being the source of power itself. Understanding this causal relationship clarifies one's objectives. As long as one possesses resources, even if branded a Night's Watchman or legally inferior to a mere knight, one can wield power and influence at will. Embracing this philosophy, Aegon devised a plan. His initial intent was to utilize a Ponzi scheme for primitive accumulation, sustaining the Night's Watch with supplies and soldiers he had enlisted, fostering a dependency akin to boiling frogs, thereby securing both his safety and freedom. Subsequently, with the capital thus acquired and his advanced knowledge, he envisioned establishing a vast community of shared interests in Westeros, biding his time to cautiously engage in the Game of Thrones, seeking a means to shed his Night's Watch identity and explore the possibilities of reversing his fate. However, just as Aegon meticulously arranged his strategy, the enigmatic Melisandre emerged, subtly unveiling a corner of the stage of this world, revealing a truth that was both grander and more terrifying than the chaos that obscured it. Aegon felt akin to a child stealthily retreating to his room, anticipating a joyful gaming session, only to uncover a surveillance camera overhead, extinguishing his excitement under the watchful eye of a paternal figure. Perceiving Aegon's prolonged silence, Melisandre assumed he was intimidated by her revelations, her disdain palpable. A hardened man of the Night's Watch, a killer of White Walkers, trembling before the omnipotent forces, what a sight to behold. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? She prompted, attempting to mask her condescension. It is natural for one to fear extraordinary power. She had experienced such shock herself. In light of my sincerity, might I pose a few questions? Plans must indeed be adjusted. Aegon realized he needed to remain inconspicuous not only to the eyes of Westerosi nobility, but also under the scrutiny of demigods and true deities. If that were the case, he could discard at least half of the notes he had penned detailing his plans. Ask away, I shall speak freely. In the following half hour, Aegon, still in a daze, engaged in a dialogue with Melisandre. relieved to find her inquiries pertained solely to the lands beyond the wall and the Night's Watch. This indicated that she held no suspicions regarding his identity as a mere ranger, allowing him to speak the truth without the need for fabricating lies that might expose flaws. Rationality arrived belatedly, yet it was preferable to its absence. Aegon gradually regained his composure. Conspiracy theories could explain everything, but to attribute every occurrence to conspiracy was merely self-deception. He had deceived various characters with a mixture of half-truths and fabrications. Who could assure him that Melisandre's words were not similarly embellished? Moreover, as a devotee of the Red God, brainwashed by the Lord of Light, even if she spoke truthfully, it did not guarantee the veracity of her claims. Akin to the Green Seer fabricating an old god's faith, who could guarantee the existence of the Red God? Who could assure him that Melisandre was not merely another version of Killian Lyd, ensnared by the illusions of her own deity? Even if a group of individuals subtly influenced reality at the subconscious level, without the means to identify those affected, one could not discern what events the gods wished to unfold. To Aegon, the distinction between these gods and non-existence was negligible. Disregarding these transcendent beings, he resolved to maintain his original plan, necessitating only minor adjustments to ensure he remained low profile. Clarity washed over Aegon as he formulated a strategy. He must not only feign loyalty as a Night's Watchman in the presence of outsiders, but also maintain a semblance of that facade in solitude. Rather than recklessly pursuing personal gain, taking a clear stand against the forces of the White Walkers might not yield benefits. But it would at least ensure that the Lord of Light and his followers would not indiscriminately target him. As a mere mortal, his weakness rendered him unqualified to play both sides, a predicament indeed. The movements of the Cold God were swifter than anticipated. Unaware of Aegon's contemplations, Melisandre harbored her own concerns. Fortunately, the Lord of Light had revealed to her that the wall could obstruct the Cold God's power and hinder his servants. Before winter's arrival and the freezing of the seas, there remained much to accomplish. She turned her gaze towards the Night's Watch, shedding her frivolous demeanor to adopt a serious tone. "So, my dark-clad friend, is there anything I can assist the Night's Watch with?" As she regarded the solemn witch, another profound question surfaced in Aegon's mind. Is the struggle among the gods a life-and-death battle for survival, or merely a competitive exchange of skills? In other words, do the White Walkers, the Night's Watch, and even priests like Melisandre serve as soldiers and weapons for their own ends? Or are they mere pawns in a game played for the amusement of greater beings? Understanding this distinction would clarify any forthcoming adjustments to his plans. Regrettably, it was all too evident that even if Melisandre was a follower of the Lord of Light, she could not possibly grasp the secrets of such a depth. The wall lacked many essentials, but most critically it needed manpower and supplies. Aegon sighed and shook his head. However, from what I've seen of Dragonstone, its condition is hardly superior to that of the Night's Watch. If you truly wish to assist, perhaps you could lend a hand with the harvesting of obsidian. Not an issue, she replied. Wait, speaking of the obsidian mines, Aegon suddenly recalled a crucial matter he had nearly overlooked. I almost forgot to ask. Do you know the principle behind how dragonglass daggers kill White Walkers? Understanding this mystery might lead us to devise more methods to combat those fiends. Chapter 57. How to slay magical beings. I am uncertain, yet I can venture a guess. Melisandre pursed her lips and winked at Aegon. After all, seated here is the first White Walker slayer of Westeros in a millennium, is it not? Following a discussion, the atmosphere inexplicably transformed from hostility to camaraderie. This ancient crone possesses an unparalleled talent for steering conversations. Aegon found himself at a loss for words and could only maintain a stern visage. Spare me the frivolities. Commence your speculation. From the vision I observed coupled with your description of the demise, it appears that the White Walkers' bodies operate almost entirely through magical energy. Possessing little in the way of physical form, the sorceress stated, all creatures can be vanquished by tangible matter and magic. Yet there exist two methods that allow us to nearly disregard physical assaults. Immunity to corporeal harm. Why do they fear obsidian? They are not afraid of dragonglass itself, but rather the fire-infused magic contained within it. Melisandre asserted with conviction. This magic is in stark contrast to the attributes of the servants of the ice god, clashing violently and disrupting the ice magic coalescing their forms, leading to their disintegration. Is not the Lightbringer the god of fire? You claim to be his servant. Surely you excel in pyromancy? In truth, I too wield only fire magic, Melisandre confessed. Regrettably, should you expect me to journey north to the wall to aid you against the White Walkers, I am unable to comply, not only because I have a more pressing mission, but the reality is I cannot even contend with a single White Walker. Can the fire magic at your disposal truly surpass the magical potency contained within a dagger of obsidian? Have you forgotten my words? The ice god is the arch-nemesis of the Lightbringer. If his servants could be vanquished by mere fire magic, this war would have concluded millennia ago. The witch shook her head. We have just stated that the bodies of the White Walkers are nearly devoid of substance, yet nearly does not equate to entirely. If they were merely a mass of magic, a simple fire spell could disperse them. The scant physicality they possess exists to prevent such an eventuality. The woman lifted her hand, her fingers gliding slowly across the thin black fabric adorning Aegon. Should I be willing to pay any price? I could ignite every piece of cloth you wear in an instant. You would suffer severe burns, incurable wounds, even death. But what would happen if I employed this against a White Walker? Aegon politely evaded her touch. It would not ignite at all. Valyrian steel is a misnomer. It should be referred to as Valyrian metal, and if given the chance, you would discover its complete lack of iron using a magnet. Thus, it cannot be called steel. The Valyrians forged this remarkably light and resilient material using a blend of several rare metals along with magic. My encounters with this metal reveal that it was crafted using extraordinarily potent fire magic, retaining traces of its power even after centuries. A composite metal? So, Valyrian steel is indeed an alloy. Should we call it Valyrian alloy? Alloy? Melisandre furrowed her brow in confusion. This night's watchman has a penchant for coining new terms. What you call it is inconsequential. Feel free to name it as you wish. I comprehend now that to slay the White Walkers, the most effective method is to breach their corporeal form with a substance imbued with fire magic to dismantle their bodily structure. Aegon nodded, suddenly filled with trepidation. But what if I encounter a White Walker while clad in armor? How could I defeat them? Indeed, I apologize. But regarding the slaying of White Walkers, you are the expert, are you not? Melisandre rose as well. Are you departing? Very well. I have removed the mark left on you by that demigod, and the residual essence of the Lightbringer ensures that he shall no longer dare to monitor or harm you. You are free to pursue your desires. You have removed one mark, yet left another. Aegon was momentarily stunned before his suppressed fury flared anew. What purpose does this serve? None of them are virtuous. Wherever fire exists, the influence of the Lightbringer can reach, with his mark upon you. The demigod opposed to the ice god and other servants of the Lightbringer shall not harm you. And if you are concerned about my constant oversight, I must confess, I neither possess the capacity nor the inclination for such vigilance. The witch dismissed Aegon's outburst, explaining that this had cost her magical energy and served as an apology for prior offenses. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. The only regret is that I lack the power to dispel the traces left by the ice god upon you. Thus, I can only advise, do your utmost to avoid traveling north of the wall. An adult wolf can easily slay a newly hatched dragon, yet dragons, nonetheless, are inherently stronger beings than wolves. The ice god, though malevolent, is a true deity, having merely awakened from slumber with the advent of winter. He shall only grow more formidable, while the pitiful demigod facing him in the north is already in decline, succumbing to death. Melisandre sighed. The long night is dark and fraught with peril. Take care, my friend of the night's watch. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could inform the guard at the door before you leave. We have reached an understanding, and this misunderstanding must come to an end. We all have more pressing matters to attend to, do we not? At this moment, Aegon found no inclination for anger. He paused at the door, nodded, and stepped outside. Chapter 58. The dawn of change in Winterfell. One would undoubtedly find a steward or servant bustling about with warmth and hospitality to arrange accommodations for AG. However, this is Dragonstone, where the concept of courtesy may very well be absent from Stannis' lexicon. Guided by the guards, the Night's Watchman swiftly exited the castle gates. Confronting the enveloping darkness of the night, a kindly sentinel offered him a torch. Of course, there were neither wolves nor White Walkers on the island. And for a ranger of the Night's Watch, traversing a few miles through the night held little fear. Bathed in the pale light of the moon, AEG stumbled towards the fishing village by the shore. With uncertainty clouding his thoughts, he resolved to focus on the present and set about his business. The dwarf's opening remarks left the Night's Watchman utterly perplexed, though fortunately, his interlocutor soon elaborated. I have been pondering your mention of finance ceaselessly, day and night. to the point of losing my appetite and sleep. Have you arrived at any conclusions? The urgency in his companion's demeanor caught AEG by surprise, however. This exchange was far more within the Night's Watchman's plans than Melisandre's sudden declaration of heresy and her bloodletting. Had it been someone like Eddard Stark or Stannis Baratheon, they would likely have dismissed the realm of finance as mere deception. Yet Tyrion was different. The hallmark of intelligence is an ability to perceive new concepts with objectivity and rationality, which was precisely why AG preferred dealings with his kind. Less effort required. You must recognize that if the Game of Thrones is about the distribution of the cake, the game of money is about expanding the cake itself. Regardless of which game is deemed more significant or intricate, the latter undoubtedly contributes far more to the world than the former. I do not dispute this. Yet you should not resort to trickery to obfuscate the truth, especially not with me. AEG's metaphor of cake to denote resources refreshed Tyrion's perspective, yet he maintained a serious demeanor, admitting that such expressions might come off as somewhat ludicrous. No matter how you frame or disguise it, you must concede. This is a con game. Upon observing AEG's expression, Tyrion understood his thoughts. Do not waste time crafting your arguments, simply admit it. Very well, I admit it. AEG's mind stirred as he suddenly realized that if Tyrion intended to withdraw from participation, he would not have expended so many words. The tone he adopted suggested he did not intend to dismiss AG's fundraising scheme. Indeed, I am attempting to orchestrate a financial deception, akin to a scheme once executed by a man named Charles Ponzi, who deceived thousands. Thus, this con is also referred to as a Ponzi scheme. How was his deception uncovered? Just as I am proposing. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, lifting his head to solemnly declare, AG, I shall partake in your plan, provided you agree to 3 conditions. First, every step of this fundraising endeavor must be discussed with me. You must elucidate why and allow me to participate. Second, I will manage the accounts and funds, which shall be kept in a residence I rent, with all transactions passing through my hands. Tyrion endeavored to maintain a serious expression, ensuring his friend understood he was not jesting. Third, should the attempt fail, I will cover the losses. You must not seek to try your luck elsewhere. I will find you work, and with your intellect, you need not resort to deception to thrive. Those are my terms, decide. The first 2 conditions were easily comprehensible. Under AG's deliberate overtures of camaraderie, the bond between them could be likened to that of long-lost friends, having grown familiar in a matter of months. Though they had only known each other for a short time, Tyrion feared that he might squander money recklessly, perhaps even abscond with a substantial sum. Much like the progenitor of the Ponzi scheme, AEG had no such intentions and readily accepted the constraints. Given that King's Landing serves as the demographic and economic epicenter of Westeros, and with a northern prime minister and a Lannister to facilitate matters, the thought of failing to raise funds here was unfathomable. Could one truly expect to employ the same tactics elsewhere? AEG did not hesitate for a moment. Your demands are reasonable. I fully agree. Excellent, Tyrion replied, appreciating AG's forthrightness. He nodded, finally taking the leisure to reassess his adventurous companion, soon furrowing his brow. Did you truly venture to Dragonstone? You appear as though you have spent 3 days and nights in a brothel, looking utterly spent. Is it truly so exaggerated? AEG could not help but ponder the enigmatic words of Melisandre, striving to discern their truth. Merely a lack of sleep, he replied. Tyrion, who did not even believe in the existence of White Walkers, seemed more skeptical than AEG himself. Seasickness, perhaps, from a poor night's rest. Shall we not take a moment to rest? I will draft a list of supplies. Have Morris and Jack procure them while I take a brief respite. Once the items arrive, we can commence. Splendid. I am rather eager. Tyrion felt like a child about to unwrap a new toy, invigorated as he had never been before. The game of money. Merely contemplating it was more exhilarating than drinking or pursuing women. Tyrion, you are the most adventurous Westerosi I have ever encountered. Humph. Tyrion was highly resistant to flattery. As you have noted, I am merely the most adventurous of the Westerosi. This venture will neither impede my drinking nor my pursuits with women, nor will it endanger my life. Hence, I find it more intriguing than the latter two and dare to partake. Compared to you, who has traversed the world and crossed the sunset sea to arrive here, I am but a simpleton from a remote corner. Pish. Let us spare one another the mutual flattery. I shall compile the list of necessary items forthwith. This afternoon, we shall commence preparations for issuing the Night's Watch bonds. Chapter 59. The Night's Watch bonds, Part 1. Very well, speak your mind. I am here to listen and provide counsel. AEG had meticulously prepared his thoughts in the confines of his chamber, his mind clear and resolute. A mature financial system must consider numerous factors: stability, order, and development. However, we are merely at the inception of our journey. Thus, our primary focus must be on stability. Stability, in this context, primarily refers to the integrity of the funding chain, with our principal source of capital being loans. To maintain this stability, it is imperative that creditors do not arbitrarily demand repayment. Confronted with an overwhelming influx of new knowledge and terminology, Tyrion found himself unable to interject, merely nodding in agreement while striving to absorb the information. You mentioned interest. And what about penalties? He inquired skeptically. Borrowing money inherently places one in a position of dependence. Who would dare lend under such conditions? Patience, AEG advised, gesturing for calm. We must establish a non-negotiable principle. The principal amount owed to creditors shall never diminish. Only the yield may be subject to penalties. He proceeded to clarify their intentions. What are we doing? We are engaging in a scheme. Yet, this is a truth known solely to us. Ostensibly, we represent the Night's Watch, raising funds under the Prime Minister's assurances to procure supplies for the wall in defense against the wildlings, safeguarding the realm. It is a grave and noble endeavor. Despite the reality that the operations are solely ours to manage, with only a portion of the funds allocated to our proclaimed purposes. Yet, the debtors are the Night's Watch, not us. You make valid points, but those who are willing to engage in reasoned discourse are regrettably few. Tyrion shook his head. I am uncertain how matters are conducted in your lands, but in Westeros, such tactics would not only fail, but could incite panic. Refusing to lend further? Tyrion chuckled. Yet upon observing AEG's earnest expression, he realized his adventurous friend was not jesting. Surely, no one would willingly seek to lend you money? That may sound rather brash. So let me phrase it more discreetly. Such an individual would forfeit their eligibility to purchase Night's Watch bonds, AEG asserted with newfound confidence, bolstered by Tyrion's involvement. Unless they first settle the penalties from their previous default. You might find this hard to believe, but sometimes reality is indeed stranger than fiction. The dwarf maintained his characteristic caution. I wish to believe, but alas, I cannot. This is excessive. A 17% annual interest rate, in modern terms, doubling that approaches usury's threshold, which seems utterly implausible. Yet, we must confront the undeniable truth. The less developed a society, the higher the borrowing rates. Take present-day Westeros as an example. At the beginning of the year, borrowing livestock to rear requires repayment at double by year's end. In spring, one borrows seeds to plant, only to return 1.5 times the amount in autumn. Annual interest rates soar to nearly 100. This phenomenon arises because, in societies where productivity is underdeveloped and civilization is nascent, the capital lent is rarely surplus, but rather essential means of production, funds for a family's sustenance, or even for burial. Moreover, these transactions occur in the absence of a robust credit system, fraught with risks of default and loss. High risks necessitate correspondingly high interest rates to achieve equilibrium. AEG was now borrowing in an official capacity, securing the debt with taxes from land grants. The Southerners, of course, were unaware that the actual returns were meager, and land itself, given that the Night's Watch could flee but the wall could not. The interest rates need not reach the exorbitant heights typical of private lending practices. Yet even so, in a realm where trust is not as dependable as the Iron Throne or the wealth of noble lands, a margin of less than a dozen points would render it improbable for anyone to part with their coins. Must we ponder further? Tyrion relished the challenge, contemplating until an idea crystallized. I shall transfer this bond at a price of 115 or 116 gold dragons. Thus, I resolve my immediate concerns. And the purchaser of this bond stands to gain 1 or 2 gold dragons in a mere matter of days. Indeed, what does this imply? Tyrion continued to reflect, soon grasping the unsettling implications. In this transaction, your issued Night's Watch bond could, in effect, be utilized as 115 or 116 gold dragons. This signifies that, in a certain sense, it possesses the functionality of what you refer to as currency. Chapter 60, The Night's Watch Bonds, Part 2. Tyrion painstakingly mounted his horse. And then, he inquired, the paper, wax seals, and other necessary items have already been procured by your attendants. Now, shall we proceed to the sign workshop? The sign workshop? Well, I wasn't asking where we were going. I was inquiring about my role in this endeavor. since you claim this plan necessitates my assistance. What precisely am I to do? Aegon pondered for a moment. Your initial task is to persuade a few of your acquaintances to purchase my bonds. Just a handful will suffice to set everything in motion. Engage in self-sabotage? How can you suggest such a thing? Tyrion retorted. Aegon insisted, in this venture, the first batch of participants is the least likely to be deceived. It is only their involvement that requires your persuasion. Once they are on board, their participation will instill confidence in subsequent investors. As long as we manage the total funds judiciously, the cycle can perpetuate indefinitely. Someone must initiate the process. If you are unwilling to convince those you know, we shall have no choice but to approach strangers on the street or canvass door to door. Very well, I shall do it. Tyrion braced himself for the financial burden, resolved not to dwell on this non-essential concern, as he could always cover the losses himself. How do we proceed? Quite simply, introduce me to your friends and provide your endorsement. With the endorsement of the hand of the king and the commander, it should require little persuasion. Agreed. You mentioned setting a subscription threshold. How much? 100 gold dragons. Such a sum. Tyrion was taken aback. Aegon, while King's Landing is indeed the epicenter of wealth in the Seven Kingdoms, it is not difficult for my acquaintances to part with 100 gold dragons. However, this money is not a loan to me, but to the Night's Watch. Many among them have lived their entire lives, perhaps having encountered but a single member of the Watch. To expect them to willingly invest such a significant amount into an unknown venture is rather challenging. What do fixed interest, simple interest, and registered bonds mean? Aegon explained. Fixed interest means the rate remains constant. Simple interest means the interest earned does not accrue additional interest. Registered bonds indicate that each bond will bear the borrower's name. The first 2 points are for accounting and management convenience, while the third serves as a safeguard against theft or loss, ensuring the bondholder's ownership. You will naturally learn all this in due time. How intricate, Tyrion remarked. Even more complexity lies ahead. For now, let us discuss more fundamental matters, such as what to inscribe on the sign for my Night's Watch office and what emblem to employ. A dozen carpenters and laborers busily toiled in a semi-outdoor workspace. New shops opened in King's Landing with regularity, leading to a steady influx of sign orders. Despite the clandestine power struggles unfolding among the ruling class of the Seven Kingdoms, the common populace remained unaware. Westeros was experiencing an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity, with commerce and industry advancing at an unparalleled pace. Aegon harbored deep skepticism. Had the War of the Five Kings not erupted and winter not approached, the great cities like King's Landing would surely begin to witness the nascent stirrings of capitalism. Chapter 61. Casual conversation breeds opportunity even in the depths of night. Rest eluded them. Aegon and Tyrion were crammed into a small room, illuminated by the flickering light of a dozen candles. As they embarked on the creation of the world's first Night's Watch bond, a stack of the finest parchment available in King's Landing lay on the table. After a final discussion regarding the bond's contents, they set to work. Tyrion's appearance was less than commendable, yet his penmanship was remarkably elegant. Aegon, accustomed to computers before his journey, struggled with even the most basic of characters, let alone the script of Westeros. Thus, the daunting task of drafting the bond's content fell squarely upon his shoulders. Tyrion meticulously copied each word from the draft, his diligence surpassing even that which he afforded his father, Lord Tywin. Aegon sat across from him, poring over a draft filled with scribbles, yet he found himself perpetually dissatisfied. The bond was merely a single sheet of paper. It was impractical to inscribe every stipulation and rule upon it. He contemplated creating a large poster to affix to the wall of the Night's Watch office, providing a visual aid for visitors as he explained the terms more clearly. Indeed, he thought, I shall hire someone to undertake this task tomorrow. Why go through the bother of hiring someone to copy the bond? Surely, a printing shop would suffice. Aegon's train of thought abruptly halted as he realized he was unaware of the term for printing in the common tongue of Westeros. What are you attempting to convey? Tyrion's eyes sparkled with realization. How clever. Why did I not consider this? Is this your technology? The free folk are truly ingenious. Sometimes I find myself grateful for the separation of the sunset sea. Does Westeros lack such technology? How then are your books produced? Aegon suddenly grasped why he was oblivious to the term for printing. It was because the art of printing had yet to be conceived in this world. The two exchanged astonished glances. This was an opportunity. Aegon immediately delved deeper into the subject of books with Tyrion. uncovering more intricate details about their production in this era of Westeros. Books were entirely reliant on hand copying, influenced by the calligraphy of the scribe, the quantity and accuracy of the content, as well as the quality of the binding. Consequently, the price of a book could range from a few silver stags to several gold dragons. Certain tomes could indeed be deemed luxury items. Curse it! Is this the reason behind the free folk's advanced and formidable nature? Tyrion, the astute intellectual, quickly recognized the profound impact that the application of printing could have on the dissemination of knowledge and culture. This could be a revolutionary technology for societal advancement. We could establish a printing house and profit from selling books, utilizing the funds you've gathered. No, time is of the essence. I shall front the costs and expedite the process. However, Aegon shook his head. Matters were not so straightforward. In an era of technological deficiency, printing might not necessarily be cost-effective. Crafting a mold was laborious, and if only a few dozen or hundreds of books were printed, it would be more economical to hire a scribe. Yet, should they produce a larger quantity, a pressing question arose. Who would buy them? Tyrion, an erudite individual, hoped for a literate society, but Aegon was acutely aware that he needed to consider how to maximize the value of their funds and ensure the continuity of their venture, lest it devolve into a Ponzi scheme. He required a project with guaranteed returns. Rather than merely producing a plethora of excellent literary or educational works for the long-term cultural development of Westeros. In simpler terms, he needed to address practical matters relevant to his current position. Contemplating such grand ideas was a futile endeavor given he had yet to penetrate the ruling class. After some reflection, he quickly identified several essential societal needs with vast market potential, where printing costs would likely undercut hand copying, such as calendars, the 7 holy texts, and easily comprehensible tales of supernatural beings for all ages. He could collaborate with institutions like the church and wandering minstrels to ensure their funds were put to effective use. The idea struck him unexpectedly, invigorating his spirit. With a flourish of his quill, he crossed out a line on their planning sheet with determination. What did you just strike out? Did you truly intend to control the quantity of bonds issued? Did you really believe that everyone would be clamoring to lend you their coin? If all goes well, I shall dare to raise the interest rates, and by then, those wishing to lend money to me will queue from the red keep to the doors of the gods. Aegon declared with unwavering confidence. Let us call it a night. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall part ways to conduct our respective business. In countless tales of agricultural life, the time travelers invariably leverage their knowledge from their original world to swiftly amass their first fortune. Yet, when faced with the reality, Aegon discovered that transforming knowledge into wealth was a far more arduous task than anticipated. He understood the principles of internal combustion engines, the workings of generators, and even how aircraft and spacecraft ascend into the skies. Yet, these advanced technologies were utterly useless in this era. With so many knowledgeable individuals, who could actually create such inventions? Not to mention, with Westeros's material and industrial capabilities, they could not even produce a single screw for an aircraft. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, a casual exchange of ideas led to the discovery of an opportunity. The level of backwardness in this world exceeded his expectations. To earn money here, one did not require the advanced knowledge he had previously considered. Commonplace technologies and items, even those rendered obsolete in his own world, were novel and untapped resources in Westeros. Chapter 62. The office as the sun rose, heralding the dawn of a new day. The ravenous Yoren, as per his usual routine, ventured to the flea market post-breakfast to recruit fresh recruits. Meanwhile, Tyrion, in an uncharacteristic manner, had risen early to seek individuals for his long-cherished printing press. Only Iji was slow to awaken, taking his time to mount his horse as he awaited the sun's position before setting off towards the street-side office that Eddard Stark had arranged for the night's watch. Jack had already ordered the tables, chairs, cabinets, and other office supplies from his meticulously prepared list yesterday, scheduling the delivery for today. As the applicant and future overseer of the Night's Watch office, it was imperative for him to be present to supervise the renovation and arrangement of various furnishings. The businessman's sense of timing was commendable. Within half an hour of opening, the goods arrived. After a brief cleaning, Iji began directing the workers to move the tables, chairs, and cabinets inside, placing them in their designated spots. Though he had never run a shop, his childhood spent playing in his mother's tailor and clothing store had left an indelible mark on him, subconsciously guiding him in the layout of the office. The office was divided into 2 sections, The front room, where one wall would eventually display a detailed explanation and rules regarding Night's Watch bonds, and the other would outline the benefits and requirements for recruitment. Beneath these, 2 rows of benches had been arranged for visitors. In the center stood a large table, where the future manager would sit, engaging with passers-by interested in bonds or joining the watch, and if they showed intent, inviting them into the inner office. The inner office was AEG's domain, furnished with a row of simple cabinets and shelves, and perhaps in the future, a safe or similar installations. Facing the window was a slightly smaller desk than that in the outer room, where AEG would conduct more in-depth discussions and negotiations, signing each Night's Watch bond and recruitment contract. After a flurry of activity, AEG and Jack found themselves drenched in sweat, taking a moment to sit outside the still unopened Night's Watch office, pondering what else might be needed. Will anyone truly enlist in the Night's Watch? Jack skeptically inquired, having removed his Lannister armor due to the heat and now fanning himself. You may be eloquent, but donning the black comes at a steep price. I would never do it, even if my life depended on it. Indeed, the Night's Watch required reform. Clinging to their sacred oath would soon lead to their extinction. Reform? Absolutely reform. AEG replied with a feigned profundity. He had no intention of sending a multitude of traditional recruits to the wall. Not only was he incapable, but even if he could, he wouldn't. What benefit would he derive from sending men to the wall, having them trained, swearing oaths, and becoming lifelong brothers? The wall was in dire need of personnel, and Mormont would have no choice but to acquiesce to his suggestions. At that point, even without a formal position, he could emerge as the Night's Watch's second-in-command, or perhaps its most powerful figure. He wouldn't incite rebellion or independence without stronger forces intervening. Figures like Alyssa Thorne or Benjen Stark would think twice before challenging him. What to call this force, however? Perhaps the Night's Watch Auxiliary, the Land Grant Construction Corps, or the emergency garrison of the wall. The name could wait. He had ample time to refine this plan. But it was best not to discuss it with Jack. It was not a matter of underestimating Tyrion's servant, but rather, some things were better kept to oneself. The success of the Night's Watch bonds was the foundation for everything else. If this initial step went smoothly, subsequent issues would be mere inconveniences easily resolved with money, thereby not qualifying as true problems. AEG's confident demeanor, coupled with the knowledge that he held all the strings, ignited Jack's curiosity. Having spent time with his master, he had absorbed a bit of Tyrion's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Just as he was about to inquire further, his attention was drawn to a prominent figure, by the gods. It's Lord Stark. What brings him here, AG? He appears to be approaching us. Is he looking for you? His thoughts interrupted. AEG was startled, following Jack's gaze to see Eddard Stark, the current hand of the king, riding down the street accompanied by a retinue. It was unlikely that the newly established Night's Watch office would attract the attention of the Seven Kingdoms Prime Minister, even if it were fully operational. Stark was merely passing by, but given his concern for the Night's Watch, it was entirely possible he would stop to inspect or offer guidance. Theoretically, the Northern Guardian had no jurisdiction over the Night's Watch, but as a high-ranking official, AG's endeavors in King's Landing would rely heavily on Stark's non-interference and potential support. Soon, AEG's eyes met those of the Northern Guardian, who spoke to his accompanying guards before they all gently reined in their horses and came to a halt at the entrance. Lord Stark, AEG greeted, maintaining a respectful composure. In that moment, he portrayed himself as a loyal logistical officer for the Night's Watch, a role that would surely shield him from any adversities. Chapter 63, Irreconcilable Conflicts of Interest. Eddard Stark, ever the embodiment of composure, nodded in acknowledgement while gripping the reins from his saddle. Choosing to remain mounted as he surveyed the nascent Night's Watch office, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears rather promising. When shall we commence recruitment? In a couple of days. I shall expedite the process, replied Aegon. This office is not solely for recruitment. It will also serve as a conduit for the provisions, armaments, and funds donated by the nobles and commoners of the Seven Kingdoms on behalf of the Night's Watch, which will be duly recorded and dispatched to the wall. Eddard pondered for a moment. And from whence do you procure the funds for these supplies? Faced with the inevitable inquiry, the young attendant hesitantly stepped forward to greet the Prime Minister. In stark contrast to Aegon's nonchalance, he appeared visibly anxious, understandably so, as all were aware of the tenuous relations between House Stark and House Lannister. My lord, the diminutive man had not anticipated being put on the spot and feigned innocence. The kingdom's finances there is no room for negotiation. This is a matter of national defense. You managed to secure the prize money for the jousting tournament, yet you quibble over this? Eddard remained steadfast. I shan't make it difficult for you. A sum of several dozen or 100 golden dragons will suffice to establish the Night's Watch's foothold here. The remainder is contingent upon his own capabilities. Very well. Since it is the Prime Minister's directive, I shall endeavor to find a solution. Eddard dismissed the man's jest, turning to another direction. Jory, you shall remain here with Arya while Lord Baelish and I attend to some matters. What? You promised to take me out shopping. Now suddenly you have matters to attend to? Wherever you go, I shall follow. A clear protest erupted, and Aegon then noticed a small girl among the group, easily discernible as Arya Stark, the second daughter of House Stark. The small man who had previously been tasked by Eddard to secure funds for the Night's Watch was, if he surmised correctly, none other than Peter Baelish, often considered the most chaotic disruptor in the realm, using turmoil as a stepping stone. Due to a slight deviation from his appearance in the television adaptation, Aegon failed to recognize him until Eddard uttered his name, prompting him to scrutinize Baelish further. He soon understood the origin of his moniker and felt a sudden chill as reality dawned upon him. In the recent days, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Melisandre and his own affairs, nearly forgetting that the original narrative was still inexorably advancing like a wheel down a slope. I am about to accompany the Prime Minister to a place unsuitable for children, the diminutive man stated, flashing a mischievous smile at Arya. Especially for a girl. I am not a child. Eddard chuckled softly to soothe his daughter, imparting a knowing glance to the Night's Watch before he departed with Baelish and the remaining guards. Riding off along the street, the great leader, burdened with responsibilities, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The entourage vanished from sight in a matter of moments. Arya sulked, grumbling about her father's sudden change of plans, while the captain of the Prime Minister's guard endeavored to console the upset young lady. Aegon, however, remained lost in contemplation, observing the direction in which Eddard Stark had vanished. Was he subtly advising himself to refrain from speaking of the matter concerning Joffrey's assassination of Bran? Eddard's request for Baelish to procure funds for the Night's Watch, beyond merely supporting the Wall's defenders, could it also serve as a silencing fee for himself? No. Such convoluted thoughts were trivial. Given Eddard Stark's honorable nature, he would not retaliate. Even upon learning that the tale of Joffrey's assassination of Bran was a fabrication of Aegon's own making, what remained paramount was Baelish's current endeavors alongside him. Reconstructing the events based on the dialogue he had just overheard, Aegon deduced. Arya, unable to endure the dullness, clamored to venture out, and Eddard Stark, unable to deny his daughter, ultimately acquiesced to her request. However, upon their exit, they encountered Baelish, and after a brief exchange, Eddard altered his course to accompany him. In light of the serene fade, it was understandable that a father, while investigating the former Prime Minister's demise, would take a moment to indulge his restless daughter in some leisure. Yet, for a father to abandon his promise to his daughter in favor of Baelish's company, it must be a matter of significance. What urgent business could Baelish possibly have with Eddard? Are they heading towards the inn where we are staying? As if to answer his silent musings, a remark from Jaqen jolted Aegon back to reality, coupled with Baelish's playful comment towards Arya. In mere moments, he arrived at a conclusion. They were bound for Silk Street. As Tyrion's attendant, Jaqen was well aware of Silk Street's reputation, having accompanied his master there on occasion. Yet, amidst his realization, a hint of doubt crept in. Eddard Stark hardly seemed the type to frequent such establishments. Baelish's ultimate aim was to incite discord within the Seven Kingdoms for his own gain. As a premier player in this Game of Thrones, he could seize opportunities from any unforeseen circumstance or accident. His ambitions would not wane simply because Catelyn had not arrived in King's Landing. His schemes remained undeterred, and he had still managed to forge a connection with Eddard. Without Catelyn's erroneous assurances, Eddard's initial trust in Baelish would undoubtedly wane. However, for a master manipulator, the maxim remained, as long as you dare to engage with me, I shall ensnare you. Now, the greatest disruptor within King's Landing was leading Eddard to Silk Street, ostensibly to assist in uncovering the cause behind the former Prime Minister's death. Ultimately, Baelish would guide Eddard Stark to the unsettling truth regarding Cersei's children. Within the shadows of King's Landing, whether it be the foolish Robert, the dim-witted Joffrey, or the malevolent Cersei, a lone member of the Night's Watch could evade their ire, yet none could escape the chaos and warfare that Baelish sought to unleash. Aegon's plans necessitated tranquility, and the ambitions of a schemer like Baelish posed an irreconcilable conflict with his own interests. Thus, it was imperative to thwart his designs. Chapter 64, Guardians of Peace? In a bid to preserve his elaborate deception, he appeared compelled to strive towards becoming a guardian of peace, a notion that bordered on the absurd. Yet for Aegon, this was no laughing matter. It was a grave and troublesome dilemma, thwarting the War of the Five Kings. Merely contemplating it evoked the haunting image of preventing Bran's fall. Was this conflict yet another scheme orchestrated by some deity? Alas, such musings would yield no fruitful outcome. It was best to dismiss those damned supernatural entities. Undoubtedly, eliminating the likes of Littlefinger and Varys would be the most efficacious and permanent solution. Yet he found himself incapable of executing such a plan. In seeking external assistance, Aegon soon thought of Jaqen H'ghar, but the mere mention of the man caused him disquiet. The wounds inflicted by Melisandre's bloodletting had yet to scab over, and that fateful night had rekindled memories of the faceless man. His delay in recruiting Jaqen was not due to forgetfulness, but rather an utter lack of viable strategies. Jaqen hailed from Braavos, a city distinguished not merely by its iron bank. This city across the narrow sea was imbued with a distinctly avant-garde spirit, a melting pot of diverse ethnicities, a land of emancipated slaves, a thriving maritime trade hub, and a sanctuary of pluralistic religions and cultures, all underpinned by the unfathomable wealth and political clout of the Iron Bank. Braavos also boasted a fearsome reputation as the home of the elite assassin organization, the Faceless Men, and was ruled by the Sea Lord, a sovereign chosen through a mysterious and perplexing process from among all its citizens. The city had engaged in numerous large-scale foreign wars throughout its history, never suffering defeat. Even the long-established free trade city of Pintos had been compelled to publicly abolish slavery after being bested in conflict. Victory was assured, and none of the adversaries were to be underestimated. Such remarkable success could not be mere coincidence. Winning wars of this magnitude demanded exceptional coordination, mobilization, and integration of internal resources, organization, and military might. The Sea Lord, the Iron Bank, and the House of Black and White were undoubtedly interconnected, likely bound by mutual agreements and strategic collaborations at the highest levels. Aegon even dared to speculate that the House of Black and White served as a training ground for spies and assassins, tasked with gathering intelligence and eliminating hostile figures that threatened Braavo's interests. In summary, the House of Black and White occupied a pivotal role within Braavo's ruling class, while Jaqen, as a high-ranking faceless man with the authority to take apprentices, was an operative from across the narrow sea. What right did Aegon have to persuade such a formidable individual to commit murder on his behalf? How could a loyal servant of a reputable organization, with deep convictions and a notorious reputation for lethality, possibly find himself in the dungeons of King's Landing? Was his association with Euron on the perilous journey to the Wall mere coincidence or a deliberate choice? Who was he in Westeros to assassinate? Or did he bear some other significant task? Without any knowledge, how could he engage in negotiations? This high-ranking faceless man was currently imprisoned, having expressed his willingness to join the Night's Watch to Euron. Aegon contemplated orchestrating an incident to feign a rescue, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude, but upon reflection, he realized it was unattainable without trusted allies or reliable conspirators. The path of violence was untenable, thus, he could only strive to mitigate chaos and assist Eddard in securing victory in King's Landing, or at the very least, prevent a disastrous defeat. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was merely scratching the surface of the pre-alteration narrative. The failure to prevent Bran's fall haunted Aegon, for he had no desire to directly intervene in the unfolding events. How had he managed to extricate himself from the entanglements of Winterfell previously? He secretly informed House Stark. Past successes suddenly inspired Aegon, just as one need not confront an assassin personally to distance oneself from the Bran assassination. He need not engage directly with Littlefinger to aid Eddard. As the de facto ruler of the North, Aegon possessed his own influence and reasoning. As long as he could sow discord between Eddard and Littlefinger, ensuring Eddard was not manipulated, he would prevail. Aegon, my lady is speaking with you. A male voice suddenly disrupted Aegon's thoughts. He lifted his gaze to find a youthful visage before him. My apologies. I was contemplating matters of conscription. What instructions does Lady Arya have? Are you the Aegon Jon spoke of? The one who killed the White Walker? Arya inquired, her lips pursed in disbelief. Yes. Aegon caught a glimpse of the skepticism etched on the face of Lord Commander Jory, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he admitted it. Are the White Walkers truly formidable? Very much so. I nearly fell alongside Gendry in a 2-on-1 skirmish. But you ultimately vanquished it. Your swordsmanship must be exceptional. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Don't follow me. She called out to her father's guards, then pulled a bewildered Aegon into the chief quartermaster's office, shutting the door behind them. Can you teach me to wield a sword? Why would I agree? Are you daft? I'm a girl. This was rather peculiar. What twist of fate had altered what was meant to transpire? Aegon realized that he was likely the cause of this disruption. For the butterfly effect illustrates how minor disturbances in initial conditions can instigate profound and extensive repercussions throughout a system. Perhaps his slander of Joffrey had shifted Eddard's perspective. Or maybe Arya had cleverly concealed her sewing needle from her father's gaze. The precise cause was inconsequential. He was currently swamped with his own troubles, hardly able to attend to the whims of this Stark girl. I'm quite busy, my lady. I apologize. Aegon thought to himself, I'm busy saving your father. Yet he maintained a courteous demeanor, shaking his head. Seek out your father's guards. My father just rendered you significant assistance. Can't you accommodate this small request? To evaluate others based on the utility of their contributions could be deemed somewhat mercenary, yet Aegon was entrenched in the fray and found little room for romantic notions. His resolve was unwavering as he shook his head, organizing his refusal amidst Arya's threatening glare, but in that final moment, an alternative thought struck him. Chapter 65. The Blood of the Wolf. To speak candidly, Arya, much like her brother Bran, is a lively and endearing child, unlike her sister Sansa, who possesses a flair for fashion that often leaves her overshadowed in terms of beauty. Arya, through the discerning eyes of a modern individual, could be deemed a beauty in the making based on her facial structure. It is evident that some concur with this assessment, if memory serves. There were whispers in the original narrative that Arya resembled their Aunt Lyanna, sharing the same blood of the wolf. A chuckle escaped Aeg's lips. The ability to adorn capriciousness and mischief with such poetic flair is indeed a talent of Martin, this purveyor of high fantasy. What deeds did Arya's aunt perform to secure her place in history? She eloped with Prince Rhaegar, despite being betrothed to Robert Baratheon, who was already a husband and father. Indeed, the unions of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen were orchestrated by their parents, serving as familial alliances for political gain. Perhaps, upon encountering one another at the tourney of Harrenhal, they discovered true love and, in their folly, made a reckless choice. From a modern standpoint, Aeg might even feel compelled to support their cause for the sake of political correctness. Yet, the foolish girl with the blood of the wolf ought to have known better than to vanish without a trace. Aeg, even at the tender age of 6, understood that one should always inform their parents of their whereabouts when venturing out. How could a girl in her teens be so ignorant of such a fundamental truth? When calamity strikes, who shall she blame? The scandal of a Stark daughter eloping with a Targaryen prince, becoming his mistress, was a matter deeply entwined with royalty and the Stormlands, a disgrace for the lords of the North. The worst that could come of it would be the dissolution of the Stark-Baratheon alliance, with Prince Rhaegar acquiring yet another stain upon his reputation, paying the price for the chaos he had wrought. However, due to Lyanna's folly and immaturity, a disastrous spring commenced. Her family believed Rhaegar had abducted their daughter, pursuing him to King's Landing and speaking disrespectfully to the king. This led to a tragic encounter with the mad King Aerys, whose foul temper resulted in their fiery demise. Subsequently, Jon Arryn, the Warden of the East, refused to surrender Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, instead raising the banner of rebellion, igniting the war of the usurper. This is a world of ice and fire. One who flouts the rules of existence shall meet their end. Of course, while both impulsive and spoiled, the Stark children differ from Joffrey, raised under the influence of Cersei. Simply put, the Stark children still possess redeemable qualities. At the very least, they understand the importance of politeness and exhibit glimmers of kindness, integrity, and loyalty. Were it not for the impending turmoil, Aeg would gladly choose to befriend these northern folk for companionship. Yet, at present, he seeks affluent and powerful allies, as well as astute partners, in this regard. The Stark children, known for their propensity to ensnare their friends and family in misfortune, are not the ideal choice. Moreover, Arya is merely 10 years old. This young wolf is still in her formative years. Unless Aeg harbored inappropriate inclinations, who would take an interest in her? His initial thought was simple: maintain a safe distance from the Stark children, lest their reckless behavior ensnare him in their misadventures. His swordsmanship was mediocre at best. Teaching this young girl might suffice. But should he inadvertently inherit the fate of the chief swordsman of Bravos, he would find himself in dire straits. However, upon reflection, even though this young she-wolf lacks formidable skills for the time being, her identity as a Stark still carries weight. If he were to procure a letter of endorsement from Eddard, it would typically suffice as a persuasive tool. Yet, what if clients could frequently observe a Stark girl entering the Night's Watch office? Would that not instill greater confidence in the bonds they held? Furthermore, although he had yet to devise an effective means to sow discord between Peter Baelish and Eddard Stark, any strategy that could secure the allegiance of a Stark child would undoubtedly simplify his plans. After a brief internal struggle, AEG feigned contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and conceded it might not be entirely unfeasible. However, it came with conditions. Since you wish for me to teach you the sword, I shall be your master, and you must heed my words. Very well, master. I shall obey your every command. AEG continued to ponder, suddenly recalling a certain faceless man he had been unable to recruit, who, as fate would have it, had an intriguing connection to the girl before him. It is often said that people can be drawn to one another by an inexplicable affinity, much like AEG and Tyrion. Even if the former were to devise ways to approach the latter in Winterfell, should they cross paths again in the future, their camaraderie would surely rekindle. Could this notion apply to Arya and Jaqen, this unlikely duo of youth and experience? He dismissed the idea of enlisting Jaqen through Arya as sheer folly, ultimately deciding to take things one step at a time and observe what might unfold by introducing these two characters. My first order is that you refrain from presenting yourself in that boyish guise before me. Take a lesson from your sister and present yourself as a young lady before attending swordsmanship lessons. Why must I? Is it so extraordinary to wield a sword while dressed as a boy? If you could embody both grace and prowess, blossoming into a thorny rose, that would indeed pose a challenge, would it not? This suggestion was merely a whimsical notion. AG's desire for Arya to don feminine attire stemmed from his own preferences. Already overwhelmed, the prospect of teaching a tomboy swordsmanship seemed rather dull. However, should she be a girl, even if he could not indulge, at least she would be a pleasure to behold, a means of respite for his weary spirit. That does make sense, Arya mused, captivated by the idea of being a thorny rose, and thus agreed. Then I shall come tomorrow to begin. I am no child. Whether you claim to be one or not is irrelevant. Follow my instructions. If you wish for me to teach you the sword, do not create unnecessary troubles. Chapter 66. From backwardness to the extraordinary. Accepting this unexpected female apprentice, Iggy rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the increasing demands on his time. Born into a peaceful and prosperous modern world, his nutritional upbringing was comparable to that of many nobles in this realm. His exceptional physical constitution allowed him to surpass numerous seasoned veterans among the Night's Watch with just a bit of training. Yet, that was where his advantages ended. In the eyes of the aging craftsmen and bureaucrats of the Night's Watch, as well as the ordinary wildlings beyond the wall, he might be regarded as a crucial member of the Rangers, elite among the elite. However, when viewed in the broader context of Westeros, he was merely a disciplined individual with slightly more combat experience than the young recruits. His brief training period of less than a year, coupled with the vast gap between him and his mentor, the esteemed Elisa Thorne, could not be bridged by mere cleverness or the aura of a time traveler. Not to mention the renowned experts. Even the captain of the guard left behind by Eddard Stark, who watched Arya, was undoubtedly beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, Arya was still an innocent girl devoid of guile. He only needed to invest half the effort he had used to capture Tyrion's attention to devise a strategy to win her over. Feigning to impart basic skills in sword handling, stances, movements, and even techniques for chopping and blocking, before she reached a level where she could discern his true abilities. He could easily deceive her into viewing him as a trustworthy confidant, a second Jon Snow. If she was not merely a fleeting interest but genuinely wished to advance in her swordsmanship, he could always find someone more suitable to instruct her, such as Jaqen or the chief swordsman of the Sea King. What was that cursed fellow's name again? Leofa? Or was it Olivar? Never mind, he thought. After finalizing the arrangement to teach Arya swordsmanship, they exited the inner chamber. The Night's Watch office, devoid of entertainment aside from the sparse furniture, left the girl restless and fidgeting. It was imperative to expedite the plan for sowing discord. This took precedence over all else. AEG. Tyrion appeared hurriedly, riding in on horseback with Morris, dismounting swiftly and entering the office. The little imp was breathless, waving his hand. Come inside. Let us sit and discuss. AEG, unsure of what had transpired, followed him inside and took a seat in the same spot where he had conversed with Arya, awaiting Tyrion's explanation. After a brief recounting of events, AEG grasped the urgency behind Tyrion's visit. The paper merchants were utterly incapable of supplying the stable, affordable, and ample paper they required. The art of papermaking had yet to arrive in this world. All existing texts in Westeros were inscribed on parchment, which was genuinely crafted from animal hides. This reality rendered books prohibitively expensive, with the bulk of costs stemming from the parchment itself rather than the wages of scribes, as AEG and Tyrion had previously assumed. Attempting to manipulate the minor costs associated with printing would not yield the monumental breakthroughs necessary to amass fortune sufficient to fill the abyss of their Ponzi scheme. To be honest, I only learned of this today, Tyrion admitted, a hint of contrition in his tone. Given his background, whenever he required paper, he would simply hand a gold dragon to Morris or Jack for a stack, the surplus considered a tip. To him, the distinction between a sheet of paper costing a silver stag or two was inconsequential. Yet now, as he prepared to undertake significant endeavors, he realized that what he had deemed ample funds or pocket money was, in fact, utterly insignificant. As for Duke Tywin, it was already generous enough that he did not withhold his dwarf son's allowances. The idea that he would lend money for frivolous ventures was laughable. The enthusiasm he had for establishing a printing press to disseminate knowledge and earn profits was abruptly doused by the realization that he lacked even the means to purchase paper. This shouldn't be, AG mused, perplexed. The current era in Westeros was akin to the late Middle Ages in Europe. Surely, the art of papermaking should have already spread. Wait, spread. This world lacked the Celestial Empire, the likes of Kylin, and certainly had no Arabs to serve as transporters of knowledge, hence, the absence of papermaking techniques. AEG, Tyrion inquired with anticipation, isn't your homeland technologically advanced? How did Kina produce paper? I'm merely an adventurer, AEG replied, scratching his head in frustration. The process of papermaking in Kina had been well established for centuries. It was an ordinary technique, and he could hardly fathom a place where paper could not be produced. The supposed prosperity and nascent capitalism of Westeros had once again shattered his expectations, revealing that the bustling shops and workshops in King's Landing were merely an anomaly. Was it necessary to develop papermaking in this realm? However, his understanding of the technique was limited to a superficial level. He could hardly play the role of the otherworldly Kailuan, using grass to produce paper. As AEG pondered possible solutions, a thought struck him. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of papermaking, he understood that modern paper was derived from chemically processed plant fibers. Might this young man, who spoke of grass-based papermaking, have the potential to become the Kailuan of the world of ice and fire? Perhaps it was initially impossible, but with the right direction and appropriate funding for research, what was deemed impossible could become a reality. Crushing grass for papermaking? Tyrion could not comprehend. But after months of developing an almost unwavering trust in his adventurous friend, he nodded without hesitation. All right, I will go tomorrow. Looking on the bright side, this could indeed present a tremendous opportunity. If they could control the entire process from papermaking to book production, the profits could be astounding. Indeed, in Kina, we refer to it as a complete industrial chain. AEG also recognized this and quickly added, if we discover that the young man's approach to papermaking is correct, we must spare no expense to recruit him, signing a confidentiality agreement to firmly grasp the trade secrets. A complete industrial chain? Excellent terminology. A smile returned to Tyrion's previously despondent face as the situation began to grow increasingly intriguing. Chapter 67. Chaos is a ladder. It should be the son of the mine owner you introduced to me. After careful contemplation, AG had yet to borrow any money. And naturally, the only person who could come to him for funds was that one individual. Perhaps the Longjing mine was in need of capital to get started. There were so many matters at hand that he had nearly forgotten this aspect. Tomorrow, he would instruct Jack to send a sum of money over. Tyrion spoke without hesitation, lamenting, for the first time, it seems that money is insufficient. It seemed inevitable, betraying one's own. Where should I begin? Tyrion might genuinely be resting, but AG was far from comfortable. For the little imp, all of this might merely be an entertaining game. If the wealth of the previous generation served as the capital for the next to experiment with, then standing behind the Lannister family, he was among the most qualified individuals to take risks in this world. Yet, he could not afford such liberties. His parents were no longer in this realm. And this deception pertained to his continued survival in this world. He had to give it his all. Anyone who could jeopardize his interests was an enemy. Pacing back and forth in the room, he racked his brain for ways to prevent Littlefinger from gaining Eddard Stark's trust. The most direct and violent method would be to inform Eddard Stark of Littlefinger's role in Jon Arryn's demise. Yet this matter was different from the previous false accusation against Joffrey. Peter had orchestrated Lisa Tully to poison her husband, Duke Arryn, during Aegae's time at the Wall, and only the participants and instigators knew the truth. It was impossible for him to obtain that information. Moreover, the act of informing could not be employed repeatedly. What would Eddard think of a Night's Watchman who did nothing but eavesdrop on secret information? He aspired to portray himself as a forthright and loyal member of the Night's Watch, not as a spider weaving webs. Perhaps he should consider the plan he had ultimately abandoned during the incident in Winterfell, an anonymous tip-off? But how could such a letter reach Eddard's hands? In the web of spies that was King's Landing, a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Littlefinger might lack loyal confidants and friends, but he certainly had wealth and connections. And for the time being, Aegae had nothing. If exposed, a cup of poison, a dagger, or a cold arrow could utterly erase his existence. Communicating through Arya was equally precarious. A 10-year-old girl, without guile, might not willingly betray her mentor. Yet a careless word in front of her dear father could reveal everything. Perhaps preoccupied with devising a strategy against Littlefinger, Aegae closed his eyes. And the latter's motto echoed in his ears: chaos is a ladder. Indeed, there is some truth to the notion that chaos serves as a ladder. In a world like that of ice and fire, where class distinctions are solidified to the point of being nearly immutable, the best way for those at the bottom to ascend is to create chaos. Such turmoil would undermine the interests of those at the pinnacle of society. And when some suffer, others inevitably benefit. The predicament lies in the randomness of who benefits from the chaos, often surprising to the average observer. Littlefinger's skill lies in his ability to manipulate situations with finesse, allowing him to arrive precisely at the points where the noble elite bleed, catching their spilled blood and becoming the greatest beneficiary of the turmoil. In this regard, he has even outpaced his contemporaries, such as Varys, who excels in long-term strategy. Using the stock market as a metaphor, one could say that while Varys and Littlefinger both invest in the same stock trending upward, the former profits through long-term holding, whereas the latter adeptly maneuvers to buy low and sell high, thus exceeding the overall rise of the stock itself. This talent left Aegae in awe, genuinely admiring it. However, Peter is not without flaws. In the original narrative, he epitomizes the limits of a thorough realist, manipulating nearly everyone within the realm of court politics. Yet, aside from his ambition for power, he displays no political ideals. Initially, this may have been excusable, but even as the game neared its conclusion, he never crafted a philosophy to attract followers or solidify his influence. Even the likes of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, who led a reckless uprising, knew to proclaim. Do princes and dukes possess any inherent right? What do you possess that justifies your claim to the Iron Throne? While Littlefinger is undeniably formidable, adept in strategy and devoid of moral constraints, this alone does not guarantee his ultimate victory. His best fate would be to assist a faction in rising to unite the realm and then partake in their spoils. Yet he harbors the impossible ambition of claiming the throne himself, a goal that ultimately leads to his demise. Littlefinger's entire power base consists solely of himself. Should anyone, even at the pinnacle of his success, choose to eliminate him, no one would mourn his loss, let alone seek revenge. If Aegae merely wishes to witness Littlefinger's downfall, he need only do nothing and wait quietly. In time, Littlefinger would inevitably self-destruct. Without Arya, another would emerge, perhaps a Celis, to bring about his end. Yet the challenge lies in Aegae's current desire to defeat Littlefinger on his most advantageous battlefield, which proves to be quite a daunting task. Chaos is a ladder. Chaos is a ladder. If Littlefinger seeks to create chaos, then Aegae must strive to maintain stability. He silently recited his imagined opponent's motto, preparing to drift into slumber. However, a voice suddenly emerged from his subconscious. Why? Why must the guardians of peace necessarily create stability? What if, by doing the opposite, they collectively foster chaos, intensifying the turmoil in King's Landing beyond the limits of control? What could arise from such a counteractive strategy? His greatest advantage lay in possessing insider knowledge. Abandoning it to engage in the games of power and manipulation would be an act of folly reserved for a compulsive obsessive. If the enemy seeks to muddy the waters, why not intervene to stir the pot until no one can see clearly and observe how they profit? AEG was taken aback by this audacious concept, momentarily questioning whether it was an idea implanted in his mind by a green prophet or a similar deity. Yet upon closer examination, he realized the feasibility of this scheme, regardless of how fierce the power struggle or how turbulent the undercurrents. As long as palace intrigue did not escalate into war, the market and livelihoods would remain unaffected, allowing his deception to persist, stirring this cauldron of chaos into a boiling frenzy, rendering the situation so complex and disordered that no player in the Game of Thrones could profit from it. Would position him and Tyrion, who played the game of money with sincerity and integrity, as the ultimate victors. Many elements can incite chaos, but what is the least costly? Rumors. Chapter 68. The unfortunate Jaqen Tyrion's enthusiasm for the game was beyond imagination. When Aegon awoke from his slumber, donned his attire, and ventured out to attend to important matters, he discovered that Tyrion had already accompanied Morris outside the city to seek out the young papermaker. Of course, the Night's Watch did not feel shame for rising late, having been occupied until the late hours of the previous night. In terms of rest, he had likely enjoyed 2 or 3 hours less than the dwarf. While having breakfast, he encountered Yoren, who had also risen quite late. This fellow crow was genuinely relishing life in King's Landing, free from the constraints of command. The thought of Aegon's recent frantic endeavors elicited a twinge of envy within him. Yoren, I have a question for you, Aegon said, seated in the inn's common room, gnawing on his breakfast. Did you not recently visit the prison to confirm a few new recruits? Indeed, what of it? Yoren replied, taking a seat across from his colleague and ordering his own breakfast. It's not like we expected to release any serious offenders. Few choose the path of donning black for such crimes. Is there one by the name of Jaqen Hagar among them? That does ring a bell. How do you know of him? Yoren, clad in the new black attire Aegon had purchased, lacked the usual musty odor. Only by hearsay. Do you know how he was captured? Indeed, one must inquire about a recruit's background, right? Yoren shrugged. The two he shared a cell with were both deranged murderers. Madmen who even struck fear into me. But this Jaqen is quite intriguing. He was apprehended while attempting to steal books from the royal library. Stealing books? Aegon's interest was piqued. This was a plot twist unknown even to him. What kind of book warranted the involvement of such elite spies and assassins from Bravos? His curiosity compelled him to press further. How should I know? I can't read. Aegon chuckled, momentarily forgetting this detail. Yet new questions arose. But surely. A crime of book theft wouldn't land one in a black cell alongside murderers? Huh. Do you know where the royal library is located? Between the White Sword Tower of the Kingsguard and the Tower of the Hand, within the Red Keep. The lad wasn't charged with book theft but rather trespassing upon the king's residence with nefarious intent. Yoren relished the tale. The reason for his discovery is quite amusing. He had been hiding in a corner of the Red Keep's kitchen during the day and sneaking into the library at night, unaware that he had been there for several days. However, during that month, no one else had come to borrow books, and dust gradually accumulated on the volumes, leaving behind footprints and fingerprints. The custodian noticed that someone had disturbed the books and reported it to the Kingsguard. That unfortunate soul was swiftly apprehended by Balistan, who had been vigilant, and he caught this solitary reader red-handed. There are no windows in the royal library, and thus, the poor wretch had no choice but to surrender. How unfortunate, Aegon mused. Jaqen might indeed be one of the most formidable assassins of his time. Yet he could never confront even one of the Kingsguard directly, particularly not one recognized as the finest swordsman in Westeros. If Jaqen had not been deliberately captured, then it was even less likely that he had any designs against the Night's Watch. But what had he sought within the royal library for those several days? Yoren's breakfast arrived, and the old crow feigned an attempt to slap the serving girl's backside, causing her to scream and flee. He then seized a piece of bread and, while chewing, added, and the most critical point, how long has it been since the former hand of the king died? Although it was due to illness, how could an unidentified individual infiltrate less than 100 feet from the Tower of the Hand without raising suspicions? Consequently, this unfortunate fellow was sentenced to death, serving as a posthumous companion to the former hand. How remarkably coincidental. Remarkably coincidental? Yoren snorted, lowering his voice slightly. I suspect that perhaps Jon Arryn was killed by this fellow or one of his companions. This man appears to be scholarly and unassuming. Yet even the two cannibalistic madmen he shared a cell with fear him. What do you suppose that implies? He must be quite the fighter. And you took in the other two madmen as well? Indeed. As long as one is willing to don black, we harbor no disdain, as the Lord Commander says. With such lunatics, I hope they don't turn on their own brothers in black. Aegon frowned, recalling the tragic history of the Night's Watch. Such incidents were not without precedent, as Mormont had ultimately fallen victim to such individuals. Euron shrugged. I simply recruit. The more I gather, the better I fulfill my task. As for training and discipline, that falls to the Lord Commander and Eliezer. Aegon shook his head. Despite being forced into this approach, he found it difficult to agree with such a perspective. Don't sigh. When I return next time, I hope to receive a reliable young lad from you. Do your best. I shall try. After finishing breakfast and consumed by curiosity regarding Jaquen*s infiltration of the library, Aegon made his way to the Night's Watch office, as if heading to work. Thus far, the office remained utterly empty, devoid of any visitors or clients. As the chief logistics officer, he was still a solitary figure, and the drawbacks of this situation were beginning to manifest. He had to personally handle everything. Managing a single task was manageable, but should complications arise, he would find it impossible to extricate himself. He longed for the skills of individuals like Porridge or the unwavering loyalty of someone like Podrick Payne. If he could find someone possessing both loyalty and competence, it would be ideal, yet all was but a beginning, and haste would serve no purpose. After affixing 2 notices pinned by Tyrion to the office door, his young apprentice arrived promptly for lessons. An unfamiliar guard from House Stark escorted Arya to the office. Today, the girl sported a neat ponytail and wore a fitted dress evidently tailored in Winterfell. It wasn't breathtaking, but it was sufficient to elicit a knowing smile from the pensive Aegon. Wait outside, Arya instructed the guard who had accompanied her, then turned eagerly to her mentor. I followed your advice. When do we begin? The girl clutched a long object wrapped in cloth, bubbling with excitement as she entered the inner room with the Night's Watchman. A lovely little sword, akin to a sewing needle. How do you know it's called a sewing needle? The girl's eyes sparkled, as if she had found a kindred spirit. I also know who forged it and who gifted it to you, Aegon thought, smiling amiably. Very well. It seems we share a common aesthetic. Now, please put away your sewing needle. Can I practice with this? This is a real sword. Are you aiming to kill me, or do you wish to be the one slain? The man shook his head. Come now, you promised to heed your master's words. He had no intention of confiscating the sword, but Aegon refrained from voicing this thought. He was busy and needed to quickly establish a rapport with the girl. You may leave it with me. I shall safeguard it for you, and when the time is right, perhaps we can spar with real swords. Is that so? Arya hesitated for a moment, then seemed to see the merit in this arrangement. That way, I won't have to worry about the scepter rifling through my belongings. Then it's settled. Come, hand me the sword. Chapter 69. The Swordsmanship Lesson and the First Client in Terms of Swordsmanship. Eager perhaps does not even measure up to half of the chief swordsman originally invited by Arya's father. However, teaching a girl with no foundational skills the basics of swordsmanship is not a duel. A higher skill level does not necessarily confer a decisive advantage. Eager vividly recalls that during his middle school years, his physics teacher was the physical education instructor. It may sound like an outdated joke, but it is indeed true. During those years, while his parents were busy with their entrepreneurial endeavors, he attended a modest school in his hometown. The small campus had no shortage of language and mathematics teachers, yet other subjects required hiring. And his homeroom teacher was a young woman who had just graduated from a sports academy, responsible for both physical education and physics for the entire class. For the purpose of enlightenment, profound knowledge is not the sole determining factor. Rather, it is crucial that the teaching method is engaging, the content is accessible, and the instructor demonstrates a sincere attitude, serving as a commendable role model to lay a solid foundation for the students and nurture their interest in learning. Thus, as a mentor in swordsmanship for Arya, despite his average skill, Eager believes that with careful attention and patience, he can at least avoid teaching her worse than Sir Elisha. Eager accepted the girl's request to learn swordsmanship, primarily aiming to foster a good relationship with a member of House Stark, thus facilitating his own interests in the future. With this clear objective in mind, he refrains from adopting the stringent approach of the dance instructor from Bravos in the original narrative. Without resorting to tricks such as tossing a sword to see if she can catch it, he simply handed Arya a lighter training sword and methodically guided her on how to grip the sword and stand properly, marking the commencement of their lesson. Arya is left-handed, which is rather intriguing. According to a notion he had encountered before his journey, left-handed individuals often possess quicker reflexes than their right-handed counterparts. Perhaps she is naturally inclined to become an exceptional swordsman. There is no singularly formidable sword technique. Rather, there exists a multitude of skills and defensive maneuvers, thrusting, slicing, chopping, sweeping, and so forth for offense, dodging, blocking, parrying, and deflecting for defense. Igor, having only recently begun his own training, is wary of misleading his pupil. Thus, he selects only the universally applicable principles he has learned from Sir Gary and Sir Elisha Thorne, emphasizing that a swordsman must learn and master these techniques, knowing when and how to employ them in various combinations. We will start with the fundamentals to solidify your foundation. When the time is right, you will be able to determine the techniques and style that suit you best. Igor began instructing the girl on the most basic sword movements. Though there may be hundreds or thousands who could perform these actions more gracefully and adeptly than he, they may not necessarily teach Arya better. Having only begun his own sword training a little over a year ago, this relative inexperience has surprisingly become an asset. As he vividly recalls the challenges and confusions he faced during his own initial lessons, along with the solutions he devised, to the night watchman's surprise, this little she-wolf grasped the concepts rapidly and soon requested to learn new techniques. How long must I practice these movements? For as long as necessary. These are the most fundamental actions. Do you wish to run before you can walk? If you believe you have mastered them, then try attacking me. With a flurry of exchanges, Arya failed to even graze the hem of Igor's tunic. This skirt is so cumbersome. Can I take it off? No. Overcome the challenge. You are a girl, a lady of House Stark. There will be many occasions in the future where you must wear a skirt. Do you think your enemies will give you the opportunity to change into trousers? Why must girls wear skirts? Trousers are so much more convenient and comfortable. Do not place the blame on the skirt. Now, continue practicing. This sword is much heavier than my sewing needle. It is far lighter than a real sword. And do you intend to wield a sewing needle for the rest of your life? As anticipated, Arya was quickly captivated by the carefully woven fabric of Igor's tales. He did not regale her with the advanced technology and systems of the fictional land of China. Instead, he spoke of the ideals of gender equality and the spirit of freedom that were sorely lacking in their world. In that distant realm beyond the Sunset Sea, girls could learn swordsmanship with pride, join the military through legitimate means, and even become government officials. Perhaps most importantly, they had the autonomy to choose their husbands and, if unsatisfied, to seek a divorce. If it were only these notions, they might have merely sparked Arya's interest in that imagined land. However, when she learned that Igor had come to Westeros as a member of the Night's Watch after an adventurous misfortune while traveling the world, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that so? Well then, tell me more about your adventures. Not practicing swordsmanship anymore. Wait, there's no rush. The swift shift in the girl's focus caught him off guard, presenting a minor dilemma. It was easy to fabricate tales of China, as Igor, in a sense, hailed from there, but he was no true adventurer. Nevertheless, having been fond of fantasy and adventure novels since childhood, he found it easy to sift through his memories, extracting elements to weave into his own narrative. Just as Igor was crafting his story, a voice from outside interrupted. Igor, come out and attend to your client. The first bond purchaser has arrived. Chapter 70. A purchaser's ire. A multitude of queries besieged his mind, yet in essence, this fundraising endeavor was merely an unconventional form of commerce. And for a merchant, the arrival of patrons was never unwelcome. Ceasing his recitation of the adventurous tale, Aegon rose, exiting his office to the outer chamber of the bureau. In stark contrast to the diminutive stature of the imp, a figure of such magnificence and unexpected grandeur stood before Aegon. Sir Jaime, the imp, accompanying Aegon's exclamation of surprise. Arya's joyous and animated cry resounded. Astounding. The Night's Watch Bureau, yet to be inaugurated, was already teeming with luminaries, Tyrion and Jaime Lannister, figures of considerable import, and Arya Stark, the Stark family's youngest daughter, accompanied by guards clad in the livery of both Stark and Lannister. For a fleeting moment, Aegon questioned whether he had truly traversed time or inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Game of Thrones. Observing Arya's emergence from the Night's Watch Bureau's inner sanctum, Tyrion's astonishment rivaled Aegon's recognition of Jaime. While he disdained the use of nicknames in his presence, he could scarcely take offense from a young girl. Thus, he extended a cordial greeting. Good afternoon, Arya. What brings you here? I am learning swordsmanship from my master. You, learning swordsmanship? The 10-year-old Arya stood nearly as tall as Tyrion. As they engaged in conversation, Jaime and Aegon commenced their own dialogue. What precisely is your intent? You, a Night's Watchman privy to too much. What brings you to King's Landing instead of remaining at the wall to meet your demise? Aegon discerned the Kingslayer's underlying meaning, sensing an ominous turn. He had sought to amass wealth discreetly, avoiding entanglements with pivotal characters, yet Tyrion had unwittingly drawn his elder brother into the fray. While he had suggested initiating with those closest, this was perhaps too intimate. He must not betray weakness, nor allow Jaime to perceive him as an extortionist. After contemplation, Aegon adopted a measured approach. I am here by order of the Night's Watch commander, to procure provisions and armaments in King's Landing to withstand the wildlings. I have not come to trouble you and your paramour. I am here on official business. Humph. The Night's Watch numbers many, yet you were chosen. A curious coincidence. Spare me. Who believes that? I am fortunate to have earned the commander's trust. I am temporarily in charge of the Night's Watch's logistical operations. I speak the truth. Believe it or not. Very well. Since Tyrion is your friend, I shall take a share of your bonds. Consider me unfortunate. May money alleviate this predicament. If you disbelieve, so be it. I am not one to spurn coin. Tyrion, while engaging with Arya, who displayed an excessive fascination with dwarves, did not miss the exchange between Aegon and his brother. It seemed innocuous, yet something felt amiss. Enough, Arya. You shall have ample opportunities to encounter me in the future. Allow us to attend to matters with your master today. Very well. What are you doing? What are Night's Watch bonds? Aegon massaged his temples, inviting them into the office with a weary sigh. He arranged seats, ensuring all, including Arya, were accommodated. No need for explanation. It is 100 gold dragons per share, is it not? Simply state how many you desire. Cease your machinations. How much to ensure your silence? Nothing of the sort. Jaime folded his arms, sighing. Merely, the sight of one clad in black evokes an inexplicable unease. I was unaware you possessed such a malady. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Newly acquired. Jaime glanced at Aegon, then at another stark whelp. Would you not have your apprentice occupy herself elsewhere? Why? Arya protested, pouting. What matter requires such secrecy? After days of deliberation and refinement, the definitive version of the bond's detailed regulations had been finalized. Subtle modifications were made to the original content, and a supplementary clause was added, concluding with a provision common in Aegon's world, yet effectively toothless. The Night's Watch retains the ultimate right of interpretation for this bond. In the presence of Jaime and Arya, Aegon methodically recited the regulations, providing lucid explanations. The Stark girl initially listened with curiosity, but soon succumbed to yawns and lost interest. Conversely, the Kingslayer, initially appearing impatient, grew attentive as he listened. If you had arrived in King's Landing without funds and required a temporary loan, it would be understandable. But from your explanation, it is evident that you seek long-term borrowing. Why not have your commander dispatch funds? He pinpointed the crux of the matter, surprising Aegon, who had assumed Jaime to be a simpleton prone to rash actions before his dismemberment. Sir Jaime is an ally, and I shall not conceal the truth. The Night's Watch faces a dire threat, necessitating a substantial influx of military supplies, and with the long summer waning, the northern lords are preparing for winter, rendering them unable to fully support the wall. We must exhaust every avenue, swallow our pride, and endure this period. Subsequent matters shall be addressed later. Jaime was Tyrion's brother, but not the same person. The most sensitive secrets could not be divulged. Tyrion interjected. This loan is secured by the Night's Watch's gift and all its assets, with the endorsement of the Hand and myself. We shall proclaim this publicly, but in truth, Aegon and I intend to execute a grand scheme in King's Landing to resolve subsequent issues. A grand scheme? I never knew you dabbled in commerce. Humph. You shall be astonished. Will you support me? Jaime chuckled, finally convinced that Aegon had not come to King's Landing to extort him. Of course, I support you. You are my dearest brother. I shall purchase 200 shares as a gesture. If you succeed, well and good. If not, consider it a donation to the Night's Watch. But do not become incessant borrowers. He scrutinized Aegon, his gaze conveying, consider this a hush fee for you. Do not become avaricious. The Night's Watch could only shrug, refraining from futile explanations. Very well, let us complete the bonds. A thumbprint will suffice. No need for such formality. Tyrion retrieved blank bonds from the drawer, dipped a quill in ink, and began to write. Chapter 71. The First Bond Debtor. The Night's Watch, Purchaser and Creditor, Jaime Lannister. Amount, 200 gold dragons. Date, year 298 of Aegon's rule. The squares on the back are meant for endorsement when the bond needs to be transferred due to financial constraints. The endorsement transfer date, along with the signatures and fingerprints of the original holder and the transferee, allows the bond to be sold to another party. I had never experienced the sensation of financial scarcity, Jamie remarked with a faint air of indifference. And it was evident that no one in the room would question this assertion. I believe it, but at least let me finish my lines and rehearse a bit. Tyrion said. After completing all necessary arrangements, Tyrion handed the bond to AG, stating, "Now, this first bond will bear my signature and seal as guarantor. Once the credit of the Night's Watch is established, this step can be omitted." The chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch nodded and lowered his head to sign his name in the designated space, AEG West. The surname West was chosen after careful consideration at Tyrion's suggestion. The dwarf informed him that in the minds of the Westerlanders, surnames carried significant weight. AEG wished to leverage the title of Logistics Officer of the Night's Watch to raise funds among the upper echelons in King's Landing. If he could not even present a recognizable name, it would evoke great unease among the nobles and wealthy, inadvertently hindering the fundraising efforts. He not only needed a surname, but also one that felt sufficiently localized, so as not to arouse any sense of discord. Tyrion had offered few suggestions throughout the plan, but each had proven to be remarkably useful. After some contemplation, AEG acquiesced to his idea. Thus, after seizing a name of ambiguous meaning, potentially reminiscent of eggs, from his farmer, AEG finally took the reins in choosing his surname. West, phonetically akin to the English word for west, subtly alluded to his origins from beyond the Sunset Sea. While the common tongue of Westeros and English diverged significantly, this surname was certainly more acceptable than AEG Zhang or E.G. Li. He did not wish to emphasize his foreignness to every client he encountered by explaining that he hailed from China, which would only serve to highlight the peculiarity of his name. This narrative might be effective in attracting Tyrion's and Arya's interest, but when it came to borrowing money from the jaded denizens of King's Landing, it would likely backfire. AEG hoped that this name, imbued with local resonance, would compensate for any incongruity stemming from his appearance. The three pressed their fingerprints at the bottom of the bond, and AEG inscribed a password in the blank space before sealing it with molten wax. He then pressed the newly arrived seal onto it. Once he blew lightly on it, the world's first valid bond of the Night's Watch was complete. This small piece of paper bore 3 levels of anti-counterfeiting measures. The first level involved the high-quality parchment used for the bond itself, the content transcribed by Tyrion, along with the signatures and seals of the individuals involved. As the game escalated and the number of bonds increased, the difficulty of counterfeiting would evidently become minimal. The second level of anti-counterfeiting was AEG's original wax seal, featuring a coated design. The wax adhered strongly and, once cooled, clung tightly to the parchment, while the pattern of the wall itself served as a low-intensity deterrent. The so-called password beneath the seal was merely AEG's transcription of the borrower's name, date, and amount in Chinese, forming a unique string of characters that would never repeat. This code resided solely in AEG's mind, making him the only individual capable of discerning its authenticity. Even if the Westerlanders forcibly removed the wax or melted it away to reveal the underlying content, they would be utterly incapable of deducing the password of another bond from the one before them. Although this method did not match the reliability of fingerprint verification, it added a relatively low-cost layer of difficulty against would-be counterfeiters. As for the highest level of anti-counterfeiting, it was, of course, the fingerprints themselves. In the era of Westeros, replicating fingerprints was virtually impossible. Should AEG be absent from the office one day, any employee he hired would only need to verify the authenticity of the fingerprints. It would not matter if they could not comprehend the password beneath the wax. Additionally, there existed a final safeguard: the internal records of bond issuance maintained at the office. After all, this world was imbued with magic and extraordinary forces. Should anyone truly possess the ability to forge fingerprints and all other anti-counterfeiting measures, producing bonds that could deceive the eye, they would only be able to misappropriate a small sum, never a substantial amount that AEG had never borrowed. As Jamie tossed a coin pouch onto the table, AG took his first step in executing the ruse he had devised in this world. After paying the sealing fee, Jamie seemed to feel a sense of reassurance, his previously tense expression softening considerably, and his tone grew less brusque. After exchanging a few idle remarks, he excused himself and departed the office with several attendants. "You want me to betray my own people, and here we are," AG mused. "No matter. We have just conjured an additional 200 gold dragons, 42,000 silver stags, and 294,000 copper stars. And the best part? It's a short-term loan that doesn't require immediate repayment. AEG refrained from casting too much blame upon his benefactor and partner, opting instead to share a dry joke that only someone adept at mathematics could appreciate, before shifting the topic. So, how did it go with that young man from the paper mill today? Well, let me first express my admiration, Tyrion replied, a smile dawning on his thoughtful visage. You seem to possess a remarkable foresight. That young man produced the paper by soaking crushed raw materials in water. Excellent. AEG exhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he swiftly made a significant decision. The previously discussed 1% monthly interest was too low. As you attract more buyers for the bonds, please adjust the rate accordingly based on actual circumstances. How much you decide is entirely up to you. Increase it again. It's already 17% per annum. Arya interjected, her frustration bubbling over after listening for some time. She could comprehend every word spoken by the adults, yet she found herself utterly bewildered by the conversation. Chapter 72. The true rumor. After Arya departed, only the bond-issuing duo remained in the room. AEG looked at Tyrion and inquired, how have you accommodated the inventor of the paper-making process? Well, the situation is somewhat more intricate than you might assume. The endeavor of paper-making was not undertaken by an individual, but by a family engaged in weaving, specifically, the youngest sibling duo of that household. The little imp recounted, the sister noticed that after prolonged use, the cloth-washing apparatus consistently yielded small scraps resembling paper. This sparked her ingenuity. She submerged a piece of cloth in water, boiled and mashed it, then dried the mixture, producing a complete sheet of paper. Indeed, she sounds like quite a remarkable girl. AEG remarked with interest. So, did she subsequently collaborate with her brother to experiment with other materials? Although they succeeded in creating paper, it resembled hardened fabric more than true paper. Frankly speaking, it was scarcely fit for even the most rudimentary purposes. Moreover, the fabric they wove for clothing barely sufficed to support their family. How could they afford to produce paper in bulk? Tyrion continued. The weaving and garment-making industries have been struggling lately. They barely manage to sustain themselves, and while their family does not oppose their endeavors, they lack the resources to support such an innovative pursuit. Consequently, the brother approached a paper merchant to promote his creation and secure a loan for technological improvements, only to be refused. Ultimately, that led us to discover them. So, it is not that the laborers of this ice and fire world lack ingenuity, but rather that their inventive spirit is stifled by short-sighted custodians of resources. Indeed, I instructed them to cease their weaving and relocate to the city. I rented them a sizable yard in a less expensive area, covering all their living and paper-making expenses. They need only to produce usable paper as swiftly as possible. That sounds quite reasonable. But what exactly is this confidentiality agreement you mentioned? It is not some mystical new concept, merely a pact. We clarified with him, her, and their entire family that we would support them, reimburse all their experimental costs, and offer a bonus upon successful development of usable paper. However, once breakthroughs are achieved in the art of papermaking, they must not disclose this information or seek other patrons. They can serve only our plans. Otherwise, the Lannister family, the Night's Watch, and even the Prime Minister will hold them accountable. Such exaggeration. But how can the Night's Watch enforce accountability? As for the Prime Minister, he may not even concern himself with this matter. Very well. You are in charge of the funds, so take the money with you. With that, AG dismissed Arya, Tyrion, and their attendants, leaving the Night's Watch office with but a single occupant. As twilight approached, he had a significant task to undertake once darkness fell. Lacking assistance, he was reluctant to entrust this matter to anyone, regardless of how many subordinates he had. Although it was still summer and darkness fell slowly, Iji bided his time, waiting for the sky to dim. After dining at a nearby small eatery close to the garrison and lingering in the office for a while, the night finally enveloped the surroundings in a cloak of darkness. The time is nearly upon me. He exited the office, closing and locking the door like an ordinary merchant reluctant to close shop. Mounting his horse, he began his journey towards the Albatross Inn. Of course, there were no streetlights in King's Landing, and this area was not like Silk Street, bustling with business after nightfall. The shops had long since shuttered, and the streets were nearly deserted. AEG sat upright on his horse, glancing around to ensure no living soul lingered within a radius of several dozen meters. Only then did he quietly reach into his satchel and retrieve a rolled-up note, placing it by his side. Taking a deep breath, he let it slip from his grasp. In the stillness of the night, the rolled paper fell from the man's palm, rolling along the horse's back, brushing against its fur before tumbling to the ground. It was then nudged by the horse's hind hoof, sending it fluttering half a meter away, coming to rest at the corner of the cobblestone path. Silently, a vessel of rumor merged with the darkness, its origins now shrouded in mystery. Avoiding the patrolling gold cloaks, Eji deliberately took a longer route, meticulously dropping a note every few dozen meters like a bomber releasing its payload. After numerous tosses, he finally distributed the entire stock of notes he had prepared the previous night. The contents of the notes were straightforward, narrated in the voice of a young lord from a nearby valley, recounting a simple yet sensational tale. My name is Shuf, and I served the late Prime Minister John Arryn for many years. By the time anyone reads this note, I shall surely be dead. Months ago, I inadvertently stumbled upon the affair between Lady Lisa Tully and Lord Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance. Lady Lisa threatened me, forbidding me to disclose this matter to anyone, or else I would meet a gruesome end. Lord Baelish promised me unending wealth and status if I kept silent. Under the dual influences of fear and greed, I refrained from informing my lord of my discovery, until he suddenly fell ill and passed away. While it seemed natural for an elderly gentleman to succumb to illness, my vigilance revealed that the frequency of meetings between the pair increased around the time of his death. This led me to suspect that Lord Baelish had orchestrated Lisa's poisoning of John Arryn. I possessed no evidence, and though I was granted knighthood as promised by Lord Baelish, an unsettling feeling lingered in my heart. If my suspicions are accurate, a man of my stature, even with noble status, would still be but an ant easily crushed under the heel of someone as powerful as Baelish. Thus, I documented my knowledge and entrusted it to a reliable friend. If I were to meet an untimely demise, it would surely be by Baelish's devious hand, and my death would further substantiate that John Arryn's passing was no mere coincidence. I am but a minor figure. My hesitation has already cost a noble life. My life may hold little value, but the truth must be revealed, and the guilty must face justice. With the task complete, he could only hope for fair weather over the next few days, and that a few of these notes would fall into the hands of literate individuals with good intentions. Due to his lowly status, the death of Sir Shuf did not incite much commotion or investigation. Yet the enigma surrounding his demise was no less perplexing than that of Bran's assassination. Through casual conversation with Jack, AEG learned that his arrival had not altered the fate of the young man from the valley. This newly minted knight had met his end mere days before AEG's arrival in King's Landing, pierced through the throat by Sir Gregor Clegane's lance during a tournament. There were many questions. Was there foul play in the drawing of lots to determine the order of competitors? If so, did Gregor receive orders to kill his opponent? If such orders existed, from whom did they originate, and what was their purpose? Did Sir Shuf truly possess knowledge of some secret? Or was he merely attempting to mislead Eddard Stark? These questions eluded even AEG, but their significance was diminished. He was not in pursuit of the truth, but rather hoping that this note would cause trouble for his enemies. The narrative within the note, aside from the circumstances of John's death, was largely fabricated, yet rumors possess a curious characteristic. As long as a portion is true, people will instinctively believe the rest. Whether Lisa and Baelish had indeed engaged in an affair, whether Shuf truly knew something he should not, or even whether his death was merely coincidental was irrelevant. As long as it was true that Lisa and Baelish had known each other since childhood, that John Arryn's sudden demise was genuine, and that Sir Shuf's death in the tournament was factual, then this note would suffice to bring the accused to the gallows. Moreover, it is intriguing that Littlefinger has boasted about having taken the virginity of the two sisters from House Tully, which lends a compelling edge to the gossip contained within this note. One cannot help but wonder if the young Baelish, who once reveled in such boasts, will eventually lament his youth and folly as time marches on. Littlefinger's ability to stir chaos in King's Landing is attributed not only to his astute intellect but also, and perhaps more fundamentally, to the prevalent disdain for his origins as a scion of a diminished noble family from the Fingers. Lacking martial prowess and operating a disreputable establishment that decent folk would scorn, all while displaying little ambition. Although many powerful figures engage with him on equal footing, and even rely on his financial acumen, they secretly harbor a profound contempt for him. This condescension is the crucial factor that has enabled him to function as a harbinger of discord and incite a bloody tempest across the Seven Kingdoms. However, now that an individual who understands his nature and seeks to counter him has arrived in King's Landing, it seems that Littlefinger's days of fortune may be numbered. Chapter 73. Awaiting AG was somewhat at a loss. While he was racking his brain in secret plotting against Littlefinger, The latter sent 100 golden dragons of defense funding the very next morning after Iji had dropped his rumor-laden note. This stark contrast made him feel rather petty. However, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Regardless of Littlefinger's dubious character and actions, the matter at hand was that he bore no moral burden in accepting this sum. Though this 100 golden dragons might have originated from Littlefinger's private coffers, they would ultimately be accounted as a debt to the royal treasury, to be repaid by this ruler, the next, and even future monarchs. Unless the new sovereign possessed the strength to dismiss the dual pressures of repaying the Iron Bank's loans and the debts owed to House Lannister. Otherwise, this 100 golden dragons would ultimately rest upon the shoulders of the lower-class taxpayers of Westeros, especially those in the Crownlands. The Night's Watch was engaged in a fierce struggle against 100,000 wildlings and the human adversaries beyond the wall, safeguarding all of humanity in Westeros. Yet, the very individuals they protected could only muster a meager 100 golden dragons with the benevolence of Eddard Stark, which was profoundly ironic. This sum, delivered directly to the Night's Watch, was barely sufficient to sustain its members for a month, excluding the costs of weaponry and the need for burial compensation for fallen comrades. Nevertheless, in AEG's hands, it was ample enough to provide the newly established Night's Watch office with considerable financial leeway, allowing it to firmly establish its footing. Moreover, this 100 golden dragons was not derived from the sale of bonds, but was a special allocation from the Prime Minister for the Night's Watch office. Thus, it rightfully belonged to the Night's Watch in both moral and legal terms. It was public money, and in the eyes of the Prime Minister, AEG was merely performing his duties. Therefore, as the head of the Night's Watch office, he could utilize these funds openly without the obligation to hand them over to Tyrion for safekeeping, nor could he use it to repay personal debts. With the first usable funds in his possession, AG finally escaped the burden of having only a silver stag in his pocket, which made even indulging in a good meal feel like a weighty decision. He had nearly mastered the common tongue and script of Westeros. Yet for various reasons, primarily fear of being recognized by the handwriting on the rumor notes, he concealed this fact from everyone, even feigning difficulties in reading and writing before Tyrion. In this context, almost all written communications in the Night's Watch office and the fundraising save for signatures, were penned by Tyrion himself. He posted Tyrion's handwritten notices for recruitment, conscription, and appeals for support at the office door, and even took a moment to teach Arya a bit of swordplay while recounting adventurous tales. The custom sign was finally delivered. A few workers busily collaborated to mount the wooden plaque above the door, and at last, the Night's Watch office could open with dignity and substance. The sign, painted in deep black, bore the words Night's Watch Office in brilliant gold, shimmering under the sun, standing out amidst the vibrant colors of the street where black signage was seldom used due to local customs. AEG was uncertain of the effectiveness of the rumors he had spread and dared not inquire or investigate. The pretense of recruitment and resource gathering had commenced. Yet the first batch of sample paper from the paper-making siblings had yet to be produced. Lacking knowledge in this area, he could only await the outcomes. The obsidian mine on Dragonstone had begun operations, and the father-son duo introduced by Tyrion seemed reliable, until he could recruit someone to manage the office in his stead. AEG felt he could only open the office daily, waiting for Tyrion to bring in bond purchasers, along with the likely absent voluntary donors and recruits, as he anticipated the situation to evolve on its own. After a period of frenetic activity, the sudden lull allowed AEG to feel grateful for having agreed to Arya's request for sword training. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to occupy himself during this unexpected idle time. After bidding farewell to the first buyer, Tyrion remained. The first batch of sample paper is ready. Have Jack keep an eye on the shop. Office, shall we go see it now? Is it ready? AEG's spirits lifted at the news. Let us go. Arya, you come with, He glanced at Tyrion, who showed no sign of dissent, and shrugged in concession. Very well, let us proceed. Arya, a clever and spirited girl from a noble family in the north, possessed an exuberance and charm uncommon among ordinary girls. Within just a few days, she had become quite familiar with AEG, as if they had known each other for years, and he found her companionship rather inescapable. In this endeavor to befriend Arya, AEG exerted little effort, truth be told. The person who captured her interest was neither Ser Cleos Fry, the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord, nor the Night's Watch logistics officer, but rather her sword instructor and companion. To put it bluntly, given Arya's open-heartedness towards friendships, Any individual willing to practice swordplay and engage in idle chatter with her could easily become her friend. And AEG merely accelerated their bond through his understanding of her and a wealth of adventurous tales. In addition to indulging and fulfilling her requests, AEG did not neglect to establish a sense of authority while also winning favor with her father. He set rules for Arya's sword training, insisting on appropriate attire and decorum. From the guards of House Stark, AEG learned that Eddard was quite pleased with his youngest daughter's recent transformation and, correspondingly, permitted her to venture out daily. Papermaking was no clandestine secret, especially since the Starks were hardly commercial spies. Even if Arya and her guards reported their observations to Eddard, it would not jeopardize AEG and Tyrion's interests. Without further hesitation, AEG took Arya and her escort, who was responsible for her commute, and set off with Tyrion. The affordable house Tyrion had mentioned was located in the northwest corner of King's Landing. After a lengthy ride, they arrived at the city's first paper workshop that did not utilize animal hides as raw materials. Chapter 74. Money is not an issue here. AEG met the papermaking siblings. To be precise, they were Neil and Nina, hailing from Rosby. Indeed, they bore no surname. They were simply known as Neil and Nina of Rosby. Tyrion had informed AEG that in much of Westeros, many individuals lack family names, typically introducing themselves as son of XX, daughter of XX, or from XXX. Even if common folk manage to adopt a surname, it often proves futile and ineffective. Only individuals like AEG, who have established their identity, can expect recognition when they claim a surname. At the very least, those who have purchased the Night's Watch bonds will remember and acknowledge AEG's name. The brother appeared quite ordinary, similar in height and build to AEG, evidently having been well-fed throughout his upbringing. However, it was Nina, the sister, who captured AEG's attention, not due to her beauty, but because of her eyes. The young girl's gaze was crystalline and clear, as transparent as a spring, sparkling with a lively curiosity. AEG suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with those eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he understood that this familiarity stemmed from Nina's educated demeanor, which had spared her from ignorance, allowing her to retain her dreams and a sense of wonder about the world, coupled with an optimistic outlook on the future. Before his crossing into this world, individuals around him often possessed a similar glimmer in their eyes, but such expressions had become exceedingly rare since his arrival. Only those like Tyrion and Arya, who lived free from the constraints of responsibility, still bore such a light. In stark contrast, most people exhibited an indescribable numbness and vacuity in their gazes. If one had seen photographs of Qing dynasty commoners taken by Western powers before and after the Opium Wars, they would understand this feeling. When an individual's entire focus and energy are devoted to mere survival, devoid of any hope for the future, this is the expression that emerges. Some can discern nobility from commonality at a glance, precisely because of this gaze, or rather, this aura. To see such an aura in a commoner within this realm was indeed peculiar. For a fleeting moment, AG wondered if Nina might also be a traveler from another world. Struggling to divert his gaze, he was struck again by her youth. She was petite, with fair, delicate skin and a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. Clearly a girl not much older than Arya. He nodded, intending to reassure her that he was no adult, but thought better of it. Lead the way, he said. Neil, the brother, seemed somewhat taciturn, so Nina took the initiative to guide the group through the workshop, articulately explaining each tool, device, and process as they walked. After a thorough tour, they arrived at the final product. The previously composed young girl suddenly became shy, hesitantly introducing the paper before them. This is the paper we've made. We are trying to find ways to make it thinner and stronger. AEG examined the stack of unevenly thick sheets before him. Without prior knowledge, one might mistake them for tofu skin or some other culinary ingredient. He picked up a sheet, scrutinizing it closely. The color was a dull yellow, lacking any bleaching process. Its texture was stiff, reminiscent of dampened and then dried napkins, and the surface was quite rough, resembling the outer skin of a Shandong pancake. Gently tugging on it, a crisp snap echoed as the paper tore. Tyrion was not joking. This paper was of such poor quality that it would be deemed unsuitable even for the most basic of tasks. Nina's face flushed crimson at this revelation. Despite her quick wit, she was momentarily at a loss for words, her anxious gaze fixed on AEG, fearful that the master Tyrion spoke of would be displeased. AEG, however, was not angered. He had anticipated seeing the initial samples, and it would be absurd to expect modern, flawless industrial products at this stage. While this material was not yet usable, it was indeed paper, and that was sufficient. This won't do, AEG mused, aware that he could not offer misguided advice without expertise. Instead, he opted for sound suggestions that were bound to yield results. The uneven thickness suggests issues in the final two steps. The processes of soaking, boiling, and pulping the raw materials must be thorough. If manual labor is insufficient, consider improving the equipment or employing animal power. Do not worry about costs. Money is not an issue. His ideas flowed freely, although he lacked hands-on experience. The foundational knowledge and skills required to solve problems are universal. Additionally, seek artisans to craft smoother, finer mats for scooping the pulp. After spreading the pulped material evenly in water, use a sieve to remove any coarse debris and swiftly retrieve it with the mat. Do not dawdle. Nina's eyes sparkled as she focused intently on AG, nodding vigorously. This boss is truly impressive, she thought, admiring his authoritative demeanor and the commanding manner in which he spoke of finances. Unencumbered by reservations, Arya chimed in, "You really know a lot, master. Do not interrupt." AEG gently ruffled the young apprentice's hair, pausing to consider another point. While the previous issues are minor, the paper's lack of durability is a critical flaw. There may not be many options, but let's explore alternative raw materials. If that fails, perhaps we could add starch or other adhesives in the final step to enhance its quality. Money is not an issue. Let's first produce usable paper before we think about cutting costs. Add starch? Nina blinked in realization. Of course. How did I not think of that? For several moments, silence enveloped the workshop until Tyrion quietly inquired, "Is that it?" "That's it," AEG replied, reveling in the satisfaction of his leadership role. "Remember this." "Excellent. You all heard the boss. Money is not an issue," Tyrion declared gravely. "Work diligently. Once we produce usable paper, rewards shall surely follow." "Ah, I almost forgot," AG interjected, recalling. "Once we begin mass production of usable paper, a tenth of the profits from the paper mill will belong to you two siblings." Chapter 75. A letter from the wall. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed in the room. Even Tyrion regarded the speaker with a look of incredulity. Come on. Although it was previously agreed to offer a reward, such a significant decision should have been discussed beforehand, right? Nina is to become my mentor's wife? Arya, having only caught the latter half of the conversation, was utterly bewildered by the abrupt shift in topic. Isn't the Night's Watch sworn to remain celibate? You've deliberately undervalued the price. They aren't fools and will seek alternatives. After a moment of contemplation, Tyrion acquiesced to the initial proposal. Very well. If it pertains solely to this workshop, then granting them half would not be excessive. Let us settle on that. He mused further. In fact, what harm would there be in offering a bit more? We are engaged in a monetary game, and in this game, the most prudent course is to distribute the profits among the participants. Once the paper mill expands, we can issue bonds to distribute dividends to this brother-sister pair, thus ensuring they benefit while the majority of the funds remain within our financial network. Would that not be a win-win situation? But what if they exchange the bonds for cash? Establish a community of interest, as you've suggested before. Do I appear so naive? Tyrion seemed in good spirits, considering the allure of lending and attracting investment far more enticing than the barren bonds of the Night's Watch. He contemplated whether to initiate another investment bond project. For Tyrion, a core member of House Lannister, this nascent community of interest merely represented a slight increase in profit margins. For AEG, however, it constituted a swift avenue to engage with the upper echelons of power and secure a foothold, thereby vying for influence and authority. With Arya and her Stark guardian present, their exchanges remained notably discreet, shifting topics whenever core secrets arose. That small cabin over there is the printing office I've prepared. Shall we take a look? All right, let us go. Thus, the group proceeded to inspect Tyrion's printing facility. As the issue of paper production remained unresolved, the so-called printing shop was, for the time being, merely a rented space for two engravers to reside and work. Here, AG encountered the completed printing plates for the bonds and the ongoing engraving of the Seven Stars Bible. Have you established contact with the church? AEG inquired. Not yet. If the church declines, I shall sell them myself. Who fears a market for affordable Seven Stars Bibles? Tyrion retorted, dismissively. But what if the church claims that the printed Seven Stars Bible is irreverent, a sacrilege? Bah! Tyrion spat onto the ground. To hell with their piety. If all else fails, I shall bribe the High Septon with a solid gold statue of the Seven. I guarantee he will relent. If not, it would mean cutting off my income. and I will not let that happen. Bravo, bravo, Arya exclaimed enthusiastically. Let us rid ourselves of them, and all believe in the old gods together. You clever little rascal. Don't lead the children astray, Aeg chided, casting a mock-stern glance at Tyrion. You may print as you wish. I assure you of my full support. Though jesting, Aeg's reservations were not unfounded. An influx of printed 7 Stars Bibles would indeed enhance the Church's influence in the short term, but in the long run, it could undermine their control over the populace. The rationale was simple. The 7 Stars Bible was typically accessible only to mid to high-ranking clergy, while lower-level missionaries and lay believers relied solely on the priest's interpretations of scripture and doctrine. Should printed versions circulate widely, literate individuals would be able to read and interpret the texts independently, making it increasingly difficult for the clergy to maintain their interests through deception and fallacies. Coupled with the proliferation of other literature, Westeros would soon be on the brink of a monumental religious transformation. Yet, he refrained from articulating these thoughts and speculations. His ability to conceive such ideas stemmed not from exceptional intellect, but from historical precedent. The followers of the Faith of the Seven did not necessarily possess the foresight and strategic vision required. Furthermore, the potential transformations that might occur in the future held little relevance to him, regardless of how the religious landscape of King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms might shift. His immediate concern was to generate profits for the Night's Watch and himself. Let Tyrion manage it. Even after the brutal suppression by Maegor, the Faith of the Seven's influence in Westeros was far from the all-encompassing power of Christianity in Europe. Even if the Church eventually recognized the threat posed by the printing press, would they dare to confront the Lannisters or the powerful interests that might have emerged by then? The technical challenges of movable type printing were minimal, yet Aeg found no opportunity to showcase his prowess and earn admiration. Instead, he explained the principles of movable type printing to Tyrion and the 2 craftsmen. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided against adopting this advanced technology, a decision rooted in complexity. The process of carving letters into small blocks, then painstakingly arranging and assembling them, padding, proofing, and printing was fraught with challenges. Each step demanded high standards for material selection, craftsmanship, and the skill and knowledge of the printers. Given the inadequate levels of heavy and light industry, manual typesetting proved inefficient and prone to inconsistencies in letter size and stroke thickness. Moreover, the potential for misalignment and incorrect letter orientation during printing could lead to significant costs, yielding results less aesthetically pleasing than traditional engraving. Both calendars and the 7 Stars Bible contain numerous illustrations and charts, further diminishing the advantages of movable type. Tyrion expressed astonishment at the concept of movable type printing, lamenting the inability to implement this advanced technology in his business immediately. He sighed in resignation. Do not despair. This technology will undoubtedly have its day in the future, Aeg consoled. Once your funds are more abundant, you will be able to print the various scientific and literary works you have long desired, and then movable type will find its purpose. Yes, we shall see then. For now, the priority is profit. Upon entering, they were greeted by Jack, the attendant, who had closed the office and awaited them in the tavern's lobby. Aeg, a messenger from the Red Keep has arrived, bearing a letter for you. It appears to be from the Black Castle. A letter from the Black Castle? Aeg took the rolled parchment sealed with black wax, furrowing his brow as he unfurled it. The agreed timeline for the second batch of supplies was still distant. Such correspondence at this juncture could only bode ill. Chapter 76. The bigger the trouble, the better. What does the letter say? Tyrion inquired with curiosity. Another mention of White Walkers? He was perplexed. He found it hard to believe in divine tales. However, he and Aegon were currently engaged in an honest partnership, and he could not fathom why Aegon would deceive him about such a seemingly irrelevant matter. When someone he trusted solemnly reiterated something he did not believe, it made him unusually uneasy. Shaking his head, the dwarf abandoned thoughts of White Walkers and stroked his chin. But wait, wasn't our first batch of supplies already dispatched? According to our agreement, the next shipment should be due in a month or 2. Why the urgency now? It must be that the ship has yet to reach Eastwatch. Aegon replied gravely. In a couple of days, I need to follow up on the extraction of obsidian from the mines. This matter is personal, so let us not dwell on it. Let us eat and rest. Aegon merely wished to build a business with Tyrion in King's Landing, to lead a relatively untroubled life and attend to his own affairs. Yet, the relentless tide of plot seemed to haunt him, granting him no respite. Bran Stark's disappearance was somewhat anticipated, Yet the circumstances had shifted. While at the wall, Aegon had assumed that the Lord Commander's insistence on heading north to seek traces of the White Walkers stemmed from a sense of duty and stubbornness. However, after acquiring substantial insider information from Melisandre, his perspective shifted. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Bran's disappearance and transformation into a cold servant might be orchestrated by the old gods or the Green Seer. That false god likely required a servant who, being dead, needed no sustenance and lacked body heat, thus eluding detection by the Whites, to operate north of the wall. This would ensure that Bran had support after crossing the wall into the lands beyond. Moreover, it was conceivable that several young wolves were similarly placed in the hands of the Stark children for the same purpose, as their wolf-like essence required a medium for activation. Especially with Bran having a dire wolf, a creature far more powerful and sensitive than a human, he would surely be much safer during the process of receiving his legacy. Aegon halted, pinching his thigh to remind himself of an ironclad truth. While any situation could be explained through the lens of conspiracy, it did not mean that everything was indeed a conspiracy. Instead of indulging in fanciful thoughts about the so-called Green Seer's machinations, it would be more prudent to consider matters that had yet to unfold, those which pertained to his interests and which might still be altered. The large-scale reconnaissance mission soon to be organized by Mormont. This audacious military operation, known as the Night's Watch Expedition, could hardly be deemed a miscalculation, especially given the elite forces accompanying it. 300 Night's Watchmen would be nearly invincible beyond the wall. Without the cooperation and assault of thousands of wildlings, it was impossible to eradicate a troop composed mainly of young and professional soldiers. Regrettably, the expedition encountered not wildlings at the first men's fist, but an incomprehensible army of the dead. In that battle, the already weakened defenders of the wall lost nearly all their elite forces, including the Rangers, and most of their command structure, leaving behind only 2/3 of the old and infirm. Their morale was shattered, and if they were a regular army, it would not be an exaggeration to dissolve their ranks entirely. Even if they gritted their teeth to endure, they would stand little chance against subsequent wildling assaults, barely managing to fend off the initial probing attacks. This led Aegon to a subconscious thought. Could the Green Seer have deliberately instigated this expedition, allowing the Night's Watch to suffer considerable losses so that the wildlings could easily cross the wall and infiltrate the realm, thereby avoiding bolstering the army of the dead? Yet he quickly cast aside this notion. He realized he had become somewhat neurotic due to the existence of such extraordinary powers, finding himself unable to resist thinking along those lines. Setting aside the improbability of the Green Seer commanding the Whites, would it not be simpler to implant the idea of letting the free folk cross the wall directly into Mormont's mind? Furthermore, based on the original narrative, the whispers from these gods and their subtle manipulations might not possess the power and efficacy he had imagined. The Green Seer was likely in a state of decline, and the initiation of this expedition could very well have been merely Mormont's personal inclination. What should a calm and rational individual contemplate at this moment? From a consequential perspective, the disastrous defeat of the Ranger expedition and the subsequent betrayal at Castle Black directly resulted in the demise of the cunning Mormont and ultimately paved the way for Jon Snow's ascendance. On one hand, the Night's Watch's diminished strength, coupled with the rise of his inexperienced young friend, could potentially enhance Aegon's influence and voice, facilitating his plans to extricate himself from the Night's Watch. Conversely, the Southern narrative had already undergone significant changes due to his interference. Should the War of the Five Kings not transpire, Stannis would not be able to rush to the wall's aid at a crucial moment to repel the wildlings. If the Night's Watch failed to hold the wall and was entirely vanquished, allowing the wildlings to invade, what fate awaited Aegon, who remained in the south? A fish caught in a net? Wait, if the War of the Five Kings did not occur, the Northern Lords would possess both the strength and justification to send troops north to assist, making it unlikely that the wildlings would achieve their goals of breaching the wall. Moreover, the participants would inevitably hold sway, and should these prominent northern families gather their armies to defend the wall, they would undoubtedly meddle in the affairs of the Night's Watch. At that juncture, what would become of Aegon, stationed far in King's Landing, self-appointed as the chief logistics officer? After a brief mental simulation, Aegon soon felt dizzy. Too many factors could influence future developments. Analyzing and predicting future circumstances was a task best suited for think tanks and national councils. It was utterly implausible for one individual to undertake the work of a team, not to mention that even those professionals and teams could err at critical junctures. lacking the ability to foresee the future and devoid of the talent for benefiting amidst chaos. Pondering these issues seemed a waste of energy. What should he do? The easiest course of action would be to do nothing, to provide supplies as directed by Mormont, and let them fend for themselves. Due to this foolish and belated attempt to breach the wall, Daenerys had gifted the Night King a dragon capable of breaching the wall. The narrative's progression was undoubtedly driven by the need for balance between the forces of good and evil. However, Aegon was not a storyteller. He was a transgressor of fate, and he cared little for the intrigue of his narrative. If possible, he wished that such heart-pounding tales would never unfold. He yearned to eliminate all White Walkers in their lair, ensuring none escaped, and to live peacefully until he passed away in bed. If, at this pivotal moment in history, the Night's Watch could capture a White and bring it to King's Landing, presenting it to the revelers in the Red Keep, believing that sending his brother Eddard to play the Game of Thrones in his stead would suffice for a peaceful world, what explosive ramifications might that have for the future? Having resolved to alter the narrative and having already stirred the pot, Aegon feared not the magnitude of the chaos he might unleash. Chapter 77. The Rescue. You may take your time on the road, Aegon said instinctively, offering advice. Having served as a Night's Watchman for a year, he fully understood the feelings of his companion. When shall we set off? Taking it slow on the way is indeed a good approach. Yet remaining idle upon receiving orders is not an option. Yoren expressed his frustration. Well, we have already gathered a dozen men and completed the preparations. Let's depart tomorrow. All right, but I need you to procure someone for me. We previously discussed that fellow who was caught for stealing books, Jaqen Hagar. Bring him to me. That dangerous individual? The old man stared quizzically at his dark-clad brother. What do you need him for? Given that he has spent several nights perusing books in the library, he must be literate, Aegon explained. The office is in need of someone who can read and write. Women who can do so are rare, and finding a literate man is even more challenging. Though illiterate himself, Yoren found this excuse amusing. To put it bluntly, Aegon, the man can roam freely in the library of the Red Keep. If you rescue him from his shackles, he'll vanish the moment you turn your back. I am resolute. Until we reach the Black Castle and hand him over to that scoundrel, Alicia, I will not release him or the other two murderers from their cage. 10 more, you say? Next time you come to King's Landing, it would be a miracle if you managed to escape. Yoren scoffed. But after squeezing the heavy gold coins in his hand, he eventually nodded. Very well, just be cautious. Don't let the King's Guard discover that the man they captured is out and about, or else he might find himself in dire straits. I will be careful. Tyrion's entrepreneurial spirit remained fervent as he arose early each day, disappearing from sight. This little man and his brother, Jaime Lannister, could not be more different. The former was the chosen heir of their father, yearning for the ideals of knighthood, honor, and public acclaim, while the latter, a dwarf whose father wished he had never been born, subconsciously craved his father's and family's approval. Tyrion was fervently passionate about his newfound venture. It was less about wealth and more about gaining a glance of acknowledgement from his father, Tywin. Aegon, stop worrying about others and focus on your own affairs. With a clear mind, Aegon donned his attire and stepped out. After freshening up, he arranged a meeting time with Yoren at the breakfast table before heading to the office, resuming the monotonous life of a Night's Watch officer. Once the sun had risen a bit, Arya diligently arrived for her lessons. Unfortunately, Aegon was already prepared to leave and retrieve Jaqen Hagar. Master, where are you going? I want to go too. Don't be foolish. Behave, Aegon said, raising an eyebrow. Aegon nodded in satisfaction, as the first step in training Arya progressed smoothly. Humans are merely a type of animal, and compared to adults, the primal instincts of children are significantly more pronounced, especially in their younger years. Intelligent creatures exhibit remarkable plasticity. If one employs various reward and punishment mechanisms to consciously guide them in forming habits from the outset, it establishes a conditioned response, clarifying when to make requests and when to be insistent without success, simplifying future interactions. Arya had witnessed Aegon's earlier expression and understood that it signified a lack of negotiation. Hence she refrained from further protests. The Night's Watch's first outpost in the south was situated opposite one of the two major precincts in King's Landing, where the office currently lacked any valuable or significant items. After a brief briefing, Aegon confidently left Arya and the open door behind, riding toward the northwest of King's Landing. Upon exiting the God's Way and meandering a few miles along the initial stretch of the King's Road, he soon discovered Yoren's group awaiting him. 2 wagons were parked beneath the shade of trees, one hauling a wooden cage containing prisoners, and the other transporting various spices, medicines, and herbs recently purchased by Vyrn. Tyrion and Aeg's provisions for the wall had significantly alleviated Vyrn's burdens. Otherwise, he would have to spend days scouring for supplies while managing an entire convoy. In addition to the 2 wagons and the horses, there were 5 or 6 donkeys and a dozen individuals beneath the trees. The Night's Watchman sat comfortably on the cargo wagon's tailgate, while several orphans, deceived into submission, idly squatted or stood by the roadside, curiously observing Aeg's approach. It was evident even to the dim-witted that, although clad in the same black attire, Aeg exuded a far greater presence. Perhaps he was an officer among the Night's Watch. The astute began contemplating how to curry favor with their future superior, but Aeg denied them the opportunity to waste their efforts. He strode directly to Vyrn, greeting him as the latter jumped down from the wagon. "Have you changed your mind?" "Why would I?" Aeg scoffed, glancing at the 3 individuals in the wooden cage. Vyrn's apprehension regarding the 3 was justified. One lacked a nose, leaving only a hollow pit on his face. Another was a corpulent bald man with sharp teeth, his face covered in festering sores, his gaze akin to that of a feral beast, while the last, with well-defined features, dressed neatly and exuding an air of refinement, appeared completely unharmed, creating a jarring contrast with the other 2. Very ordinary, lacking the charm and grace of actors in dramas, Aeg mused. If not for their confinement in this cage, he would never have recognized Jaqen H'ghar amidst a crowd. As a spy and assassin, the ability to blend in was a skill he had mastered. He did not linger on his target for too long, deliberately surveying the surroundings before proclaiming, "The Night's Watch office requires assistance from someone who can read and write. Is there anyone among you who possesses literacy?" Chapter 78. The Night's Watchman Aegon in an effort to evade the attention of the gold-robed men. Aegon and Vyrn deliberately chose a location outside the city walls for their clandestine transaction. As the question arose, silence enveloped the surroundings. In this era, where literacy rates lingered in the single digits, individuals capable of reading and writing constituted a scarce, yet valuable resource. To possess a modicum of arithmetic skills elevated one's status even further. Among the ranks of the Night's Watch, the few who met this criterion were either volunteers like Benjen Stark and Jon Snow, or unfortunate souls like Alliser Thorne, who had donned the black due to a misalignment in the war. However, in this peaceful age, the likelihood of encountering such figures, led by a crow to the wall, seemed improbable. Among the dozen or so new recruits, the only literate individual was Jaqen H'ghar. Unsurprisingly, after a brief pause, a gentle male voice emerged. "Someone happened to recognize some letters of Westerosi script. Is it too much to ask for someone to speak of me properly?" Though he could not help but internally scoff, Aegon understood that Jaqen's demeanor was not merely an attempt at bravado, but rather a concealment of his identity from Bravos. He was masquerading as a noble from Loras, where the upper classes deemed the self-reference I as exceedingly vulgar. Preferring to use someone instead. "You can read?" Aegon, diligently playing his part, produced a piece of parchment and held it up to the bars. "What does this say?" "Very well." Aegon tucked away the note and turned to Vyrn. "What crime has this man committed? Don't you know?" Vyrn rolled his eyes at Aegon. But given that they had taken a gold dragon from him, it was not unreasonable to play along. As a crow, he was certainly more astute than most of the Night's Watch. He was caught peeking at the King's books. Peeking at the King's books? Aegon raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jaqen. "What books?" "Books concerning dragons," someone chimed in, for Jaqen had harbored a fascination with these formidable magical creatures since childhood. With Valyria in ruins, only Westeros might hold relevant information about dragons. Vyrn, unsure of how to respond, merely shook his head. "Who knows? It's not for me to decide." Someone agrees. "Very well, swear an oath." "Someone swears by the old and new gods." "Stop. I am not a Westerosi man. I do not believe in the old and new gods." Aegon suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There exists only one true god, and that is death. Swear by your name to the god of death. And in addition to the above, you must add one more condition. You shall never harm the interests of the Night's Watch. Under Aegon's scrutiny, Jaqen hesitated noticeably before slowly speaking. "Someone, Jaqen H'ghar, swears to the god of death that in this life, I shall never harm the interests of the Night's Watch. Before I must depart, someone will endeavor to serve the Night's Watch and guarantee to inform them before leaving and pay the ransom." So the lad had thoughts of ransom? Cunning indeed, compared to ransoms that often reach into the dozens or hundreds. A single gold dragon is hardly worth considering. Yoren realized this and understood that no matter what, this money would not be in his hands. So he suppressed the urge to confront Aegon. Aegon remained oblivious to his black-cloaked brother's thoughts. He merely noted that Jaqen had subtly altered the oath, must depart. Who knew if Jaqen was about to leave to carry out some mysterious mission? Perhaps he would find Aegon before nightfall, declare that he had to leave, and then walk away without a word. For a high-level spy from Bravos, changing names and claiming Jaqen was dead would naturally nullify the oath. All right, release him. Why do I feel like I am your subordinate? Yoren shot Aegon a glare and handed him the key. Unlock it yourself. I need to keep an eye on the other two. With that, the crow drew his sword. Anyone who dares to run will meet their end. Blades do not discern. Unlock it yourself, Aegon retorted. Before his crossing of worlds, the other two men in the cage might have indeed intimidated him. However, now he was a Night's Watch warrior who had stood guard at the wall and fought against the others in the haunted forest. A year of being a ranger had transformed both his physical and mental fortitude. With a sword-wielding comrade beside him, fearing two prisoners securely shackled was truly absurd. Gazing steadily at the three men in the cage, Aegon confidently approached the door, deftly unlocking it and swinging it open. Change into black clothes. Aegon tossed a prepared bundle to Jaqen. From now until you leave, you are one of the Night's Watch. Consider yourself fortunate that you have to guard the wall against those wretched creatures from the north. But you ought to discard the name you used when entering the cell. How about Aiken? Someone has no objections. Sir, do you require any additional assistance? I can do anything except read. One of the remaining new recruits called out. Although they were all still uncertain about the nature of life at the wall, it was easy to deduce that their existence would be far harsher than in King's Landing. Anything you can do, sweeping floors and guarding the office? Wouldn't it be better to hire someone of good standing from King's Landing rather than risk employing you petty thieves? Aegon chuckled, politely declining the speaker's suggestion. Let us go, Aiken. Re-entering the office with his newly acquired, albeit uncertain, subordinate, he found that a considerable number of people awaited him. Chapter 79. The Power of Rumors, Part 1. Master, why are you so slow? Arya exclaimed as she spotted AEG. Where have you been? Tyrion also frowned at AG. You let Lady Stark manage the shop while you kept our clients waiting? What a splendid chief logistics officer for the Night's Watch you are. Well, conversing with Lady Stark is quite enjoyable, a man Tyrion had brought along remarked with a smile. He had initially come just to pay his respects to the Lannisters. But finding himself in the presence of the current Prime Minister's daughter, who, by virtue of their land and status, should have had no connection to the Starks, made the visit worthwhile. This is Sir Lien Bronn and Sir Roger Hogg. The two noblemen from the Crownlands introduced themselves. Good day, gentlemen. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, AEG said as he tidied his attire. Please, come inside. It was a matter of borrowing money and making others wait. If either of these two gentlemen chose to frown or leave in a huff, AG would have to smile through it, devoid of any real power to protest. Fortunately, due to Arya's presence, both men remained courteous. AEG sighed with relief. The time spent daily engaging with this little she-wolf had finally borne some fruit. After instructing his newly hired assistant, Akin, to guard the outer office, AG ushered his guests into the inner chamber for a detailed discussion. Following the customary introductions and explanations, both men expressed their intent to purchase 100 golden dragons each, and after completing the signing procedures, they exchanged pleasantries before the Night's Watch escorted them from the office. I can understand you're busy, but you could have at least given me a heads up or set a specific time. Let me know which days you'll definitely be available and which days I shouldn't bother bringing people in, all right? AEG conceded, fully aware of his shortcomings. For various reasons, he could certainly find someone to cover for him, but the authority to finalize valid bonds could never be relinquished. Yet, he also recognized that he might occasionally need to attend to other matters. Upon reflection, it seemed prudent to establish a schedule of work days and rest days. I have some new ideas that we need to discuss, Tyrion said, not wishing to dwell on AEG's missteps. Soon, he resumed his usual demeanor. As you've seen, I can easily bring people in. I know who possesses idle funds and would grant me a favor, as well as those who might be easily persuaded. However, even if I managed to pull them in, they would only purchase the minimum amount of 100 golden dragons, without tangible assets to show them. Relying solely on persuasion, one coax them into parting with their fortunes. That will require time, AG began, but Tyrion interrupted him with a wave of his hand. What I propose is this. Since we will be collaborating with others in the future, why not create something akin to a bond that outlines the terms of investment, cooperation, and dividends as a form of certification? Are you suggesting a new product akin to a bond? AEG suddenly grasped Tyrion's intent. We could establish an investment voucher that calculates the necessary funds for the establishment of a paper and printing industry. This voucher would represent the owner's future share in our paper mill, printing factory, and even bookstores. An excellent idea. Once the product is ready, we can create some high-quality samples to attract investors. AEG felt a sudden unease. I'll leave this to you. You handle the business and operations while I focus on the ideas and technology. I will frequently check in with Nina to ensure their improvements are completed swiftly. Indeed. Taking a deep breath, AEG soon understood the source of his vague apprehension. Everything was progressing too rapidly. Initially, he had merely sought to establish a Ponzi scheme to secure a foothold. Yet here he was, contemplating financing and shares before even settling the interest on his initial debts. Did he possess the capability to tame this beast of capital? He was not adept in these matters, but retreat was not an option. Unless he intended to betray Tyrion and abscond across the narrow sea to live incognito until his demise, he had no choice but to forge ahead. This was likely the inevitable psychological journey of an entrepreneur. Fortunately, he faced little competition in this world and had the astute assistance of a Lannister. Have you finished your discussion? Are we still practicing today? Arya detested the talk of bonds and shares. Aside from knowing they pertained to money, she understood none of it. All she knew was that she had spent the entire day waiting without accomplishing anything. Those two gentlemen had incessantly questioned her about various matters and ultimately asked if she was betrothed or had anyone she fancied. What business was it of theirs? In fact, it was none of their concern. Tyrion chuckled at Arya's exasperation. The two affluent knights he had just brought in were of little significance to a Stark such as Arya. Even if she were to marry, it would undoubtedly be to a powerful earl or marquis, not these lower-tier nobles. However, their curiosity was not entirely unfounded. Your sister Sansa is already betrothed to Prince Joffrey, and the Starks will remain one of the most influential families in the Seven Kingdoms for at least a century to come. The marriage of the future queen's sister is a matter that stirs the nerves of the realm. Ugh, Sansa is such a fool. Marrying Joffrey, that great liar, is a perfect match. I refuse to end up like her. AEG silently applauded her sentiments, but could not allow her to continue speaking such unfiltered truths. He quickly interjected. Where has my little lady apprentice gone? No foul language allowed. Humph. Arya suddenly recalled the butcher's boy with whom she practiced swordplay. Tears welled in her eyes as she sniffled, pouting in silence. Indeed, Sansa was already engaged to Joffrey. Eddard Stark was not only the current prime minister, but also the king's dear brother, destined to become the father-in-law of the future king. Perhaps even Eddard himself was unaware that this was the very source of his courage to attend King's Landing, despite knowing full well the dangers that awaited him. Unfortunately, in the original storyline, he soon uncovered the secret of Cersei and Jaime, turning his initial confidence into the greatest threat. With his pride, he could never allow his precious daughter to marry the illegitimate son of the most contemptible regicide. Yet, honor would not permit him to harm a child. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded as they did. He must ascertain whether the rumors had taken effect to determine if he needed to devise another plan to stir the pot. Oh, by the way, he feigned remembrance. I heard a rather astonishing rumor these past few days. I wonder if you have. Are you referring to Littlefinger's plot against former Prime Minister Jon Arryn? Tyrion scoffed. That rumor has been circulating like wildfire. How could you have only just heard of it? What have you been up to all day? Chapter 80. The Power of Rumors. Part 2. What does it matter to me? Tyrion scoffed dismissively. That steward is merely a lowly servant. Those notes are likely not his last words. However, the author of those messages is quite cunning. The contents are either unsubstantiated or exaggerated truths, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet, given that Peter Baelish is the master of coin and a pillar of the state, how could a mere rumor bring him down? Still, I haven't seen him in days. The only reassurance is that his brothel remains operational. Indeed, Aegon concealed his frustration. Intelligent individuals typically refrain from indulging in gossip, and Tyrion's indifference to such matters was entirely consistent with his character. Fortunately, since the rumor had already spread, there was no need to worry that his inquiries would attract unwanted attention. However, he pondered whom to consult to ascertain whether his objectives were being met. After some reflection, he resolved to take the opportunity to converse with the Stark guard who accompanied Arya to her lessons. After all, his primary aim was to thwart Peter Baelish from gaining Eddard Stark's trust, and who better to provide insight than one of the involved parties? To his delight, he soon realized there was indeed a more advantageous connection to be forged with the Stark than he had initially anticipated. Yet, he must remain cautious. While Arya might divulge much to him, she would just as readily share information with her father, Eddard Stark. He could obtain valuable first-hand intelligence. But if Eddard were to discover his incessant questioning, it could breed suspicion, ultimately backfiring on him. Tyrion winked at Arya. Lady Lisa? If memory serves, she is your aunt. Oh, yes, she is my aunt, Arya replied, returning the wink, a bit sheepishly. I didn't even know what she looked like. I didn't expect her to be such a person. It's merely a rumor. Believing everything one hears is a trait of the masses, Tyrion imparted in an instructive tone. As for the king's letter, it would be futile to write it. She would never come to King's Landing. If the rumor holds true, Lisa would not abandon her stronghold to walk into a trap. If false, it implies someone seeks to harm her, making it even less likely she would leave the safety of the Eyrie for this wretched place. Indeed, in the Eyrie, Lady Lisa reigns as queen. But should she arrive in King's Landing, she would merely be the widow of a former hand. I would not come either, Aegon concurred with Tyrion's analysis. Then feigned indifference as he casually inquired. So, Arya, what has your father been up to these days? What are his thoughts on the rumors? Is he still running around with Lord Baelish? Without a moment's hesitation, Arya revealed all she knew. Not much, I think. I heard Jory say that Littlefinger has been ordered not to leave the Red Keep, and my father seems to be investigating the source of the rumors. Oh, had I known, I would have worn gloves while handling this matter. He sighed. Yet, it seems, such technology does not exist in Westeros. He exhaled, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality. Could it be that Peter Baelish, the master manipulator of the Game of Thrones, the greatest antagonist in King's Landing, had been vanquished by a mere rumor? Nothing is impossible. This is a realm of reality where Baelish's power derives from schemes and the trust of those in authority, devoid of any tangible foundation. When no one pays him heed, he is the strongest. Yet, the moment a well-informed adversary lurks in the shadows, targeting him and forcing him into the open, his strength dissipates like spring snow under the sun. Having lost Eddard and the king's trust, and now a suspect in the murder of the Hand, Peter Baelish's ambitions have come to an end. Indeed, Eddard Stark may suspect these rumors to be a smokescreen deployed by House Lannister to thwart his investigations, and Peter could find other means to reveal Cersei and Jaime's secrets to Eddard. Yet, with his interference, even if the narrative were to continue its course, the outcome would diverge significantly from the original. No matter the circumstances, the situation cannot deteriorate more than it did in the original tale. Though Peter's ambitions are vanquished, Varys remains in the shadows, scheming. Aegon had one precious time for himself and Tyrion in their financial game, and now, it was a matter of whether he could eliminate another disruptive factor before the inevitable outbreak of war, while also growing strong enough to safeguard himself and dictate his own fate. Arya performed admirably today. It was the master's fault for engaging in other matters, causing her swordsmanship lesson to be delayed. Aegon felt quite pleased and playfully ruffled her hair, noticing how much she enjoyed the gesture. This little she-wolf had indeed assisted him considerably today, and a reward was in order. As compensation and a treat, tomorrow, the master will spend the entire day with you. Whether practicing swordplay, sharing adventure stories, or visiting the paper mill, whatever pleases you, shall it be so. Chapter 81. The misfortune of the second son before his transmigration. AEG was often perplexed by how a family like the Starks, known for their foolishness in the narrative, could remain steadfast in the North for thousands of years and emerge victorious in conflicts with other noble families vying for the title of Northern King. Now, as an outsider in this world, he found himself compelled to devote time to a more profound and essential contemplation of the matter. Gradually, he discerned that Eddard Stark's seemingly archaic, clumsy, and juvenile demeanor in the Game of Thrones was not a reflection of the Stark lineage's failings nor indicative of his own immaturity or foolishness. Rather, it was evident that Eddard Stark had never been nurtured according to the archetype of a player in the game of power. He was not an heir, but a second son raised in the Vale. In this era, to avert internecine strife, many noble families adopted disparate methods in raising their heirs and their younger siblings. The firstborn and future head of the family were required to learn not only the art of governance, but also when to exhibit nobility and honor, and when to forsake certain morals for the sake of family interests. Conversely, the children of secondary rank were expected to embody bravery, integrity, and loyalty, for their role would be to support their elder brother rather than to lead independently. In essence, the firstborn needed to be somewhat cunning, while the others could afford to be somewhat simple-minded. Excessive brilliance on their part could prove detrimental to the family. Eddard was the beneficiary of the latter treatment. At the tender age of 8, he was sent to the Eyrie as the foster son of Jon Arryn to uphold the alliance between the North and the Vale. As a guardian, the upright and noble Lord Arryn indeed helped his ally cultivate Eddard into a capable second son akin to the Jon Stark whom AG had come to know, full of responsibility and honor. This arrangement was unproblematic until the tragic demise of Eddard's elder brother, Brandon Stark, at the hands of the Mad King. The death of an heir was not uncommon in these turbulent times. Typically, parents would hastily select another child to mold into the new heir. However, Eddard faced an unprecedented situation. On the very day his elder brother perished, his father, Rickard Stark, also fell victim to the Mad King. Thus, an untrained foster son and second son suddenly found himself bereft of kin, thrust into the role of Warden of the North and head of House Stark. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Compounding this misfortune was the fact that the war of usurpation erupted from this tragedy. Eddard found himself without familial guidance and no time to seek mentorship from others. Lacking experience and wisdom in leadership, Eddard was fortunate that he was not alone in confronting the Targaryens. During the hastily initiated war of usurpation, he had the support and counsel of his wife's family head, Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun, and his foster father, Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale. Despite numerous challenges, they managed to rally together and successfully rebel alongside Robert Baratheon. When the war concluded and the dust settled, Eddard emerged as a celebrated figure, the eldest living Stark, and the de facto ruler of the North, wielding significant power. No one remained to question his authority or instruct him in the art of governance. Thus, he retained the honor and integrity learned as a second son and began his rule over the North. Fortuitously, the impoverished lands he governed lacked the intricate schemes and power struggles that could have led to catastrophic blunders under his stewardship. Consequently, Eddard Stark not only upheld his virtues, but also instilled the same values in his children. The untrained Robb Stark, however, became the king in the North and made numerous grave miscalculations, such as insulting the critical ally, House Frey, and unwittingly participating in the Red Wedding. Had Brandon Stark lived, it is difficult to envision his offspring committing such politically naive acts. Thus, any claims of foolishness and immaturity directed at others should be dismissed. Just as one might question an American president's ability to govern even a village upon visiting a foreign land, Eddard Stark was a product of Westerosi society, merely misaligned by fate and the poor judgment of his kingly brother. Ultimately, the tribulation stemmed from the education befitting a second son. Currently, AEG endeavored to discreetly preserve this obstinate yet naive individual, primarily due to his earnest respect for the Night's Watch and the fact that he could easily be manipulated. This arrangement served his interests well. He resolved to ensure that tomorrow, no deceit would be tolerated. The Night's Watch must speak truthfully. After sending off the elated Arya, who had received a promise, AG exhaled deeply. Supporting an incapable individual was undeniably arduous. Fortunately, in his initial undertaking, he had fortuitously thwarted a rival's plans with a clever rumor, granting him time to attend to other matters before the next crisis arose. Stretching his body, AEG joined Tyrion in the outer chamber, where he discovered his newly appointed employee, the second member of the Night's Watch office, Jaqen, sitting upright behind the desk in the lobby, feigning seriousness as he guarded the entrance. AEG rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss regarding how to handle this pretentious character. If Jaqen were to resign today, that would be manageable. However, if he lingered openly while covertly scheming within the Red Keep, it could spell disaster. Time to close up. Let's go, AEG instructed Jaqen. He did not deliberate for long. If he wished to engage in pretense, then they could both act. While he might not rival Jaqen in the art of killing, he had garnered ample personal insights into the craft of acting. After conveying this thought, he turned to Tyrion. Don't retire too early tonight. I may need your assistance in composing a letter. You ought to master the art of writing swiftly, Tyrion replied, not one to refuse. Though he could not suppress a complaint, constantly playing matchmaker for you is quite taxing. Such is the burden of those capable, they must labor more. Before joining the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont was the Lord of Bear Island and quickly ascended to the rank of commander after donning the Black Cloak. He had maintained his position of authority ever since. For AEG, He represented a figure of temporary admiration and influence. Persuading such an old hand to alter his stance would require some finesse. After all, the commander had never witnessed the extraordinary combat prowess of the others. Although initiating a ranger expedition northward for investigation was, in principle, unproblematic, AEG realized he could not dissuade him through mere rational argument. How should I begin? Chapter 82. Logistics impacting the front lines. The Night's Watch's duty is to guard the wall, not to protect House Stark. Organizing a large-scale operation to locate Benjen Stark is not only a reversal of priorities, but also a blatant disregard for the lives of other brothers. Tyrion reiterated Aegon's words, staring at him as if he were a ghost, unable to move his pen. Are you certain you wish to write this? This is tantamount to insubordination. Even if Mormont is reasonable, he cannot. Moreover, how do you know that our commander initiated the ranger expedition solely to find Benjen Stark? Given your understanding, why adopt such a confrontational tone? Aegon replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Do you think that if I present facts and rational arguments, trying to persuade him not to conduct this extensive reconnaissance, he would be receptive? I don't know. While I may be short, I cannot peer into Mormont's mind, Tyrion retorted. That is sheer speculation on your part, but you must admit it is a possibility. Conversely, if I feign misunderstanding and then lash out from the perspective of the Night's Watch's interests, Aegon continued without dispute, elaborating on his rationale. You see, there is a human tendency for attention to sharpen when one hears or sees someone claim they have erred, prompting an instinctual rebuttal. Commander Mormont, upon reading my accusations, despite his disdain, will at least feel compelled to read on due to this cognitive bias. Who knows, he might even write back to reassure me, elucidating the true purpose behind this operation. After all, he is counting on me to work diligently and provide as much as possible from the list. You are quite the thinker, Tyrion mused, finding some merit in Aegon's perspective. He nodded and returned to the letter. Very well, repeat it, and I shall inscribe it verbatim. Should anything go awry, do not seek me out. Thus, Aegon spoke, and Tyrion wrote. About an hour later, the first official correspondence from the Night's Watch's chief logistics officer to the 997th commander was meticulously penned by Tyrion Lannister in the elegant script of the Westerlands. Finally, Aegon outlined several specific plans, employing his imagination to devise various strategies for safely capturing whites with minimal elite forces from the Night's Watch. Moreover, he promised to provide all necessary equipment for executing these plans. With all due respect, Aegon, your plans are evidently idealistic. They will likely yield results only under perfect conditions. With everything proceeding smoothly, at this juncture, I no longer wish to question the existence of those creatures beyond the wall. Let us assume they are real and address the matter at hand. I have visited the wall, and the conditions there are indeed dire and complex. With personnel of varying quality, situations can change at any moment. I do not expect them to follow my directives to the letter. The crux lies in the supplies I have prepared for these plans, Aegon clarified. As long as they acknowledge the notion of seeking aid from the realm's rulers and await my delivery of equipment for capturing whites, my objective will be achieved. It takes a month for ships to reach the wall from King's Landing, and by then, the most perilous moments would have passed. What perilous moments? Military secrets, Aegon said, withholding further details from Tyrion. In the original narrative of the Ranger expedition, the Night's Watch troops chose to camp at the first Men's Finger. Having determined that this location was a crucial route for Mance raiders' 10,000 wildlings advancing southward to assault the wall, the terrain was defensible and difficult to conquer. By securing this high ground, a mere few hundred Night's Watch members could withstand the assault of thousands of wildlings and hinder their advance. Strategically and tactically, this decision was sound. Regrettably, what awaited them was not the wildlings, but a horde of whites. Should the Night's Watch delay their expedition to await the promised supplies, the wildling army would commence their southward march from their gathering point, overwhelming the first Men's Finger and depriving the expeditionary force of the advantageous terrain. Failure to seize the first Men's Finger would prevent the undead army from encircling them upon the mountain, thereby averting near-total annihilation. This exemplifies the best way a logistics officer can influence the front lines without command authority, by controlling the timing of supply deliveries. If the Night's Watch could manage to capture whites to send to King's Landing, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. If not, rescuing as many brothers in black as possible would be a commendable alternative. Unable to ascertain which course of action would best serve his interests, Aegon ultimately resolved to follow his heart. He could not merely stand by and watch 300 brothers march to their doom. Although he longed to escape the identity of a night's watchman and felt resentment towards his leaders for burdening him with numerous tasks, the bonds forged with the hundreds of brothers at Castle Black were not easily forgotten. From a personal standpoint, he harbored respect for Commander Mormont and Maester Eamon. Admiring their integrity and dedication, Tyrion scoffed, "What nonsense military secrets? I have no interest in them." He gestured dismissively and examined the letter. "Well, this will suffice. Shall I add anything else? Let me think. First, please acquire the official appointment certificate for Chief Logistics Officer, stating that I will not draw a salary and that I may recruit my own subordinates. As long as the Night's Watch officially recognizes my title, that is indeed important. Is there anything more?" Aegon pondered, considering that sending a letter to the Wall was no easy task, and deciding to express all his thoughts up front. "Include the difficulties I have encountered in recruitment, informing them of my intention to summon temporary Night's Watchmen, and see if Mormont approves." "You are facing recruitment difficulties?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. "Why was I unaware of this? Have you begun recruiting?" "Not yet. Do not concern yourself with that. Just write as I instruct." "Very well." Aegon organized his thoughts, embellishing his plans slightly, which Tyrion then inscribed into the letter. "What on earth is this?" Tyrion furrowed his brow, but decided to temporarily cease his contemplation and continue as a mere scribe. "Anything else?" "That is all. Oh, one last thing. Send a message to Jon Snow, saying that Arya sends her regards, as she is in King's Landing learning swordsmanship from me and is quite happy. Remind him to take care of himself at the Wall." Tyrion rolled his eyes. "Dare you impersonate Lady Stark? Just write it down. Tomorrow, I will mention it to Arya, and she will surely agree." Chapter 83. The show begins. The letter to the Wall had been dispatched and separated by 1,000 miles. AEG was powerless to influence the Night's Watch any further. He understood all too well that, as he was neither the sole nor the primary logistical source for the Night's Watch, the so-called logistical support for the front lines could be exceedingly limited. His only hope now rested on the Raven carrying the message, wishing for its safe and swift delivery, and that the recipient would heed its contents. As the days in King's Landing continued, AG, upon discovering Arya's potential as his ear at the power's core, devoted more thought to cultivating her involvement. Apart from certain matters that she simply could not be privy to, he was generally willing to bring her along wherever he went. While the bond between mentor and pupil deepened, the intimacy sometimes proved overwhelming for him. Were it not for the fact that the girl, when dressed appropriately, resembled a rather charming noble lady, E.G. would question the merit of expending such significant effort for mere snippets of information. He found himself reminiscing about the carefree days of his previous world, where unruly children were a manageable nuisance, unlike the current dilemma posed by Jaqen Hagar. Unlike Arya, Jaqen had not taken his leave as anticipated. Instead, he seemed to have settled peacefully into the accommodations Iji had arranged, donning his dark attire to accompany Iji to and from the office, dutifully executing menial tasks and maintaining a facade of normalcy. Even as AEG hired a local employee, Jaqen remained tight-lipped about his intentions to depart. What purpose did a top-tier spy and assassin serve if he neither gathered intelligence nor executed assignments? AEG resolved to either integrate Jaqen into his dealings with Arya to alleviate some of his burden or let the girl drive him away. "Jaqen, I have no time today. Go practice swordplay with Lady Stark." "What? No. I only train with my master. I won't accept someone else as a substitute." Arya protested, her displeasure evident. "Your skills are lacking. It is a waste of my time to practice with you daily. Come back when you have mastered what I have taught you and can defeat my subordinates." "Someone cannot wield a sword, my lord," Jaqen replied, his eyes narrowing. "One who can access the royal library cannot be bested by a mere girl." AEG scrutinized Jaqen. "I do not inquire about your origins, nor impose restrictions on your stay. I ask only that you exhibit a modicum of honesty and not treat everyone as fools. If you cannot wield a sword, teach her something else. Your task is to ensure she is not victorious over you." Reluctantly, Jaqen acquiesced, understood. To avoid hindering Jaqen, AEG refrained from observing the sword practice in the courtyard. Initially, Arya displayed discontent, but soon her excitement surged as she engaged with her new sparring partner. AEG exhaled in relief. If Jaqen remained in King's Landing without a clear purpose and feigned incompetence, he would be at a loss on how to manage him. After an incident involving a bond purchaser's visit when AEG was absent, he and Tyrion learned their lesson and devised a precise bond issuance schedule. On the appointed day, AEG would remain at the office from dawn till dusk to await potential clients, while at other times, he could delegate the office's operations to hired staff, allowing him to attend to various matters such as supervising the paper-making process at the workshop of the Nernina siblings, urging the extraction of obsidian, and procuring supplies for the night's watch. The summer in King's Landing was as sweltering and flavorful as ever, but without Caitlin Tully's chaos and Peter Baelish's meddling. The capital's life appeared rather mundane in comparison to the original narrative. The king indulged in revelry, sowing seeds of discord, while the queen anxiously continued her affair with her brother. The prime minister grappled with the mysteries surrounding his late adoptive father and the rampant rumors circulating within the city. Beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, the inaugural issuance of Night's Watch bonds and the accompanying improvements in papermaking were advancing quietly. The first batch of obsidian from Dragonstone was being loaded onto ships at the port, alongside the numerous supplies AEG had procured for the white capturing plan. Thus, in a small workshop, the first practical plant fiber paper in Westeros, and perhaps the entire world of ice and fire, was born. This marked a significant historical moment, particularly for those eager to profit from it. AEG and Tyrion arrived at the workshop, standing alongside the paper-making siblings, with the ever-curious Arya trailing close behind. Visually, the paper before AEG, though slightly grayish-yellow with uneven edges, bore a resemblance to the poorest quality of pirated books or funeral money he had encountered prior to his arrival in this world. It demonstrated adequate flexibility when folded or rolled. When subjected to slight pressure, it deformed only minimally without tearing. Now, as long as the ink remained clear and did not bleed upon writing, they had precisely what they needed. "Bring me a pen." AG extended his hand. Nina swiftly fetched a pen and ink, only for Arya to snatch them away. "I will write." AEG sighed, a mix of exasperation and affection, conceding, "Very well. You may be the first." Arya was not truly the first. The paper-making siblings had clearly conducted experiments prior to inviting the two bosses. The girl dipped the pen into the ink and excitedly inscribed her name, Arya Stark. Not content, she doodled a cloud, a tree, and a little figure beneath her name. The room fell silent as the siblings anxiously watched AG and Tyrion, who glanced inquiringly at A. "How does it appear?" "What do you mean? Isn't it your responsibility to oversee the printing? Do you believe this paper is suitable for printing?" Tyrion scrutinized the paper bearing Arya's name and drawings, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I believe it is adequate." "Then it is indeed satisfactory," AEG asserted decisively. "Nina, tell me, what is the cost of this paper?" "Cost? The raw material cost is negligible. Primarily equipment, processing agents, dyes, fuel, and labor. Exclude equipment and venue costs, and give me a rough estimate. Approximately 10 copper pennies per sheet." "Excellent. Once we scale production, even accounting for equipment and rent, the true cost will continue to decline towards this figure, and it should decrease further as the process matures." AEG contemplated, then turned abruptly to Tyrion. "What is the current market cost of parchment?" 2 months prior, Tyrion would have been unable to answer, but now, he had done his homework. For a sheet of this size, over a silver stag, if one desires thicker or higher quality parchment, the price becomes unpredictable. Thus, the situation is clear. Even without process improvements, the cost of our paper is merely a fraction of that of parchment. AEG inhaled deeply. The show is about to begin. To commemorate this historic moment, let us bestow a name upon this paper. Nina was the first to propose. "Since Lord AEG has contributed significantly to the birth of this paper, let us call it Wester paper." "Huh, I cannot claim to have made such a grand contribution. However, calling them Neil and Nina seems rather peculiar. Why not refer to them as Lannister paper? Perhaps Arya paper would be more suitable, as my name is inscribed upon it." Chapter 84. Commercialization and becoming an idol. While elation is indeed present, there exist matters of greater significance than merely naming a piece of paper, namely, the expedient commercialization of new inventions. In other words, how to swiftly monetize this innovation. Our first task is to attract customers. Iger gestured for silence and proposed a calculation. After trimming the irregular edges of a sheet of raw paper, how many uniformly sized rectangles could be obtained? The answer is quite simple, by folding it twice. Iger took the initiative and quickly concluded that a single sheet of raw paper, while minimizing waste, could yield 6 sheets slightly larger than A4 size. Considering the dimensions of the printing plate and the ergonomics primarily relevant to books, it would be prudent to have the sheets again. Thus, a single sheet of raw paper could ultimately be transformed into 12 moderately sized sheets suitable for practical use, which could then be printed with text and bound into books or various pamphlets. As for the workshop's daily production capacity of such raw paper, Nina licked her lips, pondering for a few moments. It is difficult to ascertain. The transformation from raw materials to finished paper involves several steps that require time for waiting. The addition of lime and other powders, along with final drying by fire, could expedite the process. If we could hire more individuals and procure additional equipment to streamline all operations, we would see a significant increase in speed. Then we must expand promptly, hiring as many local personnel as possible, those who are familiar. Iger contemplated for a moment and suggested, we should divide the paper-making process into distinct operations, assigning specific workers to particular tasks to create an assembly line. This approach would not only enhance production speed, but also make it prohibitively expensive for anyone wishing to clandestinely learn the craft of papermaking, as they would need to entice the entire workforce away, an endeavor not easily conducted in secrecy. An assembly line? Nina bit her lip, contemplating, and soon grasped Iger's intention. If someone were to brazenly poach workers, what could be done? Tyrion sighed and shrugged. It is not a particularly complex skill. Once production scales up, it will be impossible to prevent others from learning the art of papermaking. Indeed, thus we must act swiftly, before various competitors emerge. We should establish collaborative relationships with as many affluent patrons as possible to mitigate their potential threats and capture as much market share as we can. Iger nodded. In a world devoid of intellectual property concepts, the notion of monopolizing the market is utterly fanciful. He would not engage in such futile endeavors. By the way, let us gather the existing paper to print a copy of the 7-Star Bible, showcasing it to the church, bookstores, and general merchants to secure some orders. Tyrion, you excel in this. I entrust it to you. How did you deduce my proficiency in this? As a non-essential commodity, printed calendars have already ingrained a perception of rarity among the common populace, let alone neatly printed materials. Utilizing such items as promotional gifts is both dignified and cost-effective, making it an ideal choice. Within this workshop, Iger unconsciously assumed the role of leader and orchestrator, and notably, everyone seemed in agreement. After assigning tasks, he recollected his own responsibilities. Of course, I shall not remain idle. I will seek out individuals capable of crafting stories, penning popular adventure novels. Once our papermaking and printing capabilities are sufficiently robust, we shall commence the publication of novels. Master, you often regale me with tales of your adventures prior to arriving in Westeros. These stories alone could fill a book, regardless of whether others believe it or not. The sales are bound to be promising, as these narratives have endured market scrutiny, appealing to both young and old alike with their simplicity and accessibility, requiring no particular experience or literary acumen to appreciate. Enhancing the public's perception of the Night's Watch is a formidable task. Perhaps I should emerge as an idol? Tyrion's eyes gleamed as he leaned closer to Iger, lowering his voice. Do not forget about the other matter, though it may not be esteemed. It is beloved by the masses. What is it? The whispered conversation did not escape Arya's ears. It pertains to the topic being discussed. Something unassuming, yet favored by the public? That could only refer to Little Yellow Book, which is indeed a splendid notion. There is unlikely to be any disruptive creature in Westeros. Iger chuckled inwardly and softly reassured the girl. Patience, I shall ensure you receive a copy to peruse. Will it corrupt the young? Eddard himself had neither the time to monitor his daughter nor the inclination to demand custodial fees or tuition, so there was no need for excessive concerns. Having discussed the essential matters, it is now imperative that everyone diligently fulfills their assigned roles. The game of wealth is about to commence in earnest. Chapter 85. Nina and the letter after more than a month of interaction. The individuals from various corners of the world, who might never have crossed paths, had grown familiar with one another. Even Tyrion's 2 attendants. Upon encountering the Stark family's nanny who regularly escorted Arya to and from school, could muster a friendly nod and engage in casual banter. Moreover, the guests brought in by Tyrion, with the exception of Jaime Lannister, all opted for the minimum investment of 100 gold dragons. While 2,000 gold dragons may not seem like a fortune, combined with Tyrion's personal assets, it constituted a considerable sum that could facilitate numerous endeavors without inciting rebellion or extensive construction. If Tyrion could secure additional investments, he would be able to expand while maintaining a substantial reserve for emergencies. The goal of establishing a firm foothold in King's Landing was all but assured. The only remaining variable was the extent of profit and the ultimate trajectory of his partnership with Tyrion. Turning his gaze, the chief logistics officer recalled that Nina was quietly trailing behind him like a bashful bride, her head bowed in silence, appearing somewhat shy, surrounded by the likes of Tyrion and Arya, both of whom regarded him as a partner and a mentor respectively. It was only natural for a bystander to perceive him as a significant figure, eliciting a sense of awe and tension. This intelligent young woman, adept in both literacy and innovation, piqued AG's interest, prompting him to ease the atmosphere and bridge the gap between himself and the young inventor. "Nina, do you have any thoughts on reducing costs with your brother?" he inquired. Startled, the girl responded with a soft ah, glancing up at him briefly before quickly averting her gaze. "I have some ideas, but I haven't started experimenting yet. I'm not sure if they'll work." AEG noted a hint of color rise to Nina's cheeks. He was no inexperienced youth, untouched by romantic entanglements, had he not traversed into this world. He might already be a father. A fleeting realization washed over him. Her demeanor resembled that of a girl smitten, rather than someone simply intimidated by a prominent figure. Could Tyrion's words hold truth? Did this young woman harbor feelings for him? Though he viewed himself as a mere foot soldier, his interactions in King's Landing were with influential figures such as the Prime Minister and wealthy knights, and he had made an effort to present himself well. Aside from his peculiar attire, he maintained an appearance that rivaled some lesser nobility, and in Nina's presence, he played the role of benefactor and behind-the-scenes patron. In this backward era, it was not surprising that he might attract the attention of a blossoming maiden of 16 or 17. Amused, AEG allowed a wry smile to cross his lips. Before his arrival in this world, his family had merely achieved a modest standard of living. He was of decent appearance. But never had he experienced the allure of being admired by young women. Well, since these are merely ideas, they are not set in stone. Feel free to share them. I'm here to offer counsel. During the refinement of papermaking techniques, AEG had provided valuable insights due to his broader experiences compared to those around him. Yet he had limited practical involvement in the workshop. As Nina spoke, AG took the opportunity to observe her openly. Her bright, captivating eyes needed no further description. Yet even apart from this striking feature, her slender form, framed by delicate garments, showcased long eyelashes, a dainty nose, and dimples that faintly appeared even when she was not smiling, complemented by her rosy, tender skin. She resembled a lotus in bloom, untouched by the murk of the world. Nina was not the kind of girl who would take one's breath away at first glance, but her charm grew with familiarity. Despite her humble origins, she was not only literate but also possessed a remarkable intellect capable of innovation, a rarity in Westeros, a true gem amidst the gravel. AEG had encountered numerous striking women since arriving in this realm, yet they were either queens or noblewomen, or enchantresses like Melisandre, figures to be admired from afar. Now, suddenly faced with an approachable young woman who posed no threat of complications, he found himself momentarily distracted. Perhaps he could leverage his position as her employer to keep her close, acting as both a mentor and a confidant. He swiftly dismissed the notion. It had been too long since he had interacted with women. One must not let hormones dictate judgment when engaged in significant endeavors. There were plenty of other women in the world, and it would be unwise to harbor inappropriate thoughts about someone who could assist him, despite his efforts to maintain composure. It was not typical behavior to distance oneself from a charming young lady. AEG smiled as he and Nina discussed improvements in papermaking. Since he could no longer offer technical advice, he resorted to his trump card, nodding along to whatever she suggested. As I've said before, money is not an issue. Be bold in your experiments and do not fear failure. Nina was not one to shy away from conversation. After a few exchanges and playful remarks, the initial tension of being alone with her idol faded, and she became more at ease, occasionally daring to glance up at him. Her curiosity piqued about the Night's Watch. Were they all as dashing as her employer? As they shared laughter, they arrived at the Night's Watch office. Although Nina was not the primary investor, AEG and Tyrion still intended to proceed with formal investment contracts, valuing capable individuals and avoiding frivolous dealings. As she was half an insider, it also provided an opportunity to rehearse for when genuine investors would come calling. However, the office staff approached first. "My lord, a letter from the commander." AEG took the parchment, noting that the wax seal had already been broken. Uncertain whether it was the work of the maester responsible for receiving mail in King's Landing or if Jaqen had secretly pried into the Night's Watch's secrets, He glanced at the spy from Bravos, who feigned ignorance, before unfolding the letter. After a few moments, he looked up at Tyrion, wearing an enigmatic smile. AEG nodded, still smiling. So now you are officially recognized as the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch? He nodded silently, a smug grin on his face. Have they captured a white? Not yet, but they are attempting to. AG set the letter down. Amidst the good news, there was a hint of bad tidings. Yet he was already prepared. Without further discussion, he motioned to proceed to the inner chamber to sign the investment contracts. Chapter 86. The Night's Watch Logistics and Security Department in summary. The newly enlisted soldiers summoned by AEG are not permitted to indiscriminately assimilate into the ranks of the Night's Watch. Furthermore, they must be ready to engage in various military tasks as soon as they arrive at the wall. Under these constraints, AEG faces a choice: either hire mercenaries or train the soldiers himself. The former option seems promising, as mercenaries, being professional soldiers, undoubtedly possess commendable combat capabilities. However, such resources are only feasible for those with deep pockets, like the Lannisters, or for those who can afford to pay from the spoils of victory after defeating their enemies. AEG's forces are dispatched to the wall to confront the Free Folk and the White Walkers, both of whom represent a formidable challenge that offers little reward for victory and dire consequences for failure. While defeating the wildlings may yield some spoils of war, vanquishing the White Walkers brings no tangible benefit. Since sustaining war efforts through battle is not an option, these astute mercenaries would demand substantial upfront fees, which could prove financially burdensome. Although a few thousand golden dragons may suffice for entrepreneurial ventures, investing them in mercenaries could yield negligible returns. AEG cannot afford such extravagance at this moment, thus he must resort to the latter option, training the soldiers himself. AEG furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it was Mayermont who had discerned his intentions to subtly transform the Night's Watch for influence, or if he merely sought to preserve the ideological purity of the Watch. Perhaps the situation was less intricate, and Mayermont simply intended to impose additional tasks to further exploit AEG's initiative among the privileged elite of King's Landing. The answer is inconsequential. What truly matters is how to respond. AEG remained composed, having previously contemplated the challenges presented by the Night's Watch's segregation of their own from external assistance. This division would hinder his plans to assert influence and authority within the organization. Conversely, training new recruits in King's Landing would enhance his direct control and strengthen his relationship with the hired aide. Although the latter option entails greater expenditure and effort, the question of which is superior remains ambiguous. Attached to the letter was a small note, which A handed to Arya. It was a greeting from John, and the girl nearly squealed with delight upon reading it, oblivious to AEG's exasperated sigh. Here he was, enduring the grim existence of the Black Castle, yet writing letters to assure his dear sister of his well-being. What a miserable thought. AEG had too many responsibilities to indulge in romantic pursuits, especially considering Arya was still so naive. Such distractions would be irresponsible for both himself and Nina. It was imperative to maintain self-control. In a world governed by the Song of Swords and Sorcery, this was especially crucial. With his thoughts gathered, AG had two pressing matters to consider. First, training troops in King's Landing. Second, devising strategies to bolster his influence and authority as the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch, especially in light of the potential exclusion of his external allies from voting and decision-making processes. King's Landing, being the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, presents a sensitive environment for military training, akin to attempting to establish a private security firm near the South China Sea in a previous life. The potential complications are numerous, and even with Eddard's approval as Hand of the King, smooth sailing is not guaranteed. AG requires a valid pretext. He quickly formulated a solution for the first issue. Since he intended to establish a factory, he would inevitably need employees, some of whom would be tasked with security and oversight. He would advertise for guards under the guise of factory security, providing them with unified training. When the time came, he could entice the bold and resilient with doubled wages to venture north to the wall. The second issue required more contemplation, and he realized he had fallen into a habitual mindset. Deception and cunning had proven effective before, and now he instinctively gravitated toward such thoughts. However, the circumstances had shifted. He was a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, now officially recognized as the chief logistics officer of the Legion. Although he remained largely solitary, with only two subordinates, one of whom had ulterior motives, His dual identity as a sworn brother and officer inherently granted him a measure of influence and authority within the organization, devoid of any superficial embellishments. Undoubtedly, his current influence is minimal. Yet by fulfilling his duties diligently and ensuring that all members of the Night's Watch are well-fed and adequately equipped for battle, while also ensuring they recognize his contributions, his standing among them would gradually rise. If straightforward means can achieve the desired results, there is no need to resort to underhanded tactics. With a sense of relief, AEG exhaled, allowing his mind a moment's respite. The next order of business was to select a location for the factory and begin preparations for establishing the Night's Watch logistics and security department. Chapter 87. Progress in the Alchemist Guild under ordinary circumstances. Acquiring a tome crafted from parchment, meticulously hand-copied and illustrated, would require a minimum expenditure of 1 gold dragon. Typically, such works are rare and must be specially ordered. Few possess the leisure or funds to amass a collection awaiting buyers. However, upon the completion of the first edition of the 7-Star Bible, printed and bound on plant fiber paper, Tyrion ventured to the church to promote this specimen. Leveraging his status and eloquence, he successfully secured his inaugural order. The church commissioned 1,000 copies at 30 silver deer each, along with 10,000 promotional pamphlets and illustrations at 1 silver deer per copy, providing the specific content. Moreover, with the assistance of salespeople recruited by Tyrion, several smaller orders from merchants and various shops began to trickle in. Although the factory had yet to commence operations, the preliminary orders from numerous clients, reflecting their tentative interest in this novel venture, had already amounted to several hundred gold dragons. Some smaller clients, intimidated by the Lannister name, even opted to make advance payments. The first set of engravings had been completed, and sensing the momentum of success, perhaps too much success, Tyrion decisively commanded the production of a second set of engravings. The aforementioned details pertain solely to the 7-Star Bible. Additional sporadic orders for calendars, as well as preparations for novels and risque literature, were already underway with fervent enthusiasm. Regrettably, while authors were plentiful, finding individuals adept in content creation remained a challenge for AEG. An unsettling thought began to creep in. If he could not locate suitable talent, would he be compelled to undertake the task himself? Crafting tales of romance and intrigue was manageable, given his experience. However, illustrations posed a significant obstacle. This world lacked cameras and computers, rendering all imagery hand-drawn. At present, such considerations seemed premature. Surely, solutions would arise when the time came. After deliberation, the factory site was selected just outside the southwest walls of King's Landing, slightly upstream from the numerous ports along the Blackwater River, south of the melee grounds. Several factors influenced this choice. The vast, unblemished expanse outside the city walls, proximity to the river for water supply and waste management, convenient access to Blackwater Port and the main thoroughfares, and the impoverished populace surrounding the walls, which constituted an excellent source of affordable labor. Following days of cartographic study and on-site inspections, AEG and Tyrion identified an area a few miles beyond the King's Gate, a mere few hundred yards from the road. Adjacent to the Blackwater River, an open field that had once been farmland. Ordinarily, such proximity to King's Landing, coupled with its position along the southern bank of the Blackwater, would render it highly sought after and already occupied. Fortunately, this was not the modern world AEG had traversed, rife with shrewd speculators. The lands surrounding King's Landing were the personal property of King Robert, and a crucial factor impacting land value in this era was the absence of walls for protection. Unprotected land depreciated significantly. One should note that, according to the original narrative, even the most lucrative area outside King's Landing, the bustling and vibrant Mudgate by Blackwater Port, was rendered barren when Stannis, leading his army by land and sea, besieged the city during the War of the Five Kings. Tyrion, tasked with organizing the city's defense, had ordered the demolition of all structures to prevent them from serving as a launch point for enemy forces. The site ultimately chosen by AEG and Tyrion lay to the west of that bustling area, where the Blackwater Bay had transformed into the swift-flowing Blackwater River. Its banks narrow and turbulent, unsuitable for merchant vessels. Consequently, merchants deemed it valueless. The original trees had been felled, leaving the land fallow, with a few nearby farmers privately cultivating vegetables and fruits. Arya had developed a profound admiration for her swordsmanship instructor. As a father, Eddard's fondness for Guy had increased slightly due to his daughter's influence. Additionally, as the hand of the king and lord of Winterfell, he found Aeg's ambitions to develop a Night's Watch enterprise in King's Landing quite intriguing. Thus, without much effort, the chief logistics officer secured the rights to the vast tract of land from the hand, provided he compensated the farmers for their destroyed crops, entirely exempt from paying rent to the Iron Throne. A perfect arrangement. With the construction crew hired and plans laid, the Night's Watch's first stronghold in the south began to take shape. Perhaps one day, I should relocate here. The space is ample, and the environment pleasant. The location is advantageous, though it is somewhat distant from the brothels. As the industrial area grows, it is only natural that certain establishments will follow, and in time, there shall be a brothel owned by the Night's Watch. Speaking of brothels, Aeg could not help but worry about his dwarf friend. Due to personal circumstances, Tyrion had not encountered Shay again. Yet, given his age, one could only wonder if he would ever find true love. Of course, the women employed for the workers would hardly serve the noble Lord Lannister. Why not keep a few for himself? I enjoy a change of flavors from time to time. Tyrion, oblivious to Aeg's jest, responded seriously. I suggest you continue residing within the city. While your relocation might be convenient, what about your lovely apprentice? She is the daughter of the hand. How could she possibly traverse several miles daily for your swordsmanship lessons? Having a Stark child involved in our endeavors is quite beneficial. Even disregarding personal preferences, you cannot abandon her. Indeed, without Tyrion's reminder, Aeg was already acutely aware of this fact. Arya's presence was immensely advantageous for him. It was merely a casual remark. I will strive to remain in the city. However, you have indeed prompted a thought. Tyrion swiftly redirected the conversation. Establishing a factory is a venture. Providing services for workers is also a venture. In the future, we could establish a cafeteria, various shops, brothels, and gambling houses adjacent to the factory, restricting workers from leaving during work hours, allowing them to spend only within the premises. This way, we can afford to raise wages slightly. After all, a portion of their earnings would still circulate back to us. Isn't this the solid funding chain you desire? How premature. We have yet to lay the groundwork, and already you are envisioning the service industry. Tyrion, you must be the true time traveler. Aeg mused, casting a sidelong glance at him. What a heartless boss you are, truly deserving of the moniker Little Monster. What I have learned from you, I am the Little Monster, and you are the Great Monster. The dwarf responded with a rude gesture, unrelenting in his retort. I merely seek wealth. While you plot to conscript individuals to the wall to face wildlings and White Walkers, risking lives. Indeed, someone must undertake such duties. Tyrion instantly recognized the impropriety of his jest. He often failed to gauge the appropriateness of humor. He quickly shifted the topic. When the time comes, these individuals must receive fair wages. Yes, they must indeed be high. Aeg nodded, fearing for his life and unwilling to confront humanity's adversaries. Yet he wished to bestow honor and security upon those who would. The two tacitly avoided this subject, continuing their discussions on other matters. Efforts to attract investment had begun to bear fruit, as a young noble residing in King's Landing had been persuaded by Tyrion's endeavors. Unfortunately, he lacked decision-making authority within his family to commit substantial funds, thus notifying his elders to visit King's Landing, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Lord of the Riverlands to inspect the workshop and products, potentially securing the first investment shortly. In truth, he had observed the building upon his arrival in King's Landing, but at that moment, the city's foul stench and the disorientation of being new had overshadowed all other impressions. Yet, as he became increasingly familiar with King's Landing, the incongruity of this structure grew more pronounced. It resembled an imposing hotel, towering above the surrounding buildings, yet appeared diminutive compared to the grand cathedral he had just passed. Situated in the city's heart, it seemed neglected, its doors tightly sealed, devoid of visitors, with even some windows broken and left unrepaired. What purpose does this building serve? Tyrion glanced up, remarking, Ah, that is the Hall of the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 88, The Sage and Wildfire, the Alchemist Guild Hall? It would be better not to ask. The name seems more discordant than the building itself. Aegir couldn't help but wonder if he had been transported into a game world. Do alchemists wield magic? You have certainly heard of the other two terms, fire sorcerer and wildfire. Tyrion shrugged, and, seeing Aegir halt his horse, he had no choice but to stop with Jack and Morris. What's the matter? That is not something to take lightly. Well, it's quite accessible. Fire sorcerers were once the darlings of House Targaryen, but now they have fallen so low that anyone can kick them and spit on them. Tyrion shrugged. As long as you have some coin, you can enter. If it weren't for the abundance of wildfire underground, do you think this building could still stand here? However, the people inside are rather eccentric and quite pitiful. Really, they have fallen from grace, from heaven to hell, and that is precisely what these individuals embody. Let us take a look. Tyrion furrowed his brow in confusion, yet accustomed to Aegir's sudden whims, he refrained from asking further questions. Laboriously dismounting from his specially made saddle to join Aegir and the two attendants. How do we enter? Through the main entrance. Aegir rolled his eyes. The main door is closed. So simple. Morris stayed behind to guard the horses while the remaining three ascended a few steps and knocked on the wooden door, which appeared to have not been opened for decades. To their surprise, the door creaked open much sooner than expected, revealing a shifty-eyed old man, far more disheveled than Will, peering out. What do you want? Here to purchase that substance? Indeed. Tyrion patted his coin pouch, the sound of gold dragons and silver stags clinking together resonating. The door swung wider. Come in. Why are you dressed so lightly? What do you mean? Aegir was puzzled, but seeing Tyrion's confident demeanor, he held his tongue and followed. Soon, he realized they were heading in the wrong direction. This was not the way to the nursery. They were descending. What do you call yourself? Tyrion inquired of the old man. Please call me Sage Dak, the old man replied with an air of pride. How much do you require? Ask my friend here. He is curious about wildfire. What do you mean by how much? Aegir's mind was in a whirl. Who was he? Where was he? What did he want? Oh, he was the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch, Aegir Wester, in the Alchemist Guild Hall, seeking to understand this wildfire. However, listening to the conversation between Tyrion and Sage Dak, Aegir was astonished to learn that this substance, which held a certain mystique in his mind, could be traded like wine. This was liquid explosives. Dressed in black, has someone died in your family? Using that substance for cremation is quite an idea. Aegir's face darkened immediately. I am a member of the Night's Watch. You are prying too much. Introduce me to that substance. All right. You lot are like curious little squirrels. Always asking questions. Sage Dak muttered, seemingly reluctantly admonishing Tyrion. If I introduce him to that substance, you must at least purchase 10 silver stags worth. Do you know who I am? Tyrion asked curiously. Do you realize that the wealth I possess could buy the entire Alchemist Guild? The old man stared at Tyrion for some time, silent. From his dubious expression, Aegir arrived at a surprising conclusion. This fellow genuinely did not recognize Tyrion. Perhaps he had never heard of a Lannister dwarf. Nonetheless, Tyrion's ostentatious words and presence still intimidated the old man, who ceased his prattle and instead grabbed an oil lamp hanging on the wall, guiding the three down the staircase while beginning his introduction. Do you know about dragons? Dak's opening line was somewhat captivating. Terrifying magical dragons. Their wings can obscure the sun, and their breath can incinerate all in existence. Where does their fire-breathing ability originate? Magic? No, it comes from an organ within their chests. The self-proclaimed sage shook his head. This organ continuously secretes a wondrous substance. When it needs to breathe fire, the organ contracts, squeezing out the liquid, which is then accelerated and atomized by another organ in its mouth, ignited with a touch of magic, thus producing dragon fire. What does this have to do with wildfire? Is it the same substance produced within the dragon's body? Aegir furrowed his brow. Suddenly infusing drama into the Alchemist Guild. Every jar of wildfire created means a hatchling dragon has been slaughtered. No trade, no harm. Let's resist wildfire, starting with me. Could it be that the extinction of dragons was due to the excessive harvesting of wildfire? Of course, that was impossible. Leaving aside whether dragons had the capacity to secrete such a large quantity of that green liquid, even if they could, humans would surely find a gentler way to extract it, akin to bear bile. What Aegir was concerned about now was, how could such a vital military resource, a weapon of mass destruction, be traded so casually as if it were mere wine? Moreover, judging by Dak's obsequious demeanor, it seemed to be unsold and unwanted. No, that substance is not produced within dragons. We merely drew inspiration from it, and, with the aid of technology and magic, invented that substance. Could you not simply say wildfire? Why must you refer to it as that substance? Aegir could no longer contain himself. Having one pretender beside him was enough. And now there was a fire sorcerer as well. Wildfire is the term used by outsiders. The old man appeared quite agitated. It is not wild, but controllable, provided that proper safety measures are taken and some fire magic is mastered. Do you know fire magic? Tyrion scoffed. If wildfire could be controlled, the Iron Throne would still be occupied by the Targaryens, and that substance would not have fallen to such a low price, but would instead be a regulated national treasure. Dak found himself speechless, mumbling a few awkward phrases, but merely continued to lead Aegir and the others down the staircase. Before long, Aegir understood why Dak had inquired about their scant attire upon their initial meeting. After traversing the hall and entering the staircase leading to the cellar, the temperature around them plummeted. The effects of the basement were particularly pronounced here. If it were 30 degrees outside, it felt like 10 degrees now. Before they even reached the bottom, Aegir already felt goosebumps rising on his skin. Surrounding them was an inky darkness devoid of any light, with the damp stone walls adorned with saltpeter. The only source of illumination came from the sealed iron-barred glass oil lamp that Sage Dak was cautiously holding. The actual distance was perhaps several dozen meters, yet it felt as though they had traversed half a century. Dak halted before a seemingly heavy door, handed the oil lamp to Aegir, and produced a key to unlock it. "Do not enter," the old man suddenly called out, lingering at the door. "Light and temperature might render that substance unstable." Aegir quickly stopped, holding the oil lamp tightly, finally grasping why this substance could not be presented openly. If wildfire was so unstable that even a lamp encased in glass could pose a danger, how could it ever be practical? Beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp penetrating the open door, Aegir saw a room crammed with shelves, each laden with fiery red jars resembling plump ceramic grapefruits lined up in rows. He hastily passed the oil lamp to Jack behind him and stepped forward to steady the jar in the fire sorcerer's hands. "Be gentle, the jars are quite thin." Dak retrieved a small vial, confirming with the Night's Watchman about his intention to purchase 10 silver stags worth of wildfire, then began to pour from the jar. Wildfire flowed slowly towards the opening of the vial, revealing a deep green hue under the faint light of the oil lamp, its texture reminiscent of honey. "Do not let your hands touch it. Body temperature can destabilize that substance." "Can body temperature ignite it?" Aegil was so startled that he nearly dropped the jar, thinking it was absurd to believe this substance could be utilized in actual combat. It wasn't quite as exaggerated as that. At least thus far, there had been no recorded instances of body heat igniting a wildfire. Dak, feeling somewhat sheepish, explained with a nervous chuckle. "However, the older this material gets, the more susceptible it becomes to ignition. For the sake of your safety, it's best to exercise caution." Before long, the container, slightly larger than a 500 milliliters bottle of cola, was filled to the brim. Dak adamantly claimed that the contents surpassed the value of 10 silver deer, with the excess being a complimentary addition. After settling the payment, Aegil effortlessly acquired a bottle of this fearsome liquid fuel. "I find this substance quite intriguing, wise Dak," Aegil remarked as he carefully stowed the bottle away, then produced a business card, handing it to the elderly man. "If you have the time, please visit me at the Night Watch office within 2 days, directly opposite the east camp of the King's Guard. We may have a significant business proposition to discuss." Chapter 89. The Chemistry Laboratory? Indeed, it seems implausible. Aegon speculated that wildfire might be a volatile oil infused with white phosphorus or other phosphorus compounds, possessing an exceedingly low flash point, and is highly flammable and explosive. The longer it is left to sit, the greater the concentration of white phosphorus and phosphides in the remaining liquid as the oil evaporates, thereby increasing its combustibility. Such a substance, without comprehensive safety measures, could never be transported over long distances. Is that correct? The chief logistics officer turned to inquire of the sage. "Indeed, that is accurate." Upon receiving 10 silver stags, the pyromancer appeared considerably more amicable. "The illustrious King Robert has decreed that we shall guard the wildfire in the cellar eternally, forbidding any canister from leaving. No canister is to leave, so a bottle or 2 departing is inconsequential, correct?" Tyrion remarked sarcastically. "No, that is not the case. It is not the wildfire stored underground that I seek, but rather the method by which you produce it." Aegon did not wish to trouble the elder alongside his friend. "Might you grant me a tour of the production process, or do you solely sell your existing stock?" "That is impossible." Dak suddenly assumed a grave expression, his eyes widening. "The method of creating wildfire is the deepest secret of the Alchemist's Guild, and it must never be divulged, regardless of the cost." "Regardless of the cost?" Aegon scoffed but refrained from further commentary, merely shaking his head. "What I am asking is not for you to disclose the formula and procedure, but rather for you to serve me. Do you understand? To serve you? That is feasible." The elder hesitated but ultimately conceded, leading Aegon to the first floor, where the warm air elicited a collective sigh of relief. Thus far, Aegon had not encountered any other pyromancers. It appeared the Alchemist Guild had fallen into disrepair, with only a handful of individuals remaining, likely maintaining a rotating work schedule. Upon entering the room, Aegon immediately recognized he had come to the right place. A long table was adorned with various implements and apparatuses, jars and bottles of all sizes, among which Aegon could even ascertain that one was for extraction and another for distillation. This was indeed a chemistry laboratory, at least in its nascent form. The Alchemists Guild, in essence, was a chemical research institute. Why had this group, representing advanced productive forces, been supplanted by the scholars trained uniformly in the academic city, becoming so obscure? With such an abundance of equipment, it could and should yield further discoveries beneficial to society. Why then were they solely focused on the production of wildfire? Was this a distortion of human nature or a decline in the thirst for knowledge? What do you see? Tyrion queried as he observed his friend in a daze. I see the future, Aegon murmured, turning to fix a penetrating gaze upon Dak. Do you know how to utilize everything in this room? Aegon nearly spat blood. Is this place not secure? Is there wildfire that has not been transferred to the basement? Does your Alchemist Guild possess any safe locations? No. Dak pointed to the ceiling. There are mechanisms and magic above. Should an incident occur and fire break out within the room, the ceiling will collapse, and the considerable sand stored above will cascade down to extinguish the flames. Generally, there are no issues, but it has been over a decade since it was last maintained, and I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Aegon glanced upward, and indeed, the ceiling appeared heavy and sagging, seemingly on the verge of collapse, prompting him to abandon the notion of closely examining the chemical apparatuses and hastily retreat from the room. Before departing, he did not forget to remind Dak once more. Wise Dak, please remember my words. Do come to find me when you have the opportunity. What exactly do you want that man to find you for? Upon exiting, Tyrion could no longer contain his curiosity. That fellow is hardly a truly experienced pyromancer. He is likely just a skilled assistant, and the quality of the wildfire he produces is rather concerning. More stable, with greater potency, and yet solid? Tyrion squinted, lacking any martial skills and drawing his understanding of warfare solely from books. Yet this did not hinder him from swiftly forming an impression of what Aegon had described. It would fundamentally alter the nature of warfare and the face of the world. Indeed, Aegon revealed an enigmatic smile. Do you know how to make gunpowder? Tyrion's pupils dilated. I somewhat know, yet do not fully comprehend, hence I seek someone to assist me. Aegon concealed his smile and nudged the horse with his heel. But you, how are you so familiar with the dealings of purchasing wildfire? Very well, let us proceed. Things have become increasingly intriguing. Chapter 90. The sudden turmoil in the Vale gunpowder, to be precise, black powder, is composed of 3 essential ingredients: sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. The mnemonic is simple and catchy, and many can recite it. This represents the proportion of the participating elements. Although a more optimal quality ratio can be achieved in practical preparation, Egger recalls a ratio of 2:15:3. He remembers that sulfur and charcoal are merely elemental sulfur and carbon, while saltpeter refers to potassium nitrate. Writing the explosive reaction equation poses no challenge. Such knowledge is typically grasped by anyone who has completed high school. However, understanding the principles is one thing, and producing a significant quantity of usable gunpowder is quite another. After all, he is not a professional in chemistry or geology, nor has he personally engaged in crafting such a substance. Even if he could produce it, he would refrain from doing so immediately. The reasoning is straightforward. The destructive power of gunpowder is immense, and he is currently dependent on others, particularly under the protection of the Iron Throne and its official representative, Eddard Stark, who may not even be aware of this fact. This objective reality does not change simply because Egger is familiar with the plot, or has secretly aided the latter in the past. Until he commands a faction that is entirely his own, producing gunpowder would merely serve to benefit others. Should word get out, this new invention could swiftly be appropriated by the ruling class of this world for their internecine conflicts, and explosions do not discriminate. As a neutral Night's Watchman, his greatest asset while navigating among various factions is maintaining balance. Once that equilibrium is disrupted, and the 7 great houses engage in warfare, the Northern Army might show mercy, but others would not spare him, regardless of whether he is a guardian of humanity or a defender of the wall. If war were to affect him, any loss of military assets would be secondary. The real catastrophe would be if the very thing that brought him into this world led to his demise. That would be truly absurd. As a transmigrator, Edgar would not turn down the opportunity for romantic escapades with beautiful women, but the idea of experiencing a battlefield where two armies exchange cannon fire, while it might sound like a masculine adventure, is something he prefers to avoid. Alas, Edgar cannot help but reminisce about the typical scenario of transmigrating to a farming life, had he possessed the identity of a prince from the outset, complete with vassals and lands. Matters would undoubtedly be less convoluted. Fantasizing and planning for a distant future is futile. Instead, Edgar seeks to ingratiate himself with the fire mages, not only to win over a few for his own purposes and ensure he can rely on these primitive chemists for the swift creation of gunpowder when necessary, but also to contribute to the defense of the wall. Wildfire, while a perilous substance in the warm south, can be utilized as a liquid explosive in the frigid, dire conditions of the wall, provided one exercises sufficient caution. While awaiting the completion and operation of the first factory under the Night's Watch, Edgar decided to experiment with the vial of wildfire he had procured. Each time, he poured out a few milliliters, engaging in various trials and endeavors. "Don't come too close," he cautioned Arya, who was eagerly watching his reckless antics. "If I catch fire, douse me with that bucket of water over there." The girl giggled in agreement. In her eyes, her adventurous mentor's desire to play with fire was entirely normal. With careful precautions in place, this minor act of recklessness resulted in no injuries. Soon, Edgar reached several conclusions. First, this substance is significantly less dense than water, which is self-evident. Light oils are naturally lighter than water. Not only can it float on the surface, but it can also burn while being cooled by the water, a fact that explains how Tyrion was able to use it to incinerate Stannis' fleet. Secondly, this substance is extremely flammable. Aside from body temperature, it is nearly impossible for it to remain inert. A drop on sun-heated ground ignites. Left in the sun for half a minute, it ignites. Even a snap of the fingers nearby, generating a bit of frictional heat, can ignite it. Though lacking a thermometer, Edgar concluded that temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius would induce spontaneous combustion. In addition to its ease of ignition and spontaneous combustion, it possesses minimal surface tension, allowing it to rapidly saturate and infiltrate any material it contacts, a terrifying and deadly characteristic for a flammable liquid. A remarkable substance. He eagerly anticipated its ignition amidst a horde of wights. Eventually, Edgar met with the fire mages, proposing they serve the Night's Watch in the north, only to be met with refusal. The mere mention of serving the Night's Watch conjured a host of negative associations, particularly among the older generation, who held these notions deeply ingrained. Despite his explanations, his interlocutors remained resolute, and the matter was ultimately set aside. However, Edgar was undeterred. As a mere junior officer in the Night's Watch, it was unrealistic to expect everything to proceed smoothly. Yet, he believed that with time, as the Night's Watch's industry flourished and a solid coalition of interests formed with the nobles of King's Landing and beyond, the combination of wealth and power would yield formidable strength. At that juncture, he would once again seek out the alchemists, employing coercion and persuasion to present them with an irresistible proposal. With the first investment secured, the future appeared promising. Yet, just as Edgar was brimming with optimism, an unexpected piece of news jolted him. During a routine emotional exchange with his apprentice, he heard from the girl a momentous revelation. Count Euron Royce of Runestone, Lady Anya Waywood of Iron Oaks, and Count Jane Hunter of Longbow Hall, along with a host of other prominent nobles from the Vale, had silently united to form the League of Just Cause, consolidating their most elite forces to instigate a coup. They had devised a scheme to seize the Bloody Gate with minimal cost, effectively taking control of the Air Vale and surrounding Eagle's Nest, laying siege without assault while demanding the execution of the suspected traitor, Lisa Tully, and the surrender of young Lord Robert for trial. With several families jointly raising and educating the future rulers of the Vale, this declaration, jointly signed in runestone, had already reached King's Landing. Arya learned of this development from her father's discussions with his advisors, and, without a second thought, relayed the explosive news to Edgar, making him the second individual privy to this sensational information after the core of power in King's Landing. Indeed, remarkable. Truly remarkable. It is no surprise that Wyman Royce, that impetuous youth's father, acts with such decisiveness. Edgar mused. Initially, he had spread rumors solely to undermine Peter Baelish, but once released, rumors are akin to opening Pandora's box. Now, the demon has completely escaped the control of its creator, running rampant from King's Landing to the Vale. The Vale, which had remained steadfastly neutral during the War of the Five Kings and had suffered no loss until the conflict's end, had now become the first region to descend into chaos. Chapter 91. The Spoils of War? This incident, to be precise, was yet another mishap stemming from a lack of foresight. The scheme to undermine Peter had succeeded, yet it left him in a precarious position in King's Landing, with his final gambit in the Vale now facing obliteration. The grand ambitions of a master schemer were laid bare and thoroughly dismantled by the very outsider who had sought to orchestrate his downfall. Yet, in conceiving this plan, I had focused solely on Peter, neglecting the fact that among the adulterous parties involved, there was also a woman. Thus, this clever puppeteer now found his own interests threatened by the unfurling rumors. Aegon smiled wryly. Indeed, there are no perfect solutions in this world. It is only natural that a seemingly effortless resolution of a major antagonist would come with its own set of repercussions. At this juncture, regret serves no purpose. What I need now is to ascertain the future trajectory of this situation and endeavor to profit from it, or at the very least, mitigate the potential losses. As an outsider with limited understanding of this world, my solitary analysis of the unfolding events is bound to be flawed. Having a learned individual, well-versed in the intricacies of Westeros, by my side for reference and discussion would greatly improve the situation. That very evening, Tyrion was also informed of this news. After a thorough discussion, the two arrived at a rather grim conclusion. War appeared inevitable. From Aegon's perspective, the actions of the Just Alliance were justifiable, for it sought to extricate the young son of the late king from the clutches of his deranged and neurotic mother, who had murdered her husband, and place him under the guardianship of several loyal noble families. The aim was to nurture him into a well-rounded and virtuous ruler of the Vale. While this ideal is commendable, the issue lies in the fact that the information Aegon disseminated, though grounded in truth, was spread in the form of rumors. This alone dictated that while people may believe it, it could not disrupt the established order of governance. As an Undul, king of the First Men and the Rhoynar, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert would never accept the notion that one of his high lords could suddenly be usurped by a coalition of lesser vassals. To allow such a farcical insurrection to flourish would severely undermine the authority of the ruling class. Failing to protect his vassals would be the utmost disgrace for a lord, and even if Lisa Tully's accusations were proven true, it would be for the king to address, not for others to meddle. Such is the tyrannical nature of feudal society. While I do not deny Robert's folly, I cannot disregard his military prowess. To engage him in battle would be one of the most foolish endeavors in this realm. As demonstrated by the fate of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, where does their confidence lie? How could a handful of noble families from the Vale confront Robert? Their strength derives from the precarious financial state of the Crown and the Bloodgate, a fortification that has never been breached in millennia. The Just Alliance, having outmaneuvered it through treachery, would certainly not afford Robert the same opportunity. Furthermore, the lack of funds in the royal treasury is common knowledge among those with ears in the court. Once Robert's forces find themselves thwarted at the Bloodgate, enduring a prolonged siege, he would have no choice but to concede. Indeed, the predicament we face is quite troublesome. Tyrion gasped. Should Robert march on the Eyrie, my father would inevitably send troops to lend support. Although my family is wealthy, we are not without limits, and my chances of borrowing money from them have just diminished. We must calculate our finances. What kind of pressures can our funding withstand? Despite his disheveled appearance, Tyrion, being Tywin's son, would not suffer too grievously. However, for Aegon, a Night's Watch deserter who had fled after a failed scheme in King's Landing, the question remains, what would Daenerys want with him? Impossible. Aegon's face contorted in frustration. The prospect of having his financial means severed is disheartening, especially since the imminent threat does not stem from a single individual, leaving him with no outlet for his anger. Don't panic. The more haste, the less clarity. We are among the first to know, Tyrion reassured him. Can we not make use of this time difference? The phrase time difference suddenly sparked an idea in Aegon's mind. Before my crossing, had I stumbled upon such insider information, what would I have done? I would have divested any stocks likely to plummet due to this negative news and shifted my investments towards the military-industrial sector. Even if a war were to erupt, it would likely be localized, should Robert return empty-handed from the Bloodgate. The noble houses of the Vale would lack both the courage and capability to launch a counteroffensive. Conversely, this localized conflict might serve to dissipate some of the accumulated internal tensions in Westeros, ultimately stabilizing the overall situation. My financial ventures need not collapse. I simply need to endure this storm. We shall immediately procure vast quantities of provisions and military supplies. Once the news breaks, the prices of such commodities are bound to surge, allowing us to capitalize on the price differential and maintain the stability of our financial chain. What? Tyrion exclaimed, startled. Who in their right mind would suddenly stockpile such resources? You are blatantly indicating that you possess insider information and seek to profit from the war. I am not an ordinary person. Have you forgotten? Aegon narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling that this idea held promise. I am the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch. With the wildlings pressing upon the wall, I require supplies to prepare for battle. Who could possibly dispute my actions? Eddard Stark might pressure me to avoid inflating prices, but he would not dare to behead me. As long as I present my intentions convincingly and perform my role convincingly, this endeavor will surely succeed. Tyrion stared at Aegon for a moment, realizing that the latter was indeed the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch. However, profiting from war by seizing opportunities in a perilous manner seemed exceedingly risky. Should he take such a gamble? Eureka! A glimmer returned to the dwarf's eyes. Indeed, purchasing provisions and military supplies is sound, but the execution remains perilous. Allow me to propose a plan, feign relinquishing the lion's share of the profits so that we may all prosper together, thus ensuring our safety. Chapter 92. The Race of Information Transmission. On the following dawn, Aegon and Tyrion rose early, armed with the certification signed by Eddard Stark and the commission provided by Mormont. Hastily embarking on their first extravagant shopping spree since entering this world. For the first time since its establishment, the Night's Watch office remained closed in the morning. All office staff, including Jaqen, accompanied their commander to the bustling trade hubs of Steel Street in King's Landing and the Blackwater Harbor for procurement. The task of the assistants was straightforward, to carry the funds and ensure their safety. A peculiar and formidable assembly emerged, comprising several Night's Watchmen clad in black and armed, 2 Lannister guards adorned in dark red armor, and a well-known dwarf. It was indeed remarkable that anyone in King's Landing would dare to entertain any nefarious intentions against them. They transported half of their total funds, over 1,000 golden dragons, and at sunrise, they sought out the most well-stocked merchants, extravagantly purchasing provisions and armaments worth nearly 10 times the cash they carried. Sufficient supplies to sustain the entire Night's Watch for several months, hundreds of horses, and enough steel swords, bows, and arrows to arm 70 or 80 men to the teeth. Not only did they not encounter difficulty in bargaining, but they also made a down payment of 1/10 of the total price, slightly above market value, on the spot. Their stipulation was simple: to formalize a contract. The agreement stipulated that the goods must be promptly counted and consolidated at the harbor warehouse, to be shipped to Eastwatch within 2 weeks. Upon arrival at the wall, the Night's Watch would receive the supplies, and the supplier could then claim the remaining 90% of the payment at the Night's Watch office in King's Landing, using the receipt obtained from the Night's Watch. The penalty for breach of contract was 1/10 of the total payment, equivalent to the amount of the deposit. In simpler terms, should Aegon suddenly decide against accepting the goods, he would forfeit the entire deposit, effectively gifting that sum to the supplier. Conversely, if the supplier decided to terminate the transaction before shipping, they would be required to return double the deposit. While these terms appeared reasonable and the price was acceptable, in reality, Aegon's available funds could not cover the remaining 90%. He had, in essence, secured temporary ownership of provisions and armaments valued at 10 times the deposit and 5 times the worth of the Night's Watch office's assets, all while holding empty hands. Once news of the upheaval in the Vale reached these merchants through various channels, the price of the supplies would inevitably rise. Tyrion could foresee the unfolding situation, and those merchants whose livelihoods depended on such matters could certainly deduce the same, albeit slightly slower. Long before Robert could rally the armies of the 7 kingdoms to march north to the Eyrie, the price of provisions would soar by more than 10%. Aegon and Tyrion were not interested in profiting from this price increase, but rather from the breach of contract penalties. The rationale was straightforward: earning penalties posed no risk, while attempting to capitalize on price fluctuations was perilous and fraught with danger. Suppliers capable of providing such vast quantities of provisions, even without noble titles, invariably possessed connections. Aegon's intention to leverage a document from the Prime Minister to resell goods at a higher price to subsequent buyers, despite his inability to produce the remaining payment, was an audacious endeavor doomed to failure. By conceding to accept the penalties and portraying himself as a victim of the other party's breach of trust, he would seemingly relinquish the greater benefits while secretly amassing a fortune. The most ingenious aspect was evading potential accusations or complications. The supplies never reached their hands, and the Night's Watch would also be seen as victims, nullifying any claims of war profiteering. Let us not forget who the current Prime Minister was, the earnest yet pedantic Eddard Stark, who, in his unwavering desire to assist Robert in governing the Seven Kingdoms, would never allow the rebellion in the Vale to devolve into a frenzied exploitation of the Iron Throne's wealth by merchants of arms and provisions. Before those inflating prices could pocket their gains, retribution might swiftly descend upon them. This was merely Aegon and Tyrion's conjecture. In their plan, these steps would likely unfold gradually over several days to a week. Should a diligent supplier finish counting their goods and prepare for shipment to the Wall, Aegon, as the chief logistics officer, might need to concoct excuses to delay matters. After all, once the ship set sail, he would have to worry about the remaining 90% of the payment. However, in reality, everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. Aegon was not the only one with ears in the court, due to the rebels in the Vale proactively sending news to King's Landing. Varys's network of intelligence indeed spanned the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the suddenness of the upheaval left even his little birds at a disadvantage. Despite their pervasive reach, they could not outpace the ravens of Dragonstone. Thus, the news of the upheaval first reached the learned scholar Pycelle, who managed the ravens for the Alliance of Just. The second to learn was Queen Cersei, who, with her complete lack of political acumen, did not consider whether this matter might concern her. Following her was Varys. Yet his loyalties lay across the narrow sea, and he had no intention or means to profit from the turmoil in King's Landing. The fourth to receive the news was the Hand of the King. By the time he convened a council and informed Robert, the information had finally disseminated to the remaining ministers and the king. Ultimately, the spies within the Red Keep, keenly listening, would endeavor to relay the news to their respective masters. Only when those masters comprehended the implications of the insurrection would they send their agents to the market, urging their merchant allies to secure the soon-to-rise prices of goods. Each of these steps required time. The ears and insiders of interest groups within the palace, along with the couriers tasked with transmitting information, were typically maids and servants. These lowly individuals faced stringent controls when entering and exiting the Red Keep, only permitted to pass through the gates at designated times. Even once outside, they had to find ways to deliver information to their masters, who could not remain stationary all day, awaiting the arrival of news. In an era devoid of telephones, the time required for intelligence transmission was extensive. Yet what of Arya? At lunch, she overheard her father Eddard discussing the turmoil in the Vale with his aides, along with the timing of the urgent council meeting convened for that afternoon. Following her usual routine, the girl rode alongside her guards from the Red Keep to the Night's Watch office, where she met Aegon and, in a light-hearted manner, recounted the intelligence as if it were a story. In this thrilling race of information transmission, Peter Baelish, who was more likely to emerge victorious, found himself confined within the Red Keep, a prisoner of the financial minister's residence due to that very rumor. Thus, Aegon, somewhat haplessly yet fortuitously, emerged as the champion of this race. Gazing at the considerable sack of gold coins on the table, both Aegon and Tyrion fell into deep contemplation. The Lannister dwarf furrowed his brow, pondering a deeper layer. If even the Red Keep, a royal bastion, exhibited such glaring vulnerabilities in information secrecy, could the peace and stability of the Seven Kingdoms be nothing more than an illusion? Chapter 93. Enough nonsense. Arya was entirely unaware that she had inadvertently become the greatest benefactor of the Night's Watch enterprise, thanks to the invaluable and timely warning from the girl. AEG had successfully navigated through the most significant financial crisis he had faced since entering the world of ice and fire. Valuable suggestions were readily embraced by AEG. Although the remaining net assets belonging to the Night's Watch industry had grown considerably, with the expansion of projects, no one would ever complain about having excess funds. Fortunately, Robert's formidable martial prowess and his record of victories acted as a strong deterrent. Under Jon Arryn's management for over a decade, the alliance among the major families remained intact. Furthermore, Littlefinger's original intention to incite discord between the Stark and Lannister families had been thwarted. In this atmosphere of tranquility, the sudden emergence of the Just Alliance became the target of collective ire. The lions, wolves, deer, and fish families naturally rallied to assist the Eyrie. Even the remaining two families, House Tyrell and House Martell, who had stood on the side of the Targaryens during the War of the Usurper and had since lingered on the fringes of power, could not dare to openly defy the king's call. Given their previous defeats and their legal vassal status, Tyrion boldly asserted that, to some extent, both the Tyrells and Martells would dispatch notable figures, just enough to ensure Robert's forces had the necessary support. All of this was of little consequence to AG, or at least that was his belief. Gaining a share of the spoils of war was not something a rootless outsider like himself could contemplate. What he desired now was to swiftly establish the first factory, efficiently process the orders from the church and various small clients, and infuse liquidity into the financial chain by collecting the final payments, all while maintaining stability for further expansion. One advantage of the backward era was the simplicity of endeavors. 2 weeks after successfully overcoming the initial financial test, the first production line was already operational within the not yet completed factory. Hundreds of pounds of raw paper materials were being fed into large stone mortars, where thick wooden pestles, propelled by water wheels, eagerly pulverized the ingredients. The resulting pulp, once mixed with alkaline powder, flowed into the subsequent cooking stage. The secret to continuous production on the assembly line lay in the relentless supply of initial materials. No matter how long the intermediate processes took, production would remain uninterrupted as long as the input continued. Preparations for the printing of the 7-star Bible, calendars, and other items were already in place, awaiting the large quantities of paper to emerge from the production line. The hired bards and authors began tirelessly transforming stories from oral tradition into written form. Due to AEG's promise of authorship rights, the writers worked diligently. Among these tales, AEG was particularly attentive to a novel inspired by his own story, titled The Fantastical Adventures of the Night's Watch. The narrative commenced with the protagonist's first journey as an adult, chronicling his travels and exploits across the land. After countless adventures and trials, the protagonist grew increasingly curious about the world's shape. At the beginning of the final volume, this adventurer had traversed the continent and boldly embarked on a ship for his first attempt at circumnavigation. Ultimately, he encountered a shipwreck and arrived in Westeros, where he was compelled to join the Night's Watch and fortuitously became an officer among the black-clad soldiers, tasked with gathering supplies and reinforcements for the beleaguered Night's Watch at King's Landing. In this world, there were no professional storytellers. The works produced by the bards were somewhat rudimentary in style and structure, yet the stories themselves were sufficiently novel and engaging. Throughout the tale, the name A.G. Wester did not appear, but any informed individual would recognize it as a reference to the chief logistics officer of the Night's Watch office in King's Landing. This represented a bold public relations endeavor. The more the novel sold, the more individuals would become acquainted with his experiences. When the day came that he truly departed from the Night's Watch, the potential negative repercussions and opposition would be diminished. AEG glanced at the drafts of several other novels. Compared to the outline he had provided for the one he commissioned, the tales exchanged among the bards seemed excessively cliché. He had an instinct that, even from a purely economic perspective, his story would prove to be the most lucrative. Moreover, Tyrion's less than reputable endeavors were already in the works. Unable to locate experts in this field, Tyrion invited painters and bards to reside in his favorite brothel, creating an environment conducive to collaborative creation. Striving for a combination of text and imagery, the dwarf presented AEG with a draft of a risque publication. Frankly speaking, compared to the renowned adult magazines from AEG's world, such as The Young Master, The People's Help, and The Health Guide, this piece was utterly subpar, and AEG expressed his indifference upon reviewing it. Of course, how this new venture would perform in the market remained to be seen. Everything was progressing smoothly. The paper produced in the experimental workshop was temporarily dedicated to printing the 7-star Bible and calendars. Once the factory's production line outside the city began to operate smoothly, all the preparatory work would come into play. AEG eagerly awaited that day, but was first met with an unexpected visitor. A servant from the Red Keep suddenly arrived at the office, claiming that King Robert required a sworn, true member of the Night's Watch to accompany his expedition. Unfortunately, AEG was the only one in King's Landing who fit the bill. Why does a member of the Night's Watch need to accompany the campaign? AEG asked, wide-eyed. Immediately presenting his most reliable shield, the Night's Watch vows not to partake in the internal conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms. The king has stated that once the Blood Gate is breached, he will permit the rebellious nobles to don black garments, the servant arrogantly declared. This necessitates a true member of the Night's Watch to oversee the process and ensure their delivery to the wall. But that falls under the purview of the chief officer of the Night's Watch. I am merely the chief logistics officer. Chapter 94. Reflections on launch. Readers familiar with my writing know well that I am a person prone to impulsively embarking on ventures, and not only do I embark, but I also create. Were I to establish a community, I would inevitably find myself boasting, and, as camaraderie grew, I would feel compelled to share rewards. Instead of distributing others' works, I would prefer to share my own, which naturally requires writing. What would serve as inspiration? Undoubtedly, the protagonists and the female characters within the narrative. When it comes to sharing, I delve into intricate details, to the point of being unabashedly explicit, while I maintain a clear distinction between the main narrative and explicit content. An interplay between the two is inevitable. For instance, we all understand the limitations of modesty, yet the question arises, can the neck, abdomen, and thighs be exposed? I believe they can, though the platform deems otherwise. Thus, this book has reached its conclusion. In summary, the journey has veered off course. Previously, every book that faced a 404 error encountered similar circumstances, but in this instance, I aspire to be a good steward. As for establishing a reader group, that shall be addressed when the storyline naturally unfolds. Next, I must express my sentiments. Admittedly, I find writing such reflections tedious. Wouldn't it be better to devote that time to crafting more content? However, there are certain commitments that necessitate clarity. First and foremost, I owe an apology. Today marks the last working day before the new year, and I neglected to remember that yesterday was Friday. It was only upon discovering the monthly votes that I hastily set about penning this reflection, all while adhering to my unwavering commitment to update. Why am I so lazy and muddled? It is crucial to clarify my purpose in writing novels, to cultivate a hobby that occupies the 1 or 2 hours each day that might otherwise drift into boredom. Indeed, it is a pastime. Consequently, as this is a hobby, I only welcome corrections, suggestions, and constructive ideas, while dismissing any form of criticism or attack. Provided I remain oblivious to it, I will treat it as non-existent. Should you feel compelled to point out flaws in this book, please articulate your thoughts clearly and provide feasible solutions. Otherwise, your remarks will be regarded as inconsequential. Deleting reviews takes but a second, and while I understand that some may not value their time, I hold my own in high regard. To encapsulate my thoughts succinctly, writing is my passion. While I do not disregard this interest, I ensure that it does not overshadow other priorities in life, particularly my emotional well-being. The essence of existence lies first in survival, followed closely by the pursuit of happiness. Though this is indeed a passion, I have approached it with some degree of planning and determination. Initially, my writing strategy was to dedicate 2 to 3 months to produce a substantial manuscript. Then, like other conventional authors, to update twice daily until completion. However, after 2 months of struggling to produce merely 30,000 words, I came to a stark realization. If I did not release the material promptly, the likelihood of ever completing this book diminished significantly. Only by publishing it and garnering readership could I cultivate a sense of responsibility and urgency to write daily. What you see before you is not a book that is slow to update, but rather a preterm release, published at least several months ahead of schedule. Please do not place undue pressure on a work that has arrived prematurely. I wish to elucidate this story. Without a doubt, this book's audience is predetermined. I will not mislead readers who inquire if they can enjoy this work without having seen the television adaptation or read the original text. If you are entirely unfamiliar with either, you will likely encounter difficulties. This is why the narrative contains extensive analysis and explanatory content, not due to a lack of control over my writing, but because these elements are intrinsic to my intentions. Perhaps such content is ill-suited for online literature and unfriendly to those unacquainted with the source material, yet I am compelled to write it. If you find it unappealing, I apologize. Please feel free to skip over it. The value of my writing is not so grand that your absence would constitute a loss. To be candid, this is a purely impractical ambition born from my enthusiasm for the series. If we consider the publication date, the original work is likely older than I am. Its author began writing long before my parents even existed as cells. How could a novice like me, by mere virtue of age, presume to critique the magnum opus of such a venerable figure? Given my capabilities and experiences, achieving that goal is patently unattainable. Thus, I have settled for a more modest objective, merely to fill in some gaps left by the original work, though I suspect that may remain unfulfilled in my lifetime. This is not a curse. George R. R. Martin is 70 years old, and considering his writing pace and the current progress of the original story, approximately 2/3. The unfortunate truth is that he may never complete a Song of Ice and Fire. If he cannot finish the main narrative, filling the gaps seems even less plausible. Many mysteries may forever remain for us to speculate upon. Therefore, I not only offer explanations, but also intend to write about aspects absent from the original work, such as the truths behind certain unresolved mysteries and the cultural and current realities of places yet to be introduced. The story will extend beyond Westeros and may even venture into regions beyond this continent, depending on my creative impulses. Should Martin accelerate the writing of the final third of the original text, the content of my book might very well be contradicted. The phenomenon of official works eclipsing fan creations is an inescapable reality. I digress. Why is the writing pace so slow? Writing fan fiction. It is both easy and challenging. While one might argue that it is difficult, given that the world building and character modeling are already established, leaving only the task of creating original characters to explore, one must also acknowledge that the scale and completeness of this world are daunting. For those with a compulsion to avoid any inconsistencies or deviations from the source material, the writing process becomes a painstaking endeavor, requiring extensive research for every word, hindering swiftness. Moreover, this is the busiest season of the year. Hence, it is regrettable that, despite the book's commendable performance thus far, sufficient for me to earn a little extra spending money, I am still limited to a maximum of 1 update per day for at least the next 2 months. February will be dedicated to the New Year festivities, while March will be spent organizing my plans for the year ahead. The attendance bonus is a reward for those who can earn it, not a punishment for those who write slowly, with no significant life difficulties. Forcing myself to produce 2 updates merely to attain this reward would disrupt my daily routine and likely yield unsatisfactory outcomes. If I cannot bring joy to both readers and myself, I must at least find satisfaction in my own work. Thus, for the time being, I shall provide 1 update. However, I cannot allow readers to feel as though their support for the book has gone to waste. A mechanism for additional updates must be established. This serves as a unique form of motivation for someone lacking in self-discipline. Firstly, please use your monthly votes to claim red envelopes or support authors in need. I have a fondness for recommendation votes, as they remain a permanent testament to the book's appeal as long as it does not face a 404 error. Each time I receive 10,000 recommendation votes, I will add an update, starting from 40,000 votes. Additionally, rewards and subscriptions are tangible contributions that cannot be overlooked. For every patron that appears, I will add an update, regardless of whether those contributions come from gifted coins or real currency. I currently owe 2 additional updates. That is all. Chapter 95. The Night Watchman, Part 1. What are you worried about? You won't be sent to the battlefield. Consider it a mere excursion. Tyrion reassured with a shrug. If it's just sightseeing without the climb, the valleys. Chapter 96. The Night Watchman, Part 2. Not only was Casey, the recently mature youth from King's Landing, rendered speechless by the immense military encampment before him, but even Aegon, a veteran soldier, found himself unable to suppress his astonishment. Chapter 97. The Absurd King and His Absurd Tales. Chapter 98. Deception and opportunity. Over 100,000 wild individuals from the Northern Territories, seeking refuge from the prophesied harsh winter, are attempting to breach the Great Wall. The Night's Watch, now significantly weakened, struggles to withstand the impending tide. Transformation has become an inevitability. Chapter 99. The Convergence at the Crossroads. Chapter 100. The Grand Assembly. Certainly, Aegon was well aware that to claim a certain king was merely putting on a facade was a comment steeped in his own strong subjective emotions. Robert Baratheon. At this moment. Chapter 101. The initial assault on the Blood Gate. The Blood Gate is situated between 2 perilous cliffs along the sole passage from the Mingyue mountain range to the Eileen Valley. It is comprised of 2 watchtowers, precariously clinging to the rock face, linked by a winding gray stone path. Chapter 102. Setbacks and daily life in the barracks. Amidst the rhythmic sound of the battering ram against the gate, Age suddenly found an answer to a lingering question that had plagued him earlier. In terms of defensibility, the Bloodgate ultimately. Chapter 103. The Business Prodigy. Tyrion, what book are we printing? AEG's eyelids twitched as he immediately conjured up an idea of what could be so immensely popular among the soldiers. It could only be some sort of lowbrow publication. Richly illustrated. Chapter 104. The Cunning Girl. Marguerite. The term cunning rarely evokes positive connotations. However, when referred to as astute, the perception shifts dramatically. Every individual harbors desires for certain possessions or the achievement of specific goals. Chapter 105. Combat. A matchmaking encounter without compromise despite the futility of the elaborate schemes and verbal sparring aimed at ensnaring Age. Marguerite managed to retain her composure and grace rather than succumbing to indignation. This single aspect alone set her apart from Serre. Chapter 106. Tactical stalemate. The alliance with the Tully family undoubtedly enhances the influence of House Tully within the Seven Kingdoms and simultaneously fortifies their dominion over the Riverlands. However, in times of peace. Chapter 107. Peter Baelish stood upon the deck, gazing indifferently towards the vessel's course. The mist upon the surface of the sea gradually dissipated as the bough of the June blossom cleaved through the muted green waters. Chapter 108. The appearance of the red comet outside the tent. The sun shone brilliantly, marking yet another ordinary day within the coalition's camp. When Age awoke naturally from his slumber and emerged from the confines of his tent, he sensed an atmosphere that was. Chapter 109. The duel and the unexpected. In this rebellion, countless minor characters from the world of ice and fire have gathered at the headquarters of the Allied forces. It is impossible to count them all, due to the pressing timeline and the intricacies of class. Chapter 110. Night Watchman vs. Red Viper, Part 1. It turns out to be the legendary White Walker Slayer, whose fame precedes him. Oberyn casually twirled his weapon, and upon halting, smiled as he leaned his spear against the ground, surveying the. Chapter 111. Night Watchman vs. Red Viper, Part 2. Having descended from the wall just a few months prior, Eddard found himself in King's Landing, where he would occasionally partake in light training during his leisure hours. Furthermore, he often sparred with the spirited young Arya, whose boundless energy was a constant challenge. Chapter 112. Work handover. During the competition, AG had been profoundly grateful for the mercy shown by his adversary. However, now that he had surrendered and the outcome was determined, he felt immense relief that Oberon refrained from mocking him, thankful for such small mercies. Chapter 113. The quagmire of war. Aegle patiently listened to the Earl of Buckwell's narration and finally grasped the primary sources of trouble: morale and military pay. Just two aspects. Chapter 114. Ascending the stage. Weight. In response to AIG's proactive suggestion, the reaction of Count Buckville left the Night Watchman momentarily stunned. The elderly gentleman unexpectedly raised his hand to halt him from continuing. AI. Chapter 115. Offering counsel. The infernal Night's Watchman. Robert's face instantly flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. As the king, he had whimsically decided to bring along a member of the Night's Watch. Chapter 116. The ambush in Eileen Valley. Are the Gaoshan clan tribes difficult to handle? Not at all. They are equipped with inferior weaponry, suffer from malnutrition, and lack any form of training. In combat, they are scarcely distinguishable from the wild tribes of the frontier. So why? Chapter 117. Breaking through. Reclaiming? The Bloodgate has fallen, yet the actual circumstances unfolded in a manner entirely divergent from what everyone had anticipated, due to reasons that AG had not previously contemplated. According to his plan. Chapter 118. Privilege. Outside the tent, the raucous shouts and cheers of the reveling soldiers penetrated the fabric curtain, creating a stark contrast to the tranquility within the tent. Under the watchful gaze of numerous nobles, AI. Chapter 119. The greatest victor. After finishing his drink, Age coughed as he wiped his mouth, deliberately casting a glance at Rosalind Fry, who appeared to be the elder brother of someone old enough to be her grandfather. Chapter 120. Discourse on the Seven Kingdoms under the Moon, Sir Selmy. Chapter 121. Misfortune of the High Court. Flowers. The High Court had long set its sights on the position of the Queen. As the most formidable lord among the Seven Kingdoms, possessing the highest official data and the only one capable of rivaling the esteemed Tywin Lannister, House Tully. Chapter 122. A bountiful return. Marriage should be determined by parents. Suppressing the turmoil within, Marguerite once again tugged at the corners of her mouth to reveal a smile. Let us refrain from discussing such matters, Lord AIG. Chapter 123. The world has changed. The appearance of the office remains as it was 2 months ago. Yet subtle changes have emerged. The golden sign, personally ordered by AIG, still hangs majestically above the entrance, but. Chapter 124. The capital establishes the rules. What has transpired? How does one even begin to articulate this? Nina felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, stammering for quite some time. Unsure of how to commence. Allow me to ponder. Chapter 125. The idle ones come online, prepare yourselves. We shall visit the factory, Nina said, taken aback. Are we going now? Indeed, replied Age, as he recalled the exploits within the Allied military camp. Chapter 126. A grand enterprise from a considerable distance. Age beheld the expanse of his family estate. It was inevitable. The nature of assembly line production necessitated a certain degree of space and distance, and reliant upon the Blackwater River. Chapter 127. Learning from history during the medieval period in Europe, the Knights Templar amassed great wealth through banking and commerce, becoming formidable rivals to nations. They emerged as the principal creditors to numerous kings and noble lords. Yet, Chapter 128. The New Army. The resurgence of rumors. Mao Zedong once stated, "Power grows from the barrel of a gun." AI Go wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. Although he currently harbors no intentions of rebellion or revolution, he contemplates the nature of power. Chapter 129. Preparation for unforeseen circumstances. AIG felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap across the face. Just moments ago, he had been passionately gesturing and articulating grand visions, brimming with ambition as he meticulously outlined the Night Watcher's endeavors and logistical security. Chapter 130. Planning and coordination. The watchtower is not particularly tall. Fortunately, the surrounding terrain is flat with no other edifices towering above, allowing the two individuals' view to remain largely unobstructed. Even from this vantage point, the fence extends westward. Chapter 131. A modest contribution. The two leaned against the railing, continuing their conversation. Age recounted his experiences over the past 2 months in the Coalition's camp. He began with Robert's formidable encounter at the Bloodgate. Chapter 132. The Uninvited Guest. Chapter 133. The trouble caused by Lipstick Beauty is not entirely a blessing for a common girl, as Tyrion remarked over an hour ago. Could it be that his words were imbued with some prophetic quality? Otherwise, how could it be that? Chapter 134. The Serpent and the Rose. In comparison to the formidable Cersei and her brother Jaime, Janos Slynt scarcely merits the title of a significant figure. The mere notion of this man harboring intentions towards Nina pales in comparison to the oppressive weight of the rumors circulating throughout the city. Chapter 135. The Sale of Technology. Nina hurriedly dashed away in search of cups and beverages, while Age personally pulled out chairs for the two guests as a sign of respect. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to discover that a third individual had entered through the door. Chapter 136. The Rose and the Small Notebook. If the world of Ice and Fire were to be transformed into a role-playing game, Marjorie would embody a character whose combat prowess is nearly non-existent, yet possesses an extraordinary charm and intellect. Chapter 137. The Vastness of Heaven and Earth. What has transpired? AIG had just successfully negotiated 2 transactions, each worth 2,000 gold dragons. He was contemplating the most suitable investment for the 4,000 gold dragons he was about to acquire. Chapter 138. Lesson. Chapter 139. Winter has arrived. Winter has indeed arrived. The sky is overcast, the atmosphere is chilly, and the frigid air stealthily seeps through the seams of clothing and armor, leaving one's teeth chattering in the cold. Chapter 140. The Hunt for the Corpse Demon. Chapter 141. A troubling time. Winter has arrived. Yet in the warm south, everything continues to function, albeit perhaps not seamlessly, but still with a semblance of stability, as one who has sworn an oath and guarded the Great Wall. Chapter 142. The Goose Passing Over and Plucking Feathers. How could this person act in such a manner? Upon hearing the embellished account from the messenger, as guided by Aegon, Arya was instantly incensed, all because Sister Nina would not. Chapter 143. Base of Operations. Chapter 144. Racing against time. When Commander Mormont initially resolved to treat the hired help distinctly from the esteemed Night's Watch, AEG had felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that his infiltration plan had been uncovered. Chapter 145. Undercurrents. The Prime Minister's office was unexpectedly breached. As the door swung open without warning, the sentinels at the entrance exhibited no resistance towards the intruder. Was this a sign of diminished vigilance or a loss of responsibility? Chapter 146. The neurotic, green-hatted king. You are the Prime Minister, yet you inquire about everything. What purpose do you serve? Robert's complexion had turned nearly a deep shade of purple, had it not been for the presence of Eddard Stark seated across from him. Chapter 147. The mad dog bites without releasing its grip. The messenger who received the red envelope answered every inquiry without hesitation, and AG realized swiftly the outcome of the Valley Rebellion. concealed within the confines of Eagle's Nest City, Lissatully. Chapter 148. Eliminate him. Egil finally comprehended the adage that the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little devils are troublesome. His initial plan was to wait until Neil was released, and then proactively visit the guard team to apologize. Chapter 149. The little informant. As Tyrion made his entrance, an air of authority enveloped the entire Night's Watch office. Egerton felt an immediate alleviation of the burdens upon his shoulders, as if a steadfast anchor had bestowed upon him a newfound ease. Chapter 150. A great support? Chapter 151. Power struggle. Arya has just informed me. AEG reminds Tyrion that Shireen was summoned by Robert last night. And so what? I have dealt with him. Chapter 152. The defense of Mudgate. AEG understood that Tyrion was indeed correct. He perhaps lacked a certain ferocity. Since departing from the Wall, his role had gradually shifted from that of a Night's Watchman. Chapter 153. Dark materials. You are not the first to desire the downfall of Shirlente. After a brief silence, the captain of the Muddy Gates defense team spoke, but do you know who stands behind him? Chapter 154. Whimsical winds and mysterious clouds. The ascension of Janos Slint to the position of commander of the City Watch is, in fact, a serendipitous outcome resulting from negotiations and compromises among various factions. The City Watch, as the most formidable force in the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 155. Win or die. The Night's Watch garrison, under the command of Tyrion, continued to harass and obstruct the normal operations of the Night's Watch for the entire first day of the 3-day period, until Tyrion finally made an appearance with his men. Chapter 156. The ascendancy of chaos before his transcendence. AIG had never been a great magnate nor a national leader. The true terror of capital's power was something he could only fathom before experiencing it firsthand. Chapter 157. A Night of Chaos, Part 1. The 4 individuals blocking the way were mere thugs summoned to enhance the scene. Their assigned task was to obstruct the escape of the target, buying time until their leader could arrive. Chapter 158. A Night of Chaos, Part 2. The full moon and the blood-red comet hung majestically in the eastern skyline, illuminating the night of King's Landing. Accompanied by his guard unit, Aegon set forth from the eastern gates, navigating through the shadows of the night. Chapter 159. The Night of Chaos, Part 2. Entrusting your life and fortune to me? Such exaggeration is unwarranted. Tonight, you shall remain within this building, venturing nowhere. Summon your associates to this room to guard the entrance, those few. Chapter 160. The darkness before dawn. The garrison was equipped solely with fixed fortifications perched atop the walls, lacking any portable siege apparatus. In this moment of urgency, Shirlent could only conceive of the crude strategy of arson. Chapter 161. The legend takes the stage. The time for the celestial horse to shine is nearing. Whether within the city or beyond its walls, those who intend to traverse the gates of King's Landing, be it to enter or to depart, are beginning to gather, due to the mere wall that separates them. Chapter 162. The Day of Chaos, Part 1. Early in the morning, the number of people leaving the city was considerably fewer than those entering. However, the streets within the walls of Linha Gate were equally congested. Most individuals were not preparing to depart, but rather. Chapter 163. The Day of Chaos, Part 2. The onlookers inside and outside the Linha Gate had just witnessed the internal strife of the golden-robed individuals and the examination of the corpses, separated by a wall, and were caught in a whirlwind of excitement and astonishment. Chapter 164. The Day of Chaos, Part 2. As if a lifetime had passed in a single night. When Age stepped out of the gates of the Linhaman garrison and onto the street, the world had undergone a profound transformation. He was originally from Linhaman. Chapter 165. The King and the Queen's silence enveloped the room. Robert sat regally in a high chair at one end, while the Queen was seated on a low bed directly facing the King, accompanied by 3 princes and princesses. Cersei embraced. Chapter 166. Confrontation. James was infuriated. Early in the morning, he received an urgent dispatch to undertake a mission to Dragonstone. He rode across a significant portion of King's Landing, only to encounter the guards at the river gate. Chapter 167. Better death than unfreedom. Jaime's face twitched, and his right hand involuntarily clenched the sword he held. How he wished for Cersei to live freely and joyfully, yet he longed even more for his sister. Chapter 168. The sword's test of worthiness. The Night's Watchmen were entirely disarmed as they entered the Red Keep, under the guidance of the gray-robed attendant. However, The group did not proceed towards the Tower of the Hand as Aegon had anticipated. Chapter 169, The Usurper versus the Regicide. The Usurper and the Regicide. Two assassins of House Targaryen stood in confrontation. Myrcella continued to wail and struggle, desperately attempting to persuade her father and uncle. Chapter 170, Conclusion or Beginning. Sir Selmy Aegon, having shared a moonlit camaraderie with the White Knight, greeted his arrival with a welcoming nod. Aegon also acknowledged the newcomer with a slight gesture. Chapter 171, The Civil War at Red Keep. Everything in life is a consequence of one's actions. Robert's tribulations today are entirely of his own making. Imagine if all the Kingsguard were individuals of the ilk of Baelish, then. Chapter 172, The Primacy of Righteousness within the Royal Stronghold, as I observed a throng of fully armed golden-robed soldiers streaming past me. Even a fool could sense that something was amiss. The escort of the corpse demons stood guard. Chapter 173, A Whisper of News. Aegon stepped out of the gates of the Red Keep, standing momentarily in a daze on the gentle slope of Aegon's Hill. He had believed himself powerless to intervene in this game of power, and had no intention of becoming embroiled in it. Chapter 174, Dividing the Eggs into Baskets. Chapter 175, Farewell of Jaqen. As the eggs were sorted into baskets, the Night Watchman's industry began to prepare for the impending turmoil of the Seven Kingdoms. This chaotic night and day left Age utterly exhausted, commanding. Chapter 176, The Coming Storm. Eddard Stark wearily lifted his gaze from the table. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and slumber beckoned. Yet the realm of the Seven Kingdoms demanded his vigilant stewardship. The king, who ought to be seated upon the Iron Throne. Chapter 177, Resisting Strictness. Returning home for the new year, Aegon anticipated the beginning, yet failed to predict the conclusion. He had foreseen that he would be subjected to questioning or investigation for alerting Tyrion, but what he did not expect was. Chapter 178. Entering the throne room, the trial commenced in the afternoon. What brings you here so early? The guards of House Stark have an innate affinity for those clad in black. A certain guard in a gray robe. Chapter 179, The Fate of the Loser. The first witness to take the stand was a young man whom Age did not recognize. He was impeccably dressed, his appearance neat and dignified, and he strode confidently to the center of the courtroom, yet did not. Chapter 180, Bloodless Murder. All eyes were drawn to the unexpected speaker, encompassing the judge, the guards, the witnesses, and the defendant. The figure clad in black was strikingly conspicuous, particularly as Baelor had encountered him during the insurrection in the valley. Chapter 181, Transfer to the Logistics Department. Sir Alicia found himself utterly exasperated by the tactics employed by the Attorney General, AG, which left him feeling both resentful and powerless. As soon as the judgment concluded, he turned on his heel and departed in frustration. Chapter 182, I Am Yours. Joining the Night's Watch Logistics Department? Aside from mocking others and possessing a modicum of swordsmanship, what else does Alicia Thorne excel at? One might fear that assisting oneself in the execution of duties is merely a facade, while true oversight is the underlying reality. Chapter 183, The Moment of Survival, Part 1. Beneath my feet lay exquisite wooden flooring, while the walls were adorned with golden lion banners symbolizing the family. The room was filled with opulent golden or gilded artifacts. In this lavishly decorated space, wealth. Chapter 184, The Moment of Existence and Annihilation, Part 2. Chapter 185, The Plot Against Kaijin City. Firstly, it must be stated that all the following plans are predicated on the assumption that you, my esteemed father, possess the means to eliminate Robert from the equation. Tyrion, with unwavering confidence. Chapter 186, The Making of a Godfather. Disregarding Aegon's suggestion for her to rest for a day or two, Nina insisted on accompanying him to the office. Having recently entered the workforce, her movements and demeanor appeared somewhat awkward and unpolished. Chapter 187, The Grand Conspirator. Beneath the Red Keep, in the hidden passage deeply entrenched within the belly of the Yunkai Hills, Varys, adorned in a complete disguise, held a torch and walked alongside his companion, the Plan. Chapter 188, The Battlefield and Marketing. Hajin. The fertile land nestled among the Trident River and its numerous tributaries is universally acknowledged as a prosperous region among the Seven Kingdoms. However, it is in close proximity to the similarly bountiful River Bay. Chapter 189, The Enshrined Wildfire and the Testament. Indeed, it is so. The act of categorizing fundamentally identical entities into distinct classifications and selling them at varying prices appears to the denizens of Westeros as if it were a tale from the fantastical realms. Chapter 190. An insatiable desire. Chapter 191. The front line in the Grand Hall of Sarsfield City, the northern army of the Lion Extermination War, along with the lords from the riverlands and valleys, gathered around a long table laden with maps. Chapter 192. Surviving in turbulent times. The sales of obsidian products have exceeded all expectations, even in the modern society prior to my arrival, which was devoid of magic and heavily reliant on science. The demand for these protective items. Chapter 193. The King's Grace, my esteemed Chief Logistics Officer. There is a sentiment I wonder if you would concur with a warm smile gracing his features. Renly Baratheon gazed intently at Aegon. I have always held the belief that. Chapter 194. The besieged city, Your Majesty. The two armies have completed their encampment outside the Storm River Bay, totaling approximately 30,000 troops, divided into 7 divisions, with at least 2,000 stationed outside each gate. Among them are the Lion, the King, and Chapter 195. The Siege of the Throne. What did Roberts will state? To whom did he ultimately intend to bequeath the throne in his final days? The common folk of the 7 kingdoms need not concern themselves with such matters, especially amidst the conflicting claims of 2 stags. Chapter 196. The malicious Arya with black cloth draped over both the front and back doors. AEG sat in the hall of the Night's Watch residence, diligently organizing the accounts of the Night's Watch's holdings alongside Nina, while contemplating the future. Chapter 197. Betrayal. Chapter 198. A strategic withdrawal, a retreat that should have been tranquil and peaceful transformed into a gripping spectacle with the unexpected arrival of a minor external member. The forces of House Lannister had yet to breach the city, yet the Red Keep was already. Chapter 199. Returning north to evade official duties. One can flee the monk, but cannot escape the temple. As the proprietor of the Night Watchman's enterprise, to abandon my post would undeniably be an act of negligence towards Nina, along with the other subordinates and followers. To evade official duties. Chapter 200. The Old Ginger from Shangshi. Sir Age, please hold on a moment. Chapter 201. The conference in this place. Age lost the recognition and intimidation of the Lord of the Realm. Yet the reputation of the Chief Logistics Officer and the inherent goodwill evoked by the black attire among the soldiers of the North continued to thrive. Chapter 202. The fiancé disguised as a steadfast night watchman, he further entrenched himself upon the moral high ground, presenting an air of benevolence as if he were acting solely in your best interest. Egerton found himself in an invulnerable position. Chapter 203. Political marriage. This girl refuses to meet you, claiming that you sold her, and inexplicably, she now has a fiancé. Egron gently set Arya down from his shoulder, guiding her to Rob's side. Chapter 204. Volunteer Army of the Western Frontier. Chapter 205. The Dragon Queen. In addition to her breathtaking beauty, Daenerys possesses an extraordinary aura that evokes a spine-chilling reverence, compelling one to kneel and submit. It can only be truly understood through proximity and experience. Chapter 206. The binding and unbinding of the forest. I have neither an army nor a means of livelihood, Daenerys candidly confessed. Yet, should not these matters be addressed by the council and the liberated freemen themselves? Chapter 207. Unforeseen circumstances. After spending a night, Age departed from Golden Tooth City with the Kingslayer. Heading east along the Riverside Highway, he reunited with his young attendant in the bustling city of Benlu. Chapter 208. Greater Pain. The rudimentary camp was swiftly established, and a fire was kindled in the clearing before the first tent, only to be commandeered by the Chief Logistics Officer, as the food had yet to be prepared. Chapter 209. The King of Two Sevenths. Chapter 210. Returned to Winterfell. As the imposing silhouette of Winterfell re-emerged in his sight, Aegon let out a long, relieved sigh. At last, he had arrived. Chapter 211. A word disrupts the heart. Mela, Jujian. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You may call me Age. The Night Watchman feigned ignorance towards the two, maintaining a composed demeanor as he responded. Chapter 212. Everything begins here. After spending nearly one night in Winterfell, Age set forth on his journey. Without pausing for a moment, he traversed several days until he finally arrived at the abandoned Gift Village, which he had chosen as his stronghold. Chapter 213. Timing is better than speed. Age lingered in Hoang Town for a night, during which he engaged with the advanced construction team that had arrived in the area, as well as a few fire sorcerers who had been compelled to relocate here, all of whom could be regarded as his allies. Chapter 214. The Return of the Dragon. To Prince DeLong of the Martell family, I hope you still remember me. I am John Clinton, having known your sister for many years, and once was your. Chapter 215. The Savage Assault. Why do they set the forest ablaze? What other purposes can fire serve? AIG gritted his teeth and remarked, it emits light and heat. It can burn things, and it can. Chapter 216. The might of wildfire. The Great Wall stands as an imposing edifice, towering so high that no ladder or siege tower can hope to breach its heights. And its formidable thickness leaves any battering ram in utter despair. Ordinary arrows cannot reach the ramparts and stones. Chapter 217. Captives. The wildfire, infused with copious amounts of kerosene and pitch, had lost its explosive potential. In the context of a typical siege, a mere flame would hardly deter the assailants from breaching the walls and other defenses. Chapter 218. The Night's Watch assembly in the Grand Hall, where E.G. was once interrogated as a deserter and where generations of the Night's Watch have convened. An urgent meeting of the Night's Watch is summoned once more. Unlike any preceding assembly. Chapter 219. Where are the reinforcements? As Ygritte was reluctantly led away by Jon, a cacophony erupted once more within the hall. Some criticized Jon for being infatuated, while others condemned the wildling woman for her lack of discernment. Chapter 220. Offense. Regardless of whether that Aegon Targaryen is genuine or not, the moment he chose Dragonstone as the starting point for his rebellion against the Iron Throne, he stepped into a realm of peril. Stannis. Chapter 221. Parting ways. Stannis's temples throbbed with tension, his complexion flushed with a deepening hue. The atmosphere was steeped in an eerie calm, reminiscent of the tranquility preceding a tempest, as all present speculated on how the king would address Melisandre. Chapter 222. The new inhabitants of the Gifted Land. Chapter 223. Speaking frankly and openly. Chapter 224. On the crest of the wind. Prior to Age's arrival, he had already been forewarned about the excessive hospitality of the Mountain Clan towards their guests, thus it did not come as a great surprise. Out of respect for local customs and the principles of courtesy. Chapter 225. The power of wealth. The Great Wall lies 1,000 miles away from King's Landing, and with such an extensive distance, Aegon hesitates to issue commands from afar, wary of repeating the countless mistakes made by those in management before him. Chapter 226. A familiar tactic. While one cannot draw conclusions merely from observation, Age possesses both the eloquence and intellect to inquire and subsequently form her own judgments. The question arises, why did Sir Roderick slay the illegitimate son of Bolton? Chapter 227. The impenetrable wall. News has arrived from the west of the Great Wall that Mance Raider's all-out assault has commenced. The wildlings have intensified their incursions through the canyon, turning back to launch an attack on the West Bridge in an attempt to seize. Chapter 228. A stab in the back. The Flint clan, comprising over 1,100 individuals, migrated to Long Night Fortress. Due to their original settlement's proximity to the Great Wall, their resettlement was swiftly accomplished. Following them were 800 members of the Warrior clan. Chapter 229. Predicament and reinforcements. A month prior, AEG had proposed to Mormont the relocation of Samwell Tarly to Hornvale for the purpose of training ravens. However, the endeavor of training the birds to travel between various locations is not an undertaking that can be accomplished swiftly. Chapter 230. Seeking a strategy amidst the flames. It is not a mere stomach ache. Arya sat there, wiping her tears, sniffling a few times before she spoke with reddened eyes. My father is in King's Landing. Chapter 231. Taking from the enemy. Is it truly so amusing to put on an act? Is it really that entertaining? If it were not for the knowledge that Melisandre possesses some genuine skill, AG would almost be tempted to resort to drastic measures. Chapter 232. Old acquaintances. Conversing with the charlatan has its drawbacks. After an extensive dialogue with Melisandre, Aegon seemed to have acquired a wealth of valuable information, yet he struggled to discern how much of it was truly beneficial to him. Chapter 233. The stakes keep rising. Time is of the essence. Given the imminent risk of a logistical breakdown, Age could not afford to squander a moment. Early the following morning, Age set forth, accompanied by those who had journeyed from the south. Chapter 234. Long-term ration coupons. 2 lightly injured savages were dragged out of their cell. After being nourished, they were informed of the messages that needed to be conveyed. The night watchman released them from the Great Wall. They had been imprisoned. Chapter 235. Defeat in the Southern Expedition and the Siege of Aid. The Windbreath Fortress stands as a colossal tower, enveloped by outer walls that rise to a height of 100 feet and boast a thickness of 40 feet. On the seaside, these walls are even doubled in thickness. Chapter 236. The lone hero since time immemorial. Negotiations have often seen the weaker party dispatch representatives to the territory of the stronger side, a pattern that holds true in the world of ice and fire. In the original narrative, Jon Snow. Chapter 237. Negotiation? Surrender? With a single remark, AEG revealed the true nature of his opponent, leaving Mance Rayder speechless. He crossed his arms on the table and fell silent for a moment, before finally speaking with a solemn expression. The days are growing shorter. Chapter 238. The Grand Game and the Blood of Kings in the Presence of the Outsider. Mance Rayder. None dared to publicly question the commander-in-chief's decision. As the soldiers escorted the king beyond the wall out of the conference room, they led him towards the summit of the wall. Chapter 239. The Pocket Kingdom, then I shall await your good news. Melisandre smiled at Aegon before turning to walk towards her tower. This truly is. Chapter 240. The Wild Man enters the pass. The procedure for the Wild Man to cross the Great Wall is as follows. The sentinels erected a temporary wooden barrier at the icy entrance of the Black Castle and excavated a surrounding deep trench. The Wild Man's. Chapter 241. The onslaught of the undead one after another. The tribesmen gathered outside the gates of the Great Wall, surrendering their weapons and lining up to pass through the passage. To be honest, this strikingly familiar scene resembles. Chapter 242. The blood battle at the back wall. Sir James. The drawbridge has been lowered. Chapter 243. The initial clash of ice and fire. Chapter 244. A warning. The sound of slicing through the air, which should have been clear and melodious, pierced the ears of the onlookers with an unbearable volume, causing them pain. Melisandre let out a muffled groan as she lost. Chapter 245. Troubles abound. The unlike thee is not connected to a winch and a myriad of mechanisms. It relies solely on the strength of human hands to pull. The moment leapt onto it. Several also climbed aboard and seized. Chapter 246. An unexpected situation. The militia from the Queen's Gate and the Black Mongoose Hall swiftly arrived at the Black Castle. Under the formidable order maintained by over 1,000 soldiers, the thousands of wild men temporarily stationed outside the Black Castle were. Chapter 247. A state of panic. The esteemed commander led a handful of us to the vicinity where Miss Malara Reed was almost abducted, near the village of the so-called newly gifted natives. Chapter 248. The blade-sharpening John, the commander of the Night's Watch, faced an unforeseen turn of events. It is not my intention to dwell on the responsibility or errors of any individual in this matter. The departed are gone, yet the living. Chapter 249. Breaking the deadlock from the opposite side. Chapter 250. The funeral. Most of his supporters had already been determined to follow him, and there was no need for persuasion. As long as Age expressed his thoughts, they would naturally act as he instructed. However, there were also. Chapter 251. The Conservative Alliance. Warner Buckwell brought over 200 soldiers to Long Night Castle, while the Flint clan also dispatched hundreds of warriors to assist, thus ensuring ample manpower for the operation. Chapter 252. Temporary departure and accumulation of power in the absence of a newly appointed commander and with the upper echelons unable to reach a consensus. The Night Watch Legion at this moment resembled a colossal beast devoid of intellect, with its various parts. Chapter 253. Choose the soft persimmons. While a series of absurd events unfolded along the Great Wall, life in other realms of the world of ice and fire continued unabated. South of the Neck, in Westeros, winter. Chapter 254. The ravenous Moors. An old man, whose height and build closely resembled that of a succubus, strode into the hall through the door, exuding an imposing presence as he approached. Ig. So, it is you, the illustrious Night Watchman. Chapter 255. Daughter of the sea monster. The aspiration to reign, perhaps deeply entrenched in the very essence of the Greyjoy lineage, is an obsession and madness from which no family member can escape. Yet, when compared to the father's blind confidence and recklessness. Chapter 256. The Siege of Deep Forest Castle. Though constructed of wood, Deep Forest Castle does not fear the ravages of fire. Its wooden walls are fortified with a chilling layer of frozen earth, while the exterior is cloaked in a verdant moss that has flourished for countless years, even in the face of adversity. Chapter 257. Unable to escape. Chapter 258. There is no honor in this. The briny sea breeze swept over the ironclad populace, invigorating their spirits. Shortly after catching a whiff of this familiar scent, the sound of waves crashing against the beach and the rocks reached their ears. Chapter 259. The essence of swift action. Asha was acutely aware of the reason for her continued existence. After suffering defeat at the hands of her uncle Yuluin during the royal selection, she was subsequently frightened into abandoning her post by a watchman at the deep forest fortress, who had come to aid the farmers. Chapter 260. From Sea Monster's Daughter to Persuader. Asha, burdened by chains and fetters, stood defiantly at the entrance of the tent. Her gaze fixed upon Ager with palpable fury. Her eyes blazed with intensity, and her body trembled slightly, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. Chapter 261. The Marsh of Bottlenecks. Legend has it that during the Dawn Era, a group of human ancestors traversed the land bridge of Dorn Arm, armed with bronze weaponry, leather armor, and steeds, embarking on an invasion of Vis. Chapter 262. Persuasion Through Reason, Part 1. Chapter 263. Persuasion Through Reason, Part 2. The back of his head struck the wall with a resounding thud, and the man's face was nearly pressed against Asha's, the foul stench of his breath overwhelming her senses. She could even discern the details of his features. Chapter 264. The convergence of North and South Age was unable to produce a sufficient quantity of wildfire to obliterate the Bay of Kalen. A substantial amount of solidified, inert wildfire transported from King's Landing was stored along the Great Wall, in the 10 relatively secure locations. Chapter 265. Opening Eyes and Closing Eyes. Chapter 266. Returning to the Fields. The implication of the clansmen being allowed to decide their own course of action is, of course, that he has absolved himself of responsibility, leaving it to age to handle. Although not all objectives have been achieved, at the very least, this. Chapter 267. Women and Girls. Winterfell remained a colossal, frigid dark stone, steadfast in its seemingly eternal position. The returning northern army breathed a semblance of vitality into it. Yet this warmth. Chapter 268. Conversations in the Study, Part 1. Winterfell is Arya's home. Eddard finds it inappropriate to dictate to the Stark maiden where she may or may not go within the ancestral halls of House Stark, and thus he allows the girl. Chapter 269. The Study Conversation, Part 2. The unwavering demeanor of the other party captured Age's full attention. Fortunately, despite appearing aggressive and sounding confrontational. The words of young Stark. Chapter 270. A hot potato. The land awaits the esteemed arrival of the Lord. Aegis felt a sense of relief. Although the journey was determined, he could not simply permit Robb to present the land without further consideration. Before that, he needed. Chapter 271. Difficult Choices. The Great Wall, which was meant to be humanity's steadfast shield, the front line against extinction, has inexplicably transformed into a receptacle for refuse in the subconscious minds of all. Chapter 272. Subtle Schemes Against Subtle Schemes. Among all circumstances, the intentions of the opponent are of paramount importance. Aegle suggested, let us first ponder the true motives behind Prince Dowling Maytel's actions. Chapter 273. Urgent Orders and Minor Interludes. AG is utterly ignorant of military affairs. The plan he proposed to Robb was largely based on assumptions, appearing shrewd and persuasive. Yet whether it truly. Chapter 274. The Prime Minister and the chess player John Clinton, one of the two hands of the king in present-day Westeros, was in the Great Hall of Whispering Castle, his brow furrowed as he intently scrutinized the battle map, his mood darkening. Chapter 275. The Wolf Lord's northern expedition through the audacious and morally reprehensible scheme of selling food originally belonging to the savages themselves in exchange for labor. Age has already established. Chapter 276. The City of Gifted Lands. Aside from White Harbor, Robb and the 100 or so guards from Winterfell had never encountered a more vibrant locale north of the Neck, occupying the wooden cabins. Chapter 277. A shift in the campaign. Robb had long since realized that Aegon possessed an uncanny ability to effortlessly articulate statements that resonated with a semblance of reason. Rather than delving into the intricate logic and underlying philosophies of these words. Chapter 278. The conservative counterattack. We have all been deceived by that fellow. Yorn Royce gathered the lords of the valley, who were exiled alongside him, to the Great Wall, and addressed them with a mix of fury and indignation. Chapter 279. Procrastination is victory. The wind howled outside, marking yet another day like any other. Sam donned his clothes and slipped into his boots before stepping out of his room. He gazed upwards at the overcast sky, which appeared. Chapter 280. A critical juncture. Chapter 281. A fiery retort to the multitude. Part 1. Chapter 282. Fury against the multitude. Part 2. Over 80% of the Night's Watch had arrived at Black Castle, and the number of individuals in the hall continued to swell. Among them were numerous familiar faces and soldiers of the Night's Watch, including E.g. Chapter 283, Relentless Pursuit. Ah, what eloquence you possess, esteemed Chief Logistics Officer. Today, you have compelled me to re-evaluate my own standing, even when faced with direct humiliation. Sir Malister remained. Chapter 284, A different path in the dimly lit cellar. The passage of time was imperceptible. However, it was indeed late, and the hours remaining for the night watchmen of the Black Castle to cast their votes were dwindling. There were still. Chapter 285, Bargaining with the Witch increased the number of votes? Surely, you do not intend to broaden the voting scope to include the land grants. The position at stake is that of the commander of the Night Watch, not the king of land grants. This matter pertains to an oath. Chapter 286, The frantic plan. Not only are Aegon and Melisandre preoccupied with the election of the Supreme Commander, but within the Longspear Tower, where the delegation of the Shadow Tower is temporarily residing, several subordinates have just been dismissed. Chapter 287, Grand Gifts and the Inspection Team. When one party is resolute in their decision and impervious to persuasion, while the other possesses little leverage to sway their counterpart, negotiations lose their allure and challenge. Chapter 288, Seizing the Advantage. All eyes were fixed upon Aegon. His role as a logistics officer had led him southward, away from the wall for an extended period, resulting in a significant shift among the Night's Watch. Chapter 289, New Burdens and Coping Strategies. Blast it. Do I bear a grudge against you? Aegal nearly exclaimed. The speaker was a member of House Stark, with whom Aegal was not well acquainted. Doubt. Chapter 290, A minor turmoil at East Sea's outlook. Several days after the suspension of the election, the appointed voting supervisors by Robb Stark arrived at the various fortresses along the wall, initiating the implementation of the new one-person, one-vote electoral system. Chapter 291, The Unveiling of the Hidden Blade, Part 1, The historic election for the Night's Watch Commander, where every individual cast their vote for the very first time, has concluded. The ballot results from all fortresses, with the exception of Black Castle, were promptly disseminated through Raven. Chapter 292, The Hidden Dagger Revealed, Part 2. Despite being threatened by a weapon, James displayed no signs of anxiety. With a relaxed smile, he maintained direct eye contact with Carter, reaching for his waist, firmly grasping the azure blade. Chapter 293, The Revelation of the Dagger, Part 2. Carter Parker lunged at the regicide, raising his right arm high and bringing it down with tremendous force, accompanied by a powerful, restrained growl, akin to a ferocious beast emerging from the mountains. Chapter 294, The Aftermath. Vyrn, do not act recklessly. The chief craftsman, known for his reserved demeanor, exclaimed for the first time since his appearance today. Do you comprehend? Chapter 295, Priorities. Such a significant event unfolded. Yet it was not until the very last moment that one made their entrance. This was not merely a display of arrogance. The individual had assisted numerous commanders, aging to the point that even Dennis Malister had to admit their modest stature. Chapter 296, Castle of Long Night. The attitude of the Northern Lords towards the land grant resettlement plan is of paramount importance. However, for today, AEG is not overly anxious. Castle of Long Night is not included in the land grant resettlement scheme. Chapter 297, The Black Gate and the Fish-Leaping Tree. Count Karstark volunteered as the first noble of the North to descend into the depths, followed cautiously by Robb Stark, who carefully stepped over the edge of the well onto the stone slabs. Descending. Chapter 298, The eager search for a brother. Age approached the colossal fishwood tree, delicately reaching out to touch it. From the perspective of the tunnel, it was difficult to discern that this was indeed a fishwood tree. Chapter 299, Good News. Bad News, Part 1. The confrontation at the Black Castle this morning stirred quite a commotion. Although the complaint letter was intercepted by Age, one cannot deny that the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. Related news is certainly impossible to keep entirely under wraps. Chapter 300, Good News. Bad News, Part 2. Although AEG did not personally traverse the treacherous waters between Westeros and Essos, he had long been aware of the dire climate and sea conditions of the Narrow Sea, especially from the accounts of Braavos. Chapter 301, The Gift of Land, Part 1. At this very moment, within the ominous confines of the Black Castle, 3 high-ranking Night's Watch members, adorned with the esteemed title of Lord Commander, simmered with indignation as they awaited Robb Stark's response to Jaime's actions earlier that morning. Chapter 302, The Transformation of Bestowed Lands, Part 2. Carter Parker opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sky remained shrouded in gloom. Through the glass and curtains, the interior was still enveloped in darkness. The brightness had yet to reach a level that could. Chapter 303. The Change of Gifted Land. Part 2. The senior officials of the Black Castle steadfastly refused to resort to force, while the delegation from Donghai Wang, consisting of 20 to 30 members, found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the conservative officers reached a unanimous decision to attempt to dispatch Trustworthy. Chapter 304. The City of Ice Marks and the Daughter of Amber. Aside from Elia, who was profoundly dissatisfied for never having glimpsed the colossal heart tree at the bottom of the well, the Northern Patrol's visit to Castle Night was deemed quite successful. However, in Chapter 305, Poisonous Insects or Loyal Hounds, the newly granted settlement for the local inhabitants did not hoard resources, fortunately. The logistics department had already delivered provisions and chefs a day in advance. With no concerns regarding sustenance, the reunion with Amber's father. Chapter 306. Seeking accountability. What misdeeds have you committed, Master? Arya hurriedly burst into Aegon's chamber, dragging the man in a breathless state to unveil the truth. Although, Chapter 307. Turning peril into safety and the northern disturbance. Robb felt as though he had once again fallen into a trap. Yet he could not fathom how this had transpired. His initial strategy was to confront Aegon, for he believed that this individual was most likely. Chapter 308. The Gentleman's Agreement. The influence of the logistics department enveloped every newly activated fortress. Long before Dennis Mallister was still extracting insider information from Rickard Kastak. Chapter 309. The Second Invasion of the Iron People. Chapter 310. The Giants. Initially, when the Wild Army brought the Giants through the Great Wall into the Gifted Land, the Night's Watch, after careful deliberation, decided to settle these colossal beings in the northwestern corner of Castle Black, several miles away. Chapter 311. A New Beginning? In the Giant's Nest, there is no one preparing food and drink to receive the Northern Inspection Team. Even if there were, a group of nobles and soldiers eager to continue their journey would likely have little interest in indulging. Without further ado, Chapter 312. The True Dragon Bloodline. Perhaps this is the essence of the old making way for the new. The serene expression of the scholar from the Black Castle suggests that he must have departed this world without suffering. All that Aegon could do was. Chapter 313. The Lightbringer. Egi was equally lost in thought, gazing intently at the flickering flames of the bonfire. He was quite astonished that Carter Pike had chosen to remain in the dark castle rather than depart. The silver lining to this unexpected turn of events was that it at least signified a transoceanic connection. Chapter 314. The First 3 Fires of Office. Part 1. The cremation had concluded. AEG's initial intention was to wait until the remains of Bachelor Iman were properly attended to before proceeding with the next steps. However, the ashes had yet to cool sufficiently to be handled. Chapter 315. The First 3 Fires. Part 2. A messenger from the Aegon faction arrived. Carter Peak, knowing there was no escape, did not hesitate. With a decisive toss of his head, he resolutely escorted Jorn Royce to. Chapter 316. The Lady in Red. Although Carter Pike and Jorn Royce proved difficult to handle, the tunnel leading from the Eastern Sea to the outer territories had long been obstructed. I had exercised utmost caution, perhaps even cowardice, in this matter. Chapter 317. Open source. Much like the spiraling ascent of civilization, it seems that every narrative must encounter certain twists and turns. More. Chapter 318. Crown Town. Crown Town, as a gifted land and resource hub, a confluence of populous and diverse activities, is in a constant state of transformation. Compared to my last departure from this place, it has undergone significant changes. Chapter 319. The industrial zone and gunpowder. At the outermost edge of the planned city, separated by a 2-meter-high wall from the surrounding areas, lies the independent industrial zone. A multitude of various. Chapter 320. The troublemaker and the savior. Aegon had numerous ambitions to pursue, yet thwarting the advance of the White Walkers undoubtedly took precedence, serving as the cornerstone for all his endeavors and strategies. Melisandre confirmed that she. Chapter 321. Savior Nina. Agnes did not conceal her emotions in the slightest, approaching her with a genuine smile and swift steps. Lord Agnes. Chapter 322. The Financial Crisis. The two soon understood the reason behind Arya's flight. Soldiers from House Stark, in pursuit of their missing lady, rushed past them like a gust of wind. This left in. Chapter 323. Various considerations had it not been for the events surrounding Tywin. Aegon could have easily mistaken this for the tale of another time traveler. Absent the interference of foolish daughters and a scoundrel sister, these two. Chapter 324. The West Coast conflict. The relentless blizzard that had persisted for several weeks finally abated, yet Robb felt no sense of relief. The Ironborn, under the command of Euron, proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 325. The Horn of the Dragon. The negative defensive strategy proposed by the old Skinner struck at the Achilles heel of Euron. It was evident to any discerning observer that if this tactic were to be implemented, the Ironborn would find themselves at a complete loss regarding the North. Chapter 326. A fair duel. The arrival of fresh reinforcements has shifted the dynamic somewhat, yet the forces of the North continue to maintain the upper hand. Even with his mind thoroughly soaked by the waters of the Night Shadow, Euron is still capable of. Chapter 327. Opportunities and collective wisdom. Chapter 328. Bidding for the naval port. Chapter 329. Assistance is easy. Borrowing money is challenging in Westeros. There are no construction groups or engineering companies that thrive on infrastructure projects. The noble families of the North all reside in ancestral strongholds. Chapter 330. Unexpected wealth is hard to obtain. Aegon was taken aback. It was not the fear of being seen through that unsettled him, nor was it the piercing words of Luce Bolton that struck him so profoundly or caught him off guard. Rather, it was the current circumstances between the two. Chapter 331. The legendary cancellation of engagement. Part 1. The most agonizing ordeal lies in the process of contemplation and reflection. Once he reached a decision within his heart, Age felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. He compelled himself to forget the subtle insinuations from Luce Bolton. Chapter 332. The legendary broken engagement. Part 2. In Westeros, under what circumstances can a betrothal be annulled? Aegon had never contemplated this, as he theoretically should never marry or bear children. Chapter 333. Miss Greyjoy. Eddard seldom found amusement in his own imagination. Yet he could not help but envision Arya stumbling over her words as she earnestly attempted to persuade her betrothed to join the Night's Watch. Or perhaps straining to devise a plan. Chapter 334. To explode troops or advance technology. AIG is currently preoccupied. He is exceedingly busy. Enough is enough. Elia is a constant source of annoyance. He cannot confront her directly and must instead evade her, for their relationship is far too intimate.